Unfathomable rebirth. In a certain year of the Naruto timeline, the protagonist, Yinkong, is utterly oblivious to the exact year within this world, merely 6 years of age. He has inexplicably resided in this realm for 6 years, a phenomenon attributed to the presence of a boy from the real world inhabiting his body. However, in truth, this world of ninjas is the only reality that matters. What? You inquire about the author's surname? Such a noble thing as a surname is hardly something a humble family could possess. Clearly, it is not. Hence the protagonist has spent 6 years knowing himself solely as Yinkong. Initially, his father, who ran a weapon shop, had named him Kongyun. Yet, upon gaining the ability to speak, Yinkong assertively changed his name to Yinkong. Kongyun, a name reminiscent of air transport, is rather unfortunate for someone who has been thrust into this violent world. Today is a day of particular significance, as it marks the annual enrollment day for the Ninja Academy in Kanahagakure. Given that the ninja profession is rife with peril, Yinkong had no desire to tread such dangerous waters. Unfortunately, the world of Naruto does not differentiate between commoners and ninjas. In essence, the message is clear. Those devoid of power are destined for demise. Regardless of the numerous shinobi world wars, Orochimaru's plans for destruction, or Pain's invasion, the toll on civilians seems to have gone unheeded. This is not merely an impression, it is a stark reality. Thus, under the insistence of his father, Yinkong reluctantly registered at the academy. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him, revealing latent potential for becoming a ninja, and he was unexpectedly accepted. Today is indeed a momentous day, Yinkong mused. Why is it special? Because he would finally discern the precise era of Naruto in which he currently resides. Although he had watched Naruto in his previous life, he had no inkling of the timeline's intricacies. He only knew that Kanahagakure was still under the governance of the third Hokage. However, as a commoner, he had never glimpsed the third Hokage, even from afar, which puzzled him, as his memory suggested the Hokage often roamed the village without a care. Consequently, Yinkong hoped to encounter a few renowned figures at school, or perhaps even the Hokage himself. That it would be preferable to meet some celebrities. Given that the age difference between the Hokage, who appeared to be in his 40s and 50s, seemed negligible to Yinkong. Thus, he would ascertain which period he was in his heart. Yinkong silently wished to attend the academy alongside Naruto and Sasuke, not out of any peculiar inclination or infatuation with a female character, but primarily because the period during which Naruto attended school was relatively stable. Of course, stable is a relative term. Yinkong recalled that the most significant events during this time were Danzo's machinations and the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Yet, why should I concern myself with such matters? I merely wish to survive. Yinkong shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He waved to his father, who, despite being surrounded by a throng of parents and newcomers, he knew was watching him. Yinkong elegantly waved his hand and, in what he deemed his most dashing manner, turned astride towards the school. Although parents were permitted to observe the opening ceremony, they were not allowed to stand alongside. The students thought I should see the third Hokage today. This is precisely the kind of event designed to curry favor. Yinkong nodded, affirming his own thoughts. If I can deduce such a complex matter, I must be a genius, he thought, patting himself on the back for his insight. Wait a moment. Why does that boy look so familiar? Just as Yinkong walked expressionlessly toward his instructor, a white-haired, masked boy passed by him. Could it be? Yinkong swallowed hard upon recognizing the boy's attire. It can't be Kakashi in his youth, can it? As Yinkong scrutinized the boy who resembled Kakashi, the latter turned to glance at him with a vigilant gaze, his penetrating eyes reflecting the prowess of the copy ninja. Fortunately, after a fleeting moment of eye contact, Kakashi turned away, ignoring Yinkong entirely. Yinkong felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was not that Kakashi's gaze was particularly intimidating, rather, it was the absence of the typical confrontational banter that often accompanies such encounters. What are you staring at? What of it? And then, Yinkong would be done for. Silently mourning for himself for a minute, Yinkong realized it was premature to lament his fate. After all, this era, having just emerged from the Second Shinobi World War, was on the cusp of the Third, following the Third War. Events such as Orochimaru's defection and the Nine Tails incident would soon unfold, heralding a series of tumultuous times. Fate is truly cruel. Yin Kong could hardly contain his tears. This was indeed a cruel twist of fate. In this period, many unrecognized prodigies would meet their untimely demise before their true potential could blossom. For instance, Kato Dan, whose fate would later lead to Tsunade's phobia of blood, and the future antagonist, Obito Uchiha. Speaking of which, Obito should also be around here somewhere. Where could he be? Yin Kong suddenly realized, scanning his surroundings in search of Obito. Goodness, there are so many Uchiha, Yin Kong exclaimed, discovering a dozen or more Uchiha youths. With some possibly being girls at this age, distinguishing between genders could be challenging, especially when certain boys sported long, flowing hair that appeared to have been straightened. As for why he could determine they were boys, it was simply because they were too unattractive ugly. Enough for an uncle to tolerate, but not an aunt. While Yin Kong was lost in thought, a Chunin abruptly appeared before him, rudely interrupting his reverie. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and get your Q number and confirm your identity. The IT turned out that after Kakashi had passed, Yin Kong had unwittingly positioned himself directly in front of the Q number distribution and registration area, causing those behind him to wait expectantly, unaware that Yin Kong had become lost in thought. How dare you say I was daydreaming when I was deep in contemplation? Yin Kong fumed silently. Yet, considering the Chunin's demeanor, he surmised this individual would likely become cannon fodder in the future. With that thought in mind, he allowed the Chunin to prattle on for a couple of days. In an instant, Yin Kong processed these thoughts while maintaining a sincere expression as he earnestly apologized to the Chunin. Casting aside his chaotic musings, Yin Kong swiftly collected his Q number. As he turned the corner, he found several lines already formed in the small playground of the academy. The moment Yin Kong stepped onto the grounds, a boy wearing a forehead protector approached, casually taking the number from Yin Kong's hand for a quick glance before pointing to a less populated line, instructing Yin Kong, "Your spot is over there." After returning the number, the boy quickly moved on to the next newcomer. Yin Kong barely managed to utter a thank you before the boy had already hastened to the next individual, displaying a considerably more amiable demeanor than he had shown Yin Kong. Goodness, an Uchiha. Yin Kong turned to glance back and noticed that the previous Uchiha boy had adopted an even more respectful attitude toward the newcomer. People are so quick to judge one day. I will blind you with my brilliance. Yin Kong mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he positioned himself where he was meant to be. Ah, how familiar, Yin Kong remarked, having just turned to glance behind him, failing to scrutinize the youth before him closely. Only when the boy approached did he realize that it was none other than Kakashi, who had just passed by moments ago. It was evident that Kakashi had also noticed the boy who was slowly making his way over, the one who had been observing him for a while. However, Kakashi merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze away. Clearly, Yin Kong, hailing from a commoner background, did not possess the merit to catch Kakashi's attention. Yet, Yin Kong paid it no mind after all. He was not someone of great significance, and remaining inconspicuous suited him just fine. Accumulating wealth quietly was the true path. Standing alongside Kakashi, he realized that aside from the renowned Konoha White Fang, even Kakashi himself might not be inclined to accept him. Nonetheless, Yin Kong had already devised a plan in his mind. While Kakashi was indeed a prodigy, Obito was currently lagging far behind. Individuals like Obito and Naruto, who were also struggling, yearned for recognition. Naturally, it was prudent to first forge a friendship with Obito. As for Kakashi, with Obito by his side, surely Kakashi could not escape his grasp. As these thoughts swirled in Yin Kong's mind, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Fortunately, Yin Kong was quite ordinary, and few took notice of him. After indulging in his daydreams, Yin Kong furtively glanced around, relieved to find that no one had witnessed his earlier blunder, and quickly took his place behind Kakashi. Half an hour slipped by in an instant, and the once steady stream of youths entering the training ground had finally ceased. Yin Kong took a deep breath, contemplating. Why has it not begun yet? I'm utterly exhausted. I thought I had arrived late enough, but had I known I'd have to wait half an hour, I would have left even later. It seemed that Yin Kong's grumbling had borne fruit, as he was just about to stretch his limbs when a third Hokage, accompanied by others, finally made a slow entrance. With a deliberate and resolute stride, the third Hokage approached the already erected podium. Behind him were the two advisors of Konoha, Mito Minyin and Kohor Udatain. At this moment, the third Hokage was in the prime of his life, his lustrous black hair contrasting with the vitality of his advisors. Is Konoha still thriving? Yunkong Pondikitli. Behind the advisors stood Orochimaru, along with the heads of prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga. To his astonishment, Yinkong even spotted the legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was merely an ordinary jonin at this time, though undeniably talented and already beginning to stand out. Of course, ordinary did not imply a lack of strength, but rather that Minato had yet to attain the renown he would later achieve. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Danzo have yet to arrive. Yinkong mused internally to as for the renowned Ino Shikicho trio. They too were just ordinary ninjas at this point, lacking the credentials to attend. However, it was entirely reasonable for Danzo to be absent. The leader of Konoha's route was not suited for such public gatherings. This realization eased Yinkong's mind, for had Danzo taken an interest in him, he would have contemplated abandoning the shinobi path altogether. But Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Have you not noticed that Jiraiya and Tsunade are absent? Why are you here to make a spectacle? Yinkong silently criticized. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru was being groomed by the third Hokage as a successor to the fourth Hokage, thus his presence at what was deemed one of the most significant events in Konoha's school opening ceremony was both voluntary and strategic. As for other important matters, Yinkong could only chuckle to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed as he muttered, I have no idea. Regarding the significance of the opening ceremony, it was merely a reflection that children are the future blossoms of the nation, although it remained uncertain how many would truly flourish. Alas, Yinkong found himself lost in thought once more. At that moment, the third Hokage stepped slightly forward, clearly intending to assert his presence. Evidently, while Yinkong was lost in his musings, the school's teachers had concluded their introductory remarks, passing the floor to Konoha's highest authority. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the third Hokage appeared unassuming yet exuded an aura of reverence, akin to a towering mountain. This is quite the display of grandeur, Yinkong thought, uncertain of how the other new students perceived the scene, but that was certainly his assessment. The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, his hands poised as if to clear his throat, before softly coughing twice to signal the commencement of his speech. Those present new students, teachers, and parents alike quickly quieted down, eager to listen attentively to the third Hokage's address, displaying utmost respect for Konoha's leader. Observing the third Hokage's benevolent demeanor, Yinkong noted his evident satisfaction. First of all, however, just as the third Hokage began to utter his second word, a commanding voice rang out from the entrance of the training ground. Wait a moment. The interruption echoed from afar, nearly prompting those prepared to applaud the third Hokage's eloquence to do so prematurely. Among them was, of course, our steadfast protagonist, Yinkong. Upon hearing the sudden interruption, a thought raced through his mind. Who is this bold individual, daring to halt the third Hokage's speech? As the crowd turned in unison, Yinkong's gaze fell upon the figure at the entrance, his jaw dropping in astonishment as if it could accommodate two eggs. Now, that is indeed a bold individual. His mind was swiftly consumed by this realization. Upon encountering the youth at the entrance of the playground, Yinkong's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate two eggs. The boy, adorned in attire emblematic of the Uchiha clan, with his unruly black hair and a rather boisterous demeanor, instantly revealed his identity to Yinkong. This was none other than Uchiha Obito, one of the future titans destined to ignite the fourth great ninja war. Yet, at this moment, he was merely an introverted underachiever. However, this presented Yinkong with a golden opportunity. Should Obito rise to become a wealthy and handsome figure, would a mere commoner like Yinkong still hold any significance? Were it not for the presence of the third Hokage, Yinkong would have undoubtedly rushed forward to form a brotherly bond with Obito, complete with ceremonial gestures. My apologies for my tardiness, Obito exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the hundreds of eyes scrutinizing him from the playground. While there was a hint of sincerity in his apology, it was evident to all, perhaps even to Obito himself, that it served merely as a pretext. The third Hokage, feigning a cough, attempted to maintain a facade of indifference despite the mounting tension. Observing Obito discreetly, Yinkong subtly gestured for him to approach. This was not the moment to hold Obito accountable. Rather, it was imperative to quell the disturbance and prepare to heed the third Hokage's admonitions. Initially uncertain of how to proceed, Obito, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, fortuitously noticed Yinkong's inviting gesture. Without uttering a word, he swiftly maneuvered through the throng and took his place beside Yinkong, who had thoughtfully left a space for him. Unbeknownst to the others, who assumed an acquaintance existed between the two, Yinkong harbored ulterior motives. After all, this was a future power player. Cultivating a rapport now might ensure that, even if Obito were to descend into madness later, he would hesitate to harm a friend. Yet, Yinkong seemed to forget that in the world of Naruto, there were not one but several individuals who would consider eliminating their friends, such as Orochimaru, who presently loomed in the stands, or the future Sasuke Uchiha. Thank you. Obito murmured softly, a gesture of gratitude as he stood before Yinkong. And how shall I be repaid? With a mere 1,000 ryo, or shall I be made to serve you? Yinkong replied lightly. It was apparent that Obito wavered slightly, perplexed by the shift in dynamics. Had the world changed in his brief absence? Shouldn't the individual behind him have humbly expressed, no need for thanks? Fortunately, Obito's internal conflict was soon overshadowed by the earnest admonitions of the third Hokage, who diligently endeavored to instill ideals in the youth before him. In that moment, Obito began to grasp the weight of the honor bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. In summary, the message is to follow me, for wealth and status await you, along with the promise of marrying a stunningly beautiful wife. To put it more colloquially, stick with me, and before long, you shall rise in rank and salary. Ascend to the position of general manager, take on the role of CEO, and marry a wealthy beauty, thus reaching the pinnacle of life. Yet, such words hold no allure for Yinkong, whose experiences across 2 lifetimes have long discarded the youthful fervor of adolescence. His singular pursuit in this life is survival, and if possible, a comfortable existence, even indulging in pleasures he was denied in his previous life. On a bright March day, with the sun shining and a gentle spring breeze caressing, it feels akin to the delicate touch of a 16-year-old maiden. Such a splendid day is meant for lounging in a rocking chair, basking in sunlight, sipping on a drink. Ideally with a young girl of 16 or 17 by one's side to attend to him. Just imagining such bliss is utterly delightful. However, the clamor interrupts his reverie. Oh, right. Today marks the opening ceremony of the school year, and that old codger, the third Hokage, is still droning on. Has he been rambling for ages? Could it be that the third has entered his twilight years? Wait a moment. Why does my head feel so heavy? Suddenly, Yinkong experiences a dizzying sensation, and in an instant, clarity returns. Yet, he realizes he is slowly but resolutely toppling backward. Alas, the sun is too radiant. I inadvertently dozed off. What to do? The third Hokage is still watching. If he notices, my future, my promising life may very well end up as mere fodder on the battlefield. Such thoughts flash through Yinkong's mind in an instant. Instinctively, he reaches forward just before falling. Fortune smiles upon him as he manages to grasp the shoulder of Obito. Excellent. Just grant me a fulcrum, and I can lift the entire earth. No, just provide me with a point of leverage, and I shall regain my balance. However, it is evident that fate is not favoring Yinkong today. Perhaps the sun's hypnotic quality is too potent. He is certain he has a firm grip on Obito. Yet, he is equally certain that Obito's condition is no better than his own, both ensnared in a state of drowsiness. Though Yinkong's sudden grasp causes Obito to lean forward, the latter, too dazed, collapses like a pillar onto Yinkong. The impact reverberates, reminiscent of a game of dominoes, as Yinkong falls onto the youth behind him, who, in his stupor, lacks the strength to resist and succumbs to the force, tipping backward. Amusingly, Yinkong's moment of slumber triggers the entire line to tumble over. Fortunately, Yinkong's position falls towards the rear. Otherwise, had it been at the front, a few at the tail might have reacted, and that would surely reflect poorly on me. In light of such a blunder, all those who fell, save for Yinkong, are understandably irate. Although he had succumbed to slumber, fainting before the esteemed third Hokage during a significant address is undeniably embarrassing. The embarrassment was secondary. What truly mattered was the unfavorable impression left on the esteemed Hokage, who held the reins of their futures. At that moment, a young boy at the back of the line glared furiously at the boy ahead who had overwhelmed him. while another, filled with indignation, continued to fixate his wrathful gaze on the one in front. All the way to Yun Kong, who stood behind. The expression on his face was one of palpable anger directed at himself. Yun Kong swiftly turned, casting a fierce glare at Obito. In their dazed state, the youths failed to notice who had fallen first. My apologies, Obito. A dead comrade is preferable to a living one. Although Obito was bewildered, he instinctively turned with a face full of ire towards the person before him, none other than Kakashi. Obito's anger was met with Kakashi's innocent demeanor. It dawned on Obito that in his frantic attempt to grab forward as he fell, he had inadvertently reached for Kakashi. Though Kakashi was oblivious to the situation, he instinctively shifted slightly, evading Obito's desperate grasp. How could this happen? I wasn't the first to fall. Am I now to bear the blame? Obito quickly processed the situation, his face contorted with righteous indignation directed at Yun Kong. This is not how the narrative unfolds. I was clearly pulled down. Why am I now the scapegoat? Just as Obito was about to confront Yun Kong, he noticed the latter suddenly break into a smile. Yun Kong promptly instructed Obito to turn around and form an orderly line, whispering in his ear, "Let us first align ourselves and heed the teachings of the third Hokage. Afterward, we can deliberate on who was right or wrong." Upon hearing Yun Kong's hushed tones, Obito reflected that indeed, this was not the moment for such discussions, and he obediently resumed his place in line, continuing to listen to the third Hokage's discourse. Little did he realize that after turning away, Yun Kong wore a smile on his face. Obito remained blissfully naive, unaware that postponing the argument now would merely allow for a more heated debate later. As Obito stood in line, many behind him misinterpreted his compliance as guilt, their resentful gazes boring into him. Had looks been lethal, Obito would have been mercilessly slain by the stares of the youths behind him. Fortunately, those individuals formed a line behind Obito, their glances obstructed by Yun Kong, who stood at a distance. Despite the unpleasant incident, it did nothing to dampen the third Hokage's fervor during his speech, which seemed to stretch on endlessly. It was unclear what sentiments others held regarding the third Hokage's address, but Yun Kong harbored his own thoughts on the matter. After a full hour, the third Hokage's speech finally reached its conclusion. Yun Kong exhaled heavily. He had remained motionless for over 2 hours, his legs numb from standing. Shouldn't the third Hokage be quite busy? How can he afford to ramble on for so long? Following the conclusion of the speech, a resounding applause erupted among the students on the playground, the teachers, and even the parents outside. Among them, Yun Kong clapped with particular fervor, rejoicing at the prospect of liberation. In fact, it has been proven that Yun Kong was entirely mistaken. After the third Hokage concluded his speech, the advisory duo and Orochimaru followed with varying lengths of discourse, among which Orochimaru's words resonated most with Yun Kong. The essence of his message was to simply survive. Disregarding the superfluous remarks made by Orochimaru, all could be distilled into the singular theme of perseverance. Subsequently, the teacher ascended the platform and announced the class allocations for the students. Fortuitously, Yun Kong found himself in the same class as Obito. As for the others, Yun Kong paid them little mind. The presence of his esteemed companion was all that mattered, and he was content to cling tightly to this formidable ally. After what felt like an interminable wait, the class assignment concluded, and the teacher declared dismissal. Yun Kong's countenance turned an ashen shade, feeling as though his legs were no longer his own. Just as the teacher issued the command to disperse, Obito swiftly turned to Yun Kong, vociferously accusing him. "How dare you slander me? Apologize at once and clarify my name to our classmates, or I shall challenge you to a duel." Obito had contemplated various possibilities for Yun Kong's response, whether he would deny the accusation, walk away, or retaliate with harsh words. Yet, to his surprise, Yun Kong shamelessly admitted to the claim and quickly turned the tables. He draped his arm over Obito's shoulder and unabashedly stated, "What does it matter? Isn't it just you taking the fall for me? Don't be so stingy." Yun Kong gradually shifted his center of gravity onto Obito, moving his feet slowly until they warmed up and he could finally move freely. Thankfully, Obito had come to his aid. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to loosen his stiff limbs, he thought to himself. Then, he heard Obito, slightly embarrassed, voice his concerns. "But this will leave a poor impression on Lord Hokage. I aspire to be Hokage one day, and now I've tarnished my reputation before him." Yun Kong suddenly felt he had underestimated Obito. It appeared the lad was not as dim-witted as he had presumed. Such a challenging thought had crossed his mind. He was indeed promising, worthy of becoming a significant figure in the future. Rest assured, Lord Hokage is a man of great discernment. He has undoubtedly seen through my minor antics and knows it was not your fault. Yun Kong reassured him, not merely to console Obito, but rather because any seasoned ninja would have detected his subtle actions, especially someone as astute as the third Hokage, who likely dismissed it as mere childish mischief. Oh, I see. I apologize for my earlier demeanor, Obito stammered. Why are you apologizing? You did nothing wrong. Yun Kong replied, somewhat perplexed. Well, as someone destined to become Hokage, I should strive to be magnanimous and not quibble over trivial matters, Obito murmured. Very well, Yun Kong now perceived himself as a somewhat nefarious figure, corrupting the innocence of a pure-hearted youth. Now, Obito truly appears adorably foolish. One wonders what immense stimulus could transform him into the future deranged villain. Never mind. I forgive you, Yun Kong remarked. As he uttered these words, a sense of self-contempt washed over him. How shameless one must be to express such audacious sentiments. Fortunately, Yun Kong remained true to himself, merely casting a fleeting disdainful glance inward. Really? Obito's eyes sparkled, nearly inscribing "You are a good person" upon his countenance. Reluctantly, Yun Kong turned his gaze away from Obito, fearing that if he continued, he might inadvertently harm himself, thus tarnishing the purity of the Naruto world. Since I have forgiven you, you shall treat me to a meal, as a means of atonement, Yun Kong declared. All right, but I have no money, Obito replied without hesitation, adding a remark to the effect of, Kid, you exhibit great potential for villainy. Even at such a young age, you already know how to be shameless. Yun Kong thought to himself, but he did not dwell on it. Instead, he said, then allow me to treat you. Really? Obito, who had just been dejected and embarrassed, suddenly seemed revitalized, his spirits soaring as he exclaimed, I want to eat mackerel rice balls, red bean dumplings, and braised pork sounds delightful too. Stop. Yun Kong quickly interjected. Currently, I am the one treating you, do you understand? As Yun Kong felt his legs gradually regain mobility, he removed his arm from around Obito. He then gazed earnestly at Obito, who began to shyly avert his eyes. So, you want to treat me? Obito asked in a soft, timid voice. Thump. Yun Kong lightly tapped Obito's head, saying, a man of honor must keep his word. Once spoken, promises cannot be taken back. What shall we eat then? Obito inquired quietly, having never been treated to a meal before. Of course, we shall go to my home. We eat whatever my mother prepares. Yun Kong responded with certainty. Isn't it rather inappropriate for me to go empty-handed? Obito questioned. Do you have money to buy a gift? Yun Kong asked, to which Obito quickly shook his head. Since you have no money, what do you intend to bring? It seems I don't have anything, Obito replied slowly. Darn, Yun Kong cursed inwardly, wondering how Obito, with such intellect, would eventually become a formidable villain. As they exited the school gates, Yun Kong's father approached, asking, So, have you sorted your classes? It is said that the hearts of parents are filled with compassion. Yun Kong's father had spent the entire morning accompanying him. It would be disingenuous to say Yun Kong was not touched by this. Yes, the classes have been arranged. Today is the last day. And tomorrow marks the official start of school, Yun Kong responded. By the way, this is my new classmate from a prestigious family, the Uchiha clan. His name is Obito, and I have invited him to lunch at my house. Yun Kong busily introduced Obito to his father, not noticing the brief pause on his father's face upon hearing Uchiha, though the smile quickly returned. At that moment, Obito politely bowed at a 90-degree angle and greeted, Hello, uncle. Ah, yes, Yun Kong's father quickly replied. Our Yun Kong has never been fond of physical activity since his birth. For 6 years, he has not made a single friend. Initially, I thought he was merely an introverted child, but to my surprise, he made a friend on the very first day. Let us hurry. I suspect Yun Kong's mother has prepared dinner. With that, Yun Kong's father politely welcomed Dato into their home and turned to lead Yun Kong and Dato toward their residence. Dad, have you been standing here all morning? Aren't you tired? My legs are numb from standing, Yun Kong complained. By the way, why aren't you at the shop? Oh, I'm not tired. Yun Kong's father replied without turning around. I was at the shop all morning. I only came here after seeing someone escorting their child home. In truth, I just arrived. Damn. Yun Kong cursed silently in his mind, realizing his father had ignored his earlier comment. No wonder he seemed so reluctant to come out this morning. It was implausible that he had stood here all morning. By the way, Dato, why didn't your parents come? Yun Kong casually inquired. Well, my grandmother is quite elderly and generally does not venture out, Dato softly responded. What about your parents? Yun Kong asked thoughtlessly, immediately wishing he could retract his words. Dato had only mentioned his grandmother, so it was evident that his parents had not been able to attend due to other matters. Once again, Yun Kong had inadvertently struck a nerve. My parents perished when I was very young, Dato replied. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Yun Kong said, understanding now why Dato harbored no fondness for the village of Konoha. After all, the only bond he had left was with Kakashi. It's all right, Dato said suddenly, as if sensing Yun Kong's unease. My parents died heroically defending the village. They are heroes. In the future, those who become Hokage will continue to fight for the village. Well, just disregard my earlier apology. What could one do when faced with such a forthright individual? As Yun Kong listened to Dato's ramblings, he nodded in acknowledgement of the latter's words. By the way, Dato, do you have a brother named Shui? Yun Kong interjected unexpectedly. No, my parents died when I was very young, leaving me without any siblings, Dato replied. Do you know anyone from the Uchiha clan named Shui? Yun Kong continued. I don't know him. The Uchiha clan is vast, and to be honest, there are many I do not recognize, even among those of our age, Dato explained. Why is that? Yun Kong asked, puzzled. Those with parents, who belong to the main family, begin their training to become exceptional ninjas at a very young age. Therefore, I seldom have opportunities to meet them. As a branch member of the Uchiha clan, and with my parents deceased, the number of people I know is quite limited. And they do not hold me in high regard, Dato said with a hint of melancholy in his voice, though his tone remained unchanged. It evoked a profound sense of sadness. Despite reaching this age, I have only engaged in some basic physical training, and I have yet to master the signature ninjutsu of our Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique. Upon hearing the languid words of Obito, the comforting phrases I intended to offer were lodged in my throat, swallowed back by me with great difficulty. Damn it, you merely failed to learn a technique. While I am utterly clueless about how to refine chakra, perhaps I should find a quiet place to shed some tears, I thought to myself, cursing inwardly. This is the chasm between commoners and noble families. No wonder it is so arduous for commoners to rise. Throughout history, only the fourth Hokage has achieved such greatness. And can one replicate the fourth Hokage's prowess? That is not a miracle, but a divine phenomenon. Can mere mortals like us replicate such feats? Obito's words struck a deep chord within my tender heart, causing me to lower my head slowly. Suddenly, the incessant chatter of Obito beside me became utterly irksome. How can we, the underdogs, survive under such circumstances? Fortunately, I am still young, and there have been instances of late bloomers achieving success. I rubbed my cheeks, feeling an overwhelming weight upon my shoulders. Thankfully, the journey from the Ninja Academy to my home was not lengthy, and before long, we arrived at the entrance of the Yun Kong residence. My mother was already waiting at the door for our return. Though somewhat surprised by Obito's visit, she made him feel entirely at home, embodying the essence of hospitality. As we dined and conversed, time slipped away, and before we knew it, 2 hours had passed. When it was time to see Obito off, my mother quickly produced a package and handed it to me, instructing me to give it to him. Inside were some commonly enjoyed dumplings, rice balls, and vegetables for his grandmother to savor. She also suggested that I visit Obito's home to meet his grandmother. With a sense of bewilderment, I exited with the package and presented it to Obito, expressing my desire to visit his grandmother when time permitted. To my surprise, Obito enthusiastically invited me to accompany him home to introduce me to his beloved grandmother and show her his first friend. After some delays, we visited Obito's home, where his grandmother insisted that I stay for dinner. Time flew, and by the time I returned home, night had fallen. We had agreed to meet at school the next day, and I hurried back to my own home. I'm back, I called out as I reached the door, a habit cultivated over 6 years that I had grown accustomed to. Welcome back, my mother replied, emerging from the inner room to greet me. The table was already set, and my father sat with an air of authority, a bottle of sake before him, evidently awaiting my return for dinner. How was it? My mother asked as I took my seat at the table. Not much. What exactly do you want to know? I replied, feeling a sense of confusion at the serious atmosphere surrounding us. Oh, my dear child, I am naturally inquiring about Obito's family. Yunmu smiled gently, serving Yun Kong a bowl of rice before cheerfully remarking, what else can be done? It seems that Obito relies solely on his grandmother, and their living conditions appear rather modest. Indeed, Yun Kong was famished. After Yunmu prepared the meal, he hastily picked up his chopsticks and stuffed his mouth to its fullest. Earlier at Obito's home, he had merely nibbled at his food, and upon returning, his hunger resurfaced. Is this the attitude the Uchiha clan holds towards the descendants of fallen ninjas? Yun Fu expressed his frustration, his demeanor reflecting a peculiar mixture of melancholy and disappointment. However, Yun Kong, engrossed in his meal, remained oblivious to his father's unusual emotions. From now on, when you interact with Obito, please extend your assistance whenever possible, Yun Mu said softly beside Yun Kong. Understood. Yun Kong replied, albeit somewhat distracted. By the way, Mom, I heard that Obito and the others have already begun their ninja training. Some youths from the Uchiha clan start training at the age of 3. Why did you tell me that the optimal age for a ninja's training is 6? He continued, Obito has already learned the great fireball technique. Even if it only produces a small flame. Well, technically, he hasn't fully mastered it yet, but at least he has a grasp of the technique. After all, Obito has managed to acquire a ninjutsu, and it's classified as an A-rank technique. You little rascal, are you blaming your mother? Yun Mu gently took Yun Kong's empty bowl and refilled it. The best age to begin training as a ninja is what the books say, and I learned that from literature. Oh, Yun Kong replied, accepting the bowl filled with rice. His mother worked as a nurse, or one might say, half a doctor. It wasn't uncommon for his father to be urged to consume certain medicinal herbs. Moreover, prestigious clans like the Uchiha likely possess unique methods to mitigate the risks associated with early training. The evening meal concluded in a mere half hour. Yet Yun Kong noticed that his father's cup of sake remained untouched, which struck him as odd. Yun Kong, come with me, Yun Fu said, rising and leading the way to a room adjacent to the dining area. On the first floor of their home, Yun Fu operated a small shop where he primarily sold shurikens and kunai, along with occasional common medicinal herbs such as ointments for bruises and wounds. The second floor served as the main living space, featuring a living room, kitchen, and the parents' bedroom. Initially, Yun Kong's room was also on the second floor, but he later found it too cramped and relocated to the third floor, transforming the former small room into a walk-in closet for his mother. As for the third floor, it now housed Yun Kong's bedroom, a storage room, and a place for him to keep his various toys. Additionally, there was a modest courtyard behind the building that belonged to the Yun family. Wow, looking at it this way, I still belong to a relatively comfortable family. Yun Kong mused upon his rebirth in this world, feeling a moment of joy at this realization. Had it not been for the harsh reality of the shinobi world, he might have simply drifted through life. Soon, Yun Fu guided Yun Kong up to the third floor, navigating through twists and turns, revealing an array of rooms that Yun Kong had never known existed. At last, they arrived at the innermost room, where Yun's father produced a key he had long prepared and unlocked an ancient lock, which had remained silent for years and was covered in a thick layer of dust. Come in, Yun's father whispered, stepping into the chamber first. Unlike the other cluttered storerooms, this one was not chaotic. Instead, its contents were arranged with a surprising neatness, albeit shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Upon entering, Yun's father brushed aside the dust with a casual sweep, cleansing a seat before formally kneeling upon it. Observing his father's demeanor, Yun quickly tidied the seat in front of him and sat down, though the swirling dust compelled him to cough a couple of times. Father, what is it that has you so serious? Is there a fortune of several million, or even tens of millions of coins hidden here for me to inherit? Yun whispered, as if divulging a profoundly confidential matter. The stern expression on Yun's father's face transformed into a smile at his son's words. You mischievous boy, what are you thinking? After sharing a brief laugh, Yun's father resumed his serious demeanor. Yun Kong, have you truly considered what it means to become a ninja? He asked earnestly. Seeing his father's expression, Yun Kong, despite his urge to smile, composed himself and responded seriously. I have thought it through. Do you understand what it signifies to become a ninja? Yun's father inquired. Yun Kong nodded gravely, recognizing that it meant a life fraught with uncertainty and the specter of an early demise, signifying that an ordinary, blissful existence would slip away from him forever. Undoubtedly, the path of a ninja is perilous. In this lawless world, only the strong survive. Those ruffians do not care whether one is poor or wealthy, a commoner or a king. It is not merely one or two affluent or powerful individuals who have been extinguished by ninjas. Take, for instance, the former leader of the Great Black Heaven City, who had usurped Zabuza's sword. He was wealthy and influential, even able to assemble an army. Yet when faced with Sasuke and Suigetsu, he was utterly defeated, his stronghold laid to waste. Once one embarks on the path of a ninja, there is no turning back. Have you contemplated this? Yun's father asked again with a serious tone. Yun Kong nodded, resolving to leave future matters for another day. He was certain he would not regret this decision, even if the path he chose led to his own downfall. After all, who would know if I regretted it? Yun Kong mused to himself. In that case, the legacy of your father can now be passed on to you. Rising, Yun's father approached a corner of the room, forming hand seals before exclaiming, "Open." To Yun Kong's astonishment, a passageway slowly emerged from the wall before his father, who then led him through it into another room. This new chamber was devoid of any furnishings, save for a staircase leading downward, already thickly coated in dust. This leads to a tunnel beneath our courtyard, where I have constructed a secret chamber, Yun's father stated, observing Yun's astonished expression with a calm demeanor. Once, your grandfather was a ninja. Though that was a long time ago, he passed that legacy down to me. In my youth, I also strived to become a great ninja. However, after suffering severe injuries that nearly cost me my life, I was fortunate to receive the attentive care of your mother, which ultimately allowed me to recover. As Yunfu quietly recounted his past experiences before Yun Kong interjected with a teasing remark about their budding romance. Yunfu raised an eyebrow and playfully punched Yun Kong on the head, denying the implication with a hint of a blush gracing his cheeks, though he conceded that the process was somewhat akin to it. Eventually, I came to terms with my past, relinquishing the life of a ninja and gradually establishing this weapons shop. I later married your mother and welcomed you into the world, which allowed me to find stability. Most of my comrades from those days have perished in battle, and now, few know that I was once a ninja. As Yunfu reflected on his history, they walked into the hidden passageway at the bottom of the courtyard. This secret tunnel extends to the outskirts of a village 10 miles away. Should any calamity befall our village, it would suffice to ensure our family's escape. You must remember this well, and keep it a secret, never divulging it to anyone, even to your future wife. Yunfu pointed towards a passage leading into the distance, observing Yun Kong's admiring gaze. This tunnel was not excavated by our family. After walking less than 2 miles, one would encounter the village's sewage system. Exiting the village through that route requires specific techniques, which I will teach you shortly, and you must commit them to memory. Yun Kong nodded, pondering whether their family harbored a monumental secret, perhaps a lineage connected to a noble house, with treasures left behind. His imagination soared as he contemplated the future. As Yun Kong indulged in his daydreams, Yunfu formed hand seals, and another cave entrance materialized at the bend of the tunnel, leading Yun Kong inside. They entered a spacious secret chamber divided into 2 sections, one filled with an array of books and scrolls, and the other housing weapons and a training area. This is our family's greatest secret, Yunfu declared, guiding Yun Kong to the shelves brimming with scrolls and tomes. It was evident that no one had visited this place in quite some time. It was likely the first visit since my father abandoned his ninja pursuits. These scrolls contain the cultivation experiences left behind by your grandfather, as well as some collected ninjutsu, particularly those of notable quality. The remaining scrolls and texts are those I have gathered over the years, Yunfu explained as he gestured towards the organized collection. As for the large scroll, it belonged to the master our family once served. After circling the room, Yunfu pointed to a scroll covered in a thick layer of dust in the corner, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Since your grandfather's passing, I have not dared to open it. Does it contain memories of grandfather? Yun Kong inquired, observing Yunfu's expression with a hint of concern. No, Yun's father replied decisively. It is not a matter of desire, but rather my abilities are insufficient to unlock it. Now, please take a seat. I shall recount the history of our family. He found a relatively clean spot to sit, and gestured for Yun Kong to do the same. Once Yun Kong was settled, Yun's father earnestly admonished, "You must keep all of this confidential. No one should know, not even in death. Is it true that our family is of great significance? Am I truly a descendant of a prestigious lineage?" Yun Kong mused, feeling increasingly intrigued. "Yes," Yun's father replied without a hint of levity. "I will soon inscribe a seal within your mind to ensure that what you learn remains concealed. Unless you choose to disclose it, no one will be able to uncover this knowledge." Wow, father, you possess such remarkable abilities, even sealing techniques? Yun Kong had always assumed his father's claims of lacking strength meant he was merely an average shinobi, only to discover that he had the capability of sealing, a skill typically reserved for elite ninjas. Now listen closely. Yun's father tapped Yun Kong's head to silence him. "Firstly, I wish to reveal our family name, which you have long desired to know," he continued, his expression tinged with sorrow and self-mockery. Yun Kong nodded in agreement. Since childhood, he had yearned to understand his surname. It seemed that most commoners now possessed surnames, no longer the exclusive domain of the nobility. Yet, whenever he inquired about his surname, his father would bluntly respond that commoners did not require such titles. Having a name was sufficient. Pay attention, Yun's father declared. Our family name is one of the most illustrious in the realm of wood craftsmanship. Known for possessing the Sharingan and bearing the emblem of the Uchiha with a fiery fan. You heard me correctly. Our family name is one of the most illustrious in the realm of wood craftsmanship. Known for possessing the Sharingan and bearing the emblem of the Uchiha with a fiery fan, he reiterated earnestly. The revelation struck Yun Kong like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. What? It turns out I am not a commoner, but rather part of the esteemed Uchiha clan, the foremost family in Konoha. He lightly slapped his own cheeks, attempting to dispel the disbelief. Wake up, Yun Kong. You are just a commoner. Stop dreaming. He regarded his father with evident skepticism. Do not look at me with such doubt. I, too, struggled to accept what your grandfather told me. Yet the truth remains, Yun's father began to explain, gently closing his eyes before reopening them, revealing the 3 tomo of the Sharingan, which startled Yun Kong. Gulping nervously, Yun Kong thought, the 3 tomo Sharingan. Does this mean I will eventually awaken the Sharingan as well? That would be an incredible advantage. While the initial stages of the Sharingan may seem unimpressive, particularly when compared to the title of the first bloodline limit, once one reached the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the inherent abilities, most notably the mighty Susanoo, would become an overwhelming force. Once the Susanoo is activated, one almost immediately acquires power that rivals that of the tailed beasts. Moreover, I am acutely aware of how to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I even possess knowledge on how to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At this thought, Yun Kong couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable drool escaping his lips. Yun's father, oblivious to this minor tremor of excitement, remained unaware of Yun Kong's base thoughts. Although I awakened my 3 tomo Sharingan a few years ago, it seemingly depleted all my luck. Even with the 3 tomo Sharingan, I barely reached the level of a Jonin. Indeed, I am a ninja lacking in talent. Yun's father lamented momentarily, but soon shifted his mood, retracting his Sharingan as he continued to address Yun Kong. Your grandfather's name was Uchiha Moku, and he was a follower of that man. Yun's father cast his gaze towards a scroll, shrouded in dust, nestled in the corner. Yun Kong followed his gaze to the scroll, obscured by the passage of time. That man had once co-founded the Hidden Leaf Village alongside the first Hokage. In the days that followed, he and the Hokage nearly swept through the ninja world. Alas, such glory was short-lived, as a rift emerged between him and the Hokage. Your grandfather, obeying that man's orders, feigned death during a battle and infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village under a different identity, becoming a secret operative for that individual. Unfortunately, that man perished after a battle at the Valley of the End against the Hokage, and our secret line of communication fell into eternal silence, Yun's father reflected. Goodness, the historical narrative is utterly riveting. Upon hearing his father's initial explanation, Yun Kong immediately recognized that the man in question was none other than the legendary Uchiha Madara, a formidable ninja renowned throughout history, a veritable paragon of strength. I thought as much, Yun Kong mused, considering that someone of Uchiha Madara's charisma could not have fled alone without a few followers. He must have left behind certain clues, and unexpectedly, these clues are tied to my own family. Thus, Yun Kong gazed with difficulty at the dust-laden scroll, a relic left behind by the illustrious Uchiha Madara, which surely holds value far exceeding mere millions. Not to mention the implications for others, just consider the Uchiha clan today. If they were to discover that Yun Kong's family possessed a training scroll left by Uchiha Madara, the consequences would be overwhelmingly delightful. A thought too grand for Yun Kong to fathom. After all, since Uchiha Madara, no one in the Uchiha clan has manifested the Mangekyo Sharingan. To say nothing of the Mangekyo Sharingan itself, it is likely that the training manuals left by Uchiha Madara surpass the remnants of the clan's legacy. After all, the entire Uchiha clan betrayed Madara, and it stands to reason that he would not leave them much of his training material, assuming he had any sense left. Yun's father rose, rummaging through a pile of books to retrieve a scroll, which he handed to Yun Kong. The cover boldly bore the title Chakra Extraction Method. This is the chakra training method bestowed upon that individual by the first Hokage during their amicable relationship. The chakra extraction technique of the Senju clan indeed surpasses that of our Uchiha clan. and it is unfathomable how much more advanced it is compared to the chakra extraction methods taught at the Ninja Academy, as Cloudfather elaborated. Receiving this information, Cloud Kong immediately recognized the invaluable nature of this scroll. It could even be classified among the secret arts of the Senju clan. Chakra is the very essence of a ninja, and the Senju clan, with figures such as the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the later fifth Hokage, Tsunade, are all formidable masters of chakra. The Uchiha's precise control over chakra can be attributed in part to the Sharingan, but it is also a consequence of innate deficiencies, forcing them to stretch their resources. These are the secrets of our family, now entrusted to you. Cloudfather inhaled deeply, appearing considerably relieved. Prepare yourself, for I shall impart a sealing technique into your mind, encapsulating all within. This is a technique left by that esteemed individual, one that even the first Hokage cannot unravel. As of now, it seems no one has surpassed the first Hokage, Cloudfather confidently asserted, assuring that this technique is utterly secure. Just as Cloud Kong stood to accept the technique, he was taken aback by Cloudfather's words. Could it be that the technique left by Uchiha Madara would render him a slave to Madara's will? While many may believe Uchiha Madara has perished, I am acutely aware that he is likely lurking in some remote corner of the world, surviving in a sly yet resilient manner. Perhaps he is even wreaking havoc in the Land of Water's hidden mist village. The thought of the blood mist ninja sends shivers down one's spine. Cloud Kong hastily interjected. Do you truly possess the ability to wield such an advanced technique left by Uchiha Madara? I think it would suffice for you to leave a simpler technique in my mind. There is no need for such complexity. A standard ninja shouldn't be able to probe it. There is no trouble. Although the sealing technique left by that esteemed individual is formidable, it is remarkably simple to utilize. Cloudfather reassured him. Such simplicity and effectiveness compel me to silently commend the ninjutsu created by Uchiha Madara once again. Nevertheless, despite the praise, if Cloud Kong were to accept this technique, he could only respond with a chuckle. Father, perhaps you could use a different technique for me. I fear this one may leave me tongue-tied. Observing Cloud Kong's troubled expression, Cloudfather decided not to press further. Initially, he believed Cloud Kong's hesitation stemmed from fear of this unfamiliar technique, unaware that Cloud Kong was struggling to find a reason to decline. He certainly could not disclose that Uchiha Madara was still alive. In that case, fortunately, your father knows another sealing technique. Albeit it may be somewhat more troublesome and could cause a bit of discomfort, Cloudfather remarked. Yes, Cloud Kong promptly agreed upon hearing his father's words. It is said that this technique was devised by the wife of the first Hokage, a member of the Uzumaki clan, though at that time, the esteemed leader dismissed it with disdain. As Yunfu stood before Yunkong, he began to form hand seals, exclaiming, "Goodness, it appears my family's lineage is indeed quite illustrious." Yunkong felt a surge of joy within him for a fleeting 3 minutes. Sealing. Yunfu suddenly shouted, his Sharingan activated, the crimson hues of his eyes swirling rapidly, almost merging into a singularity. His palm gently struck Yunkong's head, prompting a sudden cry of anguish from Yunkong. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. However, the pain came swiftly and departed even more rapidly, vanishing from Yunkong's consciousness in a heartbeat. At that moment, Yunfu's gentle voice broke through. Rise, the sealing is complete. He observed Yunkong's earlier reaction. He himself had once attempted this sealing technique, but had succumbed to unconsciousness before enduring its trials. The sealing had thus failed, yet unexpectedly, his unprepared son had persevered. Yunfu nodded to himself, contemplating. He is likely to become a formidable ninja. Well then, since the sealing is accomplished, I shall take my leave. Your mother has likely been waiting for quite some time. Keep the scrolls and texts here confidential. It is best not to take them outside, Yunfu advised once more. Understood. Yunkong nodded, now eagerly unrolling the chakra extraction method scroll, engrossed in its contents. A smile of satisfaction graced Yunfu's face as he witnessed Yunkong's fascination. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in realization. Alas, I forgot to drink my customary cup of sake today. I hope Wheezy hasn't teleported out. In a flurry, he turned to Yunkong, saying, Stay here and concentrate on that. I shall return in an hour to fetch you. With that, he hastily exited the room. Fortunately, Yunfu did not forget Yunkong on his way home. At present, Yunkong possessed no chakra. Even if he were to be entrusted with activating the technique within the cave, he would be unable to do so, particularly as he had yet to learn the technique. Yinkong remained absorbed in the scroll, his thoughts undisturbed, responding absent-mindedly with a couple of affirmations. Chakra is primarily drawn from the energy contained within all cells of the human body, further refined through extensive training and accumulated experience into spiritual energy. By extracting these two forms of energy from within, they are then forged into chakra, which is subsequently activated through the act of hand seals. In simpler terms, chakra is the energy of ninjutsu, the interplay of a ninja's mental and physical energies, along with their vitality, facilitates the conversion between internal energy and chakra. The efficiency of this transformation can significantly influence the practitioner's capabilities. The scroll begins with an introduction to chakra, followed by a detailed exposition on the methods of extraction. Thanks to my education in our great nation's 9 years of compulsory schooling, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university, Yinkong memorized the entirety of the scroll within merely half an hour. First, perceive the inner strength of the body within the cells. Yinkong assumed the proper posture and began to delve into the methods outlined in the book. Uncertain whether it was the unparalleled spiritual power of the immortal Yinkong or the wisdom gained from his past experiences, he sat cross-legged for merely 5 minutes before swiftly sensing the energy coursing through his cells. What was the next step? Extraction. To where? It seemed akin to a place similar to the dantian. Yinkong silently contemplated, following the recorded methods in the scroll. He quickly extracted the bodily strength from within his cells. Goodness, I achieved this so effortlessly. I must be a genius, he mused. At this pace, it would not be long before he could overpower the 3rd generation with his fists and kick the 4th generation, dominating the martial world and standing unrivaled. Ha ha ha, he thought to himself. Next, the task was to merge the bodily strength with spiritual power, transforming it into chakra and maintaining it within the dantian. Yinkong had already committed this step to memory, yet after the previous 2 phases, his attempts to refine chakra began to falter. Initially, he struggled to activate his spiritual power while sustaining his bodily strength, as if all his spiritual energy was consumed in maintaining the manifested bodily strength, leaving none to merge. After considerable effort and adjustment, he finally managed to maintain both bodily and spiritual strength simultaneously, yet the two remained disproportionate, leading to continual failures in their fusion. Half an hour slipped away in an instant, and at that moment, Yun father entered Yinkong's room, coincidentally witnessing his middle finger raised to the sky. Oh heavens! Are you toying with me? What's wrong? Can't feel your bodily strength? Yun father asked. No matter, as a ninja, the most crucial aspect is refining chakra. As long as you can extract chakra, even if you lack other talents, you can still become an exceptional ninja, he comforted. Typically, a young person requires a day to sense their bodily strength, and it takes about a week to refine chakra, so you need not be overly anxious. Come now, let us head upstairs, Yun father said, pulling the still irate Yinkong along as they exited. By the way, at what stage are you currently? Struggling to sense your bodily strength? I can sense it, but the bodily strength and spiritual power refuse to merge. It feels as though they are out of sync. Considering how difficult it is to refine even a trace of chakra, how will I manage with ninjutsu, genjutsu, and the like, which require vast amounts of chakra? Perhaps I should abandon the path of a ninja altogether, Yinkong murmured, trailing behind with his head bowed, his voice laced with defeat. Yinkong walked behind Yun father, his tone heavy with disappointment. However, Yun father was taken aback. What? You can already sense spiritual power, and now you're attempting to merge it with bodily strength? Is sensing spiritual power really that difficult? Yinkong retorted, I sensed my bodily strength in merely 5 minutes. As for spiritual power, I can perceive it with a little quietude. The remaining time has been devoted to fusion, yet no matter how I attempt to merge them, it always ends in failure. If even a slight fusion proves so arduous, how will I manage with the vast chakra required for ninjutsu? He looked up at the sky, his expression one of melancholy. What could be done? Upon witnessing Yinkong's demeanor, Yun Fu mistakenly believed that he had taken advantage and was putting on an act. Without reservation, he delivered a sharp slap to Yinkong's head. Typically, a young man requires an entire morning to perceive his physical strength, and recognizing his mental prowess alongside it demands 2 days. On average, a youth takes a week to refine their chakra. Thus, do you comprehend the velocity at which you currently operate? The amalgamation of physical and mental strength to create chakra constitutes the most challenging aspect of chakra refinement. particularly during the initial attempt. As for the vast reservoir of chakra, there is no need for concern. Once you succeed for the first time, your body will remember the harmonious ratio between physical and mental strength. Yun Fu recounted his experiences in chakra refinement, including how to cautiously merge physical and mental energies to form chakra. Yun Kong, who had been walking with his head down, felt his expression brighten as he absorbed Yun Fu's teachings, quietly marveling that this could be considered a form of familial inheritance. If Yun Kong's father were merely a vendor of weaponry, one could overlook the plethora of scrolls and books lining the dimly lit alley. Even the insights on cultivation would likely not be as elaborately conveyed by an ordinary schoolteacher. All right, I understand that I am a genius. You needn't prattle on like a middle-aged woman, Yun Kong interjected eagerly, cutting off Yun Fu's lengthy discourse. You, my child, have yet to cross the river, and you are already planning to dismantle the bridge, Yun Fu replied, his expression sour. Enough, enough. I've reached my bedroom, Yun Kong said, pushing his father forward. I have no interest in your youthful exploits. Perhaps you should share them with my mother instead. I suspect she would be quite intrigued, and who knows, she might find them even more captivating after your tale. Without awaiting a rebuttal, Yun Kong swiftly closed his door. This child, Yun Fu sighed, shaking his head as he departed Yun Kong's room. Once the door was shut, Yun Kong took a few strides to his bed, kneeling as he began to slowly merge his physical and mental energies, following his father's instructions. He maintained his physical strength at a steady level, gradually augmenting his mental energy until the two could intertwine and form chakra. In his heart, he silently chanted, methodically adjusting his approach. It was indeed a clumsy method, yet it proved to be the most effective. After numerous attempts and repeated failures, a sudden tremor coursed through Yun Kong's body. Instead of dissipating, the fusion of physical and mental energy coalesced into a brand new blue energy. Chakra. At last, I have refined it, Yun Kong exclaimed inwardly, overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, one often finds that great joy is soon followed by profound sorrow. Mere seconds after his elation, Yun Kong, having relaxed his mental focus, watched in dismay as the newly formed strand of chakra rapidly dissipated. In despair, he lamented internally. Reluctantly, he had to start anew. Perhaps Yun Fu was indeed correct. His body would instinctively remember the balance of physical and mental strength within chakra. Regardless, Yun Kong effortlessly merged his physical and mental energy into chakra this time, and the subsequent events proceeded smoothly once again. Within a few minutes, he had successfully stored the refined chakra within his body. He finally succeeded. Sensing the chakra flowing within him, Yun Kong took a deep breath and completely relaxed. Raising his head, just as he intended to extinguish the light and retire for the night, he noticed the faint light of dawn outside the window. How exhausting! The tension that had gripped him throughout the night began to protest, reminding him of the considerable effort he had exerted. He certainly deserved a good rest during the day to unwind. He pondered to himself, will my teacher expel me for skipping class on the first day? The answer, he realized, was a resounding likelihood of 80 to 90%. With that in mind, he decided against sleeping and resolved to refine a bit more chakra instead. Gazing at the brightening sky, he concluded that even if he fell asleep, he would have to rise in just half an hour. It was better to stay awake. In the blink of an eye, the half hour passed, and, as usual, the alarm clock beside him blared its protest. Yun Kong opened his eyes and smiled broadly. The chakra extraction method of the Senju clan proved to be quite effective, and he had amassed a considerable amount of chakra. Reflecting on the fact that it had only taken him an hour, he felt even more convinced that the Senju clan's chakra refinement technique surpassed what was taught in school by countless degrees. Though his spirits were lifted, they could not mask the fatigue that weighed upon him. Sporting dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of pandas, Yun Kong sluggishly made his way to the washroom. After completing his morning routine, he descended the stairs with one eye open and the other closed. Observing Yun Kong's half-asleep demeanor, his father, Yun Fu, expressed his frustration with a firm pat, exclaiming how could someone so young lack energy. Yun Kong glared back at his father, thinking, you've had a full night's sleep, while I, at such a tender age, have not slept at all. It's only natural to feel weary. Then, leaning in closer, Yun Fu quietly asked, did you really stay awake all night? Was there even a need to inquire? It was evident to anyone with eyes. Yun Kong nearly wore his irritation on his face. How did it go? The chakra extraction? Yun Fu inquired softly. A minor issue, of course, easily resolved. Yun Kong replied confidently. I've already refined it. Really? Yun Fu asked in a low voice. See for yourself. The Sharingan can perceive chakra. Yin Kong responded just as quietly. Watching his father's secretive demeanor, he thought, no way. Is he really considering using the Sharingan to check? His father was indeed an honest man. Fortunately, at that moment, his mother intervened, asking, what are you two whispering about? Hurry and come eat. Following his mother's prompt, he escaped his father's scrutiny. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, Yin Kong stood up early and announced, I'm done eating. I'm off to school. With that, he shouldered his backpack and packed the lunch his mother had prepared for him. Looking at the two full lunchboxes, he questioned with a hint of exasperation, Mom, are you raising me like a pig? What are you thinking? Yumu set down her dishes and walked over to Yin Kong, who was tidying up his clothing. I have also prepared a portion for Obito. He is a pitiable child. Be sure to treat him well and do not bully him. Yin Kong's immediate reaction was a playful thought. Could Obito be your illegitimate child? You've only met him once, and already you are so kind to him. However, Yumu's words quickly dispelled his fanciful notions. It is crucial to have a trustworthy companion on the battlefield. Your father survived thanks to a brother he could rely on. Truly, my mother is wise and thoughtful. She has secured the future formidable figure, Obito, by her side, ensuring that no one dares to act arrogantly in my presence. Yin Kong imagined a future where he could assertively say, what are you looking at? Do you believe I can have my brother take you down? Such thoughts were exhilarating. Now, let us not delay. It's your first day of classes, and you must not be late, Yumu gently urged as she finished arranging his attire. Yin Kong nodded, finding great comfort in this familial warmth. His father is indeed fortunate to have found such a gentle woman. Glancing at his father, who was tapping his empty bowl, Yin Kong rolled his eyes, pondering, shouldn't you be the one taking me to school at my age? Imagining his father's scheming expression, Yin Kong kicked a stone on the ground, feeling frustrated with such a careless parent. Hey, Yin Kong. Just as he was about to turn the corner, a voice pierced through the morning calm, enough to disturb anyone's sweet dreams. He turned around to see a dusty figure approach him. I thought of you when I saw your silhouette, and here you are. It was Obito, appearing quite breathless, as if he had been running for quite some time. What brings you here? Your route to school doesn't pass through this way? Yin Kong questioned, puzzled. The Uchiha residence and his own were positioned on either side of the ninja academy, making this path unnecessary for Obito. I came to walk with you. I was worried you might get lost or encounter any trouble. I can protect you, Obito declared, wearing a confident expression as if he could handle anything. Trouble? You are the biggest troublemaker. Yin Kong silently scoffed, though he felt a surge of warmth. After all, Obito had a personality akin to Naruto. If you showed him even a hint of kindness, he would readily offer his heart in return. Observing that Obito was empty-handed, Yin Kong inquired, why didn't you bring anything? We want to be going home for lunch. What will you eat? Unlike schools in the Great Celestial Empire, the Ninja Academy lacked a cafeteria or snack stalls. What? We're not going home for lunch? I had been wondering why my grandmother prepared a bento for me, Obito replied innocently. And then? Yin Kong inquired. Having prepared a bento box, where's the bento? I ended up eating it along with breakfast, replied Obito in a hushed tone. Are you a pig? How can you consume so much without feeling discomfort? Yin Kong retorted, speechless. I do feel a bit stuffed. Obito, however, was still the naive child he had always been, so foolishly innocent. What am I supposed to do for lunch then? The oblivious Obito finally grasped the most crucial piece of information. Indeed, what shall we do for lunch? Yin Kong remarked, exasperated at Obito's delayed realization. Observing the gleam in Obito's eyes, Yin Kong quickly refused. Do not even think of it. I shan't part with my bento. Did you not say we are partners? A partner is someone you can trust to watch your back. Besides, it's just a bento. We can share it half and half, Obito asserted with conviction. By the heavens. Yin Kong mused inwardly, realizing how swiftly Obito had returned his words from yesterday, showcasing his thick skin and cunning nature. Yin Kong stared intently at Obito, who began to blush with embarrassment. Perhaps you could spare me a small portion? I can manage with less until after school, Obito suggested tentatively. Obito, could you refrain from gazing at me with those adorably naive eyes? I have no interest in children, especially young boys. Yin Kong lamented internally, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Surely, Obito could not be feigning such an expression. Thankfully, Obito had yet to become the scheming villain he would eventually be, and Yin Kong failed to detect any signs of pretense. Otherwise, he would have promptly kicked Obito to the ground and fled. Unable to bear Obito's pitiful demeanor any longer, Yunkong relented and decided not to tease him further. He removed his shoulder bag and handed it to Obito, saying, "You take a look for yourself." Obito eagerly accepted the bag and opened it to find 2 bento boxes nestled inside. "Is one of these mine?" he inquired cautiously. "I cannot say for certain." "I do not resemble a pig," Yunkong replied, raising his hands in mock surrender as he walked away with a resigned tone. After walking for a while, Yunkong realized that Obito had not followed. Just as he turned around, he was unexpectedly tackled by Obito, who exclaimed, "Yunkong, you are truly too good to me. Since my parents passed, aside from my grandmother, you are the only one who has shown me such kindness." With that, he wiped his tears and snot on Yunkong's clothing. "Goodness, there is no need for such dramatics. This is a new outfit I just put on today. Obito, please keep your distance." Yunkong lamented internally, struggling to push Obito away. To his surprise, Obito clung on tightly, making it impossible to shake him off. After what felt like an eternity, Obito finally released Yunkong. At that moment, Yunkong's attire was beyond salvaging, yet he chose to remain silent. Once Obito had finished his heartfelt declarations, he turned to Yunkong and declared, "From this day forth, you are my little brother. If anyone dares to bully you, let me know, and I shall deal with them." With that, Obito gallantly approached Yunkong, delivering 2 firm pats on his shoulder. Yunkong stood in stunned silence, his mind racing with disbelief. This doesn't seem right. This scenario is all wrong. It should be me who is providing support and sustenance. Shouldn't Obito have said, "Big brother, from now on, you are my elder brother, and I shall follow you wherever you go. You tell me whom to eliminate, and I shall do so"? How has it come to this? In an instant, Yunkong felt as though his intellect was insufficient. Observing Yunkong lost in a stupor, Obito jovially patted him on the back twice. "What's wrong, Yunkong? Are you overly excited?" It was only then that Yunkong snapped back to reality. "Excited, my foot." Without reservation, he grasped Obito by the collar and shook him vigorously. "Are you truly the Obito from yesterday? You haven't been impersonated, have you?" He continued to shake until Obito rolled his eyes, finally releasing his grip. "Who taught you these words, kid? They don't sound like something a normal person would say." After a considerable moment, Obito managed to catch his breath. "I read it in a book that stated a powerful ninja behaves in this manner." "What book?" "The Legend of the Sage of 6 Paths," Obito replied. "All right, bring it to me tomorrow. And from now on, don't believe everything you read in books. If I weren't so patient, I would have long since ended you." Yunkong straightened his attire and turned back toward school. "Damn it, who wrote such a shameless book? I must pay a visit." To transform the naive Uchiha Obito into this overnight, such a miraculous artifact is better kept in my possession. Yunkong's thoughts began to wander again. "Yunkong, your backpack." Noticing Yunkong's strong reaction, Obito momentarily abandoned the idea of taking him under his wing. He hurriedly caught up with Yunkong, intending to return the backpack. "Doesn't it have your bento inside?" Yunkong remarked. "Then you should carry it, lest someone snatch it away." All right." Clearly, the allure of the bento was significant, as Obito quickly slung the backpack over his shoulder. "Is this truly the Obito I know?" Yunkong pondered. Naive, innocent, kind, and most importantly, foolish, this version of Obito was indeed the better one. Yunkong felt a sense of joy. Perhaps due to Yunkong's influence, Obito accompanied him without delay, and they arrived just in time as the bell rang for class. They chose a seat in the last row, nestled in the corner, as their new middle-ranking teacher walked into the classroom. The teacher appeared quite ordinary, wearing a light green vest with a forehead protector affixed to his brow, and sporting shoulder-length black hair that gave off a somewhat flamboyant vibe. He appeared to be in his 30s. "Hello everyone, I am your middle-ranking teacher, Yamada No. For the next 6 years, I will guide you until you become outstanding ninjas." Listening to Yamada's introduction, Yunkong reflected, "It seems that this Yamada No, Yamada is rather amiable, but I haven't heard of him. Could he be yet another disposable character?" Yamada No briefly introduced himself and outlined the structure of ninja school life, summarizing it as morning theory classes and afternoon practical sessions. Furthermore, a brief introduction was provided regarding the rules of the ninja school, emphasizing punctuality, the prohibition of absenteeism, and the necessity of respecting teachers. Notably, the matter of submitting assignments on time was highlighted, as the ninja school typically does not assign homework. On this point, Yunkong expressed his utmost approval. Subsequently, students were invited to introduce themselves, beginning from the right side and moving towards the back. After conveying the necessary information, Teacher Yamada willingly relinquished the floor to the students. Following Teacher Yamada's address, a bespectacled boy seated in the front row was the first to rise, greeting everyone with, "Hello, my name is..." What was it again? Unfortunately, during the student introductions, Yinkong found himself embroiled in a prolonged battle between his eyelids. Despite his efforts to remain alert and listen to Teacher Yamada, he forced himself to ask Taito to rouse him when it was his turn, only to succumb to slumber and fall to the ground, completely asleep. Yinkong's actions did not escape Teacher Yamada's notice, yet the teacher chose to disregard them. Clearly, Yinkong was a student deemed unworthy of attention. Hailing from a common family without any extraordinary ninja abilities, he held little significance. Rather than focus on Yinkong, attention was diverted to Kakashi, the prodigious son of Konoha's White Fang, and Tokuwa, who was rumored to have already mastered several ninjutsu techniques. Alongside Taito, there were also 2 youths from the Uchiha clan and 3 from the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi families, respectively. Additionally, there were a few other students. Though not from prominent families, their parents were also ninjas, placing them above Yinkong, a mere civilian's child. In Yinkong's eyes, his future achievements would at best amount to that of a chunin, and he feared he might one day be relegated to mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yinkong's slumber was deep and restorative, perhaps due to the sheer number of students or the lengthy introductions, or perhaps simply because he had chosen an exceptionally comfortable seat. By the time Taito awoke him, only 2 students, including himself, had yet to introduce themselves. As it was now Taito's turn, he stood up, straightened his clothes, and declared, "Hello, my name is Uchiha Taito, and I aspire to become Hokage." Yinkong pondered. As it seemed the previous speaker had also expressed a desire to attain the same lofty goal. Was the position of Hokage truly so coveted? Rubbing his still sleepy eyes, he mused. "My favorite foods include red bean dumplings, Yinkong's family's purple rice cakes, and various sweets. I excel in fire techniques and am on the verge of mastering our Uchiha clan's signature technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Of course, my shuriken skills are quite formidable as well. That's all." As Uchiha Taito took his seat, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Taito eagerly acknowledged the applause with nods towards his admirers, though it was unclear how many were truly applauding for the Uchiha name. It appeared that Taito was indeed quite popular, Yinkong reflected, perhaps due to the expectation that Uchiha Taito would become a powerful ninja. After the introduction by Obito, Yinkong slowly rose to his feet and took a deep breath. "Hello everyone, my name is Yinkong. Yin means cloud, and Kong signifies the sky." Just as Yinkong began to introduce himself, the bell rang abruptly, interrupting him. The sound of the bell was sudden and jarring, causing Yinkong to pause. It occurred to him that, given the classroom's ambience, the audience might not catch what he was saying anyway. Thus, he decided to hold his tongue until the ringing ceased. The bell's clangor was brief, lasting mere seconds. But when Yinkong prepared to resume his self-promotion, the teacher, Yamada, interjected with remarkable speed. "All right, let us thank Yinkong for his introduction. Let us give him a round of applause." The classroom erupted into scattered applause, leaving Yinkong with an overwhelming desire to strangle the teacher. "For heaven's sake, either let me finish or don't let me start at all. What does it mean to cut me off halfway?" Before Yinkong could fully process his frustration, Yamada swiftly declared, "That concludes our morning classes. You are dismissed." With that, he audaciously utilized a technique to vanish from the classroom. This atmosphere was bewildering. It was the first time Yinkong had encountered a teacher more eager to leave than the students. Yinkong twisted his neck, feeling the fatigue settle in. He slumped back down, thinking that had he known the morning classes would be this dull, he might as well have stayed home to catch up on sleep. Yinkong intended to resume his daydreams. Recalling that just before being roused by Obito, he had been enmeshed in thoughts of acquiring several young girls for some educational endeavors. Back to sleep, he sighed. However, before he could re-enter his reverie, Obito nudged him once more. "I'm hungry," Obito said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Then eat." "Do you expect me to prepare it for you?" Yinkong replied, his eyes still clouded with drowsiness. "But the bento is in your bag," Obito clarified, clearly indicating his reluctance to rummage through Yinkong's belongings. Realizing what Obito meant, Yinkong abruptly shook off his drowsiness. "Come on, you opened it on the way to school, didn't you? Besides, you've been carrying your bag the whole time. It's right there in the drawer in front of you. What is there to be shy about?" At that moment, Yinkong marveled at Obito's innocence, a boy so pure that he refrained from touching others' things. with his sleep thoroughly disrupted. Yinkong accepted the bento Obito handed him and stood up. Let us find a quieter place outside to eat. I doubt there are any restrictions against dining in the classrooms at this academy. His gaze drifted around the room, observing the other students who had already taken out their lunches, some even gathering together to sample each other's dishes. The classroom was undeniably noisy, or rather, exceedingly so. On the first day of school, the youth, filled with wonder at the new experiences and having just made new friends, quickly shed the constraints of parental oversight and embarked on a path of unrestrained freedom. Yinkong observed several exuberant individuals engaging in playful antics with their lunches. He muttered a curse, foreseeing their inevitable hunger pangs, and departed the classroom with Dato. The school was modest in size, and Yinkong swiftly led Dato to a tranquil spot, the swing set where Naruto often found solace. However, it was likely that Naruto was currently nestled within the confines of Minato's being. As Yinkong settled onto the swing, he beckoned Dato, who promptly joined him. Lacking a specific destination, their only objective was to find a place to eat, a notion that aligned with Dato's character, who followed Yinkong out of the classroom. Upon finding a suitable spot, Dato eagerly took his place beside Yinkong on the swing and quickly retrieved his lunch, revealing the essence of a true foodie. As he savored his meal, he offered a few enthusiastic compliments about the deliciousness of Yun's mother's cooking. Just focus on your meal. My mother isn't here. Save your flattery for when you actually meet her, Yinkong replied nonchalantly, savoring each bite of his lunch. Did you pay attention during our self-introductions in class? Yinkong inquired, chewing thoughtfully, having enjoyed a refreshing nap earlier that morning. Yes, Dato replied, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Were there any noteworthy classmates? Yinkong probed. What do you mean by noteworthy? Dato asked, pondering. He had only two individuals in mind, unsure if they aligned with Yinkong's criteria for significance. Consider those who might pose a threat to you, or whom you subconsciously wish to regard with greater importance, Yinkong articulated. The self-introductions, while a mere formality for the students, also served as an initial lesson in gathering intelligence, a fundamental skill for aspiring ninjas. Among our classmates, the only ones I deem noteworthy are another Uchiha and a girl from the Hyuga clan, along with this generation's Inoshikacho trio. Yet, they hardly concern me, Dato replied thoughtfully. However, there is one boy whom I find formidable. He carries an aura of bloodlust about him, suggesting he has encountered violence, though perhaps not of the human variety. Oh, I had no idea I missed so much by simply resting. Perhaps this is why our teacher, Yamadano, holds me in such low regard, Yinkong mused. Who is it? He inquired. The son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, named Kakashi Hatake, Dato answered, momentarily pausing his voracious eating to adopt a serious demeanor. I encountered him a few days ago. Even then, he exhibited a flawless mastery of a Doton technique. I can only imagine his progress since then. Indeed. Upon hearing Obito's words, Yinkong gradually exhaled a sigh of relief, having initially feared the emergence of an unexpected rival. It turned out to be Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, the foremost technician of the Hidden Leaf. Reassured, Yinkong declared to Obito that he would never be inferior to anyone. Observing Obito's serious demeanor, Yinkong uncharacteristically offered him a word of comfort. However, he soon realized that his previous remark was akin to feeding it to the dogs, for the very next moment, Obito, who had appeared so solemn, unabashedly exclaimed, Of course, I am destined to become Hokage. Seeing Obito's newfound fervor, Yinkong could only console himself with the thought that Obito had yet to face setbacks. Once he repeatedly failed in challenging Kakashi, Yinkong believed he would be better suited to offer him solace then. After finishing his bento, Yinkong leisurely retrieved his water bottle from his backpack, taking a couple of sips before extending it to Obito, who was nearly choking on his lunch. Under normal circumstances, Yinkong, with his fastidious nature, would never have lent his water bottle to Obito, but he could not withstand the pitiful look in Obito's eyes and reluctantly passed it over, inwardly cursing, Damn it. I have my own cleanliness standards. He then reassured himself, well, it's Obito Uchiha after all, and he is destined to be the future boss. So I shall consider it a good deed. After satisfying his hunger, he felt the need to remain still, the best course being to find a place to lie down. Yinkong felt himself in that precise state, having just eaten, basking in the warm sunlight, and yawning once more after waking. Meanwhile, Obito, brimming with energy, was enthusiastically swinging on the swings. For Obito, life was perfect. He had found a true friend who sincerely cared for him, and the friend's family did not harbor any disdain for him. Time passed blissfully as he and his friend engaged in idle chatter and sunbathing, discussing life and dreams rather than mere boastfulness. Observing Obito's joyful antics, Yunkong yawned again and said, "Obito, you play here for a while. I'll find a place to rest." No sooner had he spoken than an unpleasant voice interrupted from behind. "Hey, kid, hurry up and vacate the swing. My brother wants to play." Yunkong, who had half risen, found himself sitting back down, turning to see who dared to demand such a thing. Did they not see the future boss, Obito, right there? He scoffed internally, "You'll be obliterated in an instant if you cross him." However, Yunkong did not intend to yield. His character was such that he preferred gentle persuasion over force. If the two had approached him amicably, he might have considered relinquishing the swing, as he had no particular fondness for it. Yet, with their loud demands, he found himself even less inclined to comply. After all, school was a microcosm of society, where those with a gentle disposition often met unfortunate ends. Is there not an old saying, "Gold belts for murder and arson, while the roads and bridges bear no corpses"? Yunkong, with an irritated expression, gazed at the three individuals who had just entered. The two subordinates at the forefront appeared to be just as ordinary as Yunkong, but the one behind them was none other than a member of the Uchiha clan. "Obito, is it now fashionable among the Uchiha to recruit subordinates?" Yunkong inquired with a teasing tone. The signs of the Uchiha clan's downfall were unmistakable. Observing the current behavior of its members, Yunkong could only scoff. In less than half a morning, 2 subordinates were acquired. Recruiting subordinates was one thing, but one would expect at least someone of the caliber of Kakashi or Obito, or at the very least, the likes of Inoshikacho. What were these 2 individuals even supposed to represent? They had the audacity to provoke hatred against the Uchiha without assessing their own worth. Yunkong was tempted to ask if those 2 subordinates were indeed not specifically there to tarnish the Uchiha name. Initially, Yunkong had no interest in their degradation, as it seemed irrelevant to him. However, upon realizing he was also part of the Uchiha lineage and witnessing the current state of the clan, it was difficult to overlook the fact that his father had no intention of acknowledging his ancestry. On one hand, it was in accordance with the will of Uchiha Madara. On the other, it was evident to anyone. Fortunately, his father had not acted foolishly, or else Yunkong would have found himself inexplicably entangled in the Uchiha's demise. Yet, Obito's attention was not on Yunkong's mockery, for he spotted an acquaintance. Indeed, it was a familiar face, though not a friendly one. "Young Master Lu," Obito stammered as he observed the approaching Uchiha youth. "Ah, is that not the renowned future Hokage, Uchiha Obito?" Uchiha Lu remarked, immediately switching to a mode of ridicule as he approached. "What is this? Have you, a mere branch family member, also taken on a subordinate?" Uchiha Lu said, appraising Yunkong from head to toe. Yunkong, however, merely smiled in response to Uchiha Lu's gaze, inwardly cursing, "What a fool." It was baffling how the Uchiha could produce remarkable individuals like Madara, Obito, Itachi, Shisui, and even Sasuke, yet also give rise to such obvious imbeciles. "Well, Obito, I am now off to play on the swings, so you and your little subordinate can kindly step aside," Uchiha Lu commanded, shifting his focus away from Yunkong and directly addressing Obito. Obito found himself in a difficult position. Logically, he and Yunkong had claimed this spot first, and he could not simply yield. Moreover, Obito was nursing a sense of pride, so what if he was of a branch family? He was not necessarily inferior to them. However, the ingrained teachings of hierarchy had instilled in him an instinct to urge Yunkong to move aside promptly. Yunkong observed Obito in silence, curious about his reaction. In fact, one could say Obito's choice would determine the nature of his relationship with Yunkong moving forward. If Obito chose to avoid conflict now, even if he were destined to become a significant figure in the future, Yunkong would likely part ways with him. Indeed, Obito's choice did not disappoint Yunkong. "I apologize, Master Lu, but this place has already been claimed by me and Yunkong. Please seek another location," Dato replied, gradually resuming his seated position. "What?" Uchiha Lu was taken aback, astonished that the typically timid Dato would dare to refuse him. For a moment, Uchiha Lu found himself at a loss for words. "Did you not hear? He told you to leave." Yunkong interjected without hesitation, his words directed not only at Uchiha Lu but also at Dato. At present, Dato remained rather naive. No, he had always been so. Having already offended others, why should he express regret? Strike the snake, and it may turn to bite you instead. Yun Kong wished to convey to Dato that if the opponent intended to be your enemy, there was no need for courtesy. Simply eliminate them without hesitation. What did you say? Uchiha Lu regained his composure and pointed an accusing finger at Dato, unleashing a torrent of vulgarities. Yun Kong, observing Uchiha Lu's immediate aggression towards Dato, was left utterly speechless. Is this the current state of the Uchiha clan? It resembled the time when three foolish individuals relentlessly sought trouble with Uchiha Itachi, only to be confronted and soundly beaten. Yet, Yun Kong found himself somewhat admiring Uchiha Lu. As he hurled insults at Dato, a plethora of profanities rolled off his tongue, clearly indicating that such behavior was not uncommon for him. Dato, if a rabid dog were to bark at me in such a manner, I would gladly let you experience the taste of dog meat hot pot, Yun Kong remarked, observing Dato's increasingly darkening expression. What did you just say, you little brat? Are you seeking death? Perhaps Yun Kong's words invigorated Dato, for Uchiha Lu turned his fierce gaze towards him, signaling to the two youths beside him. Beat him up, quickly. The two young men, quick to understand their leader's intent, sprang into action. The blonde-haired youth stepped forward, placing a hand on Yun Kong's shoulder. Kid, do you have any idea who you've offended? As he spoke, he balled his other hand into a fist and aimed a punch at Yun Kong's cheek. However, as a reincarnated individual from our great nation, even if I have never eaten pork, I have seen pigs run. In my previous life, I had watched countless videos online on Tai Chi, Bagua, and various grappling techniques. In a flash, Yun Kong seized the hand that rested on his shoulder and twisted it with remarkable force. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of a bone fracturing. Yun Kong himself was surprised by the strength he had displayed. Perhaps the chakra he had refined the previous day was at play. He reasoned that his previous strength had not been so formidable, attributing it to the chakra's inherent ability to enhance physical capabilities. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, his actions did not falter. After breaking the blonde youth's left wrist, Yun Kong swiftly rose to his feet and delivered a powerful kick to the youth's right shoulder. Another resounding crack followed, the sound of a shattered shoulder bone. Had it not been for Yun Kong's mercy, the blow he intended for the yellow-haired youth would have undoubtedly struck him down, perhaps even fatally. Yun Kong was not averse to taking a life. He understood that as a ninja, such a fate would eventually befall him. Instead, his apprehension stemmed from the thought of inadvertently causing the death of a classmate at the Ninja Academy, leaving him with no means of justification. In such a scenario, returning to a mundane existence would be rendered impossible, with the only alternatives being imprisonment in the village's confines or a desperate escape. However, at his current age and skill level, fleeing the village would be akin to presenting oneself as an easy target, perhaps even incapable of achieving escape. Yet, Yun Kong was resolute in not allowing the youth to evade punishment. Kindness could invite exploitation, and the weak are often trampled. With an expressionless demeanor, Yun Kong placed his foot upon the fallen youth's hand, deliberately twisting it. The yellow-haired boy, already racked with agony from prior fractures in his wrist and shoulder, now emitted intermittent cries of pain, exacerbated by Yun Kong's cruel actions. How ruthless. I find it rather appealing, Yun Kong mused, oblivious to the pale-faced youth observing him from beyond the iron fence. As he witnessed the spectacle of Yun Kong overpowering the yellow-haired boy, the observer involuntarily parted his lips, his long tongue flickering in the air. Yun Kong, glancing sideways, noticed another boy with black hair, unremarkable in appearance yet sporting a nose ring, an emblem of delinquency. What a truly unruly youth, he thought. Little did Yun Kong realize that his demeanor was far more nefarious than that of the boy with the piercing, and his indifference to the cries of the boy beneath him sent a chill down the spine of the observed youth, who lamented what kind of twisted individual he had encountered. In that moment, the boy with the nose ring made a decisive choice. With a cry that was less a rallying shout and more a desperate lament, he turned and fled, tears streaming down his face, stumbling in his haste without a backward glance. Am I truly that terrifying? Yun Kong pondered as he touched his own cheek, convinced of his own attractiveness. He then turned to the dumbfounded figures of Obito and Uchiha Lu. Though Yun Kong's actions bore the mark of a lower-tier ninja, Uchiha Lu mustered the courage to speak. Do not approach. I am of the Uchiha clan. Yet, even as he spoke, he instinctively retreated a step, the fear instilled by Yun Kong's earlier display lingering in his heart. However, pride as a member of the Uchiha clan forbade him from turning tail and fleeing. Fear not. I shall not come closer, Yun Kong declared, giving the yellow-haired youth a kick to shove him away from the swing before resuming his seat. With Obito here, that is sufficient. Obito? Uchiha Lu cast a sidelong glance at Obito. Although Yun Kong had frightened him, it did not equate to a fear of Obito. Yet, this glance ignited Obito's fury, memories of his own mistreatment at the hands of his kin transforming him into a frenzied bull, devoid of reason. Without any warning, Obito took a sudden step forward and unleashed a powerful right hook aimed at Uchiha Ryu's left cheek. However, Uchiha Ryu, as a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, had undergone training that far surpassed that of Obito, who was merely from the branch family. Uchiha Ryu raised his left hand, using his right hand to shield his head. Although he managed to block Obito's strike, the sheer force caused him to stagger and lean to one side. While Obito may not have received extensive training, he possessed a fierce combat instinct, knowing to seize the opportunity when his opponent was vulnerable. After delivering his punch, he immediately leaped up, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Uchiha Ryu's head. This time, Uchiha Ryu demonstrated cleverness by not standing his ground. He quickly ducked, narrowly evading Obito's attack. The gust from Obito's kick ruffled Uchiha Ryu's stylish hair. Seizing this moment of evasion, Uchiha Ryu shifted the tide of the battle in his favor. Obito, you are quite impressive to dare strike at me, he declared, taking up a combat stance while admonishing Obito. A psychological assault is also a form of combat. Obito remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Ryu with the intensity of a venomous serpent. As Yun Kong contemplated warning Obito, he realized that Obito's combat acumen was commendably high. Once he decided to engage, he would not hold back. Wasn't Obito deemed the underdog merely due to his name? Observing closely, Yun Kong noted that many young fighters lacked even the basic combat skills that Obito displayed. In a moment of distraction, Yun Kong forgot that Obito had earned his underdog title after being defeated by Kakashi. And speaking of Kakashi, can one honestly say that there exists a rival among the current generation that compares to him? Setting aside Kakashi's innate talent and diligent efforts, who could match the teachings of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake? While Yun Kong was lost in thought, Obito and Uchiha Ryu became entangled once again in combat. Overall, Uchiha Ryu had managed to regain some advantage, though it was only slight. Perhaps due to more extensive training, Obito gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Crossing his arms in front of him, he took a blow from Uchiha Itachi's kick, sliding back several meters. Clearly, this setback stemmed from Obito's lack of experience. Nevertheless, Obito possessed a resilience that Uchiha Ryu lacked, his ability to absorb punishment. Up to this point, due to insufficient training and the absence of systematic education, Obito had endured several covert setbacks during their exchanges. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. As time passed, Obito began to reclaim his standing. What initially seemed like a one-sided struggle was evolving into a balanced confrontation. If this trend continued, Obito would likely emerge victorious. With the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, Yun Kong could discern this outcome. Indeed, in the ensuing battle, Obito found himself increasingly adept, gradually gaining the upper hand, while Uchiha Ryu felt increasingly outmatched. Suddenly, Obito delivered a powerful kick to Uchiha Ryu's chest. Although Uchiha Ryu managed to deflect it, the tremendous force still surged into him, causing him to stagger backward. Something felt amiss. Uchiha Ryu should have been able to evade that kick. At least, Yun Kong believed that Uchiha Ryu had not been driven to such desperation by Obito. In an instant, Yun Kong's eyes narrowed as he observed Uchiha Ryu beginning to form hand seals. Though slow, his determination was palpable. Yun Kong recognized the seal all too well. It was the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique. Obito, quickly dodge, Yun Kong exclaimed, rising to his feet with urgency. Clearly, there was little time left to either evade or interrupt Uchiha Ryu, who had already created sufficient distance from Obito. Meanwhile, Obito noticed Uchiha Ryu's incantation. In that fleeting moment, he made a decision. Identical hand seals appeared in his hands, but he was evidently lagging behind Uchiha Ryu. Moreover, from Yun Kong's memory, it seemed Obito had yet to fully master this technique. The Great Fireball technique, being an A-rank ninjutsu, typically posed little threat to main characters in the series. Yet Yun Kong knew that many lesser foes had met their demise at the hands of fire-based techniques. Presently, Obito was no exception, merely a pawn in this battle. In a moment of panic, Yun Kong's gaze fell upon a half-broken brick beside a grand tree. With a surge of speed, he stomped the ground. and chakra inexplicably surged around his foot, propelling him nearly 8 meters to the tree, where he seized the brick. On the other side, Uchiha-ru shouted, "Fire style, great fireball," while Obito was still completing his hand seals. Just as Uchiha-ru began to unleash his final ninjutsu, Yinkong shouted, "Fire at your head," and hurled the brick with all his might towards Uchiha-ru. The shattered brick whistled through the air as it hurtled towards him. Uchiha-ru now faced two choices: to continue his ninjutsu and risk being struck by the brick, or to abandon his technique and evade. He was barely managing to channel his ninjutsu, each release demanding his full attention, leaving no room for movement. Of course, there was a third option: to decisively use his ninjutsu to obliterate the incoming brick. Given the destructive power of the Great Fireball technique, he could easily annihilate the projectile. Furthermore, Yinkong and the brick were on a direct trajectory, and with a stroke of luck, Uchiha-ru might even counterattack Yinkong. The Great Fireball technique was, after all, a ninjutsu that combined offense and defense, epitomizing the notion that the best offense is the best defense. Regrettably, Uchiha-ru appeared momentarily paralyzed by the approaching brick, forgetting both his ninjutsu and the need to evade. He could only watch in horror as the brick hurtled toward his head. Yinkong, witnessing Uchiha-ru's current state, was equally taken aback. "You need to dodge," he thought. His intent had merely been to compel Uchiha-ru to relinquish his ninjutsu, not to end his life. If this brick were too hard, and the strength exerted was excessive, then Yinkong would truly feel as if fate had dealt him a cruel blow. "This is the Uchiha clan," Yinkong lamented internally once more, hoping that no harm would come to an innocent. Otherwise, unwittingly taking the life of a child from an ordinary family would already be a grievous sin, let alone one from the Uchiha household. Yinkong could only pray that the force he had just applied was minimal. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to flee. For remaining in the village would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of the Uchiha, potentially endangering his parents as well. Even revealing his Uchiha identity might not guarantee his safety. The only individuals capable of offering protection would be the likes of Orochimaru and Danzo. However, Yinkong was resolutely opposed to seeking refuge with someone like Orochimaru or Danzo. Just as the brick was about to descend upon Uchiha-ru, Yinkong's heart raced in trepidation. Suddenly, before Uchiha-ru, a figure appeared, a young man with long black hair and an unnaturally pale complexion, yet strikingly handsome. Rather than feeling relief at this unexpected appearance, Yinkong's instinct was to turn and flee. Orochimaru was the person Yinkong dreaded encountering above all others, his fear of Orochimaru surpassing even that of the merciless Danzo. With a casual motion, Orochimaru grasped the brick as if it were drawn to his hand, effortlessly catching it. Orochimaru smiled at Yinkong, exerting a slight pressure in his palm, causing the brick to disintegrate into ash. Yinkong found himself transfixed by Orochimaru, and under the latter's gaze, he swallowed hard, struggling to maintain composure. Despite his efforts to avert his eyes, Orochimaru resembled a vast black hole, captivating Yinkong's attention inexorably. In that moment, Yinkong comprehended the feeling of being scrutinized with ill intent, much like Sasuke had experienced years prior. And the current Orochimaru was not yet at his peak. The palpable aura of menace enveloped Yinkong like a swarm of tiny blades. Irrespective of how he attempted to evade it, it remained firmly lodged in his throat. This was an overwhelming presence, a force that commanded respect and instilled fear. And Yinkong realized that Orochimaru intended to engrave this very essence upon him. Just then, Obito, who had been nurturing his jutsu, finally unleashed it. Although the resulting fireball was modest in size, merely half a meter in diameter, it surged toward Orochimaru with a newfound intensity, far surpassing the small flames Obito previously conjured. The fireball, though not particularly swift, showcased the might of ninjutsu, distorting the air in its wake due to the high temperature, leaving a scorched trail on the ground. However, such a level of ninjutsu was evidently ineffective against Orochimaru. As the fireball approached, Orochimaru vanished before it, exhibiting remarkable speed, evading the impending threat without even resorting to a substitution technique. He simply employed a swift body flicker to evade the oncoming fireball. Yinkong felt an immense sense of relief. For at that moment, Obito's ninjutsu had interrupted Orochimaru's overwhelming momentum. Had it not been for Obito's technique, Yinkong might have been left with a lingering shadow in his heart. Much like Kakashi later on, who, despite his formidable prowess, often found himself overshadowed by Orochimaru. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared 10 meters behind Yinkong, casually discarding the Uchiha fan he had been holding. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, was fixed upon Yinkong and Obito. Although Obito's psychological assault had been thwarted by his ninjutsu, leaving no scars on Yinkong's mind, Orochimaru remained indifferent. Given his stature, such marks were of little concern to him. At this moment, Obito was drenched in sweat, as if he had just engaged in a strenuous ordeal. The great fireball technique still posed a significant burden for him. Dragging his heavy body, he approached Yinkong, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the quietly standing Orochimaru. One could not deny Orochimaru's undeniable allure, even when one could clearly perceive his malevolence. There existed an inexplicable charm that drew one closer. Yinkong, however, was uncertain if this was merely an illusion. After a brief silence, Yinkong seemed to snap back to reality. Grasping the still astonished Obito, he bowed respectfully towards Orochimaru, addressing him as Lord Orochimaru. Regardless of his awareness of Orochimaru's numerous misdeeds and the widespread disdain he garnered. In this moment, Orochimaru was still one of the legendary Sannin and a potential candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage in the future. To Yinkong's surprise, Orochimaru returned the gesture with a courteous nod, acknowledging both him and Obito. Next time, it would be prudent to engage in training under a teacher's supervision. Otherwise, such private sparring sessions can be perilous, Orochimaru rasped. Yes, thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Yinkong replied with another respectful bow. Obito's recent fire technique had already drawn the attention of the teachers at the Ninja Academy. Given the typical response of the Uchiha clan, it was highly likely that Yinkong and Obito would face expulsion, as the private battle could have inadvertently led to serious consequences. A scenario strictly forbidden within the academy and the village of Konoha. However, Orochimaru's remarks had effectively mitigated the situation, qualifying the encounter as a sparring session without a teacher present. Consequently, any potential punishment would likely amount to little more than a verbal reprimand, as it appeared that the academy lacked any severe disciplinary measures. This effectively salvaged the futures of Yinkong and Obito. Though Yinkong had briefly entertained the idea of withdrawing from the academy upon learning of his family's prominence, he ultimately dismissed that notion. His education at the Ninja Academy was invaluable, allowing him to comprehend the disparities between himself and other ninjas. Isolation in one's endeavors was unwise. It was imperative to venture into the world. Orochimaru's words also served to bolster Yinkong and Obito's standing, subtly informing the Uchiha clan that they were individuals deemed worthy by Orochimaru himself, thus deterring any potential retribution from certain sycophants within the Uchiha family. Thus, Yinkong solemnly bowed to Orochimaru, expressing his sincere gratitude. In his heart, he even mused that perhaps Orochimaru was not so malevolent after all. What constitutes wickedness? Anything that proves detrimental to oneself is deemed bad. Anyone who poses a disadvantage is labeled a villain. As for Orochimaru's intentions to kill his master, annihilate his lineage, and conduct gruesome experiments on villagers, or his plans to obliterate the wood industry, so long as it bore no consequence to Yinkong, Orochimaru remained merely a passerby in his eyes. Regardless of how despicable Orochimaru might become in the future, Yinkong was genuinely thankful to him at this moment. Yinkong's swift reaction took Orochimaru by surprise. A 6-year-old child, even in the world of Naruto, exhibiting such maturity was indeed remarkable. It instilled in Orochimaru a modicum of respect for Yinkong, who had initially garnered his attention solely for his fierce combat style. Yet, this respect was fleeting. Yinkong was still not worthy of significant regard in Orochimaru's eyes. Nonetheless, Orochimaru unconsciously extended his tongue, swirling it rapidly around the corners of his mouth. Interesting, he murmured. Perhaps this was a habit born of Orochimaru's excitement. But upon witnessing this gesture, Yinkong felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Goodness, how terrifying. Even if he were a benevolent soul, I should maintain my distance. Had it not been for Yinkong's resilient composure, he might have turned and fled. The afternoon classes are about to commence. You should hurry to the classroom, Orochimaru instructed, turning away and silently departing. Unlike Jiraiya, who idled away his time, he had much to attend to, especially with the Second Shinobi World War recently concluded. Orochimaru-sama is truly amiable, exclaimed Obito, startling Yinkong with such a nearsighted remark as they watched Orochimaru's graceful exit. As Orochimaru vanished, The hidden teachers of the Ninja Academy remained undetected as they quietly withdrew, although Yunkong had already inferred from Orochimaru's words that others lurked in the shadows. Orochimaru-sama is indeed kind, Obito remarked, observing the departing figure. Yunkong was left utterly dumbfounded. It was the first time someone had described Orochimaru as kind. Truly, Obito was remarkable. His audacity was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ru, feeling a blend of embarrassment and rage, departed early. Had it not been for Orochimaru's intervention, he would have faced severe injury or even death today. He had long lost the face to linger any longer, and had Orochimaru not remained, he would have fled. Particularly since he had hoped Orochimaru would offer some comforting words to soothe his wounded spirit, yet the latter coldly disregarded him, casting him aside without a second thought. Yunkong turned and left the playground. However, he did not intend to return to the classroom. Instead, he made his way home. It seemed that during the first week, he had learned little. It would be more prudent to return home and diligently enhance his own strength. Although he had effortlessly dealt with a troublesome boy with yellow hair, that was only because the boy was a mere commoner, lacking even the ability to harness chakra. If fate were to bring me face to face with Uchiha Ru, I am certain that within just a few exchanges, Uchiha Ru would effortlessly impart to me the wisdom of existence. After all, one does not glean much knowledge at school. It is far more prudent to hasten home and fortify my abilities. With this thought in mind, Yunkong addressed Obito, who trailed a pace behind, saying, "Obito, I am feeling unwell this afternoon. I must return home. Would you accompany me?" Yunkong was concerned that if he left, and Uchiha Ru returned seeking trouble, Obito would be left to fend for himself and could suffer as a result. Observing Yunkong's vigorous demeanor, Obito immediately discerned that Yunkong intended to skip class. However, Obito hesitated, expressing, "Is it truly wise to skip class on the very first day?" He had made his stance clear. He aspired to be a diligent student, remaining in school to learn and improve daily. Then take care of yourself. Should Uchiha Ru come looking for trouble, fend for yourself if you can, but if not, run swiftly. I shall return home now. Yunkong had no intention of imposing his will upon Obito, yet he was equally resolute in disregarding Obito's counsel. After spending over 2 decades as a model student in his previous life, he resolved to embrace the role of a troublesome youth, one that would vex teachers and annoy classmates. "What will you say if the teacher inquires about your absence?" Obito asked, sensing Yunkong's disinterest in being the obedient student. "I shall say I have a stomach ache." Yunkong waved his hand dismissively and, under Obito's gaze, departed the campus. Eager to escape Obito's line of sight, he quickened his pace towards home. Driven by an urgent desire, he soon arrived at his residence. Yun's father, drowsily tending to his weapon shop, was startled by Yunkong's unexpected return and promptly inquired about the reason for his early arrival. Upon learning Yunkong's intentions, his father was both exasperated and amused, particularly at the notion of Yunkong having engaged in a fight on his very first day at school, something that seemed utterly incongruous with the quiet, inactive child he had known for 6 years. "Very well, wait a moment. I shall assist you in unlocking those seals," his father said, though he was somewhat resigned. Nevertheless, recognizing the importance of strengthening one's abilities in the world of ninjas, he acknowledged that other ninjas would not wait for Yunkong to mature. "No need. I extracted chakra last night. Just hand over the techniques to me," Yunkong replied. "Have you truly mastered it?" his father asked, skepticism evident in his tone. However, upon seeing Yunkong nod with unwavering conviction, he refrained from further insistence. Ultimately, the techniques would be passed on to Yunkong, whether sooner or later. After memorizing the techniques, Yunkong dashed towards the hidden chamber, disregarding his father's caution to call for assistance should he struggle to unlock the seals. In fact, it soon became evident that Yunkong possessed considerable aptitude as a ninja. After 2 attempts, he successfully deciphered the unlocking technique on his 3rd try. Before long, Yunkong found himself back in the subterranean room filled with books and scrolls. Gazing at the myriad of books that filled the room, Yunkong gradually settled down. The journey had wearied him, and he realized it was time to contemplate which ninjutsu to learn first. What was the technique of the 3 bodies again? Yunkong lifted his head, his eyes devoid of focus, while his mind raced through thoughts. Naturally, he aspired to master formidable techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique or the Impure World Reincarnation, but could he truly grasp them at his current level? Even if he could, was there any hope of finding such knowledge among these tomes? Yunkong was inclined to think not. Given his present chakra level, he deemed it futile to even consider A rank or S rank ninjutsu. Drawing from his previous experiences watching Naruto, he recognized that the first techniques to master were the three basic ninjutsu: the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. As for the rumored additional techniques of the three bodies, body flicker technique, invisibility technique, and paralysis technique, he could only scoff at the notion of mastering them with his current abilities. Among the three basic techniques, he knew that proficiency in the substitution technique was imperative. The transformation technique might occasionally come in handy, so learning it would suffice. As for the clone technique, he intended to directly pursue the shadow clone technique, thus rendering the regular clone technique unnecessary. Regarding the body flicker technique, invisibility technique, and paralysis technique, he could at least attempt to learn the body flicker technique. However, those who had truly mastered it, like the fourth Hokage, Hanzo of the Salamander, and Shursui, were exceedingly rare. He pondered whether he possessed such talent. Furthermore, there was the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the fire release, great fireball technique. He wondered if, as a member of the Uchiha, he had the affinity for fire. He regretted not asking his father for a chakra affinity test paper earlier. He had been far too hasty. Resolute, Yinkong touched his face and decided to focus on these ninjutsu: the clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, and the great fireball technique. I hope these books contain the knowledge I seek, he murmured to himself. Rising, he approached the bookshelf and began to peruse the volumes. He silently wished for his chakra to possess the fire attribute. It must be noted that the collection in the basement was remarkably extensive. Yinkong effortlessly located the 6 ninjutsu he sought and even took the time to skim through the titles of the entire library in the secret chamber. Fire release techniques comprised a significant portion, about 40%, while the remaining 30% was dedicated to genjutsu, and the last 30% included other elemental techniques like wind, earth, lightning, and water. Notably, there were also texts that could not be categorized strictly as ninjutsu, such as those exploring the Sharingan's applications and the intricacies of fire release techniques. Yinkong devoted the afternoon to memorizing the 3 basic techniques, the shadow clone technique, and the great fireball technique, while also gaining a general understanding of the library's content. As he stepped out of the secret chamber with light footsteps, a wave of triumph washed over him. These were treasures. Glancing back at the scrolls resting quietly on the shelf, Yinkong wore a satisfied expression. He emerged into his father's view, beaming with a smile. It seemed he had already grasped the techniques. What marvelous discoveries had brought him such joy? Yunfu leaned against the counter, gazing at the smile on Yinkong's face, and replied with a smile of his own. What else could it be? But the 3-body technique and the great fireball? What else? I wish to learn some formidable forbidden techniques, yet I have found them. But with my current abilities, can I truly master them? Yinkong shot Yunfu a blank stare and retorted, You worry too much. I'm not a child anymore. I no longer aspire to unattainable ambitions. Well, your father is just concerned for your well-being, Yunfu said, pressing his hand on Yinkong's head in a playful manner. Come now, our illustrious Yinkong. Is there not something you wish to discuss? Yunfu turned away, feeling somewhat bored, and picked up a weapon from the back counter, polishing it as he inquired, So, what is it? Yinkong, feeling a bit sheepish, chuckled, realizing that his father had quickly discerned his intentions. I would like a chakra paper to test my chakra attributes. He felt no shame. After all, his father's belongings would eventually belong to him, whether sooner or later. Why would you test that at such a young age? Yunfu asked. Has he already grasped the concept of chakra nature changes? Is he planning to learn about them? That seems unlikely. At such a tender age, even if he understands, he shouldn't be able to comprehend what it truly means. Surprised by his father's musings, Yinkong explained, I want to see if my chakra has a fire attribute because I wish to learn the fire release, great fireball technique. Oh, I see. Wait a moment. I'll fetch it for you, Yunfu responded. For an average household, chakra test paper is quite costly, but for Yunfu, who owns a weapon shop, it is merely a slightly expensive piece of equipment, akin to flash bombs or explosive tags. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from outside, followed by Dato rushing in through the door, breathless. I'm back from school, he exclaimed. Understood, Yinkong replied, acknowledging the time. Father, could you bring out another sheet? Dato has arrived, he called towards the back room. Sure, came Yunfu's voice in response. What is it? Dato inquired. You'll find out soon enough, Yinkong answered. Just as he finished speaking, Yunfu emerged from the back room. Ah, Dato has arrived. Yunfu exclaimed. Hello, uncle, Dato greeted obediently. Perfect timing, Yunfu nodded, handing each of them a piece of chakra paper. What is this? Dato asked, bemused, accepting the paper without knowing its purpose. This is called chakra test paper. It is used to detect chakra attributes. A ninja's ability to utilize certain ninjutsu depends on their chakra attributes. While most ninjas can typically use only one nature of ninjutsu, high-ranking ninjas can often wield techniques of 2 or more attributes. For instance, the current third Hokage can perform both fire and earth release jutsu, as his chakra attributes encompass both fire and earth, Yunfu explained. Certainly, the third Hokage is renowned as a master of ninjutsu, capable of wielding various elemental techniques such as wind, water, and lightning. However, the potency of a particular ninjutsu is significantly amplified when it aligns with one's chakra nature. For instance, members of the Uchiha clan predominantly possess the fire attribute, thus they are adept at utilizing fire release techniques. Nonetheless, it is not to say that an Uchiha cannot employ other forms of ninjutsu. Consider a ninja whose affinity is fire. They might also practice water release, albeit possibly constrained to basic techniques due to chakra limitations, or their execution of such jutsu may be slower. Additionally, the time invested in mastering water release could surpass that required for fire release, leading ninjas to predominantly focus on techniques that resonate with their innate abilities. It is essential to recognize that not every ninja aspires to the remarkable prowess of the third Hokage, who skillfully commands 5 elemental natures. Given the finite nature of a ninja's time and the infinite variety of ninjutsu, they must prioritize learning techniques that enhance their capabilities. Observing the vacant gaze of Obito, Kakashi's father elaborated on these concepts. Do you understand? He inquired. I do, Obito replied. No one has explained it to me quite like this before, which is why our Uchiha clan predominantly practices fire release. Indeed, came another voice from outside the door as a young man, approximately 17 or 18 with golden hair, entered. Yukumo's mouth fell agape. Under normal circumstances, he would have mockingly referred to others as the Golden Lion. Yet, this individual, with his radiant smile, was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, one of the greatest ninjas to ever exist, mastering the body flicker technique to perfection. I just arrived at the door and overheard your discussion on ninjutsu. I sincerely apologize for eavesdropping, Minato said, swiftly bowing towards Kakashi's father. After all, it is quite impolite to listen in on others, especially regarding the intricate subject of ninjutsu. Kakashi's father nodded, accepting Minato's apology. It's no trouble. I intended to share this knowledge with the children. Who could possibly remain angry when faced with Minato's sunny disposition? Greetings, I am Minato Namikaze, currently a jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. He introduced himself upon entering the room. Yukumo couldn't help but marvel, the fourth Hokage. Kakashi's father emerged from behind the counter and bowed respectfully to Minato. I am the proprietor of this weapon store. How may I assist you? Being a jonin commands respect in any village, regardless of their status. I am about to embark on a mission and require 20 explosive tags. Do you have any in stock? Minato inquired. The situation arose when Orochimaru informed the third Hokage of a promising young man he had encountered. In response, the third Hokage summoned Minato to observe this individual, assessing not only his capabilities, but also his character. Ultimately, it was a matter of careful observation. As for why Orochimaru himself did not visit, it was simply that the current circumstances rendered both Yukong and Obito unworthy of such an honor. Thus, calling upon Minato was already a considerable show of respect. However, upon arriving at the weapon shop, Minato discovered that Yukong had been skipping classes. As the school day was nearing its end, he decided to follow Obito to this location. The true reason for his presence need not be disclosed to Yukong and the others. After all, Minato's justification was quite impressive in its own right. It was entirely reasonable for a jonin of Minato's stature to procure explosive tags from a weapons store, and 20 tags precisely aligned with his rank's requirements. Moreover, 20 explosive tags represented the maximum inventory for a shop of Yukong's father's scale. Given the high cost of explosive tags, purchasing 20 was indeed a substantial expenditure. Typically, most weapon stores would only keep 2 or 3 dozen tags in stock, with larger quantities available only through special orders. Such items are tightly regulated within Konoha. As the potential for misuse is significant, one individual armed with thousands of explosive tags could unleash devastation comparable to forbidden jutsu. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you, Yunkong's father said, gesturing for Minato to take a seat while he retrieved the items. No need to rush. I would like to observe the chakra attributes of these two youths to see if they are suitable, Minato replied with an apologetic smile. Of course, Yunkong's father agreed. Understanding that Minato's intention was to provide guidance to Yunkong and Obito, receiving advice from a Jonin was a rare opportunity for them. Although the 12 young ninjas of Konoha were taught by Jonin, those instructors were remarkable figures in their own right, each with significant backgrounds. For instance, a typical rich heir like Konohamaru ended up with a mere special Jonin as a teacher, highlighting the challenge of finding a Jonin mentor these days. This is my son, Yunkong, and this is his friend, Uchiha Obito. Yunkong's father introduced them, gesturing towards each in turn. Lord Minato, Yunkong and Obito stepped forward respectfully, bowing to him. Very well. Minato nodded. Now, please infuse your chakra into this chakra testing paper, so I may discern your chakra attributes. Obito, you go first, Yunkong suggested. All right, Obito replied without hesitation, taking the chakra paper in hand and channeling his chakra into it. As Obito's chakra flowed into the paper, it swiftly split into two sections. The left ignited in flames, while the right crumbled to dust. Ah, so your attributes are fire and earth, Minato remarked, nodding in approval. Excellent. You share the same attributes as the third Hokage. After speaking, Watergate shifted his gaze to Yunkong. This young boy had been praised by Lord Orochimaru. Although Watergate had yet to discern any exceptional qualities in him, it did not diminish the value he placed on Yunkong, for Orochimaru possessed a keen eye for talent. Yunkong stepped forward. Although he initially intended to keep his chakra attributes a secret, he felt there was no need for concealment now that Watergate expressed interest. He approached, delicately pinching the test paper between his index and middle fingers, and infused it with his chakra. The upper portion of the test paper ignited rapidly, indicating a fire attribute, while the lower half crumpled and appeared to be drenched, revealing attributes of lightning and water. Watergate nodded in acknowledgement. One possessed a dual attribute, the other a triad. In terms of chakra attributes, they were impressive, as most ninjas were singular in this aspect, including himself. However, this was not directly related to becoming a formidable ninja. He resolved to become better acquainted with these two young individuals and observe them over time. Watergate then retrieved a scroll from his robe, expressing regret that their attributes did not align with his own. He explained that this jutsu was a gift from his teacher, comparable in power to the Uchiha's Great Fireball technique, but requiring simpler hand seals. He decided to bestow it upon Yunkong and Obito, handing the scroll to Yunkong. It bore the title Fire Release, Fireball. Yunkong's father felt slightly embarrassed, realizing that Watergate had given such an important gift based on merely a brief insight into his son's chakra attributes. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying it was too generous. Before Yunkong's father could voice his discomfort further, Yunkong eagerly accepted the scroll from Watergate. After all, this was a technique from Watergate's teacher, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Yunkong was well aware of the potency of the fireball technique. If there was a flaw in the Great Fireball, it lay in its forward attack as a spinning fireball. While the fireball technique resembled a burning projectile, although the attack range might not be as extensive as the Great Fireball, its penetrating power was superior. Of course, this was contingent upon the same individual using the same chakra. Furthermore, the simplicity of the hand seals meant that the jutsu could be released more swiftly. Thank you, Lord Watergate. Both Yunkong and Obito expressed with reverence. They exchanged glances, sharing a sense of fortune. For Obito, it was even more significant. Although he belonged to the Uchiha clan, obtaining jutsu was a challenging endeavor, especially one that rivaled the Great Fireball. However, once you master it, you must not share it indiscriminately, as it is my teacher's jutsu. After Watergate departed, Yunkong remained immersed in exhilaration, not solely because of the jutsu bestowed upon him, but due to Watergate himself. The fourth Hokage, a figure destined to astonish the entire ninja world with the Flying Thunder God technique, even prompting every village to issue a decree to abandon missions upon encountering a yellow flash. And now, the future fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, had taken the initiative to introduce himself to Yunkong. What a remarkable turn of events. Yunkong contemplated silently that at least in the future, he would have a valid reason to seek out the esteemed Minato Namikaze to learn the Flying Raijin technique. It would be rather foolish to approach someone one hardly knows and express a desire to learn such an advanced skill. After acquiring the explosive tags, Yunkong's father personally escorted Minato out of the store, even going so far as to offer discounts and price reductions on the explosive tags Minato intended to purchase. Once Yunkong's father joyfully bid farewell to Minato, he re-entered the room and cast a glance at Yunkong and Obito. "By the way, father, are you truly not planning to return to being a ninja?" Yunkong inquired. Minato had conducted a thorough investigation into Yunkong's family prior to his visit, discovering that Yunkong's father had once been a ninja and a chunin at that. Therefore, when Minato departed, he subtly suggested he could mention to the Hokage the possibility of Yunkong's father teaching at the Ninja Academy, but Yunkong's father had resolutely declined, prompting Yunkong's question. "Well, I have grown weary of the ninja life. I find my current existence quite satisfactory," Yunkong's father replied. Yunkong understood this sentiment. The life of a ninja was fraught with turbulence, regardless of location. Just like Tsukuyami, who was also an instructor at the Ninja Academy, had been silenced after overhearing something he should not have. Moreover, in a few years, Konoha and indeed the entire ninja world would be engulfed in chaos, making his withdrawal seem all the more prudent. Yunkong's father then feigned seriousness, clearing his throat twice. "Now tell me, what remarkable feats have you accomplished at school that could draw the attention of a jonin? It seems rather extraordinary." "What remarkable feats?" Yunkong pretended to ponder. "Does fighting count?" Without heeding his father's impending wrath, Yunkong seized Obito and dashed out of the house. At that moment, it was 5:30 in the afternoon, and there was still over an hour until the sun fully set. Naturally, Yunkong and Obito were eager to practice the fire release technique left behind by Minato. They sprinted to the riverbank, arriving at the wooden dock reminiscent of the one where Sasuke had practiced his fire release. "All right, let us see what Lord Minato has left us, the fire release. Fireball technique," Yunkong proclaimed. "Great." Obito, already filled with anticipation, quickly sat cross-legged beside Yunkong as they unfurled the scroll. The scroll meticulously detailed the hand seals for the fire release, fireball technique, along with the flow of chakra necessary for its execution and various nuances to enhance its potency. "Obito, remember these intricate details. They will greatly benefit your great fireball technique," Yunkong advised. Obito had never received guidance on fire release techniques from anyone before, and these annotations from Jiraiya served as invaluable instruction. In a matter of minutes, Yunkong had committed the entire scroll to memory. The fireball technique shared similarities with the great fireball technique, and having invested considerable effort into mastering the latter earlier that day, Yunkong found grasping the fire release technique considerably easier. Perhaps mastering was not the most fitting term. Committing to memory would be more appropriate. "Yunkong, take a step back. Allow me to demonstrate the technique first," Obito announced, having fully absorbed the technique as he rose to his feet. Yunkong nodded, acknowledging that he had never practiced ninjutsu, let alone the art of fire release. It was only fitting that he first observe Obito's demonstration. Fire release, fireball. Obito swiftly formed the necessary hand seals and shouted. A massive, oval flame, measuring 1 meter in diameter, erupted from his mouth, rapidly engulfing a 3-meter radius in front of him. The tranquil water's surface was instantly transformed into a vivid crimson reflection of the fire pillar, as if a deep furrow had been carved into it. Obito's ninjutsu concluded in a mere 7 or 8 seconds. Without the sustenance of his chakra, the flames quickly dissipated into the air. However, the rising heat and the long, distinct mark left on the water's surface clearly indicated the aftermath of Obito's recent attack. "What do you think, Yunkong?" Obito turned around, his face flushed red from the fiery display. "It's impressive, certainly more powerful than your fireball technique earlier today, by at least half," Yunkong replied. "However, I believe it would be prudent for you to refine your fireball technique first, considering you have mastered it for quite some time. Perhaps you could incorporate the finer details from the fire release into your fireball." "Indeed, that is what I was thinking as well. Although the fire release is powerful, it doesn't feel as intuitive as the fireball technique," Obito responded. "Exactly." Yunkong nodded, contemplating. Obito's responses were indeed remarkable. Perhaps it was safe to say he was a genius, effortlessly grasping such complex concepts. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as Yunkong felt a surge of confidence, Obito formed the seals again, summoning a large fireball. It appeared that the details left by Jiraiya had greatly aided him, as a 1-meter diameter fireball spiraled towards him, hovering 4 or 5 meters in front, enveloped in mist, creating a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. The fireball lingered for a brief moment, roughly 10 seconds, but that was all it took to astonish Obito. He had never imagined that in just half a day, Or rather, after merely reviewing the scroll left by Jiraiya, he could achieve such progress. As Obito reveled in his success, Yinkong waved his hand and approached him. "Step back, let me show you my great fireball technique." "Wait, you can perform the great fireball technique too?" Obito asked, surprised. "Is that so strange?" Yinkong replied nonchalantly. "Have you forgotten? My father was once a ninja, and he left behind several scrolls, including the great fireball technique." Yinkong quickly formed the seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. He concentrated his chakra at his chest and unleashed it with vigor. He felt every step he took was flawless, even perfect. Yet, in front of him, mere centimeters away, only a small flame flickered briefly before extinguishing itself. Coughing slightly, Yinkong's face flushed crimson upon witnessing the tiny flame's swift demise. The great fireball had dwindled into insignificance, hardly lasting even a second. Despite Yinkong's audacity, his face quickly flushed with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he feigned discomfort, coughing lightly. "This is purely an accident," he asserted. Once more, Yinkong formed the hand seals, repeating the familiar process, and bellowed, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A small flicker of flame hesitated, as if feeling particularly shy. Only after Yinkong's incessant encouragement did it finally reveal itself, yet it swiftly extinguished in midair, just as before. "Damn," Yinkong muttered softly, momentarily dumbfounded. "Something is amiss. I thought I was adept at ninjutsu. After all, I had swiftly mastered the unlocking techniques for the secret passages in my own home," he mused. "Why is this happening? The narrative should not unfold this way. I ought to be a once-in-a-century genius. Unlike other reincarnated souls, each of whom possesses a complete array of elemental affinities, along with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan or the Rinnegan. I am a member of the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha blood flowing through my veins. Yet, I am aware that my mother is an ordinary woman, certainly not from the Uchiha lineage. Whether I can awaken the Sharingan remains uncertain, and to discover that I cannot even grasp a basic fire-style technique is utterly perplexing. Is the heavens toying with me?" Yinkong silently gazed upwards, lamenting that he was even inferior to Itachi and certainly outmatched by Sasuke. "Is the universe truly jesting with me?" Obito observed Yinkong's woeful expression and approached, gently patting him on the shoulder. Yinkong swiftly resolved that if Obito dared to express even a hint of mockery, he would not hesitate to retaliate with a punch. "Yinkong, do not be too disheartened. After all, it is your first attempt. Take your time and truly feel the flow of chakra." Trying to gather as much as possible, Obito advised. "Such a good person," Yinkong exclaimed, touched by Obito's earnest encouragement. "These are merely my own sentiments. I cannot ascertain their accuracy. Give it a try. After all, it won't be life-threatening." Previously, he had believed himself to be quite lacking, but upon seeing Obito, his spirits lifted considerably. "No wonder so many people come to check on me. Now it all makes sense." In a sudden shift of demeanor, Obito feigned a moment of revelation. "You've got to be kidding. You're just my test subject for your own experience, and in the process, you're throwing shade at me." "Obito, how foolish of me to be so kind to you," Yinkong lamented, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he surveyed the area, contemplating where to deliver a well-deserved kick. "Here, let me demonstrate another great fireball for you," he declared, as Obito formed the hand seals and slowly approached him. Before Obito could unleash his ninjutsu, Yinkong, acting on impulse, delivered a swift kick that sent Obito, who was posing victoriously, tumbling into the river. "Obito, look at your dog paddling style. It inexplicably brightens my mood," Yinkong remarked. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Obito call out from the water, "Fire style, great fireball technique." "Dude, Obito, must you be so ruthless? I merely intended to toss you into the river. And now you plan to roast me?" Yinkong thought, his body moving with lightning speed as he leaped into the water after him. Silence enveloped the surroundings for a considerable duration. The imagined fireball did not materialize. Instead, Yinkong emerged from beneath the water, only to hear the boisterous laughter of Obito resonating from the shore. It was at that moment Yinkong realized he had been played by Obito. In his heart, Yinkong mused, "Obito, could you not at least embody the demeanor of a true adversary?" Yet, he vocally declared, "Obito, you are finished. How dare you toy with me? Do not let me catch you." Yinkong pursued Obito towards the shore, while Obito, already having changed direction, laughed unabashedly as he fled. "Perhaps this was the life I yearned for," Yinkong contemplated, "but how long could such a life endure? I do not know." In the blink of an eye, A week had passed. At the edge of Kanahagakure, in a clearing where a small stream flowed, two youths stood facing each other, Yunkong and Obito, freshly released from school. Over the course of the week, Yunkong had somewhat mastered the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, and two forms of fire release ninjutsu. As for the body flicker technique, Yunkong could only chuckle in response. Mastering the body flicker technique is rather straightforward. One merely needs to channel chakra into their feet to move swiftly. However, Yunkong was uncertain where his own body flicker would transport him. Naturally, Yunkong had shared all the aforementioned techniques with Obito. Thus, the two frequently gathered at this location to spar once they had a general grasp of the ninjutsu. Obito, did you not have enough to eat at noon? Why are your reactions so sluggish this afternoon? Yunkong effortlessly evaded Obito's repeated attacks while teasing him. Do you think I am like you, finding a corner to nap during afternoon activities? I recall you did not participate in any of the afternoon sessions this week. The moment the teacher announced dismissal, you vanished without a trace, Obito retorted, slightly out of breath from his relentless assaults. What I employ is the body flicker technique. You wouldn't understand. Yunkong replied, maintaining his composure despite having once collided with a tree during his initial attempt at the technique, resulting in considerable embarrassment in class. Obito burst into laughter upon hearing Yunkong's response. Is that what you call the body flicker technique? Yunkong's expression darkened at this remark. Enough chatter. Obito, can you still continue? If you cannot, then it will be my turn. He cracked his knuckles menacingly, casting a mischievous glance at Obito. How dare you expose my shortcomings, Obito? You must be itching for a fight. Why not come at me? A satisfied smirk crept across Obito's face, just as Yunkong sensed something amiss and was about to react. Another Obito sprang from behind, successfully landing a punch squarely on Yunkong's face, just as he turned his head. To Obito's surprise, Yunkong was sent flying without any resistance. The impact sent Yunkong crashing into a wooden post, leaving a clear imprint of Obito's fist. Substitution jutsu, Obito exclaimed, glancing at the wooden stump that had fallen to the ground, then turned to face the other direction where Yunkong stood. Yunkong stood before Obito, who had adeptly employed the shadow clone technique. With a smile, Yunkong remarked, your use of the technique is commendable. It nearly deceived me at first glance. Obito, with a slight smirk, countered, it is not merely a clone, it is a shadow clone. Suddenly, he launched an attack from behind Yunkong. Yet, Yunkong seemed to anticipate this move, effortlessly grasping Obito's hand as he reached out. With a swift motion, he directed his elbow towards Obito. Obito deftly turned his arm outward, blocking Yunkong's strike, and they engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Having suffered numerous defeats at Yunkong's hands, Obito had finally grasped the strategic use of shadow clones in combat. He recalled the times he had been outmaneuvered by Kakashi's clones during his days of watching Naruto, caught off guard time and again. Thus, Yunkong consciously began to hone Obito's combat skills in this regard. Meanwhile, Obito's true self quickly began to form hand seals, invoking the Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Great Fireball technique, he shouted, as a 2-meter-wide fireball rapidly took shape before him, spiraling towards Yunkong, who was entangled with Obito's clone. Almost simultaneously, another fireball emerged from the opposite direction, colliding with the one Obito had conjured, causing it to veer away from Yunkong. I didn't expect you to have another clone, Obito remarked, astonished as he beheld another Yunkong emerging from the foliage. No, I am the original, Yunkong declared, as the Yunkong entangled with Obito's clone dissipated in a puff of smoke. I have educated you countless times using the shadow clone technique. Did you think I would recklessly reveal myself without ascertaining the situation? Yunkong, drenched in sweat, his hair clumped together, acknowledged the toll of the skirmish. Although it had not been particularly intense, it was far from the ease he had claimed. Like Naruto, Obito was brimming with energy, and even he appeared exhausted. Yunkong, having feigned bravado moments earlier, now gazed at the fireballs colliding, leaving nearly half a meter deep craters upon the ground, gradually fading into the air. He silently sighed with relief, knowing that his week of rigorous training had not been in vain. At the very least, his great fireball technique now rivaled Obito's. As Yunkong glanced at the setting sun in the west, he said, let us return home. Just 2 or 3 minutes after Yunkong and Obito departed, a white-haired, masked youth appeared like a specter at the sight of their recent battle. His gaze drifted towards the direction in which Yunkong and Obito had vanished. Observing the scorched earth, he murmured, is this the extent of their power? In an instant, the The white-haired youth transformed into a shadow and vanished into the forest. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Yunkong's alarm clock, as it had done year after year, rang punctually, rousing him from slumber. The clouds drifted lazily as Yunkong groggily switched off the alarm clock. Half opening his eyes like a sleepwalker, he stumbled into the washroom and inserted his toothbrush into his mouth. It was Monday once again, a day he loathed above all others. Habitually muttering to himself, Yunkong recalled that the Ninja Academy bore a striking resemblance to a university, if one lacked the desire to learn. No one would force them to. After mechanically completing his morning routine, he casually consumed a morsel of food, grabbed his lunchbox, and stepped out the door. Obito had been waiting early on the street where Yunkong walked to school. A couple of days prior, Obito would accompany Yunkong from his home. But to spare him the trouble, they had agreed to meet on the street between Yunkong's house and the Uchiha clan, which was closer to the school, and then walk together. They arrived at school without incident, only for Yunkong to discover that today's classes began with extracurricular activities. Unsurprisingly, last week, the teacher had merely instructed the students on extracting chakra, teaching nothing else. The methods, too, were predictably mundane. Yunkong had even attempted to gauge the technique, concluding that, using the teacher's approach, he would require at least 3 days to refine chakra. Wasn't he the ninja world currently in turmoil? Hadn't he the relations between the various ninja villages grown tense once again? How could Konoha still so leisurely train ninjas? While Yunkong was lost in such thoughts, Yamada, the responsible chunin of his class, stood before the neatly arranged line of students and announced, "Today, I will teach you the technique of throwing shurikens." Upon finishing, Yamada instructed everyone to form a semicircle to observe his throwing technique. Each individual possessed their own unique throwing habits, yet the essence remained the same. Speed was paramount. As Yamada spoke, his hand suddenly flicked, and before anyone could comprehend his movement, a shuriken struck the target with a resounding thud. Yamada's sudden action incited a chorus of gasps and praises from Yunkong's classmates. The swiftness of Yamada's throw evoked a wave of admiration. However, Yunkong remained unaffected. He had clearly observed Yamada's technique, which, albeit subtle, involved merely the forceful action of his index and middle fingers to propel the shuriken. This throwing style could be regarded as the foundation of foundations. Turning to survey his surroundings, Yunkong noted 4 or 5 individuals applauding. Yet their eyes betrayed a sense of disdain, including 2 from the Uchiha clan, one of whom was named Kakashi Hitaki. As for Obito, he appeared starry-eyed, utterly enamored. Such skill was hardly worthy of excitement, particularly for you, Obito. You are destined to become a mobile arsenal. Must you truly bring shame upon your future self? As Yunkong pondered these thoughts, Yamada assumed a stance and began to methodically elucidate the steps involved. Like this, the throwing hand in front, legs apart, body leaning forward. Maintain balance. Your gaze should direct forward, chest out, abdomen in, and hips elevated. Adjust your breathing, keep your arm movements minimal, and primarily utilize wrist strength to launch the shuriken. After Yamada briefly explained the technique, he effortlessly sent 2 shuriken flying straight into the bullseye. Yamada reiterated the method a couple of times. Observing the eager youths ready to take their turn, he cheerfully called out, "Just like that. Now, everyone, please step forward in the order I called." The sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky, a perfect day for a nap, as Yunkong mused. The sound echoing across the training ground of the woodwork school was not the chatter of students, but the sharp thuds of shuriken striking wooden posts. Next, Hitaki Kakashi, Yamada announced with a hint of anticipation. He wondered how much the illustrious son of Konoha's White Fang had absorbed from his father, Shikaku. Yunkong felt a similar excitement, primarily curious to gauge the difference between himself and the famed Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi signaled his readiness, making his way through the crowd towards the wooden post, simultaneously indicating to Yamada that he was prepared. "Let's begin," Yamada instructed. No sooner had Yamada's words left his lips than Kakashi aligned 10 shuriken in a perfect line, swiftly launching them toward the center of the target. The sound of the shuriken striking the wooden post resonated in rapid succession. A symphony of thuds as all 10 shuriken found their mark in less than 5 seconds. Perfect. All shuriken hit the target within 5 seconds. Yamada declared triumphantly. Indeed, he thought, Kakashi was worthy of being called the son of the White Fang. Yunkong echoed the sentiment in his mind, acknowledging Kakashi as the copy ninja. The surrounding classmates erupted in cheers, especially the female students, their eyes sparkling with admiration as if they were about to inscribe "I am infatuated" on their faces. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Kakashi ambled away with his hands tucked into his pockets, wearing an expression of calm that belied his attempt at nonchalance. In the throng, Obito raised his middle finger high, signaling his disdain, determined that Kakashi would notice, punctuating the gesture with two derisive snorts. Indeed, Kakashi caught sight of Obito's gesture. Though he was uncertain of its meaning, he understood it was far from complimentary. In response, he mirrored the gesture toward Obito, deliberately emphasizing it in front of him. Is Kakashi still so childlike at this age? Yinkong pondered. While Kakashi often projected a cool demeanor, deep down, he retained a childlike essence. After learning of his father Shikaku's tragic legacy, Kakashi had buried his emotions deep within, becoming increasingly aloof. Witnessing this exchange, Obito's face turned pale with rage. He spat contemptuously in front of Kakashi, unperturbed by the murderous glare directed at him, and swaggered over to the wooden post. Although Yinkong was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny that Obito had completely followed his lead into mischief. This includes gestures of disdain and spitting. Once, Obito was a humble and amiable youth. He received 10 shurikens, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi before taking a deep breath, not waiting for Yamada to call for the start. With a swift motion, the shurikens were launched from his hands in a distinctive manner. Some flew straight while others spun, hurtling towards the wooden post from all directions, showcasing the unique throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. Both Yamada and Kumo immediately recognized that Obito's method of throwing shurikens was exceptional. Thud, thud, thud. The shurikens struck the post, with only 2 hitting the bullseye, 5 hitting the post, and 3 completely missing their target. Seeing that only 2 of Obito's shurikens hit the mark, and 3 missed entirely, a wave of derision erupted from the crowd. After all, not everyone possessed the insight of Yamada and Kumo. Kakashi's expression remained calm, as did the few youths with heritage. The remaining 2 from the Uchiha clan wore expressions of disdain, naturally believing they could surpass Obito. Amidst the jeers, Obito walked down, a sense of pride on his face. However, as he passed Kumo unceremoniously raised his middle finger in front of him. Obito relished this intellectual domination over his opponent. The louder the jeers grew, the prouder he felt. This understated display of superiority was something Kumo had taught him. It was no wonder Kumo often looked down upon him intellectually. The sensation of belittling others was indeed exhilarating, Obito mused, until he caught sight of Kumo's raised finger. Next, Kumo, Yamada called out. Witness what it means to be a show-off in the arena. Kumo murmured, stepping before the wooden post, weighing the 10 shurikens in his hands. He then tossed the shurikens into the air, deftly catching 8 of them between his fingers. With a flick of his hand, the 8 shurikens soared towards the post along their individual trajectories. Lowering himself slightly, Kumo grasped the last 2 shurikens in his hands and waved them one after the other. At this moment, with Kumo's current posture, he undoubtedly dazzled everyone present. The initial 8 shurikens flew past the post, embedding themselves into the tree trunk behind it. The remaining 2 shurikens emitted a sharp sound mid-air. One altered its course upon colliding with the other, soaring over the post and embedding itself in the base of the trunk behind it. As for the last shuriken, its fate was unknown, and Kumo paid it no mind. A complete miss. All were off target. Instantly, another wave of jeering arose. Kumo, however, raised his hands triumphantly, like a victorious general, smiling as he returned to his position. Impressive, Yamada thought, gazing at the 9 shurikens embedded in the trunk. From his vantage point, he clearly observed the 8 shurikens that had circumvented the post to lodge themselves in the tree trunk obscured behind it. In the final act, the last shuriken changed direction mid-air, embedding itself at the base of the tree trunk. The manner in which he hurled the shuriken rendered the distinction between hiding behind a wooden post and standing directly before him almost negligible. For the first time, Yamada realized he ought to pay attention to Yinkong. Even more astonishing was the precision with which each shuriken struck a leaf. Yinkong felt his hands return to their rightful position. Indeed, the flamboyant style once exhibited by Uchiha Itachi proved remarkably effective. Yet, he acknowledged that he was still far from Itachi's prowess. Back then, Itachi had launched his kunai in such a way that they all struck their targets almost simultaneously, whereas Yinkong could only manage a sequential attack, grounded firmly on solid ground. Nevertheless, the outcome was satisfactory. With a smile, Yinkong walked back into the crowd. Undeterred by the jeers surrounding him, The disapproving voices predominantly belonged to infatuated girls, while he remained an ordinary boy from a humble family. Those with a modicum of discernment looked at Yun Kong not with disdain, but rather with a mixture of respect and apprehension. Observing Kakashi and the other's serious expressions, even Yun Kong felt he had amassed quite a bit of animosity. However, this display of bravado was undeniably exhilarating. Obito silently raised his thumb in admiration, acknowledging Yun Kong's prowess as a true master of showmanship. Thank you. Thank you. Yun Kong graciously accepted Obito's envious praise, further highlighting the thickness of his own skin. Obito remarked, "No wonder you've been practicing shuriken throwing all week. You even managed to pilfer my techniques. Were you planning to make a stunning entrance all along?" "Of course not. What is so great about making a stunning entrance? Do you think I am like you? I am merely striving for the position of the underdog. Seeking to soothe your troubled spirit," Yun Kong jested. The events that followed were rather mundane, with no one emerging to captivate attention like Yun Kong did. Even the two boys from the Uchiha clan merely managed to pass by without making an impression. The reason they seemed lackluster was that Yun Kong unconsciously compared their shuriken throwing techniques to Itachi's and found them wanting, thus deeming them passable at best. Soon, the 30-odd students in Yun Kong's class practiced swiftly. As usual, Yamada declared a period of free activity and promptly vanished before their eyes. "Where shall we go?" Yun Kong inquired, observing their teacher's unusually enthusiastic disappearance. Even Obito couldn't help but admire Yamada's lack of professionalism, as he had never been caught by his students. "Where can we go?" "First to practice ninjutsu. Then I shall give you a good thrashing," Yun Kong replied. Obito nodded, unsure of who would end up beating whom, recalling that he had almost triumphed the previous day. Upon hearing Yun Kong's response, Obito understood that Yun Kong meant they would head to the small creek where they often practiced together. It is worth noting that under Yun Kong's dismissive influence, Obito, who had been striving to be a good child and student, was eventually led astray on the fourth day. Consequently, Obito began to frequently skip classes alongside Yun Kong. As Yun Kong and Obito were chatting and preparing to leave the playground, several shurikens suddenly shot towards them from behind. The occurrence was so abrupt, particularly for the unsuspecting Yun Kong and Obito. In an instant, a wave of trepidation surged within Yun Kong, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 4 shurikens aimed at him and Obito in a most cunning manner. In a split second, Yun Kong pushed Obito aside and twisted his body with all his might. The shurikens whizzed past, grazing Yun Kong's form and leaving 4 bloody gashes across his skin. He swiftly rolled over, momentarily disregarding the pain of his wounds, regaining his balance and casting a wary glance at the 2 assailants wielding the shurikens. Meanwhile, upon being pushed by Yun Kong, Obito reacted with remarkable speed, rolling on the ground and rising to his feet. His face etched with fury as he glared at the assailants. The culprits were 2 boys from the Uchiha clan, members of Yun Kong's class. Dressed in the Uchiha's distinctive blue attire, the 2 boys sighed, as if lamenting their failure to hit Yun Kong and Obito with their shurikens. However, now that Yun Kong and Obito were on high alert, their actions had drawn the attention of many classmates, leaving the assailants with no choice but to retreat. Exchanging glances, the 2 boys quickly approached Yun Kong and Obito. "Yun Kong, are you alright?" they inquired in unison, promptly bowing in apology. Yun Kong silently observed the 2 Uchiha boys bowing to him. The one on the right was named Uchiha Pin, and the one on the left was Uchiha Miao. It was rumored that they were brothers, though it remained unclear if they were indeed blood relatives. Despite his carefree demeanor over the past week, Yun Kong had taken the effort to memorize the names of all his classmates. Uchiha Pin hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Yun Kong. We accidentally threw the shurikens while practicing and unintentionally hurt you. Please forgive us. I see you're bleeding. You should head to the infirmary for a bandage. We will cover the expenses." Uchiha Miao concurred, repeatedly assuring Yun Kong that it was not intentional. Initially, their classmates had recoiled in shock, some casting glances of fear or disdain toward the 2 Uchiha boys. However, as the Uchiha brothers explained, the classmates' attitudes began to shift, with some even praising Uchiha Pin for his perceived generosity and camaraderie. In stark contrast, Obito's face was a mask of rage, his fists clenched, ready to follow Yun Kong's lead and exact vengeance upon the 2 boys. While others may have been oblivious to Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao's motivations, Obito was acutely aware. These members of the main family were insufferably arrogant, and Yun Kong's earlier display of shuriken technique had embarrassed them, prompting their covert attack. Just as Obito was about to retort and condemn Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, Yun Kong raised a hand to stop him. "It's fine. It was an accident," Yun Kong said, nodding before turning to leave with Obito. "TCH, coward," Uchiha Miao muttered under his breath as Yun Kong turned away, though whispered softly. The words distinctly reached the ears of Obito and Yun Kong. Obito, ignited like a firecracker, was poised to retaliate, yet was once more restrained by Yun Kong. "Yun Kong, these two rascals are clearly doing this on purpose. Shall we simply let it go?" Obito inquired quietly. "Have you ever heard the saying that a gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later?" Yun Kong replied, stepping back. "Does that mean we should let it slide today?" Obito retorted indignantly. "Of course not. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. However, I am no gentleman. A rogue seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk." Yun Kong smiled. Yet his words bore a sinister edge. "Let us form the seals now. We will unleash the fire release technique shortly, and I intend to sever both arms of each of them." Yun Kong continued to smile, sending chills down Obito's spine. "Isn't that a bit too ruthless? The fire release technique is quite powerful, and one careless move could result in fatalities." Obito hesitated to ask. "Fatalities? That would be ideal. I am merely acting in self-defense." Yun Kong shot Obito a glance, asserting that a ninja should show no mercy. With their backs turned to the two Uchiha youths, Yun Kong swiftly formed the seals. Yun Kong, after all, they are classmates. Isn't this a bit extreme? Obito, while forming the seals himself, continued to offer quiet counsel. "Extreme? I call it a lesson to deter the foolish. When those two buffoons ambushed us with shurikens from behind, did they consider their actions ruthless?" Yun Kong remarked. "Clearly, they did not. Otherwise, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics. Since they have shown no regard for our safety," Obito thought, "we cannot be blamed for our own lack of compassion." Having swiftly completed the seals for the Great Fireball technique, they awaited Yun Kong's command. At this moment, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao exchanged glances, contemplating a second ambush on Yun Kong and Obito, convinced they could inflict severe harm. However, with many classmates observing, they could no longer afford to hide behind the guise of accident. Their grips on their shurikens tightened involuntarily. As they deliberated whether to strike again, Yun Kong and Obito suddenly turned back. Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao jumped in surprise, mistakenly believing that they had been discovered. Being young, they felt a wave of panic wash over them at the sight of Yun Kong and Obito's abrupt turn, quickly plastering on disingenuous smiles. "How foolish of us. They could never fathom our intentions," Uchiha Pin thought, intending to approach and at least feign an inquiry about any new demands from Yun Kong and Obito. Little did they know. Yun Kong inhaled sharply and coldly declared, "Fire release. Fireball jutsu." With a deep breath, a towering fire pillar, approximately 2 meters in height, took the shape of an arrow, hurtling towards Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao. A colossal blaze surged towards Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, the raging flames carving deep scorch marks into the ground. In an instant, all the fallen leaves before Yun Kong disintegrated into ash, while the trees flanking the flames withered and ignited under the searing heat. Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao were momentarily frozen in place, their minds racing with expletives. "We merely threw a couple of shurikens. Even if it were intentional, it would not have resulted in fatalities. Yet you, without hesitation, unleashed a fire-release ninjutsu. Do you not realize the peril of inadvertently causing death?" Despite their grumbling, it was evident that Yun Kong had no intention of sparing them easily. The palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him was unmistakable, leaving them to ponder how someone so young could harbor such fierce hostility. However, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao had no time for contemplation. Positioned farther from Yun Kong and behind Uchiha Pin, Uchiha Miao swiftly sprang into action, pulling Uchiha Pin along as they awkwardly maneuvered to evade the flames. Although they escaped the worst of it, their arms and legs were still scorched by the intense heat, emitting a faint scent of charred flesh. The flames collided with the trees behind them, producing a thunderous sound as a trunk thick as a man's waist was reduced to ashes. Their classmates watched in stunned silence, the once handsome visage of Yun Kong now appearing somewhat terrifying. Those who had previously reveled in misfortune now instinctively recoiled in fear. How could he be so formidable, wielding fire-release ninjutsu at such a tender age? The onlookers pondered in disbelief. Just then, as their astonishment lingered, Obito turned, swiftly demonstrating the true meaning of shock to those surrounding him. "Fire release. Great fireball technique. Obito clenched his fist before his mouth, and a fireball, approximately 2 meters in diameter, whirled towards the prone Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow. The potency of the great fireball was nothing short of formidable, its spiraling flames even more powerful than those of the earlier attack. The freshly ignited trees were instantly reduced to ash under its influence. Unable to withstand the searing heat, the classmates retreated, their faces displaying horror, including Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow, who were still on the ground. They had not anticipated that Yunkong would be merciless, nor that Obito, from their own clan, would show no signs of restraint either. In their moment of weakness, they were struck again. Faced with the impending fireball, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow trembled, unable even to move to evade it. Tears welled in their eyes, reflecting their despair as they gazed at the approaching inferno. With their Jonin instructor absent, they realized that even if he were present, he might not be able to save them. Was this truly how their lives would end? Thoughts of regret flooded their minds. Had they known Yunkong and Obito would be so ruthless, they would have never provoked them. Alas, there was no remedy for regret in this world. Just as they resigned themselves to fate, a white-haired, masked boy suddenly appeared before them, Kakashi Hatake. Earth release, earth barrier. Kakashi performed hand seals with astonishing speed, slamming his hands onto the ground. As he moved, a formidable earthen wall rose before him, shielding both himself and the Uchiha brothers, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow, from harm. The fireball collided with the wall, producing a resounding explosion, followed by a billowing cloud of dark smoke that captured everyone's attention at the point of impact. At that moment, Yunkong swiftly propelled himself straight through the chaos of the explosion. Indeed, although the fireball possessed immense power, Kakashi's earth release technique had flawlessly countered it. Kakashi, crouched before the shattered earthen barrier, observed as Yunkong sped past him with remarkable velocity. Kakashi's foot instinctively shifted as Yunkong brushed against his shoulder, but he quickly retracted it. A sigh escaped Kakashi's lips. He had inadvertently antagonized Yunkong the moment he intervened. Yet, there remained a possibility of turning an adversary into an ally. After all, had he chosen not to act, the two Uchiha youths might have lost their lives. However, Kakashi felt that he now lacked justification to intervene further. Any additional action on his part would be perceived as a provocation towards Yunkong, who had exhibited palpable hostility as he passed by. Kakashi clearly wished to avoid inciting the boundless potential of Yunkong over the shortcomings of the two Uchiha boys. With this in mind, Kakashi subtly repositioned his foot, allowing Yunkong to glide effortlessly by. In that instant, he sensed the overt hostility before him dissipate into thin air. Strangely, a sense of relief washed over Kakashi. The pressure exerted by Yunkong had been overwhelming, especially considering they were of similar age. As Yunkong crossed past him, the sounds of bones fracturing erupted behind Kakashi, followed by the haunting cries of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow, which resonated throughout the training ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The surrounding students had yet to comprehend the events that had unfolded. Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow lay on the ground, wailing in agony, their arms visibly broken from Yunkong's kicks, the imprints of his feet starkly evident. Having just completed this swift action, Yamada, a diligent chunin from Yunkong's class, appeared amidst the crowd with a body flicker technique. The unmistakable sound of the fire release explosion had alerted this devoted instructor. Yamada's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. He had only stepped away briefly, and the unmistakable traces of the fire release technique were alarming. Moreover, the pitiful cries of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow beneath Yunkong's feet left him with a headache. This matter was far from simple. What transpired? Yamada inquired, casting his gaze around at the students. Noticing their attention was fixed on Yunkong, he too turned his eyes towards him. Yunkong shrugged innocently, clapped his hands, and bent to remove the ninja tool pouch from Uchiha Pin's waist, fastening it to his own. With an air of feigned ignorance, he shook his head. I don't know. I just arrived. Yunkong spoke with utmost seriousness. Had it not been for the witnesses who beheld him ruthlessly severing the arms of both Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow, one might have thought Yunkong had only just arrived. Kakashi, turning in astonishment, looked at Yunkong, who radiated an aura of righteousness that seemed untouchable. He suddenly realized that his prior understanding of Yunkong was woefully superficial. The curious glances from their peers betrayed Yunkong's innocent pretense. Is that true? Yamada asked, amusement dancing in his voice. The humor stemmed from Yunkong's stubborn refusal to acknowledge the events that had just transpired. Nevertheless, Yamada found a certain admiration for Yunkong's temperament. A ninja, after all, must possess a thick skin. Yunkong nodded earnestly, as if the earlier incident were entirely unconnected to him. With a mischievous smile, he glanced at his classmates, his fingers playfully tapping against his chest, producing a rhythmic sound. Even the most obtuse of students could now comprehend the blatant threat emanating from Yunkong, especially considering his recent treatment of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, not to mention the influence of Obito. Yunkong had established his stance. Not even Obito dared to accuse him, as the consequences were already laid out before them. Who would dare to speak out of turn? Such self-serving behavior, as the books say, is hardly commendable. Perhaps in the future, Yunkong would struggle to maintain control over such a multitude of exceptional heroes, but at this moment, his ruthless actions left an indelible impression. Yamada's suspicions were undoubtedly piqued by Yunkong's display. Upon his arrival, he had witnessed Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao sprawled at Yunkong's feet. Kakashi, quickly find 2 students to escort Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao to the infirmary, Yamada commanded, without delay. Failing to identify the perpetrator promptly meant setting aside the culprit for the time being. The 2 Uchiha boys were still groaning on the ground. As for you, Yunkong, you will accompany me, Yamada instructed, turning to leave the scene. He recognized that lingering here served no purpose. Any resolution must be sought privately, under the scrutiny of onlookers. He had no viable options. Could he truly exert his authority and place the blame solely on Yunkong? While Yamada was certain that Yunkong was, without a doubt, the instigator, he was also aware of Yunkong's oppressive presence. Yes, oppressive. Yunkong's disingenuous smirk had not gone unnoticed by Yamada, compounded by the sight of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao in their current state. Even without first-hand experience of the recent events, Yamada could perceive Yunkong's silent menace. However, while Yunkong could intimidate his peers into silence, he could not easily impose guilt upon him. As a teacher, such actions would invite ridicule. In contrast, Yunkong shared the same status as the other students, and his behavior would only foster admiration, perhaps even trepidation. Thus, Yamada found himself compelled to make such a decision. Teacher, how about a wager? Yunkong interjected as Yamada contemplated his next course of action. A wager on what? Yamada inquired. Perhaps it was the recent impression left by the shuriken practice that captivated Yunkong, or perhaps it was the newfound respect he felt towards him. Otherwise, as his teacher, or rather as a chunin, there would have been no necessity to accept a wager with Yunkong. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Yunkong soon realized that the notion of Jinin and Chunin being mere fodder, while only Jonin held significance, was utterly absurd. Although Jinin may sometimes be treated as expendable, once one ascends to Chunin, their destiny can change dramatically in an instant. After all, how few Jonin exist within a village compared to the foundational combat strength represented by Chunin, whose numbers serve as a crucial metric of a village's power. If you can catch me, I will admit it, Yunkong declared. Though his response appeared abrupt, Yamada understood that Yunkong meant he would take responsibility for the situation, even if he were not the original culpable party. Conversely, should Yamada fail to capture Yunkong, the latter would vehemently deny any involvement and ensure that the Ninja Academy would protect him. This would mean placing the responsibility for Yunkong's actions, specifically the incident involving the severing of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao's arms, upon the Academy. A faint smile crossed Yamada's face as he mused. So, you do have fears. I thought you were invincible. It seems you also regard the Uchiha clan with caution. However, his expression soon turned serious. Could this be a deliberate ploy? Has he calculated this from the start? Given Yunkong's character, though he was not fully understood by Yamada, he appeared shameless and not reckless. As these thoughts flashed through Yamada's mind, he found himself more concerned with Yunkong's audacity in proposing this wager. It is worth noting that Yunkong was only 6 years old. If he could evade capture, it would indicate he possessed the strength of a genin. Very well, I agree, Yamada conceded after a moment's reflection. Yet, Yunkong's expression was one of disbelief, as if to say, do you dare offend the Uchiha? Do you possess the means to ensure they won't trouble me? Rest assured, I make this promise in the name of the Ninja Academy, Yamada replied, his eyes rolling. Although he, as a chunin, could not afford to offend the Uchiha clan, he stood firmly behind the Konoha Ninja Academy, which in turn was supported by the Hokage. Surely even the Hokage cannot be intimidated by the Uchiha clan, Yamada thought, increasingly convinced that he might have underestimated Yunkong's cunning. Are we ready? Do you have any further questions? If not, we can forego this wager, Yamada said curtly, his thoughts racing. Do you think I have nothing better to do than indulge your whims? All right, let us commence, Yunkong replied with a smile. As he began to descend, the surrounding students clenched their fists and widened their eyes, watching intently as Yunkong and Yamada prepared to engage. Among them were Kakashi, who had just been subtly thwarted by Yunkong, and the duo he was supposed to escort to the infirmary, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao. Upon hearing Yunkong propose a wager, Kakashi decisively entrusted the Uchiha brothers, Pin and Miao, to a few of his classmates. As Yunkong's words fell, he suddenly unleashed a handful of shurikens, which traced exquisite arcs as they soared toward Yamada Yi. It became evident that Yunkong had already devised this plan while affixing Uchiha Pin's shuriken pouch to his waist. Yamada Yi and Kakashi exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing slightly, both thinking in unison. Swiftly, Yamada Yi drew a kunai from his equipment pouch, spinning it in his hand with deftness, effortlessly deflecting the shurikens hurled by Yunkong. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to reveal them. Otherwise, you may find yourself out of opportunities, Yamada Yi remarked casually, the shurikens posing no threat to him. Yunkong remained unperturbed, not allowing Yamada Yi's taunts to distract him. After all, Yamada Yi was a chunin, and any momentary lapse in focus could lead to capture. With a subtle shift in stance, Yunkong gripped several shurikens tightly once more, assessing Yamada Yi with a serious demeanor. Suddenly, he sprang into action, darting to the side. Although he did not turn his back on Yamada Yi, his direction unmistakably suggested a retreat. Yunkong's actions astonished all present, including Yamada Yi. This was not the anticipated turn of events. Moments ago, Yunkong had exuded a sense of bravado, or perhaps it was more fitting to describe it as rebellious defiance. Just as everyone presumed, he would launch another round of assault. Yunkong unexpectedly chose to flee. He truly possesses the instincts of a ninja, Yamada Yi mused, slightly taken aback before offering his approval. To act knowingly against one's better judgment is not to confront adversity, it is to court disaster. Watching Yunkong's rapid retreat, Yamada Yi chuckled, pondering whether Yunkong believed he could evade capture with such swiftness in front of an audience. Was this a tactic to lure the enemy, or merely a ruse? Observing Yunkong's earlier bravado, Yamada Yi found it hard to believe that he would be foolish enough to make such a blatant retreat before a chunin. In a flash, Yamada Yi leaped onto a nearby branch, using his strength to propel himself after Yunkong like a cannonball. His speed far surpassed that of Yunkong's. After just a couple of bounds, he quickly closed the distance between them. As Yunkong continued forward, just as Yamada Yi was about to catch up, Yunkong took a powerful step forward, landing heavily on a tree trunk to his left. Utilizing the rebound, Yunkong propelled himself backward, crossing paths with Yamada Yi in a swift maneuver. In that fleeting moment, Yunkong unleashed the shurikens in his grip with precision as they skimmed past Yamada Yi, appearing as though he had landed a few punches from a distance. Yamada Yi reacted swiftly, his kunai slicing through the air to deflect Yunkong's shurikens. He too planted his foot firmly on the trunk before him, leveraging the rebound to reach for Yunkong once more. Yet, Yunkong remained composed midair, deftly grasping Yamada Yi's outstretched hand and using it as a pivot point to execute a vigorous shake. Yunkong's body swiftly ascended, propelled by Yamada's arm with great force. As Yunkong soared, shurikens were instantaneously unleashed from his grasp, filling the air in a relentless barrage, striking in straight lines and curves, attacking from every conceivable angle toward Yamada. Even with Yamada's prowess, he was momentarily taken aback. In a flurry of movement, Yamada quickly seized a kunai with his other hand, wielding both weapons like the spokes of a wheel, while his body deftly retreated at remarkable speed to evade the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Yamada narrowly escaped the shower of shurikens hurled by Yunkong. Although Yamada broke into a cold sweat, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, addressing Yunkong perched upon the branch, urging him to reveal any further techniques, lest he miss his opportunity. Deep down, Yamada held a measure of admiration for Yunkong, reflecting that at 6 or even 10 years of age, he had not possessed such formidable strength. Just moments ago, Yunkong had nearly inflicted harm upon him. While not physically damaging, it would have been a blow to his pride. Yunkong, wordless, swiftly turned and leapt from the tree, making his way away. Yamada, shaking off the stiffness in his body, refrained from pursuing Yunkong from behind this time. With Yamada's speed, he could easily catch up to Yunkong, even taking a roundabout route. In a sudden leap, Yamada altered his trajectory and swiftly closed the distance, despite Yunkong's abrupt directional changes. With a flicker, Yamada appeared before Yunkong, declaring that if he had no other tricks up his sleeve, their encounter would conclude here. Yunkong, moving forward with determination, felt a moment of realization. He had underestimated the strength of a Chunin, believing he could at least wound Yamada by surprise, but now, his opponent remained unscathed. Yunkong leapt, grasping a branch, and with a deft motion, spun behind a large tree, narrowly evading Yamada's advance. The fluidity of his movements was so impressive that even Yamada couldn't help but admire him. However, Yamada thought to himself, impressive, but you cannot escape my grasp. He quickly traced an arc around the obstructing tree, reappearing before Yunkong. Yet, Yunkong seemed to anticipate this, a slight smirk gracing his lips. To Yamada's astonishment, Yunkong had already formed hand seals. Fire release, fireball, Yunkong shouted, inhaling deeply as a massive ball of flame descended from the sky, hurtling toward Yamada. At that moment, Yamada had just reached Yunkong, exhausted from his previous exertions and yet to gather new strength. Before he could even prepare a defense, the fiery onslaught engulfed him. The fireball crashed into the ground, instantly engulfing everything within a 3-meter radius in flames. Thick black smoke and debris from the explosion filled the air, obscuring the vision of all present, including Yunkong. As Yunkong descended from the treetops, his footing faltered, causing him to skid across the ground for several meters before regaining his balance. Sweat beads began to form on Yunkong's forehead. Though the recent skirmish had been brief, the exertion had taken a significant toll on both his physical and mental stamina. He gasped for breath, his legs trembling slightly. Despite having unleashed his full power, he had been effortlessly thwarted by Yamada. The repercussions of his brief burst of strength were now evident, and Yunkong realized he could scarcely muster even 70% of his former prowess. After employing the fire release technique twice in succession, he felt as though his chakra had been nearly depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to execute another fire technique. Quite impressive, but alas, you were nearly ensnared by my trap. Yamada's voice resonated from behind him as the flames continued to flicker. Gently, Yamada placed a hand upon Yunkong's shoulder. In disbelief, Yunkong turned to face the unscathed Yamada, questioning, how could this be? Observing the confusion in Yunkong's eyes, Yamada allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. It was a relief to see that Yunkong was merely a promising youth. Had his expression remained unchanged, Yamada might have doubted whether this truly was Yunkong. Soon after, the fire technique Yunkong had just executed began to extinguish, deprived of his chakra's support. He glanced at the enormous crater left in the ground. Remnants of charred wooden stakes still visible. Substitution technique, Yunkong murmured to himself. Indeed, it was the substitution technique. You nearly succeeded in striking me, Yamada acknowledged. I must commend your timing in battle. With a bit more refinement, you will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. He patted Yunkong's shoulder. Despite his defeat, Yunkong's ability to endure for so long and nearly wound Yamada had impressed him. Substitution technique. Yunkong gazed skyward, his youthful visage tilted at a 45-degree angle, striking a pose that seemed almost theatrical. Do not rush. The upcoming lessons will cover this technique, Yamada explained with a smile. As one of the 3 foundational techniques. It may be simple, yet it is among the most practical. Is that so? A smile crept onto Yunkong's face as he repeated, substitution technique. Suddenly, a puff of smoke enveloped him, and the Yunkong who had been gazing skyward transformed into a wooden post that fell to the ground. The sight of the substitution technique caused Yamada's hand, which was still rested on Yunkong's shoulder, to freeze midair. However, being a seasoned Chunin, Yamada quickly regained his composure within mere moments. He glanced toward a large tree behind him and called out, "Come forth," even with the substitution technique. You cannot possibly teleport out of this school. As Yamada's words echoed, Yunkong slowly emerged from behind the tree. Indeed, a Chunin possessed such formidable prowess. One could only wonder what kind of being a Jonin might be. Yunkong emerged from behind the great tree. Indeed, such trivial ruses could not escape the keen eyes of a ninja. However, he pondered whether his final card would prove advantageous. Resting his hand against the sturdy trunk, he gazed at Yamada. You appear to be utterly exhausted. Will you surrender, or will you simply submit? Yamada remarked, already perceiving Yunkong as a fish in a barrel. Although Yunkong's recent substitution technique had taken Yamada Yi by surprise, he had not initially recognized the maneuver. "Teacher, if I were in your position, I would not be so leisurely standing here," Yunkong said with a smile, pausing for breath before speaking. Yamada Yi questioned, scanning the surroundings, wondering if Yunkong had concealed any additional trump cards. Yunkong smiled and subtly nodded towards the direction behind Yamada Yi. This gesture immediately drew the attention of everyone present, including Yamada Yi. With Yunkong standing directly before him, Yamada Yi was certain that, given Yunkong's current state, even if he turned away or granted him half a minute, Yunkong could not simply vanish from his sight. Indeed, as Yunkong suggested, Yamada Yi leisurely turned to look in the direction indicated. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. A youth was bounding away, almost leaving the school grounds. Although their wager did not stipulate a specific area, both Yunkong and Yamada Yi subconsciously anchored the bet within the confines of the school. The practice field lay at the edge of the school, and Yamada Yi had just begun to doubt Yunkong's choice of direction. Initially, he thought Yunkong fled in the opposite direction due to his presence blocking the way. However, it became clear that Yunkong had meticulously planned this escape from the outset. "Teacher, not only substitution techniques, but I also excel in the clone technique, one of the 3 fundamental ninja arts," Yunkong stated calmly, as if victory were already assured. In fact, he was nearly out of the practice field's bounds. "Teacher, hurry and pursue. If you do not, I shall truly win." Yunkong waved his hand at Yamada Yi, as if bidding farewell. Suddenly, Yunkong halted, turned around, and looked at Yamada Yi, saying, "Forget it, teacher. Perhaps it is better not to chase. You might as well concede." His expression was filled with anticipation as he gazed at Yamada Yi. Just as Yamada Yi was about to set off in pursuit, he heard Yunkong's suggestion. He glanced once more at Yunkong, who was on the verge of leaping out of the school grounds, and found himself in a dilemma. Given his strength, if he were to act without mercy, he believed there was a 70 to 80% chance of capturing Yunkong at this distance. However, the crux of the matter lay in whether he could act ruthlessly. Their relationship was that of teacher and student, not adversaries. And this bond restrained Yamada Yi from unleashing his full might. As Yamada was still hesitating, a shuriken sliced through the air before him and Ling Feng. In an instant, it caught up with the fleeing Yunkong, piercing through his shoulder and pinning him against a tree. Who is so shameless, so despicable? This was Yunkong's immediate thought upon seeing himself nailed to the trunk just as he was about to escape the school. Who so vicious? Dared to harm someone in my presence? This was Yamada's reaction to the scene. As for the others, they were momentarily unable to accept the sudden turn of events, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. With a soft thud, Yunkong, pinned to the tree, struggled briefly before transforming into a cloud of smoke. Witnessing this, Yamada felt an unexpected sense of relief. Has he managed to evade capture? Yamada pondered, perhaps without realizing that Yunkong had unknowingly ascended to a significant position in his heart. As the smoke dissipated, there was no wooden post, as everyone had anticipated, only a solitary shuriken still embedded in the tree. Who dared to interfere? Yunkong glared fiercely at the troublemaker, realizing he had almost secured victory. This disruption had ruined everything. Soon, Yunkong's furious gaze turned vacant. A tall figure with flowing black hair approached, clapping his hands in appreciation. "Truly spectacular, Yunkong-kun. I did not anticipate that our second meeting would leave an even greater impression than the first. Damn you, Orochimaru, are you so idle? Aren't you a jonin? Shouldn't you be preparing for the third great ninja war? Orochimaru, can't you show some ambition and stop lingering around the ninja academy? I've already encountered you twice. Damn it, it's ridiculous. Not only have I met you, but you've also learned my name. Weren't we supposed to be each other's angels? Isn't familiarity unnecessary?" Yunkong lamented silently, though he displayed no outward reaction, quickly bowing to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru." Nearby students and Yamada hastily bowed as well, uttering, "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru casually waved his hand, signaling that no one needed to bow. Despite his approachable demeanor, who would suspect that beneath it lay a scientific madman? If Yamada were still unaware that the Yunkong before him was the real deal, he might as well find a tofu block to crash into. Yet, there was no time to concern himself with Yunkong. Respectfully, Yamada approached Orochimaru and asked, "Lord Orochimaru, is there anything you require of me?" Orochimaru's reputation, established during the Second Great Ninja War, coupled with Konoha's deliberate promotion, ensured that most ninjas regarded one of the legendary three with utmost reverence, especially considering the possibility of him becoming the fourth Hokage. Nothing of importance, Orochimaru replied softly. To Yun-Kong, his hoarse voice seemed not to vary much in tone. Orochimaru waved his hand once more, indicating that Yamada need not concern himself. Of course, Orochimaru could not be here without purpose. His visit to the Konoha Ninja Academy was not merely for amusement. However, such matters did not require explanation from Yamada, nor did he possess the qualification to inquire further. Orochimaru once again turned his gaze towards Yun-Kong and remarked, Yun-Kong-kun, you are quite impressive. Should you find the time, do visit my estate. Yun-Kong thought to himself, is Orochimaru intending to become my guardian? With this declaration from Orochimaru, even the Uchiha clan would think twice before causing trouble for Yun-Kong, at least in public. Orochimaru, please do not take a fancy to me, Yun-Kong lamented inwardly. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that the opposite was true. Orochimaru was particularly attentive to him. While Yun-Kong yearned to distance himself from Orochimaru, ideally wishing for no entanglements, he realized that having such a formidable protector was an opportunity not to be squandered. He quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I may trouble you in the future. Orochimaru nodded, offering a few indifferent words of encouragement to the surrounding classmates before turning to leave. After Orochimaru's departure, Yun-Kong exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief. The pressure Orochimaru exerted was immense. Every response, every intonation and expression required utmost caution in his presence. Once Orochimaru had left, Yamadani turned his attention to Yun-Kong, stating, Since Lord Orochimaru has agreed to provide you protection, let us conclude our wager here. Yes, Sensei, Yun-Kong responded with a bow, acknowledging that had it not been for Orochimaru's timely arrival, he would have already lost. Regardless of the sincerity behind Yun-Kong's words, Yamadani appreciated the young man's current demeanor. Yun-Kong did not let the attention from Lord Orochimaru inflate his ego. He remained humble. After exchanging a few more words with Yun-Kong, Yamadani warned the students to prioritize their safety and then, rather irresponsibly, executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from their sight. Yun-Kong, you're impressive. As soon as Yamadani disappeared, Obito, who had been lingering nearby at Yun-Kong's suggestion, swiftly approached and playfully struck Yun-Kong on the chest, grinning. Yun-Kong's earlier display had undoubtedly astonished many classmates. The boy, who often slept during class and frequently skipped lessons, had proven to be remarkably strong. In that moment, the gazes of his peers towards Yun-Kong shifted significantly. Particularly, his unreserved actions against Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, where he had retaliated with force, instilled a newfound respect and caution among the onlookers. All right, enough of the jesting. Yun-Kong interjected, feeling uncomfortable under the collective scrutiny. I prefer not to be the center of attention. Let us leave this place. He spoke softly. Before long, Yun-Kong and Obito found themselves once again by the stream where they practiced. Obito grinned and suggested, Yun-Kong, how about we have a spar? I didn't realize you were so formidable. Have you been concealing your true strength? Indeed, Obito was brimming with energy, while Yun-Kong, exhausted from the earlier events, merely cast a glance at him, feeling utterly fatigued. Although everything that just transpired occurred within a mere 10 minutes, the exertion felt akin to a week's worth of exercise. Yun-Kong rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard the exuberant Daito. What weighed more heavily on Yun-Kong's mind was whether he had, in fact, attracted the attention of Orochimaru. At present, the benefits of being under Orochimaru's watch outweighed the drawbacks. He could serve as a protective talisman for Yun-Kong. However, contemplating the future, particularly the curse mark he had given to Akane during his defection, a technique not yet fully developed, filled him with dread. With a mere 10% survival rate, the odds were worse than a coin toss. The thought of Orochimaru's future misdeeds sent chills down Yun-Kong's spine. As he pondered, he approached a tree and slowly settled against its trunk. How might he evade Orochimaru's scrutiny? He mused. Meanwhile, Daito had begun to push against a wooden post, striking it repeatedly with a resounding thud. Half an hour slipped away swiftly as Yun-Kong remained lost in thought. Frustrated, Daito kicked the post with disdain, using the rebound to perform a few flips in the air before landing in front of Yun-Kong. Come on, Yun-Kong, let us spar. Practicing alone is so dull, he urged. Yun-Kong shook his head. I'm not in the mood, and I haven't fully recuperated. I wouldn't stand a chance against you right now, he declined. There's someone hiding in that thicket over there. You should challenge them instead. Yunkong pointed toward a secluded cluster of trees. Is someone truly there? Daitu exclaimed, suddenly turning with a gaze as sharp as a sword, fixated on the thicket Yunkong indicated. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Daitu remained vigilant, taking 2 cautious steps back. Is there really someone there? Why is there no sound? Yunkong rolled his eyes. If you think someone is there, just throw a couple of shurikens or unleash a fire jutsu. Why are you asking me? He recalled how Naruto, during his first mission with Kakashi, would instinctively throw a kunai at the slightest disturbance, showcasing his alertness and decisiveness. And here you are, just staring. What good does that do? Yunkong chastised inwardly. After 3 more unbearable minutes, Yunkong could no longer tolerate the inaction. He retrieved his forgotten ninja tool pouch from behind his waist and tossed it to Daitu. Does staring accomplish anything? Can your eyes kill? Yunkong snapped. Just throw a couple of shurikens already. Daitu, momentarily stunned by Yunkong's action, finally seemed to process what had happened. Yunkong, you're impressive. You always have a plan. But won't that hurt someone? Anyone daring to spy on you is certainly not a good person. They either have ulterior motives or are psychologically unbalanced. It's unlikely that a shy girl has secretly come to watch you, Yunkong replied. Though, there is a possibility it could be someone infatuated with me who followed me here, Yunkong thought with a hint of delight, but he kept this to himself, realizing it would be too embarrassing to voice. It was enough for him to quietly relish the thought. Yunkong nodded to himself, satisfied. Why could there not be a girl harboring secret affections for me? After all, I am destined to become the future Hokage, a renowned member of the esteemed Uchiha clan. Rebutted Obito. Because you are rather unattractive, Yunkong replied. Upon hearing Yunkong's words, Obito disdainfully curled his lip. Just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted by Yunkong. If you don't make a move soon, even a rabbit might escape, Yunkong cautioned. In truth, Kakashi, hidden behind the foliage, was also contemplating a gradual repositioning. Obito swiftly gripped 2 shurikens in his hand and, with a swift motion, hurled them forth, unadorned, devoid of flourish, yet executed with the utmost directness and speed. The 2 shurikens discreetly pierced the underbrush, and as they soared into the thicket, a figure emerged from the shadows, narrowly evading the flying shurikens. The figure inadvertently revealed their presence, clad in white and masked, with a long scarf wrapped twice around their neck and trailing down their back. The figure stood atop the wooden post that Obito had just struck, gazing intently at Yunkong and Obito. Kakashi Hitaki. Yunkong found himself muttering the youth's name involuntarily. He was taken aback to discover that Kakashi was indeed engaged in a covert observation. Yunkong had always presumed that such antics were the domain of those like Jiraiya or Naruto, the idlers with nothing better to do. Yet here was the perpetually aloof Kakashi, exuding an air of perpetual drowsiness, indulging in the same. Obito took a step forward, addressing Kakashi with a tone that brooked no pleasantries. What brings you here? Fortunately, Obito refrained from saying, Kakashi, are you here because you secretly admire me? I did not come seeking you, Kakashi stated, leaping to Obito's side. Though his gaze drifted past him to Yunkong, leaning against the tree trunk. Kakashi's intention was clear. He was there to find Yunkong, not Obito. Yunkong, bewildered by Kakashi's gaze, pondered, weren't you and Obito supposed to be an inseparable duo? What do you want with me? Nevertheless, Yunkong stood up and approached Kakashi, politely inquiring, Kakashi, what brings you to me? Wait a moment. Why does Kakashi's expression seem so familiar? Let me think, Yunkong mused, regretting his question as he recalled someone. The azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Suddenly, realization dawned on Yunkong. This was indeed the expression Kakashi wore when challenged by Guy. Without hesitation, Kakashi stepped forward, his battle intent palpable. I am here to. Actually, Kakashi, I prefer girls. Yunkong interjected earnestly, raising his right hand with 3 fingers held upright. I truly do favor girls, he emphasized solemnly. Therefore, if you have any special requests, it would be best to consult Obito, Yunkong suggested, gesturing toward Obito. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. After speaking, Yunkong noticed the expressions on Obito and Kakashi's faces, as if they had encountered an extraterrestrial being, their eyes wide and vacant. Coughing lightly, Yunkong feigned a couple of coughs to summon Obito and Kakashi back to their senses. Could you two refrain from being so distasteful? Please disappear from my sight. You are simply repulsive, he declared, his face contorted with disgust and disdain as he waved his hand dismissively. Obito and Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to curse under their breaths. Brother, we have said nothing and harbored no ill thoughts. It is you who has conjured these absurd notions and become nauseated by your own imagination, Obito retorted. Kakashi, clearing his throat, managed to divert Yunkong's attention from his retching state. Yunkong, I am Kakashi Hitaki. I came here a few days ago with the intention of engaging in a friendly spar, he stated, seizing the moment to clarify his purpose, lest Yunkong's nonsensical ramblings cloud his intentions. To Kakashi's surprise, Yunkong nodded earnestly after hearing his words. Ah, so you wish to fight me? Kakashi confirmed with a nod, realizing that this interpretation was not far from the truth. Ultimately, he merely sought to gauge Yunkong's strength. Look at me. Yunkong pointed to himself and inquired. What of it? You look fine to me. Kakashi replied, following Yunkong's gaze. His complexion appeared healthy, without any significant injuries. Do you think I am someone who idly engages in fights with others? Yunkong's next words took a sharp turn. As a youth of ideals, ambitions, and morals, would I ever resort to fighting for no reason? Yunkong continued, gazing at Kakashi and Obito. We should win hearts with virtue. Just like me. I shall not be swayed by riches, nor shall poverty alter my path, and I will not yield to might. Hence, I must decline. From his lofty moral pedestal, Yunkong delivered an impassioned lecture on ethics for half an hour, his words flowing with fervor. Do you understand? He asked at last, concluding his philosophical discourse. Observing the bewildered expressions on Obito and Kakashi's faces, he smiled. At your age, while youths in the world of Naruto may appear mature, I believe my intellect surpasses you. He thought to himself, and you wish to challenge me? Perhaps in another lifetime. Unbeknownst to Yunkong, his self-aggrandizing demeanor had transformed in the eyes of Kakashi and Obito into a caricature of foolishness. Kakashi inwardly cursed. For half an hour, he preached about virtue. Yet this morning, he showed no such restraint when he brazenly broke the arms of the Uchiha brothers who provoked him. How much of his own advice has he truly followed? Kakashi, observing Yunkong's utter lack of self-awareness, felt his worldview shift. He even contemplated who had bestowed upon Yunkong such audacity to be so shameless. Realizing that engaging directly might be more effective, Kakashi resolved not to let Yunkong's thick skin allow him to prattle on endlessly. Enough of this. I shall take action, he declared. With that, Kakashi swiftly leapt into the air, executing a high sweeping kick aimed at Yunkong. Kakashi's intuition proved remarkably accurate. Had he refrained from engaging, Yunkong could have easily spent an entire day talking. However, Kakashi did not permit Yunkong the opportunity to showcase his verbal prowess and swiftly took action. It was akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. Reason became futile. Yunkong presently felt trapped in such a predicament. Fortunately, after a brief respite of half an hour and a lackadaisical delay, he had regained only a modicum of stamina. Although his chakra remained depleted, he resolved to minimize the use of ninjutsu. Yunkong leaned backward, executing a swift arch of his back to evade Kakashi's sweeping strike, then promptly leaped away to create distance between them. You must understand that I was nearly exhausted this morning, and currently, I possess no strength to continue this fight. Moreover, it is midday. Shall we retreat for now? Each to their own home, each to their own mother. What do you think? Yunkong proposed. Yet, Kakashi paid him no heed. With remarkable speed, Kakashi surged forward, closing the gap between them in a straight line. His hand shaped like a blade as he delivered a vertical slash, a quintessential display of swordsmanship. In a critical moment, Yunkong sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp edge of Kakashi's hand, which grazed his nose. A cold sweat broke out within Yunkong. He had nearly succumbed to Kakashi's lethal strike. Thankfully, he had evaded it. Otherwise, he would have suffered great embarrassment. He had momentarily forgotten that Kakashi's swordsmanship was formidable, a legacy of the famed Konoha White Fang, particularly impressive for one of his age. Once again, Yunkong retreated to evade Kakashi's assault. Constantly retreating is futile, Kakashi remarked. Is it? Yunkong murmured, halting his steps. He swiftly dodged Kakashi's punch, exerting force beneath him as he executed a high side kick aimed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi lowered his stance and evaded Yunkong's attack. Now it's my turn, Yunkong declared, closing in rapidly, almost instantly before Kakashi. With his left hand clenched into a fist, he unleashed a flurry of 4 straight punches. Yunkong recalled this technique from a boxing match he had observed in his previous life. Although he had never employed it before, this was his inaugural attempt. As anticipated, Kakashi crossed his arms defensively, shielding his head from the onslaught. Despite Yunkong's rapid punches, their power was diminished due to the limited distance of his strikes. Rather than frantically dodging, it was more prudent to withstand the blows. Yunkong pivoted swiftly, swinging a massive right hook in a sweeping arc toward Kakashi. This was a follow-up maneuver, feigned strikes leading to a genuine attack. Although such techniques were impractical in real combat, where instant kills were paramount, they proved rather effective in youthful sparring. Yunkong used. Yunkong's right hook was both swift and fierce, leaving Kakashi with little time to evade, forcing him to raise his left arm to protect his head and absorb Yunkong's punch. A resounding impact echoed as Kakashi's arm collided with his own head from Yunkong's powerful strike, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, true to his reputation, even the young Kakashi demonstrated remarkable resilience. In midair, he quickly regained his composure from the tremendous force. Executing a deft somersault, he landed gracefully on the ground and promptly leaped back, creating distance from Yunkong once more. Under the tremendous impact, Kakashi swiftly flipped and landed on the ground, quickly leaping backward to create distance from the cloud space. Battles among ninjas can be astonishingly swift, often resulting in instant defeats when there is a significant disparity in strength. Much like the future instance when Kakashi effortlessly vanquished the brothers of the Ghost Clan, or when Asuma swiftly dispatched the Sound Ninja Pursuit team. Conversely, at times, battles can drag on interminably, as seen in the protracted struggle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, which lasted 3 days and nights before a victor emerged. Akin to the current confrontation between Cloud and Kakashi, the two were nearly evenly matched. Whenever Kakashi gained the upper hand, Cloud could quickly distance himself to regain his footing, and the same held true when Cloud dominated. However, Cloud had no intention of retreating. His modus operandi had always been to exploit an opponent's weaknesses mercilessly. Cloud surged toward Kakashi at an astonishing speed, nearly leaving an afterimage in his wake. Utilizing the Earth Release, Earthquake technique, Kakashi, leveraging his backward momentum, swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, he completed the seals and pressed his hands against the ground. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, causing the earth to undulate like ocean waves. Cloud found his footing destabilized, his forward momentum abruptly impeded. The vibrations of the ground did not diminish. Rather, they grew increasingly intense. Without a moment's hesitation, Cloud leaped into the air. In a different combat scenario, he might not have dared to expose himself so brazenly in midair, as the absence of stable footing rendered one vulnerable. However, facing Kakashi, Cloud felt no such apprehension, for Kakashi bore no shuriken or kunai. Otherwise, Kakashi would not have engaged him in close combat. Indeed, Kakashi had no shuriken in hand. Nevertheless, he was an exceptional ninja, a prodigy in his own right. Observing Cloud evade his technique by leaping into the air, Kakashi swept his hands across the ground, gathering the rapidly flowing pebbles from the riverbank, and, in a manner reminiscent of throwing shuriken, he hurled them toward Cloud. Cloud felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, suddenly recalling the time when Madara had met the first Hokage, having once communicated through the throwing of shuriken using water bubbles. Now, practicing by the creek, there was no shortage of suitably sized pebbles. Fortunately, Cloud remained undaunted. Suspended in midair, he swiftly formed hand seals. The best offense is a strong defense. Cloud was not one to falter like Uchiha, overwhelmed by a few flying stones. Fire release, great fireball technique. Cloud inhaled deeply, unleashing a 2-meter-wide fireball from his mouth, engulfing the space before him as it barreled toward Kakashi on the ground. The pebbles Kakashi had launched were incinerated to ash in the searing heat of the flames. The intensity of this fire was more than sufficient for forging steel. Cloud mused amidst the chaos. The fireball, descending at an angle, was particularly challenging to counter. As the flames obscured his view, Cloud could not discern whether Kakashi managed to evade. The flames engulfed Kakashi's position, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A massive pit, 1.5 meters deep, was created by a meteorite's impact. The flames blazed with astonishing speed, extinguishing within mere seconds. Within the enormous cavity, it was evident that Kakashi had left no trace. However, this was anticipated by Yunkong. If Kakashi could be so easily dispatched, he would not be the formidable ninja he is renowned to be. Yunkong cast his gaze around, contemplating Kakashi's remarkable concealment techniques. Yet he had still failed to locate Kakashi's whereabouts. After an earnest search, he realized that finding Kakashi was beyond his capabilities. He pondered whether it was his own inadequacy or Kakashi's mastery of stealth that was to blame. Turning towards Obito, Yinkong shouted, Kakashi, are you going to hide like a turtle in its shell? I will count to 3, and if you do not emerge, I shall no longer engage with you. His call echoed unanswered. 1. Yinkong raised a finger, but the surroundings remained desolate, devoid of any response. 2. He continued, yet silence enveloped the area, save for Obito, who watched eagerly, anticipating his turn in the fray. Where could he be? Yinkong mused, stepping closer to Obito, his expression casual while his heart was in turmoil. This was the true prowess of Kakashi. If this is how he approached an assassination, Yinkong thought, he could only resign himself to his fate, for he could find no trace of Kakashi. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the earth Yinkong had just passed, seizing his ankle. Earth release, decapitation technique. Kakashi's voice resonated from beneath. In an instant, the ground beneath Yinkong shattered, plunging him into the depths, leaving only his head above the surface. Kakashi stood beside him and softly declared, You have lost. Lost. Gazing at Kakashi, who stood there, Yinkong felt a flicker of satisfaction. Despite appearing mature, Kakashi still harbored a competitive spirit typical of youth. In truth, Yinkong wanted to assert that Kakashi had not truly won. He gestured towards another direction, where another Yinkong stood silently beside Obito, observing Kakashi. With a puff of smoke, the Yinkong trapped in the soil vanished, revealing the shadow clone technique. Kakashi's expression darkened as he sputtered out the words in disbelief. As he realized the situation, fury ignited within him, and he charged forward. Oh no! Could Kakashi truly be angry? Yinkong thought anxiously. He quickly pushed Obito forward and exclaimed, Kakashi, I concede. You may fight Obito. True to his loyal nature, Obito responded, What? Is it my turn now? Upon receiving Yinkong's nod, he proclaimed with enthusiasm, At last, it is time for me, Uchiha Obito, to shine. However, Obito's exuberance was short-lived. As Kakashi unleashed his wrath, he swiftly imparted a lesson on humility to Obito. Kakashi initiated the confrontation with a powerful strike, forcefully bringing down his attack upon Obito. As Obito staggered backward, attempting to steady himself with both hands, Kakashi surged forward, immediately enveloping Obito in a chilling gust reminiscent of a razor's edge. For the next half hour, Kakashi and Obito vividly demonstrated to the heavens the essence of deep-seated enmity, showcasing a spectacle that was both gruesome and inhumane. After this relentless exchange, both warriors lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, their faces resembling that of swollen pigs. Yinkong approached slowly, sitting beside the two, and remarked, How tragic. It must hurt immensely. Yet the glee in his voice could not be concealed. In truth, it was inappropriate for Kakashi to be likened to a pig, compared to Obito, whose face was thoroughly swollen. Kakashi merely bore dark circles under his eyes. The battle, while not entirely one-sided, saw Kakashi maintain the upper hand throughout. Obito's techniques emanated raw power, each punch and kick delivered with a commanding presence, reminiscent of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Alas, Kakashi's approach was the antithesis, valuing speed over sheer force. Consequently, Obito found himself tragically outmatched, suffering a relentless onslaught from Kakashi. Though under Yinkong's tutelage, Obito had learned to employ shadow clones in a bid for surprise. The outcome was merely a fleeting advantage before Kakashi swiftly regained control and continued to dominate. Gently, Yinkong placed a hand on Obito's swollen head, prompting Obito to inhale sharply and murmur, Easy now, it hurts. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already risen swiftly, his expression unchanged, retaining that cool demeanor. However, with the unmistakable appearance of two panda-like eyes, he bore a comical visage. It seems you've recuperated. Let us continue. For we have yet to determine a victor, Kakashi declared, turning to Yinkong. Looking like that, can you still fight? Yinkong asked, surprised to see Kakashi displaying such an exaggeratedly juvenile side. He recalled that such a demeanor was more characteristic of Might Guy or Rock Lee. Wait, I haven't lost yet. Obito exclaimed, rising defiantly to face Kakashi, though his voice was somewhat garbled due to his injuries. With your current state, you claim you haven't lost. In a true battle, you would have perished long ago, Kakashi retorted disdainfully. As tensions escalated between Kakashi and Obito, Yinkong interjected. Enough of this quarrel. What is there to argue about between a pig and a panda? He punctuated his words with a slap to each of their heads, which elicited murderous glares from both. Feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, these were once figures he idolized, and now he found joy in playfully chastising them. Yinkong disregarded their furious expressions and continued. Let us not bicker. First, I shall tend to your wounds, and then I will treat you to lunch." Oblivious to the gravity of his situation, Obito's demeanor swiftly morphed from sorrow to anticipation upon hearing Yunkong's offer of a meal. Is this minor injury even worthy of attention? A mere application of ice will suffice, and in a few days, I shall be as good as new. Let us proceed to dine, Obito proclaimed. Kakashi, however, turned his head away with evident disdain, clearly unimpressed by Obito's antics. Noticing the brewing tension between the two, Yunkong hastily guided them toward the Konoha Medical Center. Thanks to his mother's employment there, Yunkong was quite familiar with the establishment. After a half-hour's journey, they finally arrived at the hospital. Throughout their trek, Yunkong sensed the palpable animosity between Obito and Kakashi, leading him to ponder whether their future camaraderie would stem from a series of quarrels and clashes that ultimately forged a bond. As they meandered through the hospital, both Obito and Kakashi's conditions had noticeably deteriorated. Obito now resembled a swollen pig's head, while Kakashi's eye had swollen to a mere slit. Given his mother's position at the hospital, several nurses and doctors recognized Yunkong upon their arrival. Consequently, word of their presence reached his mother. Before long, as Yunkong was occupied with securing registration for Kakashi and Obito, his mother approached him. "Yunkong, what brings you to the hospital? Shouldn't you be in class?" she inquired. Taken aback by the sudden encounter, Yunkong had intended to keep his visit a secret. Sensing a change in his expression, his mother's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. "You haven't been skipping class, have you?" she pressed, her expression darkening, and Yunkong could almost perceive the fierce glint in her eyes. It was no wonder that students feared parental notifications. Just her gaze instilled a sense of dread. Fortunately, the educational system in the Naruto universe did not adhere to the practice of contacting parents. With his mother's countenance growing increasingly severe, Yunkong quickly ushered Obito and Kakashi forward. "Mom, I assure you, I am not skipping class." These two were not attending properly and ended up in a scuffle. "As I am somewhat familiar with the hospital, the teacher requested I bring them here for treatment," he asserted, maintaining a calm facade as he deflected blame onto his companions. His reasoning was not only sound but also justifiable. Upon witnessing Obito's grotesque appearance and Kakashi's nearly shut eye, Yunkong's mother softened her expression. "Ah, I see. You may bring them along. I will attend to their wounds," she responded, evidently convinced by Yunkong's explanation. After all, as her child, she trusted Yunkong to be a responsible individual. Turning, she led the trio forward, and as she did, Yunkong discreetly gestured with his hands, mimicking a closing mouth and then forming a fist as a silent threat. His expression conveyed a clear message: "Silence, should you dare speak out of turn. I shall ensure you learn your lesson." Obito nodded vigorously at this silent communication, while Kakashi, maintaining his stoic demeanor, simply turned away. However, Yunkong was confident that Kakashi, being the astute individual he was, would remain reticent. Yunmu moved swiftly, leading the trio of Yunkong to a medical room. Within just a few minutes, he had tended to the wounds of Obito and Kakashi. It was only then that Yunmu recognized the pig-headed figure as Obito. Consequently, Obito endured a rather unfortunate half-hour lecture from Yunmu. As the three of them strolled through the hospital corridor at a leisurely pace, suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared before Yunkong. He conceded that the stunning figure was none other than Tsunade, the renowned princess of the Senju clan and the future 5th Hokage. With an expression devoid of emotion, Tsunade led the way, followed by numerous leaders and experts from the Konoha Ninja Hospital, exuding an impressive aura. However, beneath that formidable appearance lay a sorrowful woman. The Senju clan had dwindled. Her brother Nawaki had perished in battle, and it was rumored that her lover, Dan Kato, had also met a tragic end in the recently concluded Second Shinobi World War. Reflecting on these thoughts, Yunkong realized he had not yet departed from Konoha as he had initially believed. Yet, the Tsunade of now, destined to become the 5th Hokage, was likely suffering from a fear of blood. Nevertheless, this had little bearing on his own aspirations. He merely sought to learn medical ninjutsu from her. Yunkong was acutely aware of the significance of medical ninjutsu for a ninja. A prominent figure in this realm was Kabuto, whose creation of the chakra scalpel rivaled Kakashi's Chidori and the 4th Hokage's Rasengan. Through his experiments, Kabuto had nearly transformed himself into a pseudo-Jinchuriki, a formidable entity that required the combined might of Itachi and Sasuke to confront. Undoubtedly, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was among the finest in the entire shinobi world. Moreover, Her regenerative techniques, along with her unique applications of chakra and the Yin sealing method, were invaluable forms of ninjutsu in Yunkong's eyes. Regrettably, he did not know Tsunade personally, nor did he have any connection to her, rendering the notion of apprenticing under her to learn her techniques rather fanciful. However, a slight smile played at the corners of Yunkong's mouth. Perhaps he could attempt to make an impression on her. As Tsunade approached, the trio quickly stepped aside to clear the path. As she passed before them, Yunkong quietly inquired of Kakashi, "Kakashi, are you familiar with cellular activation?" His voice, though soft, was loud enough in the quiet corridor to capture everyone's attention, including the stoic Tsunade. Her expression subtly shifted, barely revealing surprise, yet Yunkong, who had been observing her reaction, distinctly noticed her intrigue. Tsunade's gaze inadvertently flicked towards Yunkong. "Cellular activation? I've never heard of it. What is it?" Kakashi asked, blissfully unaware. Pleased that Kakashi was oblivious, Yunkong nodded at his perplexed expression. Though the future Kakashi would eventually learn to harness the power of lightning release to invigorate his cells, the Kakashi of the present lacked the experience of having mastered over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques. "Have you heard of the 8 gates?" Yunkong inquired without providing a direct answer. Kakashi shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity with the concept. "What? You have never heard of the legendary forbidden technique of the 8 gates?" Yunkong regarded Kakashi with an expression of disbelief. Even behind his mask, Kakashi felt a slight flush of embarrassment. He had previously thought himself quite formidable, yet he found himself lacking knowledge of the 2 topics Yunkong had raised. "All right," Yunkong conceded, nodding thoughtfully. "Let me put it this way. Do you know what forbidden drugs are?" This time, Kakashi nodded. As forbidden drugs are not unfamiliar to a ninja, often, ninjas would either willingly or inadvertently consume certain forbidden substances. Some components within these drugs can induce abnormal cellular activity in the human body, enabling the extraction of greater chakra or enhancing physical stamina. Cellular activation refers to the degree of cell vitality, or rather, an extraordinary level of cellular activation, Yunkong elucidated. After Yunkong's explanation, Tsunade and her entourage vanished from the corridor where the 3 of them stood. Although Tsunade did not express it, Yunkong sensed that his previous statement had etched itself into her memory. He had certainly made an impression on her. He recalled that Tsunade had embarked on her research into cellular activation after witnessing Orochimaru's ability to rapidly heal wounds through such means when Naruto had sought her return to the Hidden Leaf. Perhaps she had harbored this thought before, but had yet to find the most precise direction for her research. As Yunkong had anticipated, shortly after turning a corner, Tsunade waved towards the window, and a masked ninja suddenly appeared before her. After a brief exchange, the ninja swiftly disappeared from sight. Whether Tsunade discerned that Yunkong had intentionally made that remark in her presence was a matter of little concern. Kakashi, meanwhile, nodded thoughtfully, his mind drifting elsewhere. "Well, it's past noon now. Allow me to treat you to lunch. How about some barbecue?" Yunkong suggested. Kakashi appeared somewhat dazed, likely still recovering from the questions posed by Yunkong, while Obito, ever fond of food, readily accepted the offer, perhaps driven by their collective hunger. The trio hastened their pace and soon arrived at a barbecue restaurant. By this time, lunch hour had passed, resulting in a relatively empty establishment. Yunkong ordered an extravagant 10 servings of barbecue, and together with Kakashi and Obito, they indulged heartily. Utilizing transformation jutsu, Yunkong and Obito morphed into the forms of Yun's father and Yamada, respectively, to procure some beverages from the restaurant. In the world of Naruto, minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol, not because Yunkong was a budding alcoholic, nor was it due to the allure of the drinks in this universe, but rather because Yunkong required a guise of inebriation to achieve his objectives. The 3 of them thoroughly enjoyed their meal for a full hour and a half. In a state of semi-consciousness, Yunkong appeared relatively lucid, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he needed to navigate the delicate balance between wakefulness and intoxication. In stark contrast, Obito was evidently quite inebriated. As for Kakashi, he had indulged slightly under the imposing presence of Yunkong. But perhaps due to it being his inaugural experience with alcohol, Kakashi's state was far from clear-headed. Nevertheless, Kakashi managed to consume his meal and drink with remarkable speed, leaving Yunkong, who had intended to discern Kakashi's true self, somewhat disappointed. After all, in his previous life, the visage of the Hokage Kakashi was regarded as one of the most enigmatic mysteries. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in the inebriated musings Yun Kong was about to express. At that moment, adjacent to Yun Kong and his companions, the golden-haired Minato Namikaze sat across from a middle-aged man with white hair, whose identity was none other than Kakashi's father, the illustrious Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. The reason for their unexpected companionship remained unclear. Now, I entrust my son to you, Tsukumo addressed Minato, inclining his body slightly in a gesture of respect. Minato promptly returned the gesture, adhering to the appropriate formalities. Judging by their demeanor, their discourse likely revolved around Kakashi's apprenticeship. Nonetheless, the current reputation of the Konoha White Fang paled in comparison to even the legendary Three Ninjas. As one of Jiraiya's disciples, Minato was certainly cautious not to offend Tsukumo. "Oh, by the way, may I inquire what brings you here, Minato?" Tsukumo asked, having serendipitously noticed Minato inquiring about a youth named Yun Kong, who was in the company of his son, Kakashi. Thus, Tsukumo seized the opportunity to finalize arrangements for Minato to mentor Kakashi. "The third Hokage has instructed me to learn about a boy named Yun Kong, or more precisely, to clarify certain matters," Minato replied, neither concealing nor elaborating on the specifics. Although Tsukumo's stature warranted full disclosure from Minato, the latter's prudence shone through. Even if revealing the information to Tsukumo was permissible, Minato preferred to minimize the number of individuals privy to the third Hokage's directives. Tsukumo nodded, refraining from further inquiries. It was likely that he, too, was eager to ascertain the true nature of this Yun Kong, who had evidently captured the attention of his son Kakashi. Tsukumo was acutely aware of Kakashi's pride, having watched him grow up by his side. Within the private room, Obito, in a drunken stupor, bellowed his unwavering determination to become Hokage, urging Kakashi to await his return once he had recuperated from his injuries. Grabbing Yun Kong's hand without a shred of decorum, he insisted that he would undoubtedly become Hokage and would look after Yun Kong in the future. In a moment of seriousness, Yun Kong abruptly straightened up and gazed intently at Obito, declaring, "You will indeed, provided you can survive, or rather, endure until the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. You shall certainly become Hokage, whether as the fifth or sixth." This earnest expression from Yun Kong startled both Obito and Kakashi. Even the intoxication had somewhat cleared his mind. Obito, upon hearing Yun Kong mention becoming Hokage, displayed an expression of exuberance. "In this era of peace, why do you suggest there will be a third Great Ninja War?" Kakashi, however, remained notably composed, swiftly grasping the crux of Yun Kong's words. Obito was taken aback. After all, the Second Great Ninja War had only recently concluded. How could a third war possibly loom so soon? Is that so strange? Not only do I foresee the imminent eruption of the Third War, but I am also acutely aware that the decline of Konoha village has become unavoidable. Yun Kong seemed somewhat inebriated as he downed another cup of sake. "Is that truly the case?" Kakashi remarked, his expression tinged with skepticism. Outside, Konoha's White Fang and Minato were equally astonished by Yun Kong's startling proclamation, never expecting such a foreboding prediction. I, too, find that hard to believe. The current Konoha is arguably at its zenith since the passing of the first and second Hokages. The elder generation, including the third Hokage and Danzo, are at the peak of their powers. The legendary Sannin of the middle generation, along with Konoha's White Fang, are renowned figures. The younger generation, featuring Minato and the rising stars of Inoshikacho, are already capable of standing on their own. How can you claim that decline is imminent? It sounds alarmist. But what does reality dictate? Yun Kong retorted, "Isn't this the truth?" Obito and Kakashi thought to themselves, could this not be the truth? Fortresses are breached from within, and the danger from within our walls is drawing near. Yun Kong took another deep breath, speaking without restraint. Observing the bewildered expressions of Kakashi and Obito, he slammed his hand onto the table, seemingly infuriated. "Surely, you cannot be unaware of the 4 years of contention for the position of third Hokage following the demise of the second Hokage." Gazing into the confused eyes of Kakashi and Obito, Yun Kong continued, "You truly do not know?" They nodded. These matters were relics of Yun Kong's former life, now confidential affairs for most, even among the elite shinobi. When the second Hokage fell, it was decided that the current third Hokage would assume the mantle. However, at that time, the Hokage was too young, lacking in personal prestige, while externally, his former comrade, Danzo, was poised with ambition. Those were the most arduous 4 years, the most perilous for Konoha village. Had it not been for the unity of the clans back then, Konoha would have been destroyed long ago during the First War. Yinkong elucidated. This revelation not only astounded Kakashi and Obito, but also left Minato in a state of shock. Being younger, he may have been vaguely aware of these events, but lacked clarity. Minato glanced incredulously at Shikaku, only to find him wearing an expression of grave seriousness. There was no doubt. Everything Yinkong uttered was indeed the truth. Meanwhile, Yinkong continued. Now, the election for the fourth Hokage is fast approaching. His words ruthlessly shattered Minato's illusion that Yinkong was merely indulging in fanciful musings. Indeed, the election for the fourth Hokage is imminent. Minato and Shikaku unconsciously echoed Yinkong's words. I apologize, Lord Shikaku. Watergate expressed an apology to Kakashi Hatake, who, without needing to be told, understood that Watergate intended to clear the area and summon all the higher-ups of the Leaf Village. The matter at hand was far too sensational to be mere drunken chatter. Kakashi silently nodded in acknowledgement. Watergate departed, but returned swiftly within half a minute. In that brief span, Kakashi had already discerned that apart from the two of them and the three individuals next door, there was no one else in the barbecue shop. Outside, a squad of Umbu had cordoned off the establishment. Don't blame me for not warning you, Kakashi, Yinkong said, abruptly shifting the conversation from the fourth Hokage's election. Kakashi looked up, puzzled, pondering, what is there to warn me about? It seems irrelevant to me at my age to be involved in the election of the fourth Hokage. Amidst Kakashi's confusion, Yinkong swallowed hard, then remarked, just don't hit me for what I'm about to say. Kakashi's expression darkened. Do tell, and then I'll decide whether to strike you. Your half-finished sentences are quite maddening, he thought. Kakashi promptly nodded. What do you want to warn me about? At this point, he had yet to cultivate the composure to remain unflappable in the face of adversity. A gentle tug from Yinkong made him unable to contain himself. In Kakashi's expectant gaze, Yinkong stepped back slightly and said, Go home and soothe your father's fragile heart. With utmost seriousness, Yinkong reiterated, Encourage your father to toughen up. As he finished speaking, Obito, in a synchronized manner, sprayed a mixture of his drink and meat across the table. Kakashi glared at Yinkong, unable to tolerate anyone speaking ill of his father, whom he had idolized since childhood. If Yinkong did not apologize soon, Kakashi might very well turn violent. He glared fiercely at Obito. Nearby, Might Guy, known as the Konoha White Fang, slightly trembled his hand around his teacup, his brow furrowing. Since gaining fame, he had received both praise and scorn in abundance. Yet this was the first time someone had dared to call him fragile. Watergate, seated across from him, made a valiant effort to appear unaffected, yet he too was startled by Yukong's audacious remark. To suggest that the illustrious Konoha White Fang was delicate, this youth was indeed one of a kind. I told you not to be angry, Yinkong said, moving closer to Kakashi and draping an arm over his shoulder. It's not just me saying this. You should tell your father that the most crucial skill for a ninja is what? Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Yinkong answered himself, it's to have no shame. Make sure your father learns this well. A ninja without shame is a competent ninja. Even if your father cannot reach my effortless excellence, he should at least aspire to be as unabashed as Obito here. He gestured towards Obito, who, despite clearly being full, continued to shove food into his mouth. If all else fails, let your father come to me as a disciple. I assure you, I will personally teach him. In 1 month, he will master the basics. And within 3 to 5 months, he will reach Obito's level, Yinkong declared confidently. At this moment, not only Kakashi but even the neighboring Shikaku's expression darkened. While Yinkong spoke eloquently, the high-ranking officials of Konoha Village arrived almost simultaneously at the barbecue restaurant. The third Hokage, flanked by his 2 advisors, alongside Danzo Shimura. The leaders of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, as well as the heads of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, all gathered at this unassuming eatery. It was truly remarkable that the upper echelons of Konoha, in the midst of their busy schedules, were drawn to this modest establishment due to Yinkong's drunken ramblings. All right, enough jesting, Yinkong declared, positioning himself directly across from Kakashi just as the latter was about to lose his temper. Yinkong calculated that his light-hearted banter had successfully bought enough time for the Konoha elite to arrive. If Tsunade failed to notice the signals he left behind, and thus did not achieve the desired effect, Yinkong could only lament Konoha's misfortune. There was little more he could do. The rest would be entrusted to Kakashi to disseminate. After all, the high-ranking officials of Konoha were formidable ninjas, and Yinkong was uncertain if they had all gathered. However, it was unnecessary for them to be present. The arrival of the third Hokage, or even his informant, sufficed. Yinkong dared not venture outside to check, for that would render his meticulous efforts utterly meaningless. Kakashi, Yinkong began. What do you think would be the foremost issue to confront should Konoha village elect a fourth Hokage? Given Kakashi's resolute stance against participating in the political affairs of Konoha, it was evident that his political acumen was not to be underestimated. It remained uncertain whether this wisdom developed after the death of Shikaku, or if it was an innate potential. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi, under the weight of Yinkong's penetrating gaze, finally swallowed his words with evident effort and replied, "Are you implying my father?" Yinkong wore an expression that suggested Kakashi was not entirely foolish, allowing him to understand that his conjecture was correct. In reality, Yinkong had been steering the conversation towards Kakashi's father for quite some time. With Kakashi's intellect, he could not possibly be oblivious to the fact that Yinkong's forthcoming remarks would undoubtedly pertain to his father. Impossible, Kakashi responded with a hint of skepticism. My father had no intention of vying for the position of fourth Hokage. Whether you are genuinely naive or simply innocent. Perhaps I do not know if Konoha's White Fang was truly foolish or merely pure-hearted, Yinkong teased. Do you think that by claiming not to compete, others will believe you? Do you suppose I would believe it? Will the third Hokage believe it? Will those qualified to contest for the fourth Hokage's position believe it? Each of Yinkong's words felt like a dagger piercing Kakashi's heart, compelling him to accept the truth in Yinkong's assertions. Even Kakashi began to doubt the veracity of his father's claims of disinterest in competition, let alone others. The crux of the matter lies not in whether you choose to compete, but rather in whether you possess the capability to contend, Yinkong concluded. Indeed, Yinkong's words swiftly resonated with Kakashi. It was not about the intent to strive, but rather about the strength to do so. In the adjacent room, the esteemed leaders of the Hidden Leaf sat neatly around the table, their gazes inadvertently fixed upon Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo maintained an impassive expression, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny of others. Yet, within his heart, a tempest of shock brewed, as Yinkong had elucidated his predicament with startling clarity. The crux of the matter did not lie in whether one contended or abstained, but rather in the capacity to engage in such a struggle. Otherwise, given his stature, he would not have entrusted his son Kakashi to Minato for training. Surely, he could have nurtured him himself. Was his prowess truly inferior to that of others? However, Yinkong's subsequent remark shattered the last vestiges of hope within Kakashi's heart. Are you suggesting that your father should explicitly convey to Lord Hokage and everyone else that he harbors no intentions of vying for the Hokage position? Or even that your father should temporarily vacate the village during the Hokage election? Yinkong continued. When have you ever witnessed two tigers battling, while allowing a starving wolf to lurk nearby? Even if this wolf repeatedly insists, it merely passes through, merely stopping by for a moment. Moreover, the most critical point remains. Even if others falter in competition, it bears no consequence. But for your father, should he refrain from contention, there is but one outcome, death. Yinkong asserted earnestly, his demeanor slightly inebriated on the surface, yet his eyes gleamed with sharp clarity, revealing to Kakashi that Yinkong was not fabricating dire warnings. We inhabit a world known as a chaotic era. In this great maelstrom, even if you wish to abstain from conflict, you are compelled to engage. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, advancing leads to boundless horizons, while retreating spells certain demise. Thus, we can only press forward, never retreat. Yinkong stated, turning to Kakashi with solemnity. Do you comprehend? Kakashi shook his head, not out of ignorance of Yinkong's words, but rather in confusion over why Yinkong insisted that his father would meet death should he fail to compete for the Hokage position or choose not to contend at all. Kakashi opened his mouth to inquire why Yinkong held such a belief regarding his father's fate, but before he could articulate his question, Yinkong interjected, addressing the matter directly. Are you wondering how it is that your father's failure in the Hokage race does not necessarily equate to death, or who could possibly bring harm to him? Given the prowess of the White Fang of Konoha, even the current third Hokage may not be able to vanquish him, Yinkong remarked. Kakashi nodded. The title of White Fang was not merely a facade, but a testament forged from the crucible of countless battles. To have risen from a mere commoner, or an outsider to the Hokage lineage within the village, to attain such renown speaks volumes of Hatake Tsukumo's exceptional talent. Even if he were not the equal of the third Hokage, it would nonetheless pose a formidable challenge for the Hokage to eliminate the White Fang. Let us first address why your father is destined to perish. Yunkong raised a finger, methodically explaining each point to Kakashi. It is a straightforward matter that anyone could deduce. It is merely that no one has voiced it aloud. Your father is not of the Hokage lineage. From the inception of the village by the first Hokage, through the second and now the third, do you not perceive the hereditary nature of the Hokage position? Yunkong inquired. The second Hokage is the younger brother of the first Hokage, and the current third Hokage is the disciple of both the first and second Hokage. Even the esteemed Danzo, who once vied for the position of Hokage against the third, was also a pupil of the second Hokage, regardless of who would have triumphed in that contest. The legacy of Hokage remains firmly rooted within the lineage of the first. Yunkong remarked, then suddenly chuckled. Have you not noticed how closely our current Konoha White Fang resembles the esteemed figure who co-founded the Hidden Leaf Village alongside the first Hokage? Which esteemed figure? Kakashi inquired, as the revelations from Yunkong were utterly unfamiliar to him. This lack of prior knowledge left Kakashi uncertain of the veracity of Yunkong's claims. Nevertheless, it did not deter him from seeking clarity, or rather, from posing questions on behalf of his father, as he intended to relay everything he had heard that day in meticulous detail to his father later. Obito, too, wore an expression of curiosity. Anyone who had helped establish Konoha alongside the Hokage was surely not an inconsequential person. As for the earlier discourse between Yunkong and Kakashi, Obito found himself bewildered, instinctively resisting the darker undertones of their conversation, thus failing to absorb their significance. Kakashi was still young, and thus his ignorance could be excused. But Yunkong could not conceal his disdain as he remarked, "Is it not remarkable that you, a member of the Uchiha clan, are unaware of such a prominent figure within your own lineage?" The words of Yunkong fell upon the ears of the Uchiha clan leader next door, causing the usually stoic leader to flush with embarrassment. However, this was an inevitable consequence. Despite Uchiha Madara's monumental contributions to the history of the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village, his betrayal had marred his legacy. Not only had he defected, but he had also returned to bring about the demise of the first Hokage, though indirectly, his actions led to the latter's death. Thus, he was destined to be obscured by the annals of history. Fortunately, Yunkong did not dwell on this matter for long, merely mentioning it in passing. This esteemed figure is known as Uchiha Madara, Yunkong stated, his expression a perplexing mix of joy and sorrow, even tinged with a hint of sarcasm. As he uttered the name, it echoed in the minds of all the high-ranking officials of Konoha nearby. Particularly for Shikakanara, he thought to himself, the similarities between my current position and that of Uchiha Madara are striking. Are you unaware? Yunkong raised an eyebrow at Obito and Kakashi, who both nodded eagerly. Now, Yunkong appeared poised to enlighten them about this esteemed figure's deeds. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Obito nodding vigorously. The mere fact that his ancestor had co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage was enough to pique Obito's interest. Kakashi, too, adopted a serious demeanor, eager to discover how his father might resemble this illustrious individual. To understand this, we must begin with the origins of the Hidden Leaf Village, Yunkong began. Yunkong spoke. During the Warring States period, the ninja world was dominated by two formidable clans, one known as Uchiha and the other as Senju. These powerful clans gave rise to two extraordinary ninjas, or perhaps it can be said that these two remarkable ninjas created the strength of their respective clans. One was named Uchiha Madara, and the other was Senju Hashirama. Observing the bewildered expressions of Kakashi and Obito, Yunkong continued. You may not be very familiar with the name Senju Hashirama. We are more accustomed to referring to him as the first Hokage. Kakashi and Obito suddenly understood why Yunkong had mentioned someone named Senju Hashirama. It turned out that he was indeed the first Hokage. And then, Obito inquired eagerly, what transpired between these two powerful ninjas? He was desperate to learn the whole story. Then, a multitude of events unfolded. The process was intricate and brutal. You need not concern yourselves with the details, Yunkong said vaguely, causing Obito to pout in discontent. What does this have in common with my father? Kakashi asked. Certainly. There are parallels. In those days, Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage established the Hidden Leaf Village, and even the village's name was given by Uchiha Madara. How prestigious he was back then. Do you realize that you know scarcely anything about his deeds? Yunkong remarked. It was evident that Kakashi and Obito were unaware, or rather, that over 95% of the populace of the Hidden Leaf Village was oblivious. The reason for this was easily discernible, thanks to the upper echelons of the village's secrecy. Do you know why the Land of Fire is the most powerful among the 5 great nations? Even though the first Hokage was great, with his overly gentle disposition, how could the Hidden Leaf Village intimidate the other nations without the formidable presence of Uchiha Madara? It is vital to note that Uchiha Madara single-handedly subdued the entire land of Earth, Yunkong said with a smile, tinged with nostalgia and reflection. Such a terrifying being who could conquer the entire land of Earth with his strength. Yunkong's words resonated in Kakashi and Obito's minds, prompting them to ponder just how mighty Uchiha Madara must have been in those times. Rumors circulated, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was not merely rumor. The first Hokage himself publicly declared that Uchiha Madara should succeed him as the second Hokage. Yunkong stated with a calm demeanor. And what happened next? Yunkong asked. Kakashi and Obito were well aware of the answer. The second Hokage was the younger brother of the first Hokage, which indicated that Uchiha Madara had become a sacrificial pawn. When it came to contributions to the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Madara far surpassed Tobirama Senju. In terms of strength, even the legendary White Fang of the Leaf, Tobirama Senju, could not compare to Uchiha Madara. However, they both shared the unfortunate distinction of not being direct descendants of the Hokage line. In that light, it could be said that Tobirama Senju was indeed quite unfortunate. Everything Yunkong had said made perfect sense. As for the truth of it all, who cared? Yunkong mused. For he certainly did not. And judging by his demeanor, Obito would not doubt him, nor would Kakashi have the time to care. Kakashi's thoughts were now occupied with Tobirama Senju's situation. Whether those individuals nearby would believe Yunkong's ramblings was of no concern. Yunkong was even unaware if they had truly appeared at that place. Despite having laid some groundwork, Tsunade completely disregarded him, thus eliminating the subsequent possibilities that Yunkong had envisioned. Unbeknownst to him, as he articulated his thoughts, the eyes of various factions, including the Uchiha and Hinata, which were not of the Hokage lineage, subtly glanced in his direction, fixating on the ninjas from the Hokage's faction. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Of course, none of this concerned Yunkong and his companions. After a prolonged contemplation, Kakashi lifted his gaze and remarked, however, I have previously stated that with the current strength of Konoha's White Fang, no one can kill him. Yunkong seemed to grasp Kakashi's intended message. Kakashi nodded. Yet, while others may be incapable of killing him, he himself possesses the ability to do so, Yunkong whispered. I am aware of a rather straightforward method to easily eliminate him. Would you care to hear it? Not only could it ensure his demise, but it could also leave him burdened with infamy. Yunkong fixed his gaze on Kakashi, wearing an expression that suggested his own cleverness, urging admiration. What method? Kakashi inquired dryly, his expression a tumult of disbelief and reluctant acceptance. Outside, the higher-ups of Konoha swiftly turned their attention to Yunkong's forthcoming strategy, each straining to listen intently. After all, this was a method capable of bringing disgraceful death to a ninja who could rival the Hokage. It is quite simple. If I were among Konoha's elite seeking to eliminate your father, I would exploit his fragile psyche. First, I would assign him a task, a seemingly trivial one. Then, I would pair him with a few disobedient subordinates. When the mission unfolds, I would ensure that these young ninjas encounter various setbacks, leading to failure. Upon your father's return to Konoha, I would incessantly proclaim the task's critical importance and the immense damage our Konoha White Fang has inflicted upon the village. If necessary, I would even have those ninjas shift the blame onto White Fang, Yunkong elaborated. To put it simply, during your father's mission, I would orchestrate for his subordinates to be deliberately captured by enemy ninjas. Given your father's temperament, would he abandon his comrades to complete the mission or forsake the mission to save his comrades? Yunkong posed the question. Kakashi fell silent. Based on his understanding of White Fang, his father would undoubtedly choose to rescue his companions over completing the mission. Following the failure of the task and the ensuing reprimand from the village, coupled with the scrutiny of his comrades, and considering his father's proud nature, Kakashi dared not delve further into these thoughts. Meanwhile, the gaze of the villagers once again converged on Tsukumo Hitaki. His expression remained calm, much like the last time, seemingly oblivious to the scrutinizing stares surrounding him. Yet, what others observed was the clenched fist hanging beneath the table, gripped tightly. The words of that youth, Yunkong, rang true. Were such a calamity to befall him, Kakashi's thoughts on the outcome were not unfounded. Did he not know himself? In accordance with my temperament, if this does not suffice, I shall subtly hint to White Fang, allowing him to realize, either actively or passively, that only his demise can quell the village's fury, restore his reputation, and perhaps safeguard his young son and family. As Kakashi's expression registered shock, Yunkong appeared akin to a seductive demon, whispering each word slowly and enticingly into Kakashi's ear. Yunkong's words shattered Kakashi's final glimmer of hope. If that were the case, it was not merely a possibility, but a certainty. His father would inevitably come to understand that only by sacrificing himself could he quell the village's wrath and redeem his honor. Most crucially, he must protect his young son and family. After your father's death, I shall cast various slanders upon him, insinuating that he took his own life out of guilt. After all, a dead man cannot contest the accusations against him. Whatever I declare will be accepted as truth. Should I experience a pang of conscience, I might allow you, Kakashi, to live in peace. You could hardly stir up any trouble. If I find you displeasing, I might assign you a perilous mission, ensuring your demise therein. Yunkong continued. Furthermore, this course of action has an added advantage. Even if you were to grow to White Fang's stature, no matter how much you might suspect, you would find not a shred of evidence to support the village's persecution of your father. All you would know is that your father caused immense harm to the village through his unilateral decisions. What would you do in such a scenario? Yunkong inquired with a smile, though the question bore no humor. The maliciousness of these machinations instilled fear not only in Kakashi, but also in the higher echelons of Konoha, causing them to break into a cold sweat. One could observe that even the composed Shikaku now wore a grotesque expression, veins protruding, signaling that Yunkong's words were grounded in truth. This was no longer a simple matter of murder. The unseen puppeteer had orchestrated the downfall of a master, condemning a prodigious talent to infamy, and even dragging his innocent son and family into the abyss. Furthermore, even if the young son were to mature, he would forever bear the stigma of his father's shame, laboring tirelessly for the village that had once persecuted and even driven his father to death, shedding blood and tears in silent servitude. It seemed the narrative was bound to unfold in such a manner, with Kakashi indeed becoming an indispensable pillar of Konoha. A sudden realization struck Yunkong. I am truly a genius. Seizing the moment while Kakashi remained in shock, he indulged in a fleeting moment of self-admiration. Nearby, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, silently swirling it around his lips. He mused to himself, having initially underestimated this young man, thinking him merely a manipulator of hearts. Casting a glance around at the Konoha leadership, it became evident that I am not the only one who values this youth, Orochimaru noted, spotting Shimura Danzo, whose eyes sparkled with interest. Were it not for the presence of the Hokage and others, it is likely this individual would have already made a move to seize him. Never be astonished by the depths of a politician's unscrupulousness. Their shamelessness knows no bounds. You are still young. Swear allegiance to me as your elder brother, and I shall protect you henceforth. Yunkong gently patted Kakashi, who was visibly startled by the information revealed, and spoke with a weighty tone. However, such tactics are only effective against someone as sensitive as your father. Someone like Obito harbors no such concerns. Yunkong gestured towards Obito, who was still lost in the fantasy of being as powerful as Uchiha Madara. Obito nodded, mistakenly believing Yunkong was praising him. This was also a testament to Yunkong's training. Whenever he signaled, Obito would invariably agree, even after having been misled by Yunkong several times. I speak truly, Yunkong remarked, having strolled back to Kakashi's side, leaning an arm casually on Kakashi's shoulder. Why not persuade your father to take me as his mentor? In 3 months, he could be ready, and my fees are fair and honest. Go ask him. Perhaps upon hearing of my willingness to accept him as a disciple, he would rush over in tears. You could claim to be my little brother, and your father my student. That would make you his granduncle. Consider how much I am looking out for you. Stick with me, and I assure you will neither suffer nor be deceived. Yunkong gazed at Kakashi with eager anticipation. With Obito already in his grasp, if he could also sway Kakashi, the future of Konoha village, nay, the entire ninja world, would be under their influence. Any adversaries would find themselves dispatched by the two of them, while conveniently collecting protection fees. This was the life he envisioned. Yunkong nodded contentedly, satisfied with his scheme. Kakashi, dismissing Yunkong's nonsensical chatter, quipped, You think the White Fang of Konoha would take you as a mentor? Do you truly believe that the villagers, or the Hokage would allow such a thing to transpire? Kakashi expressed incredulity at the outlandishness of Yunkong's assertions, seeking reassurance from him. What are you implying? Yunkong replied, Kakashi regarded Yun-Kong with a look of astonishment, feigning ignorance. Kakashi muttered to himself, this is just drunken boasting, isn't it? Who would believe such nonsense? Surely, you don't actually believe it, Yun-Kong pointedly remarked, directing a finger at Kakashi's nose. Kakashi's expression darkened, while nearby, the senior officials of Konoha wore equally grim faces. You can't be serious, one of them remarked. Your careless words have inadvertently implicated nearly all of the village's leadership. Are you planning to make your stay in Konoha untenable? The third Hokage glanced at Shikaka Nara, who nodded in agreement, and then acknowledged the head of the Yamanaka clan with a nod. The leader of the Yamanaka clan quietly stepped aside, performing hand seals. Mind transfer technique, he declared, directing the jutsu towards Kakashi. As Kakashi attempted to rise, he suddenly found himself restrained. He was powerless against the Yamanaka clan leader's invasion of his body. Of course, Yun-Kong was unaware of this, presuming Kakashi had merely intoxicated himself. Kakashi quickly regained his composure and stated, I will inform my father of your claims, urging him to be cautious. After all, Shikaku has already been informed. The Yamanaka clan leader within Kakashi contemplated this. Fortunately, all of this is merely a conjecture by Yun-Kong, although it serves as a reminder to Hatake Tsukumo. The inhabitants of Konohagakure have yet to implement this plan. Even if Tsukumo harbors some doubts, it is merely a suspicion regarding whether the villagers would indeed take such actions. You inquire about the decline of Konoha. Even if it were due to the demise of the esteemed White Fang, the village would only lose one master, Kakashi remarked. Should Yun-Kong remain vigilant, he would notice that Kakashi directly refers to Hatake Tsukumo as the White Fang of Konoha, rather than as a father, and speaks of it as merely the loss of a single expert. Fortunately, Yun-Kong is currently inebriated. Perhaps he has noticed this peculiarity but chose to disregard it. Whether intentionally or otherwise, to lose a master, you speak so lightly of it. Konoha relies solely on the shoulders of these masters, Yun-Kong retorted. What if the Sannin were to leave the village, or if Minato were to perish in battle? Yun-Kong countered. Even if the third Hokage can uphold Konoha alone now, what if 10 or 20 years hence? It is essential to remember that in 20 years, the Sannin will be at the pinnacle of their prowess, while Minato will also reach his zenith. The new generation can only thrive under their protection during their formative years, much like you and me, Yun-Kong expressed. If the Sannin were to depart, and Minato were to fall, let us not even consider whether we could grow amidst the battlefield. I ask you, will you attain the peak of your ninja abilities in 20 years? Yun-Kong inquired. Kakashi shook his head, as did the clan leader of the Inazuka within him. The higher-ups of the Hatake clan, and even Tsukumo, also shook their heads. In 20 years, Kakashi, Yun-Kong, and their peers will merely be in their mid-20s. Typically, a ninja reaches their pinnacle around the age of 34 or 35. By then, the third Hokage will be frail, and we shall not have reached our zenith. Even if we attain strength comparable to the current Sannin, how can we bridge the gap created by this hiatus? We may only be comparable to the current Sannin, yet we will not have reached their peak. Perhaps a different perspective may illuminate your understanding. In 20 years, we shall lack peak ninjas. Without the highest echelon of the pyramid, do you not believe we are indeed in decline? Yun-Kong asserted. Yun-Kong's observations were entirely rooted in the circumstances surrounding Orochimaru's destruction of Konoha. Had Jiraiya not returned to the village, Konoha might have truly faced obliteration at Orochimaru's hands. Yun-Kong recalled that during that tumultuous period, Konoha was deprived of 2 generations of exceptional ninja strength, Orochimaru's generation and Minato's. The absence of these 2 generations equated to crippling Konoha's ability to stand tall. I understand what you wish to convey. The premise of all this is the departure of the Sannin and the death of Minato. You might even argue that the current Sannin could represent the prowess of their generation. Yet whether Minato is truly the pinnacle of his cohort remains dubious, Yun-Kong stated. Seemingly able to perceive Kakashi's thoughts, or rather, the sentiments of the Inazuka clan leader within him. Kakashi nodded. In truth, I also harbor doubts, yet the reality remains thus. Shall we wager on this? Minato will undoubtedly become a ninja as formidable as your father. Even his reputation may far surpass that of your father. What of the Uchiha, the Inazuka, or the Nara? Before Minato, they are but trifles, Yun-Kong remarked. The future's golden flash, the 4th Hokage, and that decree allowing one to relinquish missions without repercussions. All these signify that Minato Namake's accomplishments are indeed on par with those of Kakashi Hatake. Upon hearing Yun-Kong's praise, Minato,
who resided next door, could not help but smile bashfully. The gazes of the other high-ranking officials in Konoha towards Minato instantly shifted. Although Yunkong was still a relatively unknown figure, his recent conversation with Kakashi regarding the malicious scheme against Kakashi Hatake indicated that Minato must possess exceptional qualities to gain Yunkong's esteem. Particularly, the third Hokage and Orochimaru scrutinized Minato with great attention. Initially perceived as merely a ninja with potential, it was surprising to discover the high regard in which Yunkong held him. You need not exert yourself in any manner. Simply address me as Big Brother when we meet in the future, Yunkong stated. Kakashi remained silent, or rather, the head of the Inuzuka clan within Kakashi did not voice his opinion. Were it not for the knowledge that Yunkong's remark was directed at Kakashi, the head of the Inuzuka clan would have likely erupted in indignation. Intending to teach Yunkong the values of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young, though the issue would primarily involve respect for elders, it would undoubtedly leave Yunkong in an embarrassing situation. How did you discern this? Can you foresee the future? Kakashi inquired. What do you think? Yunkong replied with a mysterious smile. Fool, Minato bestowed upon me a jutsu. Naturally, I must sing his praises, lest I appear ungrateful, Yunkong explained. Turning to Obito beside him, Obito hurriedly nodded, signifying his agreement with Yunkong's words. All right, let's not stray from the topic. Let us return to what I was saying about the departure of the three Sannin. Why do I mention the departure of the three Sannin? Yunkong rhetorically questioned. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. Yunkong did not directly respond to Kakashi's inquiry. Instead, he turned to Obito and asked, Obito, what are your thoughts on Lord Orochimaru? As Yunkong's topic shifted to Orochimaru, the attention of the gathered Konoha officials gradually turned towards him. Indeed, it appears that Yunkong is unleashing his verbal onslaught. First attacking the renowned White Fang, Kakashi Hatake, then Minato Namikaze, and now directing his discourse towards Orochimaru. Does this boy intend to disparage every inhabitant of Konoha? Lord Orochimaru, you say? Yunkong remarked, giving a noticeably overstuffed Obito something to ponder. Otherwise, it would be quite unfortunate for Obito to remain by his side, burping, while Yunkong found himself parched and disheartened. After considerable thought, Obito replied amiably, Goodness, how can you describe one who is evidently deranged, whose very name is derived from a cold-blooded creature, as amiable? Are you filled with nothing but mush in your head, Obito? In the heart of Yunkong, there lingered a sense of disdain for the esteemed leaders of the neighboring Konohagakure. Yet, the usually stoic Orochimaru displayed an uncharacteristic blush. What do you think? Yunkong posed the question to Kakashi. Lord Orochimaru? After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi, or perhaps the head of the Inuzuka clan, remarked, Lord Orochimaru is destined to become the fourth Hokage, for he is undeniably a figure of great intellect. It was a jest, for Lord Orochimaru was present outside, and the head of the Inuzuka clan surely understood the folly of speaking ill of him in his presence. Hokage, a great ninja? Yunkong chuckled. Is that all you perceive in Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru's signature gesture resurfaced. Could it be that this youth considered him a confidant? Perhaps it was due to the two instances where he had lent a hand that prompted such praise. What is the first impression Lord Orochimaru leaves on people? Yunkong inquired. Cold, formidable. Yet, one cannot overlook the silence that often accompanies such individuals. Generally, those who are taciturn either descend into malevolence or embrace eccentricity. Before Kakashi or Obito could respond, Yunkong again posed and answered his own question. It seems that both aspects apply to Orochimaru. Rather than a mere ninja, Orochimaru could be more aptly described as a scientist. Pouring himself another glass, Yunkong continued, Scientists share a common trait, obsession. Conversely, if a scientist lacks obsession, they may not deserve the title. To design a scientist does not appear to be a daunting task, Yunkong remarked. If it were you, what would you do? Kakashi inquired. The answer is even simpler. The study of a subject invariably requires living specimens. Sometimes these specimens are animals. However, to validate a ninjutsu, the ultimate test subjects must be human. Yunkong spoke without regard for the astonished Obito beside him. Kakashi, or rather the head of the Inuzuka clan, nodded. While these matters are shrouded in secrecy, they are, in essence, semi-public knowledge. After all, every village engages in such practices. To bolster their strength, they inevitably delve into darker realms. The existence of the Umbu is precisely to address issues that cannot be resolved in the light of day. Thus, if we can ensnare Lord Orochimaru within Konohagakure, especially at the critical juncture when his experiments are nearing completion. Yinkong articulated. From a scientist's perspective, does not such a factor compel him to undertake unsavory actions without external provocation? Yinkong said, his face adorned with the archetypal smile of a villain. Unsavory actions? Kakashi pondered with lowered eyes. For instance, initially targeting the village's civilians, and as the research deepens, gradually shifting focus to the ninjas of the village, Yinkong elucidated. Kakashi nodded slightly, acknowledging the possibility. For a scientist, any obstruction to their research is inexcusable, particularly for someone like Orochimaru. At that moment, when I sensed Orochimaru beginning to target the villagers due to his research, it was time for me to take action. Yinkong remarked. What action? Are we to impede him? Kakashi inquired. Yinkong rolled his eyes in response. Are you foolish? In the context of the village, which is more significant, a mere civilian or a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber? To expose him now would be futile, even as one of Konoha's elite. You could not fathom Orochimaru's depths. It would only serve to alert him, and you risk being bitten by the snake itself. Instead, we must proactively steer the tide. I will discreetly send someone to assure Orochimaru that he may continue his research, for the Hokage is already aware and fully supports him. What do you think Orochimaru will do in response? Yinkong continued. I doubt he would easily place his trust in you, Kakashi replied. It is crucial to understand that those who possess power akin to Orochimaru's are seldom foolish. Yet, I never anticipated Orochimaru would believe. I merely provided him with a legitimate reason to convince himself, a pretext to alleviate his moral unease. Yinkong elaborated, precisely because he is astute. He will feign ignorance and persist with his research. I mentioned earlier, Orochimaru's ambitions extend beyond a single village or nation. Do you believe the elusive position of Hokage could constrain him? Meanwhile, the third Hokage cast a glance toward Orochimaru. Indeed, this once-in-50 years prodigy, his prized disciple, could a Hokage's position truly bind him? Fortunately, the third merely glanced before shifting his focus elsewhere. When the time comes for the fourth Hokage election, I shall reveal this matter to the third Hokage. By then, Orochimaru will have entrenched himself deeply, even if the third Hokage feels reluctant, heartbroken, and distressed. Under the auspices of righteousness, he will be compelled to act. The village would never permit a ninja who harms its own villagers to ascend as the fourth Hokage. Consequently, one of the primary candidates for the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, will be eliminated. Yinkong twirled his glass thoughtfully. At this juncture, the only course left for Orochimaru, aside from waiting idly, would be to defect. The subsequent events need not be orchestrated. Given Jiraiya's bond with Orochimaru, once Orochimaru defects, Jiraiya will undoubtedly forsake everything to pursue him. Thus, Jiraiya will be compelled to part ways with the village due to Orochimaru's obsession. With two of the legendary Sannin gone, Yinkong placed 2 cups on another table, signifying the departure of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, coupled with the cup representing the fallen Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. It indicated that 3 individuals had been eliminated from the game. In the final installment of the legendary 3 ninjas, we encounter the last of them, Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan. Logically, her ascension to the position of the 4th Hokage should have been a natural progression. Alas, Tsunade is a woman, and women are, by nature, more emotional beings. Thus, with Orochimaru and Jiraiya having departed from the village, would Tsunade, as the sole remaining member of the legendary trio, choose to remain in this tumultuous village? One need not ponder this for long. Faced with such circumstances, Tsunade would inevitably decide to leave. At this point, Yinkong placed another blanket onto a different table, noting that all potential candidates for the position of 4th Hokage had been eliminated. If events unfold as expected, the esteemed title would revert to Danzo Shimura, a former rival of the 3rd Hokage. This outcome could be seen as a fulfillment of Danzo's long-held ambition following his earlier defeat. Yinkong, indeed, seems to be casting aspersions on the situation. After targeting the legendary 3 ninjas, he now sets his sights on Danzo, the head of Konoha's root. This is tantamount to accusing Danzo Shimura of orchestrating this entire conspiracy. Consequently, the gaze of Konoha's higher-ups shifted towards Danzo once again. However, the machinations of a shadowy puppeteer seldom unfold as they wish. Yinkong remarked, lifting a cup anew. The departure of the 3 ninjas marks a blow to Konoha, yet it also presents an opportunity for the ninjas within the village. With the legendary trio's exit, new ninjas will inevitably rise to uphold Konoha's legacy and carve their names into the annals of the ninja world. Noticing Kakashi's hesitance, Yinkong continued, "You guessed correctly. I am referring to Minato Namikaze, the disciple of Jiraiya and one of the legendary three ninjas. Following the departure of the trio, the accomplished Minato will undoubtedly emerge as a leading candidate for the position of fourth Hokage. If you were the third Hokage, would you choose a former rival for the Hokage title, or would you prefer to appoint your own disciple?" Yinkong posed this question to Kakashi, who found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Could such matters be spoken of so casually? Youth may afford one the luxury of unfiltered speech. But who among them does not know of my presence within Kakashi? The head of the Yamanaka clan within Kakashi's body silently fumed. From the perspective of the second Hokage, Danzo is a direct descendant and a potential ally against the non-bloodline ninjas such as the esteemed White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. However, from the standpoint of the third Hokage, Danzo is no longer considered a direct descendant of the Hokage lineage. He has transformed from a potential ally into an adversary to be vanquished. I must express my admiration for the third Hokage's acumen. He has enticed the shadowy puppeteer with the allure of the fourth Hokage's position, eliminating non-bloodline ninjas. Consequently, the third Hokage will effortlessly reap the rewards by vanquishing the shadowy mastermind. Yinkong shook his head in feigned admiration, reiterating his respect for the third Hokage's cunning. In the heart of the high-ranking officials of Konoha, unbidden thoughts of derision arose, not due to Yinkong's speculations regarding the third Hokage's schemes, but rather because they were appalled at Yinkong's audacity to challenge the very essence of the third Hokage. Yinkong, are you merely a provocateur? Do you intend to unleash your scorn upon all the esteemed leaders of Konoha today? The officials pondered in unison. Tobirama's gaze shifted towards the third Hokage, Hiruzen. Is this your counterattack, Hiruzen? He silently mused. Tobirama could not help but acknowledge that much of what Yinkong had uttered represented a path of utmost significance for him. However, should the third Hokage intervene, it would not bode well for him. Am I destined to remain forever in your shadow, Hiruzen? Have you truly surpassed me to such a degree? Tobirama reflected inwardly. Thus, under the seemingly intentional guidance of the third Hokage, let us suppose that Minato will ascend as the fourth Hokage. Then, the question arises, who is the true mastermind lurking in the shadows? Should he direct his aims at the retired third Hokage or the newly appointed fourth Hokage? Yinkong inquired of Kakashi. If he were to become enraged and lose his composure, he might indeed target the third Hokage. Yet, if he is as you describe, then the mastermind is undoubtedly a highly rational, if not cunning, individual. I suspect he would set his sights on the fourth Hokage, Kakashi deduced after careful consideration. You're not entirely dim-witted, are you? Yinkong exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Bah! Kakashi, the head of the Inuzuka clan, internally scoffed. I am no fool. Have you not spoken to such lengths, thinking I would remain in ignorance? Indeed, I wager that Minato will face tragedy. It will be our moment to shine, Yinkong declared with sudden enthusiasm. We shall strike the East Mountain Kindergarten and kick the Southwest Nursing Home, raising our voices in the morgue. Those who dare to defy. Stand up. Not a single soul would dare breathe. Yinkong mused, relishing the thought of such a life. What say you? He queried, standing beside him, Obito, under the influence or perhaps the brainwashing of Yinkong, assumed an expression of supreme confidence as he positioned himself before Kakashi. You see, following my lead will ensure a future of luxury and indulgence. Are you not eager to bow before me? Yinkong grinned at Kakashi, observing Yinkong's beaming smile. It was as if he were inscribing the words "Come worship me" upon his own visage. If you were to confront Minato, how would you proceed? Kakashi inquired. Confronting Minato, you say? Yinkong pondered thoughtfully. Frankly, it is of no concern to me. After a serious contemplation lasting half a minute, he unceremoniously declared, Calm yourself. Were it not for my refined disposition, I would have arranged him in a myriad of poses. The head of the Inuzuka clan, after much restraint, finally quelled the flames of anger within. Concocting schemes against Minato is a trivial pursuit compared to our grand aspirations. Our mission now is to simply survive, to endure until they turn upon one another, until they are frail and ailing, Yinkong proclaimed. Damn it! With a fist striking the East Mountain Kindergarten and a kick aimed at the Southwest Senior Center, a voice booms from the mortuary. Anyone who dares to defy me. Stand up. Yet not a single soul dares to breathe. Such a foolish dream does not even warrant realization. It is within your grasp now. Why not aspire for something more substantial? The leader of the Yama clan stifles the impulse to spank Yunkong's backside into 8 pieces once more. Did you not assert that Minato is a ninja on par with Kakashi of the Leaf? Do Minato and Kakashi both possess character flaws? No, Yunkong decisively shakes his head. Then, Kakashi ponders, but Yunkong interrupts. Is it not possible to approach a person through those close to them? If you can be used against your father, why not apply the same strategy to Minato? Yunkong continues, as far as I know, Minato's current girlfriend is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I have also heard that during childbirth, the seal is particularly vulnerable. It seems there are not a few eyes watching the Nine Tails. At that moment, if a ninja were to conspire and release the Nine Tails, the ensuing chaos would be all too predictable. Upon hearing Yunkong's words, the smile on Minato's face vanishes in an instant. The knowledge Yunkong possesses is beyond that of a mere youth. The secrets he has casually revealed are countless. But these are trifles. Do not dwell on the details. Have you decided whether to join me or not? Yunkong inquires of Kakashi. Suddenly, Kakashi's head droops, and he falls into a slumber before Yunkong. Damn, at such a crucial moment, you choose to pass out. Observing Kakashi's drunken stupor, Yunkong merely sighs, indifferent to the situation. Unbeknownst to him, as Kakashi loses consciousness, the leader of the Yama clan dispels the ninjutsu. After the leader's release of the technique, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, rises and begins to applaud softly. Though the applause is faint, it resonates clearly within the quiet barbecue restaurant. Before Yunkong and Obito can rise to investigate the source of the sound, Orochimaru gently opens the door to their booth and appears before them. What a coincidence! To encounter you, Lord Orochimaru, Yunkong muses, surprised that his first reaction is to marvel at this twist of fate. I always believed you had the potential to become a formidable force, yet I underestimated your value, Orochimaru states directly, without pretense. However, I am quite curious. There are matters even a Sannin like myself has no means to inquire about. How is it that you possess such intimate knowledge? Orochimaru, with his habitual flick of the tongue, addresses Yunkong. If I were to claim that all this is mere conjecture, would you believe me? Yunkong, perhaps due to the effects of intoxication, displays an unnatural flush upon his cheeks. If I were to claim that all this is mere conjecture, would you believe me? Yunkong repeats, his face still tinged with an awkward hue. Orochimaru remained silent, yet a distinct smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. As if to silently question Yunkong, do you think I believe you? It was evident that Lord Orochimaru held no such faith. In truth, if you chose not to speak, it would matter not to me, Orochimaru raspingly uttered, as he approached Yunkong and the others with deliberate composure. Although Orochimaru appeared to take merely 2 steps forward, Yunkong's heart involuntarily raced in response. What folly was this? The figure before him was none other than the perverse scientist. Yunkong inwardly chastised himself for his moment of misplaced pride. Could it be that Orochimaru's recent kindness, as noted by Obito, had led him to feel a sense of unwarranted confidence? However, Orochimaru did not dwell on such thoughts. He had ample reason to believe that Yunkong would relay the information he sought without omission. This was the assurance that came with being a formidable figure. Moreover, he was convinced that Yunkong was an intelligent individual, and intelligent people ought to engage in astute actions. Should Yunkong choose to remain silent now, the forthcoming individuals would not extend the same courtesy. Indeed, compared to the grotesque interrogators of his organization, Orochimaru exuded a certain amiability. Yunkong, being the astute individual he was, gradually approached Orochimaru, adopting a composed demeanor. Although a slight flush still colored his face, he appeared to have fully regained his clarity and seriousness. He cast a fleeting glance at Obito. In truth, Yunkong felt a peculiar affinity towards Orochimaru. With a subtle gesture, Orochimaru indicated his understanding. His yellow pupils dilated slightly as they focused on Obito, who appeared somewhat tipsy and quickly succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Within a minute, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Jinjutsu, Yunkong marveled inwardly. To cast an illusion merely through one's gaze. Wasn't that a unique ability of the Sharingan? Yet, he soon came to terms with the fact that a ninja as formidable as Orochimaru could easily subdue Obito with a mere glance. Sasuke of yore was undoubtedly not as strong as the current Obito, and yet, he had been ensnared by Orochimaru's illusion. Although the Orochimaru of that time was indeed stronger than the one now present. Yunkong's astonishment was fleeting. He swiftly reined in his emotions, restoring his serious demeanor. All of this did not escape Orochimaru's notice, who found great satisfaction in Yunkong's reactions, be it the initial shock upon encountering his jutsu or the quick dismissal of distractions, regaining his composure. Lord Orochimaru, Yunkong stated, sitting upright with gravity, ready to elucidate his previous actions. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Do you, Lord Orochimaru, believe in spirits or deities? Yunkong, as before, refrained from directly explaining his actions and instead sought to pique Orochimaru's interest with other inquiries. Yunkong had contemplated these matters prior. Otherwise, given his character, he would never venture forth without thorough preparation. Due to the seal left by Cloudfather in Yunkong's mind, the individuals in the wood industry's copy department are unable to extract his secrets. Consequently, Yunkong is determined to endeavor to salvage the tragedies that have befallen the Hidden Leaf Village, including Orochimaru's defection, the Ninetales incident, and the subsequent Uchiha clan massacre. If he cannot secure his own safety, it is in Yunkong's nature to remain detached and indifferent. Thus, he has already prepared a rationale for himself. Even inquiring with Cloudfather whether the current Hidden Leaf Village could discern their identities and whether certain marks could be inscribed upon Cloudfather's body. Orochimaru, do you believe in ghosts and deities? Yunkong asked earnestly. Had it been anyone else posing this question, Orochimaru would have undoubtedly replied with a resounding disbelief. Yet, the occurrences surrounding Yunkong compel Orochimaru to ponder the existence of such entities, just as he firmly believes in the potential for immortality through his studies. He finds himself rationally dismissing the notion of ghosts. Ghosts and deities are mere impressions that exist within the human psyche. I cannot subscribe to such beliefs, Orochimaru replied, maintaining his logical stance. Yunkong responded, seemingly unfazed by Orochimaru's denial. The Hokage found himself at a loss for how to articulate the nature of this world. It bears the semblance of an ancient era, yet modern conveniences such as watches and televisions exist, while contemporary weaponry remains absent. Yunkong, unaffected by Orochimaru's skepticism, posed another question. Do you believe in immortality, Orochimaru? If you do not believe in ghosts, can it be that your relentless pursuit of immortality is something you question as well? Yunkong mused inwardly, while Orochimaru simultaneously wrestled with this inquiry within himself. At the mention of immortality, Orochimaru momentarily feared that his research had been exposed. His former pupil, Yutaka Akane, whom he had once inspired with aspirations, is now merely 4 years old. In that fleeting moment, a murderous impulse flickered in Orochimaru's mind. Though it was brief, he felt as if he had been seen through. I believe, Orochimaru stated, remaining true to his character, unwilling to betray his convictions or fabricate lies in front of Yunkong. Even aware of the presence of high-ranking officials from the wood industry nearby. I am certain you will attain immortality, Yunkong asserted confidently, though he may be a trivial figure. At that moment, Orochimaru felt an unwavering conviction in his belief in immortality, as if Yunkong had illuminated a guiding light along his path. Do you believe in ghosts and deities, Orochimaru? Yunkong suddenly shifted the conversation back to this question. This time, Orochimaru found himself ensnared in a deeper contemplation. Although he could easily respond with either belief or disbelief, his scientific rigor forbade him from misleading Yunkong. Rather than attempting to deceive Yunkong, Orochimaru was reluctant to deceive himself. Ultimately, he also posed the question to himself, do ghosts and deities truly exist? Why is it that one who believes in the seemingly implausible concept of immortality cannot also entertain the equally dubious notion of spirits and deities? Orochimaru pondered deeply for an extended period. Meanwhile, the gaze of the third Hokage grew increasingly grave. Orochimaru's obstinacy was indeed excessive. The third Hokage sighed inwardly, fully aware of Orochimaru's stubbornness. For Yunkong, a considerable amount of time passed, while for Orochimaru, it might have merely been a fleeting moment of questioning and counter-questioning. I do not believe, Orochimaru said with a slight smile, steadfast in his prior conviction. Nor do I, Yunkong replied, his expression devoid of the disappointment Orochimaru had anticipated. Yet, Yunkong mused internally that attempting to sway someone as resolute as Orochimaru was a futile endeavor, even if one managed to grasp his vulnerabilities. To Orochimaru's surprise, Yunkong's response elicited a hint of intrigue. I once held disbelief, but just a couple of days ago, I realized I had always been a skeptic, Yunkong articulated, a hint of conflict evident on his face. How so? Orochimaru found himself increasingly captivated by Yunkong, who, despite Orochimaru's own disposition, resonated well with him. Both seemed to be individuals with aspirations and strong convictions. On the third day of cultivating chakra, I acquired a jutsu, the summoning technique. Yinkong divulged without waiting for Orochimaru's curiosity to peak. It was bestowed upon me by my father, who asserted that a summoning beast is vital for a ninja. He mentioned that one cannot force the summoning beast. When the time is right, you will instinctively recognize it as your own. Regardless of how Orochimaru was perceived in the past, or how Yinkong had viewed him during their previous encounters. The affability exuded by Orochimaru now was unprecedented for Yinkong across both his lifetimes. It was no wonder that many, fully aware of Orochimaru's manipulative nature, willingly ventured to their demise for him. Orochimaru possessed an undeniable charisma. Seated quietly before Yinkong, Orochimaru occasionally nodded to convey his respect, fully aware that Yinkong was not even a genin, while he himself was one of the legendary Sannin. That day when I obtained the jutsu, curiosity led me to attempt its application, Yinkong continued. He recalled how Jiraiya's summoning of the Toad clan occurred without a contract, resulting in his unintentional transportation to Mount Myaboku. A fact well known to both Jiraiya and the third Hokage. Thus Yinkong intended to weave this into his excuse. Orochimaru remained silent, attentively listening to Yinkong's narration. After performing the jutsu, nothing transpired. In a state of disbelief, I attempted the summoning several times, Yinkong recounted, pausing momentarily to build suspense. He was acutely aware that should he dare to utter what would follow next, Orochimaru would swiftly remind him of the consequences of his folly. Initially, nothing of significance transpired. However, in a state of despair, just before I succumbed to slumber, I inadvertently beheld a cluster of blood-red eyes lurking in the shadowy corner of the wall. Yinkong responded. I presumed it was merely a hallucination induced by the concoction I had brewed, yet before I could scrutinize further, I found myself drifting into a deep sleep, whereupon a multitude of enigmatic thoughts flooded my mind. The earlier musings were merely conjectures, as Yinkong articulated. Orochimaru, maintaining his stoic demeanor, nodded slightly, finding a semblance of belief in Yinkong's words. In the realm of Naruto, the children are fundamentally precocious. Given an abundance of information, certain truths become apparent. It is akin to the historical emergence of aristocratic families, which was fundamentally a monopoly of knowledge. In contrast, the ambiguity in Naruto's world often stems from a lack of information. Nonetheless, I cannot shake the sensation that an unseen force is subtly guiding my thoughts in that particular direction, as if a series of analogous instances inexplicably present themselves before me. Upon reflection, the information I have gathered bears an uncanny resemblance to the current predicament of our Hidden Leaf village. Indeed, it is almost identical. Yinkong stated. Are you suggesting that your thoughts are being manipulated? Orochimaru inquired. Is it a form of genjutsu? Indeed, it must be a variety of genjutsu. And I have formulated a remarkable hypothesis, Yinkong continued. The vivid recollection of those crimson eyes left an indelible impression upon me, obscuring the visage from view, leaving only the blood-red orbs visible. Aside from demons, I could not envision any other entity. Yinkong remarked. However, just yesterday, when I overheard Obito discussing the Sharingan, a sudden realization struck me. Could it be that this is actually a person? Yinkong pondered. Someone we all presumed to be deceased, yet, in truth, has been alive all along. This individual possesses an unparalleled understanding of the first Hokage and is well versed in the legacies of the Hokage, even intimately acquainted with the secrets of the Hidden Leaf village. I can conceive of no other than him, Yinkong asserted. Orochimaru's lips slowly formed the name that Yinkong had previously uttered, Uchiha Madara. Regardless, you will inevitably emerge to stir up trouble. Even in death, you remain restless. I shall cast this murky water upon you now. I trust you won't take offense, Yinkong silently mused, satisfied that Orochimaru had articulated what he desired. This serves as a timely warning to the denizens of the Hidden Leaf village, ensuring they are not blindsided when the fourth Hokage, Minato, falls in battle, only to realize that Uchiha Madara may still be alive. Alas, at that time, Uchiha Madara would merely be Obito, masquerading under Madara's name. Impossible, he is dead. Upon uttering that forbidden name, Orochimaru rasped. Perhaps Orochimaru's heart had begun to entertain doubt, yet he was reluctant to confront it. I once shared that sentiment. However, aside from the first Hokage, who has witnessed Uchiha Madara's corpse, Yinkong queried, Perhaps it is due to the guilt I harbor for my comrades. Having heard that Uchiha Madara's remains were personally retrieved by the first Hokage, not even the second Hokage, the younger brother of the first, was involved. Is this truly the case? The words uttered by Yunkong resounded deeply within the hearts of Orochimaru and the senior officials of Konoha. The members of Konoha's upper echelon instinctively turned their gazes towards the third Hokage, accompanied by his advisors and Danzo. This generation had witnessed Uchiha Madara's presence in the village, the subsequent rebellion, and the eventual battle of the Valley of the End. The third Hokage slowly shook his head. Not long after the first Hokage had endured the battle at the Valley of the End, he passed away, and when Uchiha Madara defected from Konoha, he was marked with a forbidden seal. The reaction from the third Hokage prompted a simultaneous exclamation of disbelief from the Konoha officials, particularly from the leader of the Uchiha clan. How could such a formidable figure remain shrouded in uncertainty regarding his fate? Surely, they could not be so naive. I trust the first Hokage. If he claimed that Uchiha Madara had perished, then it must be true. Moreover, the second Hokage likely witnessed Madara's corpse, Orochimaru responded. Dismissing Yunkong's conjecture, for the first Hokage would not deceive his descendants, even if Madara was his dear friend, having chosen to become an enemy. The first Hokage would not be foolish enough to let a tiger return to the mountain. However, a persistent thought lingered in my mind. Perhaps a command bestowed upon me by that person, Yunkong confessed. He instructed me to gather Sharingan, even to acquire a single Sharingan. Additionally, he left me with a ninjutsu, claiming it could save my life in times of necessity. Yunkong elucidated without leaving any ambiguity. The name of the ninjutsu is Izanagi. If Lord Orochimaru has the time, he might inquire with the Uchiha clan leader about the nature of this ninjutsu, Yunkong suggested. Should it be cumbersome for Lord Orochimaru to pose this question to the Uchiha? He could also consult Lord Danzo, as I have a warning echoing in my mind to keep my distance from him, possibly due to Danzo's own pursuit of Sharingan. I wonder if he is aware of this ninjutsu, Yunkong remarked. The gaze of the Chunin once again fixated on Danzo, especially from the Uchiha clan leader, who eyed the concealed right eye of Danzo with ill intent. Danzo had previously extracted a Sharingan from Kakashi, and it was uncertain whether he had since learned about the Izanagi ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Yunkong merely sought to cast suspicion while subtly alerting the Uchiha clan. Both Itachi and the future Sasuke were characters that Yunkong held dear, yet Itachi's tale was steeped in tragedy, and Sasuke, too, had succumbed to darkness over time. Perhaps Yunkong also felt sympathy for the one known as Shunshin no Jutsu, had he still been alive. Konoha might have seen the emergence of another powerful ninja akin to the Yellow Flash. Furthermore, there must be numerous sealing techniques capable of sealing certain ninjutsu to facilitate their later activation. Yunkong remarked that perhaps Uchiha Madara indeed perished before the first Hokage, or perhaps his demise was a deliberate act staged in the presence of the first Hokage. However, in my humble opinion, it is better to believe in his existence than to doubt it. Having said all that, I have expressed all I can. As for the future of Konoha, I am powerless to influence it. The most pressing concern now is merely survival, Yunkong contemplated. Orochimaru nodded, stating that he would relay these matters to the Hokage. By the way, Orochimaru inquired, what brought you here today? Just as he was about to question Yunkong about his motivations for revealing such information, or whether he had intentionally lured the third Hokage and others to this location, Yunkong seemed to anticipate his thoughts and suddenly posed a question. Orochimaru, with an impassive expression, scrutinized Yunkong, realizing that the latter's demeanor did not suggest deceit. He genuinely did not know why he was present. It is of no consequence. I merely happened to pass by and was taken aback by your astonishing remarks, prompting me to inquire further, Orochimaru replied. However, I am curious. Such matters should be shrouded in secrecy, potentially concerning your very life. How do you dare to speak so openly? His golden pupils bore into Yunkong, the intensity palpable. Yunkong understood that his forthcoming response would significantly influence his future. He recognized the necessity of crafting an answer that was both reasonable and inconspicuous enough to evade Orochimaru's scrutiny. I feel this secret bears an insufferable weight. Expressing it lightens my burden somewhat. Moreover, both of them are my dear friends, and I trust they will safeguard my secret. I simply did not anticipate that it would reach your ears, Lord Orochimaru. Yunkong's visage reflected a conflicted expression, yet he swiftly provided Orochimaru with his response. Upon hearing Yunkong's answer, Orochimaru nodded. This was indeed a reaction befitting a 6-year-old child. Did Yun Kong's words contain inconsistencies? Surely they did. Who would so boldly disclose a secret? Moreover, how could Yun Kong be certain that Obito and Kakashi would keep his secret? What if they inadvertently revealed it? Yet, all of this could be reasonably explained by Yun Kong's identity as a mere child. After all, he was only 6 years old. Even though the youths in the world of Hokage were notably precocious, even the renowned Itachi, capable of contemplating matters akin to a Hokage at merely 4 years of age, was only capable of thought. Furthermore, there could only be one Itachi. The notion of Uchiha Madara still being alive was merely a conjecture, and such unrealistic thoughts compelled this 6-year-old to seek an outlet for his feelings. Clearly, some matters children prefer to discuss with their peers rather than their parents. With this in mind, Yun Kong's explanations became increasingly plausible. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru stated, "What you have shared is of great significance. I trust you will refrain from disseminating this information widely, as will Obito and Kakashi. I will entrust the 3 of you to the Konoha Anbu. There is no need for fear. It is merely a routine examination." As Orochimaru observed Yun Kong's submission to the covert operations of Konoha, an involuntary shudder coursed through him. To his surprise, Orochimaru offered a word of consolation. Upon hearing Orochimaru's assurance, Yun Kong seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance towards him. Yun Kong recognized that he had preserved his life. His audacious venture had at least spared him from an irreversible fate. Had it not been for Orochimaru's promise, it was likely that the 3rd Hokage, if merciful, might have merely dismissed him lightly. Yet if the circumstances were grave, it was conceivable that he could have faced annihilation. Yun Kong surmised that such selfless acts of beneficence would occur but once. Relinquishing his destiny into the hands of others was an unsettling feeling. Moving forward, the enhancement of his own strength would take precedence, with discretion becoming the theme of his existence. A year swiftly passed, and during this time, Yun Kong and his companions made significant advancements. Their growth extended beyond mere proficiency in ninjutsu. More crucially, they cultivated the qualities essential to a true ninja: physical techniques, ninja tools, battlefield analysis, stealth, assassination, coded communication, and intelligence gathering. Throughout this year, Yun Kong, Obito, and Kakashi, who later joined their ranks, experienced remarkable progress. At this juncture, Kakashi was 7 years old, Yun Kong was also 7, and Obito would soon celebrate his 8th birthday. Once again by the stream where Yun Kong and Obito honed their skills, the trio engaged in vigorous sparring. "Kakashi, behold this technique," Obito shouted, swiftly forming hand signs to unleash the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. A dozen fireballs, each the size of a fist, quickly materialized at Obito's mouth, swirling forth like shurikens aimed at Kakashi, while Yun Kong, stationed on the other side, was not to be overlooked. Anticipating the attack, both Kakashi and Yun Kong deftly maneuvered backward, leaving several sizable craters in the ground before them. Over the course of the year, Yun Kong, Kakashi, and Obito became accustomed to the chaotic nature of their skirmishes. They alternated between alliances. At times, Yun Kong and Obito would team up against Kakashi. On other occasions, it would be Kakashi and Yun Kong against Obito, or Obito and Kakashi against Yun Kong. Currently, Kakashi stood as the strongest, while Yun Kong and Obito were evenly matched. Consequently, the duo often collaborated, yet even after successfully pushing Kakashi back, they would instantaneously turn on each other, striking at their former comrade. A year had elapsed, and the trio had made significant strides, now adept at maintaining composure amidst external disruptions during combat. Their fighting styles had evolved to exhibit greater fluidity and control. Yun Kong evaded Obito's fire technique, and with a flick of his wrist, several shurikens manifested in his hand, tracing a peculiar arc as they flew toward Obito. Of course, he spared no consideration for Kakashi, launching additional shurikens in his direction as well. Meanwhile, Kakashi mirrored Obito's actions, sending his own shurikens hurtling toward Yun Kong and Obito. With a swift motion, Yun Kong conjured a kunai, his arm slicing through the air as he deflected several shurikens. As he deftly batted away the projectiles, he quietly formed a hand sign in secrecy. On the other side, Kakashi drew the short blade, the Konoha White Fang, which had been passed down to him. With a casual swipe, he deflected your shuriken effortlessly. Obito's techniques mirrored those of Yun Kong almost perfectly. Several shuriken failed to reach Obito at all. The attacks of the shuriken proved utterly ineffective, and the three members of the clouds swiftly regrouped, intertwining their kunai with Kakashi's white fang. At this moment, a subtle smile curled at the corner of Yunkong's mouth as he declared, "Water release, water surface wave." As Kakashi and Obito looked on in astonishment, a surge of water burst forth from Yunkong's mouth, propelling both Kakashi and Obito away. Despite their best efforts to maintain their balance, they were inevitably swept away by the powerful current. Naturally, such an attack posed no real threat to Kakashi and Obito. They quickly executed a roll to regain their equilibrium, during which Kakashi's short blade clashed with Obito's kunai in a flurry of strikes. Even in this tumultuous situation, neither Kakashi nor Obito relinquished their resolve to fight. Lightning release, body flicker technique. Yunkong formed hand seals once more to unleash his ninjutsu. The water release, water surface wave, and lightning release, body flicker technique are considered among the simplest of ninjutsu, often employed in tandem. Over the past year, aside from mastering fire release techniques, Yunkong had also learned several new ninjutsu, including a few from the realms of lightning and water release. He had attempted to study earth release as well, but regrettably, he could barely grasp the simplest technique akin to Naruto's digging jutsu. The rest, including even the basic earth wall, remained a mystery to him. The lack of the appropriate chakra attributes made Yunkong acutely aware of the challenges inherent in ninjutsu. Deepening his admiration for the third Hokage, often referred to as the Doctor of Ninja Arts, to achieve such prowess as an ordinary ninja, Yunkong understood that the third Hokage had invested far more effort. While caught in the water, Kakashi and Obito were swiftly struck by the lightning transmitted through the current. Although the electricity was not potent, the shock rendered their bodies numb, causing them to lose balance and be forcefully propelled several meters away by Yunkong's powerful stream of water. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seizing the advantage, Yunkong wasted no time and launched a massive fireball, approximately 3 to 4 meters in diameter, swiftly forming before him and spiraling toward Kakashi and Obito. A resounding explosion echoed through the forest, followed by the rapid spread of flames. Time passed, and eventually, Yunkong, Kakashi, and Obito lay exhausted on the ground. Each bore varying degrees of scrapes and bruises. Yunkong took a deep breath, inhaling the air around him. This day resembled any other. Yet it marked more than a year since Yunkong had arrived in this world. On that fateful day a year ago, accompanied by Orochimaru, Yunkong was taken to the Konoha Anbu, where he spent a night in the interrogation unit, only to be released the following morning. Uncertain of the intelligence that Naruto and his companions may have acquired, Yunkong remained in a deep slumber. He pondered whether the Jinjutsu, crafted by his father using the Sharingan, had been discovered by the Konoha reconnaissance unit. Should it have been uncovered, it would undoubtedly bolster the veracity of Yunkong's assertions. However, after that fateful day, he sensed the watchful eyes of the Anbu lurking for a span of 3 months. Yet, his father had long since abandoned the path of a ninja. Even under the scrutiny of the Anbu, he behaved as though oblivious to their presence. Life continued as it always had, and now, with the departure of the Konoha Anbu, Yunkong remained unaware if they still monitored him or his family. As for the renowned White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, it was rumored that during the past year, he had dealt with certain high-ranking officials in Konoha whom he considered potential threats, including the beloved Danzo. This information was relayed to Yunkong in secrecy by Kakashi, who merely suggested that his father had not suffered any losses in the encounters. Yunkong concurred, given the prowess of the White Fang. Few within Konoha could pose a challenge to him. Perhaps as a gesture of gratitude for Yunkong's past musings, Kakashi inadvertently imparted several practical sword techniques to him, albeit basic yet highly effective. As the day swiftly waned, darkness enveloped the sky. "It is getting late. We should head back," Yunkong remarked. The wounds of the three companions had nearly healed under Yunkong's care, marking a significant achievement for him after a year of learning medical ninjutsu. Although he had only scratched the surface of this craft, he was capable of treating minor injuries without issue. The sole drawback was that his instructor was not the illustrious Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Nevertheless, Yunkong remained unfazed. It was preferable for him to maintain a low profile and avoid attracting undue attention. "I hope we can find time to practice together again. I have decided to apply for graduation tomorrow," he declared, noting that his father had expressed no objections. Kakashi, following closely behind Yunkong and Obito, deliberated for a while before sharing this news with them. "You are graduating?" Yunkong and Obito turned, taken aback. Kakashi was only 7 years old. and it was said that he graduated at 6. One could only wonder if this was indeed the case, as he might merely be 7 by the calendar's reckoning. Though surprised, Yunkong and Obito found the news acceptable. Yunkong felt he had exhausted the teachings of the Ninja Academy. Nonetheless, he intended to gently dissuade Kakashi from his decision. The current ninja world is hardly tranquil, and given our age, there is no need to rush into graduation. It would be wiser to solidify our foundations, Yunkong advised. He understood better than anyone the significance of a strong foundation for a ninja's development. Obito nodded in agreement, echoing Yunkong's sentiments. In truth, their performance was more than sufficient for graduation, yet they were still quite young, and the world of ninjas did not concern itself with age. Some even reveled in the brutalization of young prodigies. Thus, Obito too recommended that Kakashi postpone his graduation. It is precisely because I am aware that the current ninja world is far from tranquil that I have resolved to graduate now. Thus, I shall early assume the mantle of a ninja and commence my journey of experience. I yearn to demonstrate my worth amidst the impending war, Kakashi remarked. Over the course of this year, rumors of war have gradually circulated within the village of Konoha. Yunkong nodded, refraining from further persuasion, while also curtailing Obito. Presently, Kakashi has graduated at least 6 months later than he did in my memories. In my recollections, Kakashi completed his training and graduated in merely 6 months. And at this juncture, he should have already been promoted to Chunin. Yunkong recalls that when Obito graduated, he celebrated with Rin, who was also preparing to congratulate Kakashi on his promotion to Chunin. Very well, since that is the case, let us graduate together. I have had enough of this ninja academy, Yunkong declared. Rather than languishing in the academy, it is preferable to become a ninja forthwith. As for Yunkong's trio, they now traversed the school with relative ease. Under Yunkong's leadership, with Obito following suit and Kakashi later joining, the trio has become notorious within the academy. The combined might of the three leaves the other students utterly powerless to retaliate, particularly 2 boys from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, who have suffered greatly at their hands. Should the trio graduate now, it is likely that, apart from Obito feeling a slight regret, the other students would welcome their departure with open arms. Right? Yunkong inquired of Obito, with Kakashi's gaze also directed toward him. In seeking Obito's opinion, Yunkong often takes the lead on certain matters, while entrusting others to Obito's discretion. Yunkong deftly navigates the balance, allowing those around him to perceive his respect. Of course, I can hardly contain my ambition. One day, I shall make the entire ninja world tremble at the sound of my name. Obito declared. Then it is settled. The 3 of us shall apply for graduation together tomorrow, Yunkong proclaimed, raising his fist before Obito and Kakashi. In response, Obito and Kakashi placed their hands upon Yunkong's. In the future, we shall be revered even more than the legendary Sannin, Yunkong asserted. This serves as a modest goal that Yunkong has set for the trio. However, at this moment, I believe we should first address this minor predicament. Although Yunkong's expression remained unchanged, his eyes flickered with a keen awareness. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Have you noticed as well? Yunkong asked, tilting his head to survey the circumstances before him. It appears to be a Chunin. Just as we were departing, I sensed a murderous intent. Such perfect concealment suggests that this is no ordinary Chunin. He is likely an elite ninja. Or perhaps even a special Jonin, Kakashi whispered. Are we capable of defeating this ninja? Obito quietly inquired. As Kakashi analyzed the situation, Obito, like Yunkong, discreetly scanned their surroundings, absorbing the details before them. Defeating this ninja is not a concern, Yunkong stated with a hint of uncertainty. It seems there are 2 more ninjas lurking nearby. Kakashi, having surveyed the surroundings, remarked, there appears to be an individual concealed among the treetops at 11 o'clock from my position. Both Kakashi and Yunkong, along with their companion, simultaneously realized that they had been unwittingly monitored. Initially disregarding the presence, they swiftly awakened to the threat as the oppressive aura of malice emanated from their adversaries. It became evident that these were not ninjas from their village, but rather nefarious foes. Although the trio had contemplated feigning ignorance to evade detection, they soon realized that their opponents had no intention of letting them escape unnoticed. We seem to be surrounded, Obito murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, though it was more emotion of his lips that allowed Yunkong and Kakashi to read his unspoken words. All right, I have a small plan. Let us see if it is viable. Yunkong's mind raced, formulating a strategy. In less than a moment, The trio retracted their previously resolute stances, appearing ready to retreat. In the shadows, the three hidden ninjas observed the departing trio with cold, calculating gazes. To their surprise, these three were none other than ninjas from the sand village of the Land of Wind. With sly smirks, they tightened their grips on their shuriken, akin to predators poised to strike, waiting for Yun Kong and his companions to expose any larger vulnerabilities. As Yun Kong and his allies turned to leave under the watchful eyes of the sand ninjas, he suddenly called out, halting both Yun Kong and Obito in their tracks. This unexpected maneuver caused the sand ninjas, who were ready to launch their shuriken, to involuntarily tighten their grips. It seemed Yun Kong had something to convey to Obito and Kakashi. He removed the ninja tool pouch from his waist, and, while retrieving items for his comrades, a small crimson pill inadvertently slipped from the pouch. Move. At the instant the crimson pill hit the ground, Yun Kong's command erupted forth. The moment it landed, the pill detonated, releasing a vast cloud of violet mist that swiftly enveloped the trio. A smoke bomb, one of the sand ninjas instinctively murmured. As if choreographed, the three ninjas hastily hurled their shuriken into the mist, transforming the air into a rain of lethal projectiles. Yet, in that very moment, Yun Kong and his companions darted from the violet haze, evading the onslaught of flying shuriken. Simultaneously, a brilliant firework shot into the sky. This was a distress signal from Yun Kong and his friends, a signal well known to many ninjas in the village, who were aware of the trio's frequent training in this locale. While the commotion might have been attributed to ninjutsu, the significance of the firework was unmistakable. Yun Kong believed that even if the nearby ninjas were unaware of its meaning, they would still come to investigate. Naturally, the trio hoped for the timely intervention of either Konoha's White Fang or members of the Uchiha clan. At the moment when Yun Kong and his companions burst forth from the purple mist, they did not hesitate for an instant. Simultaneously, the trio quickened their pace, darting away in three distinct directions, swiftly vanishing into the embrace of the forest. Their movements flowed like water, exhibiting not a trace of pause. Although they escaped from three separate avenues, their destination was singular: the defensive stronghold of Konohagakure. Only upon reaching the stronghold or its vicinity could Yun Kong and his companions ensure their survival. The three sand ninjas exchanged glances, each nodding in silent agreement before splitting into three directions, pursuing the path taken by Yun Kong and his companions. As they departed, beneath the shroud of purple mist, Yun Kong and his allies were crammed into a small space just a meter below the surface. They must have gone in, Obito communicated through subtle lip movements. Sensing the vibrations on the ground, it turned out that the trio who had burst forth from the purple fog and fled were not their true selves, but rather shadow clones. Upon realizing that the ninjas monitoring Yun Kong harbored ill intentions, and with Kakashi detecting that one among them was an elite chunin, perhaps even a special jonin, Yun Kong swiftly devised this stratagem. Employing shadow clones to lure the enemy was not a novel tactic for Yun Kong. He had executed it on numerous occasions. The trio had even predetermined that if their ruse were uncovered, they would exploit the moment of shock when the sand ninjas attempted to strike the clones to break free once more using shadow clones, continuing this cycle until they could safely escape. They had not anticipated such a seamless execution. Thus, at the moment they deployed the smoke bombs to obscure their figures, Yun Kong quickly utilized shadow clones and transformation techniques to disguise themselves as Yun Kong, Obito, and Kakashi. Obito timely released a signal flare for assistance, while Kakashi employed his earth release techniques to conceal the three beneath the ground. In retrospect, this plan had proven remarkably successful, at least in diverting the three sand ninjas. Let us wait for 5 minutes. If there is no movement after that, we will make our escape, Yun Kong conveyed through lip movements. Though their strategy was commendable, one must remember that human foresight often pales in comparison to fate, should they be discovered. And if the sand ninjas turned the tables by laying a trap for Yun Kong and his companions, it would spell disaster for them. Thus, with caution in mind, they resolved to linger for a few moments longer. Moreover, the longer they remained, the more advantageous it became for Yun Kong and his allies, as they were within the confines of Konohagakure, having also released a signal flare. The sand ninjas would not tarry in this area. Kakashi and Obito nodded in acquiescence to Yun Kong's counsel, falling silent as they prepared to conserve their strength, uncertain of how the unfolding events would transpire. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes elapsed. Yun Kong glanced at Obito and Kakashi and upon seeing them both nod in agreement with his proposed action, he readied himself to spring forth from their subterranean refuge. However, Kakashi suddenly grasped Yunkong's shoulder. A sand ninja had inexplicably appeared on the surface where Yunkong and his companions stood. "Come forth. You nearly deceived me, you three little mice," the sand ninja boasted, standing nonchalantly above Yunkong and the others. "Had it not been for my proficiency in the earth release technique, your trivial ruse might have indeed eluded me." The sand ninja, observing the trio of Yunkong, spoke again, noting their inactivity. Kakashi, peering through the fissures of the earth release, cast a glance at the standing sand ninja, a special jonin. The attire of the sand ninja bore a notably darker vest, a mark of his elevated rank. However, this particular vest was adorned with a unique insignia, signifying some exceptional ability, thereby qualifying him as a special jonin. Clearly, this sand ninja was disinclined to waste time in this location, considering he could effortlessly eliminate the trio of aspiring ninjas from the academy. Although he had discerned their strategy, he chose to remain silent, returning alone. Yet, sparing Yunkong's shadow clone could potentially allow it to seek reinforcements. Hence, from any perspective, the sand ninja had no reason to linger. "Since you refuse to reveal yourselves, allow me to unearth you," the sand ninja scoffed, observing the prolonged silence of Yunkong and his companions. With alacrity, he formed hand seals, questioning whether they could evade detection simply by remaining silent. "Earth release, crumbling earth palm," the sand ninja proclaimed, striking the ground with both hands. One of the fundamental techniques of earth release, the terrain around him shattered and upheaved, akin to plowing the land. Kakashi, due to their concealed position not being particularly deep, found that the sand ninja's crumbling earth palm easily exposed Yunkong and the others. The trio decisively abandoned their hiding spot, emerging from a heap of rubble. Yunkong and Dato clutched kunai tightly, while Kakashi unsheathed his white fang short blade. Realizing evasion was no longer an option, Yunkong resolved to fight with all his might. Over the past year, he and his companions had frequently sparred with their teacher, Yamada, mostly engaging in escapades where they evaded him. This experience had granted them a modicum of understanding regarding their own capabilities, and they believed their combined strength would not be inferior to that of an average chunin. However, Yunkong harbored doubts about the accuracy of their previous assessments, for Yamada would never approach their training with the intent to harm. In contrast, the sand ninja before them clearly approached their impending confrontation with a lethal mindset. Observing the vigilant demeanor of Yunkong and his companions, a smirk appeared on the sand ninja's face. "I never anticipated these little mice had learned to bite," he taunted. "Let me ascertain just how formidable these Konoha mice truly are. Let us engage," Yunkong declared, undeterred by the sand ninja's derision. Resolute in their decision to fight, they would advance without hesitation, determined to make their presence felt, even if they were outmatched. Yunkong exchanged glances with his companions, and suddenly, he stepped forward, swiftly launching a barrage of shuriken and kunai towards the sand ninja. The speed of his throws was remarkable, with all the projectiles almost released simultaneously. As Yunkong called for action, Kakashi, gripping his short blade, transformed into a shadow, aggressively charging towards the sand ninja. Following closely behind Kakashi, Yunkong surged forward, while Obito remained at the rear, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Together, Yunkong, Kakashi, and Obito executed a three-part assault. Kakashi led the charge. Yunkong coordinated in the center, and Obito provided ranged support. The shuriken Yunkong hurled rained down, effectively sealing off all potential escape routes for the sand ninja from various angles. "Interesting," the sand ninja murmured, impressed by the onslaught of shuriken. However, he showed no inclination to evade. Drawing a kunai from his pouch, he deftly maneuvered it to create a barrier before him. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the shuriken were deflected in all directions. Following the barrage, Obito unleashed a fireball that arced gracefully through the air, crashing towards the sand ninja. Explosions erupted, reverberating through the air as the sand ninja hastily retreated. Skillfully dodging the flames, he managed to back away several meters, completely evading Obito's technique. With a sigh of relief, the sand ninja acknowledged that despite his earlier jibes, he had not underestimated his opponents. Observing the coordinated strikes from Yunkong, Kakashi, and Obito, he realized these three youths were no ordinary adversaries. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, if this is all they can muster, it is merely a minor challenge. Just then, a shadow darted across him. It was Kakashi, appearing above the sand ninja. Kakashi closed the distance in a flash, leaping high and executing a classic downward strike aimed at the sand ninja's head, the blade gleaming menacingly, giving the illusion of cleaving through anything in its path. Unfazed, the sand ninja instinctively raised his kunai to meet Kakashi's descending strike. Although his defensive strategy was sound, he was unfortunately facing Kakashi. Observing the sand ninja's conventional response, Kakashi smirked internally. He accelerated his blade midair, delivering a powerful blow against the kunai. A sharp sound resonated as the sand ninja's hand trembled, nearly losing grip of his weapon under the force of Kakashi's strike. Overwhelmed by the impact, the sand ninja instinctively stumbled back several meters. In that moment, Yunkong rushed forward. As the sand ninja faltered, he brandished his kunai, exploiting the opening to slash a deep gash across the sand ninja's chest. Infuriated, the sand ninja realized that his moment of arrogance had led to his injury, inflicted by a trio of youths who were not even seasoned shinobi. Suddenly halted, he clenched his left fist and launched a counterattack towards Yunkong. The kunai wielded by the sand ninja was rendered utterly ineffective, flying from his grasp under the force of Yunkong's punch. In that moment, the other kunai in the sand ninja's hand lunged towards Yunkong's throat as he regained the upper hand. In a split second, Yunkong deftly flicked the kunai aside with his fingers and bent low to evade the incoming strike. Before the sand ninja could make another assault, Kakashi, who had just fallen slightly behind Yunkong, surged forward once more, his white fang blade slicing through the air to intercept the kunai that threatened Yunkong. Yunkong, leveraging the momentum, placed a foot against Kakashi's shoulder and launched a kick at the sand ninja's chest, sending him staggering backward for over 10 meters. The sand ninja's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He had never expected that as a seasoned jonin, he would find himself at a disadvantage in a battle against two mere youths from Konoha. During his retreat, he spun the kunai around his thumb and aimed it at the approaching Kakashi. Kakashi, however, deftly deflected the kunai with a flick of his white fang blade, leaving the sand ninja momentarily stunned. To his surprise, Kakashi did not seize the opportunity to attack. This was not the behavior one would expect from the two boys, who had capitalized on the sand ninja's underestimation to gain an advantage, showing no intention of retreating after their initial onslaught. As the two youths relentlessly pressed their attack, the sand ninja suddenly recalled that there was a third boy involved in this confrontation. Just as he was about to assess the position of Obito, who had been battling alongside them, a figure emerged from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Obito had appeared with a fierce determination, taking a deep breath before unleashing a powerful jutsu. The colossal fireball, swirling with intensity, formed rapidly before the astonished gaze of the sand ninja, its searing heat illuminating the dim surroundings with a vibrant crimson glow. With a thunderous roar, the fireball engulfed the sand ninja, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Everything within a 10-meter radius was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes, and a deep crater, spewing black smoke, materialized before Yunkong and his companions. Yunkong and Kakashi swiftly positioned themselves before Obito, their eyes warily scanning the smoke-shrouded pit. The flames crackled ominously, and as they gazed upon the devastation left by the fireball, Obito inquired, "Is it done?" Given the sheer power of that fire jutsu, it seemed sufficient to obliterate any ordinary ninja. Yet, both Yunkong and Kakashi were acutely aware that the situation was far from straightforward. Even Obito, who posed the question, sought only to comfort himself and his companions with the notion that it was over. Suddenly, a series of sounds reminiscent of eggshells cracking echoed from within the dying flames. Gradually, a monstrous figure emerged from the dissipating fire, its form taking shape amidst the fading embers. Yunkong's pupils constricted. Indeed, as a seasoned jonin, even a particularly formidable one, he was not to be trifled with. Thoughts raced through his mind. The sand ninja was enveloped in a layer of earth-style armor, which had allowed him to survive the devastating fire technique unleashed by Obito. Nevertheless, the sand ninja's appearance was one of utter disarray, with varying degrees of burns marring his body. In the heat of the moment, the protective armor had failed to fully shield him from Obito's fire jutsu. Quite impressive, truly, the sand ninja, Matus, remarked, stepping forth from the flames. His earth armor, ravaged by the extreme heat, crumbled off his body in fragments with a cracking sound. I never anticipated that I would nearly lose my life due to a moment of carelessness. Who would have thought that 3 mere academy graduates could possess such extraordinary talent? The Uchiha clan's lineage, and that short blade, It's undoubtedly the legacy of the Leaf's white fang. It's exhilarating to contemplate the prospect of extinguishing such brilliance, Matus mused, his tone laced with malice and a hint of thrill at the thought of vanquishing prodigies. Yun Kong, Kakashi, and Obito instinctively clenched their fists or gripped their weapons tightly. Under Matus's scrutinizing gaze, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The murderous intent from the Jonin enveloped them, and while Matus had previously feigned nonchalance, he was now entirely serious. The trio found themselves in an unusual standoff with Matus. He remained motionless while they dared not budge. As the minute ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Yun Kong felt an exhausting weight upon his heart, akin to having sprinted several thousand meters, struggling to draw air into his lungs despite his efforts. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as his gaze met Matus's sinister eyes. His heart raced. He instinctively wanted to sound a warning. In an instant, Matus, who had been 10 meters away, appeared before Yun Kong with a swift sidestep, executing a simple yet lightning-fast kick. The motion was straightforward but executed with breathtaking speed. Yun Kong barely managed to raise his left arm in a futile attempt to shield his chest, but Matus's kick landed heavily against his arm, forcing him backward and compressing against his chest. Like a football, Yun Kong was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a massive tree that could be wrapped by 2 people. Coughing heavily, Yun Kong struggled to regain his breath. Matus's strike had indeed been powerful. Despite his attempt to block with his left arm, it proved ineffective against such overwhelming force. The impact left Yun Kong's arm feeling as though it had sustained a fracture. He suspected that the brutal kick had indeed injured his bone. Yet, it had served a purpose. At least it had mitigated the damage to his chest. Yun Kong realized that had he not attempted to block, he would now be experiencing more than mere difficulty in breathing. Several ribs would likely have been broken. On the other side, at the moment when Majis kicked away the void, Kakashi and Obito reacted swiftly. Kakashi's short blade twirled, carving a semicircle aimed at Majis. Obito charged forward, plunging into Majis' embrace and delivering a heavy punch to his chest. Although Kakashi's response was delayed by mere milliseconds, Obito was closer to Majis. However, the instant Obito struck, he sensed something amiss. Majis' left hand was raised defensively, firmly grasping Obito's fist. Without hesitation, Obito leaped, driving his knee forcefully into Majis. Though Obito typically supported from the rear within the trio, it had never been said that he lacked prowess in close combat. Majis' right arm intercepted Obito's powerful blow, while Kakashi's short blade surged from behind Majis, compelling him to relinquish his hold on Obito. A shuriken swiftly materialized in Majis' hand, and he thrust it backward, colliding with Kakashi's descending blade, producing a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Obito retreated, distancing himself from Majis' attack range. Majis pivoted gracefully, directing the shuriken outward to redirect Kakashi's blade. With a subtle flick of his wrist, another shuriken appeared in Majis' grasp, aimed at Kakashi. Undeterred, Kakashi withdrew his short blade, using its broad surface to block the incoming shuriken. The sound of clashing echoed as Kakashi, with Obito's support, managed to trade a few blows with Majis. Though the battle was fraught with peril, unexpectedly, Majis exclaimed, "I never anticipated you could withstand me for such an extended period." He hurled the shuriken, forcing both Kakashi and Obito to retreat. Earth style, Earth spike. Recognizing that Majis' sudden pressure was ominous, Kakashi and Obito, constrained by their limited strength, could only watch helplessly as Majis invoked a ninjutsu before them. Majis slammed both hands against the ground, and the earth trembled beneath Kakashi and Obito, who struggled to maintain their footing as long, soil-solidified spikes erupted towards them. The two swiftly retreated to evade the onslaught of spikes. Water style, water whip. Thanks to the time Kakashi and Obito had bought for him, Yukong momentarily regained his composure. Observing the dire situation Kakashi and Obito found themselves in, Yukong decisively employed his ninjutsu for their rescue. A whip-like torrent of water burst forth from Yukong's hands, splitting behind Kakashi and Obito to entwine around their waists. With a powerful tug, Yukong pulled them out of the danger zone of the earth spikes. Alas, he lacked Orochimaru's shadow snake hand, a technique that was both offensive and defensive, requiring no hand seals for its simple and convenient execution. As Kakashi and Obito were drawn back, Yukong once again formed hand seals. The stream behind him seemed to be stirred by invisible hands, its tranquil surface suddenly bubbling with fervor. Water release, clear waves. The torrent surged past Yukong, rushing towards the advancing Matisse. Lightning release, earth walk. During his retreat, Kakashi unleashed his lightning ninjutsu. Electricity crackling from his hands and surging into the stream. Instantly, the river was engulfed in a crackling tempest of lightning. Matisse, who charged forward with great ferocity, was compelled to abandon his assault under the combined force of Yunkong and Kakashi, retreating against the onslaught of the turbulent waters. Matisse, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his body, began to wear a solemn expression. What he initially thought would be a trivial encounter with mere children had now escalated into a 10-minute confrontation. Observing the trio, it was clear they had not yet reached their limits. For a moment, doubts began to creep into Matisse's mind. It wasn't that he couldn't vanquish the three. Rather, he found himself within the territory of Konohagakure. Though this area wasn't of paramount importance, it still fell under their jurisdiction. To eliminate them using conventional means would consume considerable time, and at this juncture, he could not guarantee that reinforcements wouldn't arrive. However, employing unconventional methods, such as powerful jutsu, made him uneasy. Creating too much commotion here would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Matisse found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The four returned to a standoff, with Yunkong and his companions hesitant to make a move, fearing separation. Matisse pondered his next course of action, equally ensnared in silence. As they faced each other, Yunkong slowly spoke. The chakra nature of this sand ninja should be earth, though other attributes cannot be ruled out. Our ninjutsu inflicts minimal damage upon him. During the casting, we invariably afford him the time to employ earth release for defense, which is renowned for its formidable resilience. So, you're saying we cannot kill or severely injure him with ninjutsu? Obito inquired. Precisely. Even if there are techniques capable of breaching his defenses, they are not within our repertoire, Yunkong replied. That implies our only avenue to victory lies in close combat, Kakashi stated, gripping his short blade tightly, alternating between clinching and relaxing his hold. Very well, I shall take the lead in the attack, Kakashi murmured, stepping forward to position himself before Yunkong and Obito. All right, I will assist alongside Obito to create an opportunity, Yunkong declared. Obito glanced at Yunkong, nodding in agreement. There was but a single chance. Failure would lead to dire consequences unless reinforcements arrived in time. What's this, you little brats? You truly possess some courage. If you were to turn and flee, you might just escape with one or two of you. But to act so recklessly, I assure you, it will only lead to your demise, Matisse admonished, feigning concern. Such a simple provocation is best left unspoken. As long as we eliminate you, the three of us shall survive. Instead of worrying about us, perhaps you should be more concerned for your own safety. After all, this is the village hidden in the leaves. Yunkong mocked. A psychological assault. For who would dare claim the title of the best when one can boldly declare themselves second? The so-called invincible master of verbal jutsu, Naruto, has yet to be born. With that, you shall meet your demise. A sinister expression crept across Martis's face. With a swift motion, he launched shurikens that rained down upon Yunkong and his companions like an overwhelming storm. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito, with keen eyes and swift hands, swiftly formed hand seals and leaped aside, evading the onslaught of shurikens aimed at Yunkong and Kakashi. The flames acted as a barrier, engulfing the shurikens and reducing them to mere ashes. The spinning fireball remained undiminished, roaring fiercely as it advanced towards Martis. Earth style, earth wall. Martis slammed his hands onto the ground, forming a sturdy earth wall that shielded him from harm. Shadow clone technique. As Obito unleashed his jutsu, Yunkong dashed towards Martis in a flash. Along the way, he activated the shadow clone technique, and 6 additional versions of Yunkong rapidly appeared around him. Kakashi followed closely behind, trailing the myriad of clones. The flames ravaged the earth wall, leaving deep, charred marks on either side. Yet, the earth technique held firm against the fireball. Despite the destructive force, it caused no significant harm to Martis behind it. From the swirling black smoke, a figure suddenly emerged. A kunai appeared in Martis's hand as he rose and lunged forward. Just as Yunkong burst into the smoke, he deftly pushed aside the kunai and, leveraging Martis's arm, executed a sweeping kick aimed at Martis's head. Martis ducked to evade the strike and decisively seized Yunkong's leg, twisting to deliver a sidekick. Every movement flowed seamlessly. A cry escaped Yunkong's lips as he was struck, transforming into a cloud of smoke, vanishing before Martis. Shadow clone, Martis realized. Suddenly, Four more Yunkongs appeared around Martis, some readying punches, others preparing to sweep their legs, and one wielding a kunai charging at him. Earth-style, rock explosion. Martis crossed his hands tightly. With a kick, a rock was sent soaring into the air, where it shattered into countless fragments of varying sizes, raining down like bullets upon Yunkong. Caught off guard, the four clones struggled to evade the barrage. Despite their valiant efforts to defend themselves, three of them were swiftly obliterated, erupting into clouds of smoke, and the final clone let out a desperate cry as it was sent flying. In the nick of time, Martis had dispatched all four clones, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, thinking to himself, "That was close. I almost fell into a trap. Truly, this little brat is no simple adversary." With a sigh, Mathis grasped the kunai once more. "If you had grown up, you would have become a formidable ninja, a true challenge for the village." Step by step, Mathis approached Yunkong, lamenting that you no longer had the chance to mature. Utilizing the concealment of smoke, he swiftly closed the distance, employing a shadow clone to test and tempt him. Then, as Mathis prepared to strike Yunkong, he unleashed a comprehensive assault from all directions during a fleeting moment of relaxation. What a clever strategy. Mathis stood before Yunkong, looking down upon him with a sense of superiority. The feeling of extinguishing a genius was indeed exhilarating. With a tremor of his hand, the kunai found its mark in Yunkong's chest. This assault was sufficient to declare Yunkong's demise. Mathis turned, scanning for the remaining Kakashi and Obito. Suddenly, a distorted and weakened Yunkong transformed into a cloud of smoke behind him. A shadow clone. Mathis was taken aback, hastily surveying his surroundings. Three indistinct figures stood shrouded in smoke. Unexpectedly, Mathis felt a sense of relief. These youths exerted such pressure on him. He chuckled at his own apprehension. Were these three, hardly even ninjas, truly worthy of such concern? Resolute, Mathis straightened his posture, unwilling to prolong the encounter. Even if discovered by Konoha, he decided to employ a powerful jutsu to end the lives of Yunkong and his companions. Just then, the ground beneath him split open. Kakashi suddenly emerged from below, wielding a short blade and, in a moment of surprise, inflicted a grievous wound upon Mathis's chest. Blood gushed forth, and although this injury was severe, it would not endanger Mathis's life in the immediate future. Furious, Mathis realized that despite his extreme caution, a momentary lapse had led to such a serious wound. He swiftly reached behind him, grasping Kakashi, who had just passed by him after landing a blow. In that instant, Mathis unleashed the terrifying might of a seasoned shinobi, forcefully slamming Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi barely managed to land on his feet, attempting to minimize the damage. Yet the impact caused blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, injuring his insides. At the moment Kakashi hit the ground, Mathis quickly formed hand seals, summoning an earthen gauntlet that encased his fist. The glove solidified into a rock-like mass, poised to strike Kakashi's head with tremendous force. Should this blow connect, regardless of how powerful Kakashi might become in the future, his life would end here. Kakashi valiantly rolled away to evade Mathis's punch, which collided with the ground, shattering it like an eggshell within a meter radius of the impact. The shockwave reverberated through Kakashi, causing him to cough up more blood. Kakashi lay powerless on the ground, utterly defeated by Mathis's relentless assaults. Mathis, with a twisted smile and clutching his wound, approached Kakashi slowly, a trail of blood marking his path. "I always believed I had given you enough attention, yet here I am, underestimating you. But this ends now." Mathis, filled with rage and pain, gripped a kunai tightly, his face contorted with fury. Kakashi had lost all capacity for resistance, barely managing to maintain consciousness. If Mathis reached him, death would be his only fate. Am I to perish? This thought flickered in Kakashi's mind as the dire moment approached. In a critical instant, Kakashi leaped from the tunnel, soaring into the air. Yunkong reached him in a single bound, lifting Kakashi and throwing him backward. "Daitu now?" Yunkong shouted. Upon witnessing this, Mathis's expression twisted into a snarl. "You seek death." He roared at Yunkong, who had thwarted his plans. As Yunkong hurled the defenseless Kakashi, Mathis prepared to launch his kunai. At that moment, another Yunkong emerged from the tunnel, moving with blinding speed, faster than a shooting star. In a flash, he arrived before Mathis, locking him in place, rendering him entirely vulnerable. Mathis, caught off guard, found himself trapped by Yunkong's sudden onslaught. Before Mathis could unleash his kunai, it reversed swiftly, stabbing through Yunkong's chest. With a resounding thud, Yunkong pierced through the heart, transformed into a cloud of smoke. A mere shadow. The Yunkong who had thrown Kakashi was the true form. In that very moment, another Yunkong seized the white-toothed dagger that Kakashi had dropped and thrust it forward, piercing Mathis's chest atop the wounds left by Kakashi. Blood spilled from Mathis's mouth as he realized he had fallen to the hands of 3 mere boys, not even ninjas. Raising his fist, still encased in rock, he understood that such grievous injuries would prevent him from leaving Konoha alive. His fate was effectively sealed. If that is the case, you shall die with me. Mathis spat, blood trickling from his lips, as he struggled to lift his fist high, aimed at Yunkong. Though Mathis was prepared for mutual destruction, Yunkong, having the upper hand, would not grant him such an opportunity. Fire release, fireball jutsu. At the moment Yunkong plunged the dagger into Mathis's chest, he formed hand seals without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the close-range Mathis. The explosion erupted violently before Yunkong, the flames consuming both him and Mathis due to their proximity. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, devastating the ground within a 3-meter radius. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the scene. Yunkong, Daitu cried out. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Obito caught Kakashi, who had been thrown by Kumo, a colossal flame engulfed Kumo. Kumo, Obito cried out. In that fleeting moment, he had no time to extend a hand and save Kumo. A tremendous fireball erupted before Obito's eyes, the subsequent shockwave pushing him back several meters and leaving deep gouges in the ground. He hastily set Kakashi down and rushed toward the now dwindling flames. Kumo, where are you? Obito shouted. Scanning the surroundings, all he could see were the ashes scorched by the fire and the devastated ground from the explosion. In the vast pit, amidst the devastation, there was little left. Could it be? A profound sorrow welled up in Obito's eyes. The trio that had once been filled with hope was now reduced to despair. Kakashi lay gravely injured and unconscious. Kumo had seemingly lost his life, leaving only himself unscathed. In a fit of anger, Obito pounded the ground, remembering how both Kakashi and Kumo had shielded him during the battle. It was his own impotence that had led them into such dire straits. For a moment, he was engulfed in deep self-reproach. If only I were stronger unbeknownst to anyone. Obito's eyes shifted from their usual hue to a blood red, the tomo slowly manifesting in his gaze as his fury and guilt surged within him. Suddenly, a series of unsteady footsteps emerged from the haze of smoke and ash, jolting Obito from his despair. Kumo, you're all right, he exclaimed, rising with surprise. Yet, as he focused on the figure emerging from the smoke, his joy abruptly faded. At that moment, Mathis appeared in a pitiful state, his left arm completely gone, his right hand clutching a gaping wound and dragging his shattered left leg as he limped toward Obito. Mathis's face was entirely disfigured from the flames, with severe burns covering 80% of his body, and Obito could even smell the scent of charred flesh. You insolent brat! How dare you leave me in such a wretched state? Mathis growled, dragging himself closer to Obito. Instinctively, Obito took 2 steps back, a chill of fear coursing down his spine. He is not dead yet, Obito whispered. Though his voice was low, it reached Mathis's ears. Dead? You overestimate yourself, boy. I won't die until I've slaughtered you both. Mathis roared, a savage snarl twisting his features, perhaps fueled by rage. Blood trickled from the corner of Mathis's mouth once more. As he advanced step by step, Obito found himself instinctively retreating. How weak. Am I truly so inferior to Kumo and Kakashi? Obito lamented inwardly. He raised his trembling arm, realizing with dismay, I am afraid. Indeed, fear gripped him, or rather, it was a psychological terror. In Mathis's current condition, he should be no match for Obito. However, relying on the previous terror, and due to the grievous injury inflicted upon Kakashi, Obito found himself beset by an overwhelming fear, oblivious to the peril that surrounded him. He took hesitant steps backward, trembling, until his foot inadvertently rested upon Kakashi's hand, which lay motionless on the ground. Startled, he quickly lifted his foot, apologizing profusely to Kakashi, only to realize that his comrade had succumbed to unconsciousness, and had been so for quite some time. Gazing upon Kakashi's face, contorted in agony, and recalling the reckless bravado of Yunkong, a sharp pang of remorse pierced Obito's heart. They had both endured this suffering in their quest to protect me. Yet here I stand, devoid of the courage to fight. I am nothing but a coward. Obito chastised himself. In this state, What right do I have to call myself a ninja? What right do I have to stand as an ally to Yun Kong and Kakashi? As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Obito's trembling gaze began to brighten. I am a ninja. I am a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan. I am destined to become Hokage. His self-affirmation grew louder, culminating in a near shout of his aspiration to become Hokage. I shall become Hokage. Although his voice softened, those words injected a surge of determination into his heart. With renewed resolve, Obito drew a kunai from his pouch. It is my duty to protect my comrades. Despite the oppressive presence of Mathis weighing down upon him, he took a laborious step forward. This bold advance astonished Mathis. He knew his own limitations. He was already at the brink of exhaustion. Severely wounded by Kakashi and then by Yun Kong, Mathis had nearly lost his capacity to resist. Now, he relied solely on a flicker of life and the imposing aura of a jonin to intimidate Obito, hoping desperately to compel him to flee. Yet, Obito's sudden step forward was akin to placing a boulder in the midst of a raging river, halting the torrent of Mathis' momentum. With his hands firmly gripping the kunai, Obito's gaze was unwavering, fixed intently upon Mathis. The crimson hue of his eyes bore witness to the slow, deliberate rotation of the tomo. It is the Sharingan. Mathis murmured bitterly. Indeed, these three youths possess boundless potential. The first two fought valiantly, inflicting grievous wounds upon me, and I had assumed this one would be somewhat timid. Yet, unexpectedly, he awakens the Sharingan at this critical moment. I never anticipated that a member of the Uchiha clan such as you would awaken the Sharingan at such a tender age, barely 6 or 7 years old. To perish here would be a great loss, Mathis rasped. I truly do not wish to kill you. Can you kill me? Obito had fully regained his composure. The Sharingan allows one to perceive the presence of chakra, and given your current state, your chakra is nearly depleted. I suspect that the fire release jutsu you employed earlier spared your life, yet it has drained your chakra significantly. Obito retorted without reservation, adding, moreover, the wound upon your chest is surely fatal. In your current state of peril, how dare you brazenly declare your intent to take my life? Swiftly, during Obito's speech, two kunai were unexpectedly hurled, embedding themselves in Mathis's shoulders with astonishing force, causing him to collapse to the ground. Obito retrieved another kunai, declaring, "You should contemplate how to survive in my grasp." With a furious expression, he launched yet another kunai, which pierced through Mathis's chest, impaling him against the ground. Mathis, having lost his left arm, was now utterly incapable of resistance. Simultaneously, two kunai penetrated Mathis's legs, even through his already fractured left leg. This strategy, learned from their time at the Ninja Academy, ensured that no opportunity was afforded to the enemy, be it for escape or retaliation. Just as Obito prepared to end Mathis's life, a voice from beneath the earth stirred his excitement. Wait, do not kill him yet. It was the voice of Yun Kong. In that moment, Obito's menacing demeanor softened, replaced by a look of surprise. Before he could respond, Yun Kong emerged from beneath several rocks, struggling to rise. He appeared disheveled. His hair singed and curled from the flames, and his right arm's clothing reduced to ashes, revealing burns beneath. The rest of his attire was riddled with charred holes. In short, his clothing was ruined. However, Yun Kong's condition was considerably better than Mathis's, as the fire techniques had mainly targeted Mathis. Yun Kong had merely been caught in the crossfire due to their proximity. Laboriously, Yun Kong crawled out, while Obito hurried to his side, supporting the faltering figure. What a disaster. I nearly perished by my own fire techniques. Thank goodness for the pit Kakashi had previously dug. Otherwise, I would have become a laughingstock in ninja history. Yun Kong, despite his ordeal, retained his sense of humor, a testament to his resilience, especially since Mathis had been rendered entirely incapable of attacking. Earlier, Yun Kong had succumbed to a brief unconsciousness from the fire techniques, and had awakened just in time to see Obito poised to take Mathis's life, prompting his intervention. Is Kakashi all right? Yun Kong inquired, having previously entrusted Kakashi to Obito, but lacking the time to assess his condition. He should only have sustained internal bruising. Although his breath is faint, I don't believe his life is in jeopardy, Obito replied, easing Yun Kong's worries. Despite the grim circumstances, the trio had successfully defeated a jonin, albeit a special jonin. By the way, why not simply finish him off? Obito helped Yun Kong settle beside Kakashi, allowing him to conduct a cursory examination of Kakashi's injuries. After all, Yun Kong had studied medical ninjutsu, making him a quasi-doctor. He let out a sigh, relieved to find Kakashi in a stable condition. As Obito had mentioned, the injuries were not severe. He had merely sustained internal damage from the shock, resulting in a brief fainting spell. With a few days of proper rest, he would surely recover. The presence of the Sand Village ninja, who had infiltrated Konoha, suggested some nefarious intent. Although the village could gather intelligence from the deceased, a living ninja was undeniably more valuable than a dead one, Yinkong remarked. However, as a precaution, it was wise to sever the intruder's limbs. As long as life was preserved, that would suffice, he insisted. I have already taken care of that, Obito nodded in response. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, he added, reflecting the harsh teachings of the Ninja Academy. At that moment, dozens of shurikens suddenly flew from the trees, aimed directly at Yinkong and his companions, even targeting the prone Kakashi. Earth style, earth barrier. Obito's vigilance was remarkable. At the instant the shuriken were launched, he swiftly crouched and executed a defensive earth jutsu. A towering 2-meter wall of earth swiftly materialized before them, intercepting the incoming projectiles. Two ninjas leaped out from the trees, observing the shattered earth wall before them. One of the sand ninjas chuckled, Matisse, you truly are useless. How could you allow 3 kids to reduce you to this state? This sand ninja approached Yinkong and the others with unbridled audacity, casting a predatory gaze upon them as he walked. Upon the appearance of the 2 ninjas, Yinkong's expression shifted. This indicated that all 3 of his shadow clones had been eliminated without him noticing. Wasn't it said that shadow clones would relay back any sights they had witnessed? This could only mean one thing. It wasn't merely luck that had favored Yinkong, but rather that his clones hadn't been defeated. Instead, they had dissipated due to his brief unconsciousness, resulting in a loss of chakra control. Within this fleeting moment, the 2 sand ninjas had returned. Obito, if the opportunity arises, escape. If possible, take Kakashi with you, Yinkong urged, straining to stand upright as he warily observed the approaching sand ninjas. However, these 2 were indeed formidable jonin. Had his minor strategy been uncovered by these ninjas, leading them to target his shadow clones while sending Matisse, a special jonin, to eliminate the 3 of them? That didn't seem plausible. If that were the case, the strength of the 2 jonin would have easily prevented his clones from escaping. Perhaps they had been occupied with other matters, and their presence here was merely coincidental. In a brief span, Yinkong rapidly analyzed the intelligence he had gathered. Today had indeed been a day of extraordinary misfortune. Yinkong sighed to himself. If his analysis held true, he would find a piece of tofu to end his own life. To experience such a string of ill luck in a single day was unprecedented. Tobirama suddenly took a step forward, his eyes snapping open, the black pupils swiftly transforming into a deep crimson, 2 tomo glimmering vividly. Yinkong, in your current state, even if I stay behind, there's no way for you to escape. Allow me to take the rear. You must seize the opportunity to flee with Kakashi. Yinkong was taken aback. Was this truly the same Tobirama he once knew? There was an undeniable difference now. The Tobirama of the past would weep uncontrollably at the slightest intensity of battle, plagued by a lack of confidence and an overwhelming fear of conflict. This was precisely why he wore his goggles. Yet now, this Tobirama exhibited no signs of trepidation. Yinkong understood, as did Tobirama, that remaining behind in this state would likely lead to certain death. Even bringing Kakashi along was not a sagacious decision. Nevertheless, both Yinkong and Tobirama were resolute in their determination to protect Kakashi. Wow, who would have thought you possessed the Sharingan? Remarked a nonchalant sand ninja. To awaken the Sharingan at merely 6 or 7 years old, you must be a prodigy within the Uchiha clan. What a pity it is that you shall perish here. The sand ninja lamented with a hint of mockery. With a swift motion, the sand ninja summoned over a dozen kunai, which hovered ominously before him. He held his fingers in a certain formation, causing the kunai to tilt menacingly. Puppet's secret technique, stealth strike. He called out. In unison, the kunai launched from multiple directions, aimed directly at Yinkong and his companions. With all his might, Tobirama grasped the kunai firmly, positioning himself as a shield between Yinkong and Kakashi. The tomo within his Sharingan began to whirl with increasing speed, almost merging into a singular entity. A series of sharp clinks resonated as the kunai clashed in midair. Though it was not Tobirama's defense that caused the disruption. Rather, the kunai aimed at Yinkong and the others were intercepted and knocked aside by other kunai. In an instant, 4 figures appeared before Tobirama and Yinkong, effectively separating them from the 2 sand ninjas. Leading the charge was a man with white hair, styled into a small braid cascading down his back, clad in a leaf village jacket of a distinctive green hue. He bore a short blade upon his back, identical to Kakashi's. It was none other than the renowned Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Yinkong collapsed weakly to the ground. Even Tobarama, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden relaxation, could not reach out in time to support Yinkong as he sank down. Damn, Kakashi, that pretentious brat, has the audacity to boast about his short blade's glorious history, all the while carrying a mere replica. This peculiar thought invaded Yinkong's mind the moment he relaxed. Behind Tsukumo, 3 Uchiha clan members from the Leaf Village's security force followed. The foremost among them was a Jonin, accompanied by 2 elite Chunin. One of the Chunin quickly approached Yinkong and his companions, inquiring with a semblance of concern, "Are you 3 all right?" Though his tone was not overly warm, Yinkong found an unexpected sense of familiarity in the presence of these Uchiha. Yinkong nodded, replying, "I'm fine, just exhausted." Yinkong collapsed to the ground, responding that it was not a lack of desire to rise, but rather the sudden relaxation following intense tension that rendered him utterly devoid of strength. Fortunately, the elite Chunin of the Uchiha clan paid him no mind, swiftly turning his gaze towards Kakashi. "It's nothing serious, merely internal injuries, with a couple of days' rest. He will recover," Yinkong replied on behalf of the still unconscious Kakashi. Though Kakashi remained in a state of unconsciousness, his breaths, albeit somewhat weak, were steady, indicating that his injuries were not grave. Much like Yinkong, he had simply succumbed to exhaustion. Upon hearing Yinkong's response and the elite Chunin's confirmation of Kakashi's condition, White Fang's body involuntarily trembled. Indeed, even the stoic and seemingly cold-blooded Konoha White Fang harbored a deep affection for his beloved son. At last, the elite Chunin shifted his focus to Obito. It must be said that the Uchiha clan possessed remarkable social grace. They first examined the foreign Yinkong and Kakashi before finally attending to their own kin. This was not solely due to the fact that Obito bore minimal injuries, but also a reflection of their refined upbringing. In this regard, the Uchiha truly deserved their reputation as the foremost clan in Konoha. It was only when the elite Chunin beheld Obito's rapidly rotating double tomo Sharingan that he drew a deep breath and addressed him in a tone markedly distinct from the earlier cordiality. "Are you well?" The tone even bore a hint of reverence. Obito appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, perhaps 8 at most. To awaken the Sharingan at such a tender age, and to possess the double tomo, marked him as a prodigy, rivaling the legendary Uchiha Madara, who was said to have activated his Sharingan at 6, albeit with only the single tomo at that time. The future Itachi, who would master the Sharingan by 8, had yet to be born. Thus the moment Obito awakened his Sharingan, it was clear he was destined for greatness within the Uchiha lineage. It was only natural that he would command the respect of his clan, for who could guarantee that the future Uchiha Obito would not surpass that legendary figure? As the double tomo in Obito's eyes gradually slowed and vanished, the blood-red Sharingan transformed back into ordinary black pupils. Obito seemed to experience a moment of disorientation, gently pressing his hand against his eyes. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes and shook his head to indicate that he was fine. The elite Chunin nodded solemnly, then suddenly inquired, "May I ask your name and age?" The elite ninja regarded Obito with eager anticipation, making him feel somewhat bashful. "I am Uchiha Obito, 7 years old, and I will soon turn 8, he answered shyly under the scrutiny of the elite Chunin. It was then that Yinkong noticed that this elite Uchiha ninja also possessed the double tomo Sharingan. He realized, with a sudden understanding, why the elite Chunin held such respect for Obito. Despite being in his 30s, perhaps nearing 40, he had only just awakened his double tomo Sharingan. Should there be no significant upheaval in this lifetime, his accomplishments would have remained limited to this point. Yet, at the tender age of merely 7 or 8, Kakashi had awakened the double tomo Sharingan. Despite possessing the prowess of an elite Chunin, he felt compelled to respectfully confront Obito. Yinkong couldn't help but anticipate the moment he would unlock his own eyes. The remaining 2 members of the Uchiha clan, along with White Fang, cast their gazes toward Obito. The fact that he had activated the Sharingan at such a young age, and in its double tomo form, intensified their regard for him. Although they had already begun to appreciate Yinkong and his companions after witnessing the dire state of the exceptional Jonin, Matthews, The arrival of reinforcements prompted the two sand shinobi to abandon their previous nonchalance, adopting a more serious demeanor, especially upon recognizing that the leader among them was the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. Sand Shinobi, do you intend to incite a war between Konoha and the Sand Village by infiltrating our territory so recklessly? The leading Uchiha inquired sternly. The Sand Shinobi, who had just launched a kunai, swiftly retreated to join his comrade, producing 2 scrolls in the process. With a pair of explosive sounds, 2 humanoid puppets emerged from the smoke, positioning themselves defensively before the Sand Shinobi. The other Sand Shinobi promptly drew his kunai, bracing for the confrontation. After all, among the 4 adversaries stood not only the White Fang of Konoha, but also the esteemed Uchiha clan. None could be underestimated. The leader of the Uchiha clan stepped forward, determined to deal with these audacious intruders who dared to invade Konoha, nearly bringing harm to their prodigy and the son of the White Fang. You have brought this upon yourselves. However, to his surprise, Hatake Sakumo intervened, instructing Tsuyo, remain on standby and ensure they do not escape. Slowly, he unsheathed the short blade from his back. A subtle yet palpable aura of menace emanated from the White Fang, intensifying with the movement of his silvery blade. The oppressive atmosphere was such that even Tsuyo, a fellow Jonin, instinctively took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Sakumo. This was the true essence of the White Fang. Far removed from the polite and affable middle-aged man he appeared to be, Tsuyo felt a surge of trepidation. Clearly, these Sand Shinobi had stealthily infiltrated Konoha and had nearly harmed his beloved son, Kakashi. Hatake Sakumo was now fully engaged. With a decisive wave of his hand, Tsuyo directed 2 other Uchiha clan members to swiftly position themselves in front of Yunkong and his companions, ensuring their protection, particularly focusing on Kakashi and Obito. Yet, Yunkong remained unfazed. This world was inherently unfair. Were it not for the presence of Obito and Kakashi, he would not even be afforded such protection. With that thought, he found little to complain about. Holding his blade with his right hand, White Fang lowered it slightly, stating, "Tell me your purpose for coming to Konoha, and I may spare one of you." White Fang advanced slowly, step by step, towards the 2 Sand Shinobi. The murderous aura emanating from him was almost palpable, compelling the 2 Sand Shinobi to retreat gradually under his overwhelming presence. That fool Matus, after all this time, had failed to eliminate 3 mere boys who were not even true ninjas. Not only did he fail, but he also unwittingly provoked the fearsome existence of Konoha's White Fang. Upon seeing White Fang, the Sand Shinobi controlling the puppets cursed Matus profusely, lamenting his pitiful state, barely clinging to life. In that moment, the only thought occupying the minds of the 2 Sand Shinobi was escape. The mission had long been cast aside. The realization that encountering Konoha's White Fang warranted an automatic abandonment of the mission was well known among shinobi of all villages. Do not underestimate him. Just as Kakashi Sakumo approached the 2 Sand Shinobi with ease, the puppet master shouted, curling his index finger. Suddenly, one of the puppets he controlled opened its maw wide, unleashing hundreds of shuriken that rained down upon White Fang like droplets of rain. The other Sand Shinobi tossed a shuriken from his hand, forming hand seals to unleash a wind release. Great breakthrough. A ferocious gale erupted from his mouth, propelling the shuriken with blinding speed. The shuriken appeared before White Fang in the blink of an eye, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the approaching projectiles. In a flash, just as the shuriken converged upon him, Kakashi Sakumo vanished from their sight. Body flicker technique. The puppet master gasped in astonishment. Be careful, the other Sand Shinobi shouted urgently. Heeding his comrade's warning, the puppet master once again curled his finger, retreating the 2 puppets in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Yet, it was clearly too late. A dagger, devoid of any aura of heat, pierced through the back of the Sand Shinobi controlling the puppets. White Fang never knew the meaning of mercy when engaging in combat, at least not in the eyes of Yunkong. Kakashi Sakumo twisted the dagger lightly, shattering the heart of the Sand Shinobi. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and the head of the mortally wounded Sand Shinobi flew high into the air, severed cleanly despite the fatal blow already dealt. The vigilance of White Fang was unmistakable. With a thud, the headless corpse crumpled to the ground. White Fang gripped the dagger tightly, declaring, "Now it's your turn." The short blade shone brilliantly, untainted by a single drop of blood. A sharp blade, swift and lethal. How could such a fine weapon have been broken by that wasteful Kakashi? Yinkong pondered. Meanwhile, the Sand Shinobi who had used Wind Release engaged White Fang in combat. The tragic demise of his comrade did not deter him. Rather, it ignited a ferocity within him. The clash of shuriken and dagger reverberated through the air. Yet Yinkong sensed an absence of earnestness in the strikes. Each impact felt as though each weapon recoiled at the slightest touch. Neither Konoha's White Fang, bolstered by Lightning Release, nor the Sand Shinobi, quickened by Wind Release, were visible to Yinkong's naked eye. Beside him, Obito once again activated his Sharingan, intently observing the combat styles of the two ninjas. Wind Release, pressure damage. Wind Release, vacuum sphere. In a mere 10 seconds, the Sand Ninja was defeated in his physical confrontation with Kakashi Hatake, forced to resort to ninjutsu for both defense and offense, relying on another technique. The fierce wind seemed to hinder Kakashi, while the vacuum spheres flew like shurikens, compelling Kakashi to abandon his pursuit. Seeing Konoha's White Fang momentarily obstructed, the Sand Ninja's face lit up with joy as he swiftly produced a scroll. However, before he could unfurl it, a short blade crackling with lightning sliced through the air, piercing the Sand Ninja's chest. It was as if he were a duck caught by the throat, attempting to utter something towards Kakashi. But Kakashi had already vanished from several meters away, reappearing before the Sand Ninja in a flash. With a swift turn of his blade, he shattered the Sand Ninja's innards. And once again, a flash of white light erupted as the Sand Ninja's head soared into the air. Kakashi, indifferent to the fallen body, grasped the Sand Ninja's head, which still bore an expression of disbelief. He casually tossed the head to Uchiha Kiryu, his expression unchanged, as if he had merely dispatched 2 chickens rather than 2 elite jounin from the Sand Village. Witnessing this, Yinkong was left speechless. This was the true Konoha White Fang, an elite jounin. How many jounin could a village possess? Typically, not exceeding 3 digits. Even the strongest Konoha jounin numbered no more than 200. Yet, Kakashi effortlessly slaughtered 2 Sand jounin as if they were mere livestock. Yinkong reflected. This is the goal he aspired to achieve. Kiryu, take these 2 heads and the half-dead Sand Ninja back to await further orders. I will handle these 3. After dispatching the 2 Sand Ninjas, Kakashi instructed Uchiha Kiryu. Yes, Kiryu replied respectfully, bowing. Having just witnessed Kakashi's overwhelming prowess, Kiryu, a proud member of the Uchiha clan, was profoundly shaken. With Kiryu's strength, even if he were slightly stronger than the 2 Sand Ninjas, he would not surpass them by much. Kakashi's ability to kill the 2 Sand jounin as easily as one would slay a dog or chicken indicated that he could effortlessly eliminate Kiryu as well. Kakashi's strength compelled even this haughty Uchiha jounin to lower his proud head. Kiryu accepted the heads tossed by Konoha's White Fang, while another elite chunin handed over the head of the Sand Ninja, who controlled the puppets. Kiryu stowed the 2 heads in a storage scroll, and at that moment, his subordinates had completed the battlefield cleanup. Hundreds of kunai, the 2 intact puppets, and the Sand Ninja's corpses were simultaneously stored away in the scroll. The faces of the 2 elite Uchiha chunin bore smiles. Acquiring such spoils without battle was, for them, a considerable gain. Before discussing the village's rewards, let us first consider the considerable value of the 2 intact puppets. While these might be deemed insignificant by Kakashi Hatake, they hold substantial worth for the 2 Uchiha ninjas. Once the battlefield was cleared, Uchiha Kiryu approached Kakashi with a respectful demeanor, stating, Lord Kakashi, we shall take our leave now. Kakashi, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in acknowledgement. Uchiha Kiryu signaled and bowed gracefully to Kakashi, vanishing from his sight. Kakashi then turned to Yinkong and Obito. As Yinkong and Obito appeared somewhat bewildered, Kakashi addressed Yinkong. Are you Yinkong? Struggling to rise, Yinkong respectfully bowed before Kakashi, greeting, hello. Kakashi nodded in approval, indeed. I received the words you spoke last time from Kakashi. You may be young, but you possess a remarkable wit. Yinkong, momentarily speechless, assumed Kakashi had come to reprimand him, especially since his choice to train in such a remote location had led to their encounter with the Sand Ninjas, nearly costing them their lives. However, to his surprise, Kakashi was indeed there to hold him accountable. Though it was not for the injury to Kakashi, but rather due to Yinkong's past comments about Kakashi's sensitivity. I apologize for my foolish remarks while under the influence. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me, Yinkong said, bowing deeply before Kakashi. You are not mistaken, I am aware of my own affairs. And I should be the one thanking you for your reminder, Kakashi said, embodying the straightforward character for which he is known, graciously accepting Yun Kong's apology. So, how do you intend to show your gratitude? Will you teach me the Hataki sword techniques, or perhaps take me on as your apprentice? Yun Kong boldly inquired, unabashedly pressing for a favor in light of Kakashi's politeness. Kakashi regarded Yun Kong's earnest and sparkling eyes, sighing softly. The boy had a point. In terms of audacity, he certainly qualified to be his pupil. Despite having initially been in the wrong, Yun Kong's blatant request made it seem as if Kakashi owed him a significant debt. Kakashi pondered the implications of his son befriending such a character. Not addressing Yun Kong's previous question, Kakashi said, "In the future, do not train in such isolated places. I will make arrangements for you three to train at the 5th training ground." He then turned his attention to Obito. "You are Obito, correct?" Obito nodded repeatedly. "Oh, as expected of an Uchiha ninja, you've awakened your Sharingan at such a young age. Your future accomplishments are boundless," Kakashi praised with a smile. "Uncle Kakashi, look at me. I, too, possess extraordinary potential and boundless prospects. Will you not consider taking me on as your apprentice?" Yun Kong once again shamelessly promoted himself. Yun Kong's words left Kakashi Hataki feeling utterly exasperated. It takes an extraordinary level of audacity to so boldly extol oneself, with such unique bones and profound depths. Yun Kong's remarks rendered Obito momentarily speechless, for his younger brother could unabashedly maintain such an air of originality even in the presence of the renowned Konoha White Fang. Without acknowledging Yun Kong, Kakashi turned away, hoisting the fallen Kakashi onto his back. "Let us proceed. I shall escort you both to the hospital." With that, Kakashi strode away with the urgency of one avoiding a plague. Obito quickly followed suit, supporting Yun Kong, aware that this location was far from secure. While the likelihood of encountering ninjas here was exceedingly low, it was prudent to stay close to Kakashi, the sturdy pillar of strength. Upon reaching a populated area within the village, Kakashi instructed them to head to the hospital while he vanished from their sight, with Kakashi in tow. "Damn it! That White Fang, after I warned him, how could he treat me this way? Will I perish on my way to the hospital?" Yun Kong cursed inwardly. Of course, he did not fear another ninja attack. They were well within the village walls, which would not easily allow intruders from other villages. Even if an enemy were to breach the perimeter, reinforcements from Konoha would arrive in under a minute. He was well aware that the serene stream he had just visited, while still within Konoha's domain, was beyond its protective walls. What truly troubled Yun Kong was that just as he was about to persuade Kakashi, Kakashi had inexplicably vanished before his eyes. Obito, at a loss for words, recognized that Kakashi had already endured Yun Kong's antics for an impressively long time. Throughout their journey, Yun Kong had thoroughly demonstrated the essence of shamelessness, even causing Obito to feel a tinge of embarrassment in Kakashi's presence. "Enough, Yun Kong. Your demeanor is undeniably off-putting. For Kakashi's sake, it would be wise to temper your exuberance," Obito advised. Yun Kong nodded, understanding that Obito's intent was to prevent Kakashi from believing he was pursuing a relationship with him solely for ulterior motives. However, Yun Kong was mindful, as he had persistently buzzed around Kakashi like a relentless fly, yet this was only feasible because Kakashi had not shown signs of irritation. What Yun Kong remained oblivious to was that since he had revealed fragments of his past at the barbecue shop, the higher-ups in Konoha, whether or not they believed Madara still lived, had ceased to view Yun Kong as the prodigy Madara once favored. The higher-ups of Konoha have now included Yun Kong in their observations, and it remains to be seen whether he is worthy of their investment. At least over the past year, Yun Kong has exhibited considerable talent, which merits their cultivation. Consequently, Kakashi's friendship with both Yun Kong and Obito is not met with disapproval from Shikaku. Through Obito's narratives, Shikaku has also come to understand how the Sand Ninja, Matus, ended up in such a dire situation at the hands of Yun Kong and his companions, which has further enhanced his regard for Yun Kong. Long before Yun Kong, Obito, and Kakashi forged their bond, Shikaku had already dispatched individuals to investigate both Yun Kong and Obito thoroughly. Otherwise, how could he have permitted Kakashi to associate with them? Shortly after Shikaku's departure, a ninja from the Uchiha clan suddenly approached Yun Kong and Obito. The ninja half-kneeled before Obito and respectfully stated, "Lord Obito, the clan leader summons you." Just as Shikaku left, Obito was called back by the Uchiha clan. Yun Kong understood the reason. Obito had awakened the double Tomo Sharingan at such a young age, placing him among the Uchiha's prodigies. Thus, the previously overlooked Obito was now receiving the attention he deserved. Obito was clearly taken aback by being addressed as Lord Obito, completely unprepared for such recognition, and instinctively glanced toward Yun-Kong. Come on, your clan leader is looking for you. It seems a life of luxury and comfort is arriving a bit early for you. Yun-Kong encouraged Obito. Obito, still bewildered, nodded and took a couple of steps before turning back to ask Yun-Kong, will you be alright getting home by yourself? Seeing the concern in Obito's eyes, Yun-Kong thought to himself with a chuckle, I knew I was clever. Only now do these fools realize Obito is a genius worth their attention. Where were they all this time? I've already taken 100 steps ahead. However, noticing Obito's genuine worry made it impossible for Yun-Kong to remain still. It's fine. I'm perfectly alright. A little scratch is merely a minor inconvenience for me, Yun-Kong reassured him. Seeing Yun-Kong persistently affirm that he was fine, Obito, under Yun-Kong's encouragement, followed the Uchiha ninja and disappeared from view. Well, now I am all alone, Yun-Kong mused, kicking a pebble in boredom. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared before him, startling Yun-Kong as he half expected to encounter a deity. As the smoke dissipated, Minato Namikaze stood before him. Hey, Yun-Kong. Long time no see. Minato greeted him warmly. Perhaps due to Yun-Kong's previous prophecy, the third Hokage had placed increasing importance on Minato over the past year. While this was partly due to Minato's own efforts, he remained grateful for Yun-Kong's words from long ago. Upon recognizing Minato through the smoke, Yun-Kong relaxed, realizing it was the esteemed Minato. He respectfully bowed in greeting. No need for formalities, Minato replied. With a graceful wave, Minato approached Yun-Kong, who was enveloped in a cloud of uncertainty. Before Yun-Kong could inquire about Minato's purpose, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Lord Hokage has heard of your encounter with the Sand Shinobi and sent me to gather information and assess your condition. As Minato spoke, his gaze appraised Yun-Kong's disheveled appearance. To be candid, Yun-Kong's current state was far from favorable. The aftermath of a fire technique had left his hairstyle unconventional and his clothing charred and tattered, resembling a ragged sack draped upon him. Ha, Yun-Kong chuckled weakly. I'm fine, just accidentally caught in the flames. He smiled at Minato, who nodded in acknowledgement. Although Yun-Kong's appearance was indeed disheveled, his spirit remained resilient. Let me escort you home, Minato offered, and Yun-Kong eagerly accepted. Side by side, they ambled along the paths of Konohagakure. Have there been any recent signs of danger, Yun-Kong-kun? Minato inquired casually, yet with a deliberate intent. Yun-Kong shook his head. No, just a feeling that surfaced a year ago, but nothing has transpired since. He understood well the significance of Minato's query. I believe only two scenarios could explain this. If that person is still alive. One possibility is that he has observed me and subsequently deemed me unworthy, whether due to my lack of satisfaction or because he has realized that I am under the scrutiny of Konohagakure, Yun-Kong replied thoughtfully. Minato nodded, contemplating the plausibility of Yun-Kong being abandoned due to his perceived inadequacies. However, given the past year of observation, the higher-ups of Konohagakure had concluded that while Yun-Kong's combat abilities were not the most exceptional, his strategic acumen and insight warranted the label of genius. The notion of Yun-Kong being forsaken due to the village's watchfulness was not unfounded. His revelations were indeed astonishing, making surveillance an inevitable course of action. Yet, it seemed that Yun-Kong was unfazed by the scrutiny. And what of the second scenario? Minato probed further. He casts a wide net. I am merely one among many. Yun-Kong responded. For now, I am just another piece on the board. Only when I grow to a point where I can be of use will he likely reveal himself. He emphasized. Are you suggesting that there are others like you within our village? Minato asked, somewhat incredulous. Our village? Yun-Kong scoffed lightly. You underestimate the ambition of Uchiha Madara. He refrained from overtly stating his perspective. It is likely far more complex than just our village, he remarked gravely. If that individual still exists, it is improbable that it concerns only Konohagakure. I believe all 5 great ninja villages would have their own agents. Minato nodded in silence, neither agreeing nor dissenting. Although Watergate harbored doubts about Yun-Kong's words, he did not outwardly express them. Moreover, Yun-Kong's assertions were merely conjecture. All right, let go of these troublesome thoughts. Rest assured, the village will undoubtedly protect you, Watergate said with an innocuous smile as he gently patted Yun-Kong's head. Yun-Kong inwardly rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, what nonsense. You were the one who brought it up in the first place. I am not worried at all. This was just a fabrication of mine to deceive you. Uchiha Madara has no time to concern himself with me. He is busy frolicking with that group of mist ninjas in the land of water. By the way, what has Yun-Kong been occupied with lately? Watergate inquired, seemingly searching for conversation. Seriously? Your conversational skills are abysmally poor. I cannot fathom how you managed to win over Naruto's mother, Yun-Kong thought. Nothing much. Just studying the transformation and nature changes of chakra, he replied innocently, as if he were merely discussing the mundane routine of eating, sleeping, and playing. Oh, what? Watergate was clearly taken aback, for such a topic was something he had only recently begun to encounter as one of the three disciples. Seeing Watergate's astonishment, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yun-Kong's eyes. You think I am just an ordinary child, but I have something substantial to offer. Is it difficult? Yun-Kong feigned ignorance, inquiring of Watergate. The simplest example of transformation would be water, which is the chakra nature that exhibits the most variations in application. However, I have developed a ninjutsu, or perhaps developed is not entirely accurate, as it is still in its nascent stage, Yun-Kong stated nonchalantly, as if he had merely accidentally eaten an extra bun while dining. See, this is the proper way to show off. Hurry and praise me. Yun-Kong mused. Could you demonstrate it for me? Watergate asked, though his reaction was not as astonished as Yun-Kong had anticipated. Rather, he responded with calm curiosity. What? I expected you to be astounded. Where are the adoring stars in your eyes? Yun-Kong thought, puzzled by Watergate's placid demeanor. This isn't the reaction I anticipated. However, Yun-Kong, being a reincarnator, quickly discerned Watergate's thoughts, which were rooted in skepticism regarding the veracity of his claims. Watergate evidently doubted whether Yun-Kong had made significant progress in the study of chakra's nature and transformation. Understanding Watergate's mindset, Yun-Kong chose not to elaborate further. He extended his hands before him, palms facing each other. A visibly small chakra sphere materialized in his hands, rapidly expanding as it spun. With each rotation of the chakra sphere, Watergate's astonishment grew. Initially assuming Yun-Kong was merely spouting nonsense, he now realized that Yun-Kong was indeed delving into the realm of transformation and had even reached the application stage. In a moment, even Minato could not help but admire the talents of Yun-Kong. The chakra sphere between Yun-Kong's hands rapidly expanded, and as it grew to the size of an infant's fist, his serious demeanor suddenly relaxed. The chakra sphere between his hands swiftly dissipated. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yun-Kong scratched his head, having just emerged from a fierce battle. His chakra reserves were depleted. Typically, he was capable of forming a sphere the size of an average person's fist. Whether Yun-Kong's embarrassment was genuine or not went unnoticed by Minato. Unexpectedly, you truly accomplished it, Minato exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, indeed. That's more like it, Yun-Kong thought to himself, wishing his mouth could stretch a little wider, as the admiration in his eyes intensified. Though he was reluctant to appear ostentatious before Minato, after all, this ninjutsu was originally conceived by him. He disregarded Minato's surprise and declared, in truth, it is not as formidable as you imagine. It cannot even be thrown. Moreover, this technique I developed is based on the transformation of wind attributes. However, I discovered that I lack wind affinity, enabling me only to achieve the transformation of wind without delving into the nature transformation. Consequently, future development is limited, at most. It will serve as a ninjutsu that does not require hand seals. Nevertheless, if a ninja with abundant chakra utilizes it, the deficiency in quality can be compensated by quantity. Although in my vision, the completed state of a normal ninjutsu would be the size of a palm. Should I surpass the limits of chakra and expand the sphere to the size of a basketball, or even a human, the potency would naturally differ significantly. Yun-Kong seemed oblivious to Minato's astonishment, enthusiastically showcasing his self-created, or arguably pilfered, ninjutsu before its original inventor. Have you truly completed this ninjutsu, Yun-Kong-kun? Minato inquired, astonished. Originally believing that Yun-Kong had merely dabbled or not engaged at all, yet he was taken aback to find that Yun-Kong had already completed the development of its transformation. What Yun-Kong referred to as an incomplete state was not a failure in transformation, but rather a lack of integration between transformation and nature alteration. Minato regarded Yun-Kong as if he were an extraterrestrial. What is happening in this world? Is it true that a sage appears every 500 years? Minato pondered. Having once considered himself exceptionally gifted, but now his thoughts churned with a myriad of emotions. How is your research on chakra nature transformation progressing? Did you not mention that you were studying nature alteration as well? Minato questioned. That remains unfinished. Although there are no theoretical issues, Both Kakashi and I currently lack the physical capacity to endure this ninjutsu, Yunkong humbly replied. Under Minato's watchful gaze, Yunkong reluctantly nodded. The implication in Minato's eyes was clear. He wanted Yunkong to demonstrate the technique for him. However, it was not a forceful request, after all. Ninjutsu was something highly regarded by everyone and was not easily shared. With a sense of reluctance, Watergate refrained from making a direct request, especially since Yunkong had already shared with him the findings of his research on the transformation of chakra. In a swift motion, Yunkong formed a series of hand seals, Cho, In, and Shun, executing them with remarkable speed. He clasped his left hand around his right wrist, his gaze fixed intently upon his right hand with even greater seriousness than before. Time passed, and for a full 2 minutes, Yunkong remained in this position, yet no further phenomena occurred. Under Watergate's watchful eyes, Yunkong exhaled deeply, exclaiming that his chakra was depleted. Watergate noted Yunkong's exhaustion, aware that the latter had recently engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable opponent from the Sand Village, which had already drained his chakra during the demonstration of its transformation. In such a short span of time, Yunkong had no opportunity to replenish his chakra. Nodding in understanding, Watergate did not press Yunkong further. The two shared a silence as they quickly made their way to Yunkong's doorstep. Well then, Yunkong, I shall take my leave for now. If time permits tomorrow, I would like to visit you again to discuss the transformations and properties of chakra, Watergate remarked. Yunkong nodded in agreement. Recognizing that some matters were beyond his capability, and entrusting them to Watergate would not only lighten his burden, but also create a favor owed to him, thus laying a solid foundation for his future mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yunkong, this is a special kunai I have crafted for you, Watergate said, producing a kunai resembling a double-edged dagger from his ninja tool pouch and placing it in Yunkong's hands. This kunai is part of a new ninjutsu I have recently completed, though I am not yet fully adept at using it. He continued, it is slightly heavier than an ordinary kunai, but you will find it comfortable once you get used to it. This seal allows me to appear before you in an instant. Watergate pointed to the markings on the kunai, which he had inscribed. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Yunkong inquired, a smile spreading across his face as he examined the kunai, which bore a striking resemblance to its anime counterpart. You know of it? Watergate replied, somewhat taken aback. I have heard it is a ninjutsu of the second Hokage, said to possess certain flaws. Have you, Lord Watergate, managed to overcome these defects? Yunkong candidly responded, using the previous incident as an excuse. At Yunkong's reply, Watergate's expression brightened. Indeed, it is a technique invented by the second Hokage, but I have made certain improvements to enhance its practicality, he explained. It was a source of pride for Watergate to have conquered challenges that the second Hokage had not resolved. Yunkong, still holding the kunai, inspected it meticulously, pondering aloud. Is this truly the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique? Thank you, Lord Watergate. He bowed in gratitude, regardless of the circumstances. Watergate's gift held immense value, not merely for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique with this kunai, but for the assurance that, in times of need, he could summon Watergate to his side in an instant, effectively having a skilled ally at his disposal. This significantly enhanced Yunkong's sense of security. With a wave of his hand and a formation of fingers, Watergate executed a body flicker technique, vanishing before Yunkong's eyes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days slipped away amidst the hazy existence of Yunkong. He stood behind Obito, who was accompanied by several classmates, all of whom were aspiring graduates. During these 3 days, Kakashi and Obito had vanished, while Yunkong was diligently guided by Minato, demonstrating the transformation techniques, particularly with the Rasengan. Despite Yunkong's initial intention to rename it, he ultimately yielded to Minato's persuasive enthusiasm. Minato's involvement enabled Yunkong to master the Rasengan, a technique that previously required both hands to perform, now achievable with just one under Minato's tutelage. Although he was not yet proficient, there was a marked improvement compared to before. As for the nature transformation, that aspect was relatively straightforward. Yunkong merely touched upon it casually, as Konoha had already conducted extensive research in this field. In addition to these teachings, Minato shared some of his own experiences with the body flicker technique and subtly hinted at the possibility of teaching Yunkong the Flying Thunder God technique, which filled Yunkong with unanticipated joy. Over these 3 days, Yunkong submitted his graduation application, alongside those of Kakashi and Obito, in a display of camaraderie. He submitted their applications without prior discussion, stating, amidst their incredulous glares, that he required no thanks for his good deed, preferring to remain anonymous. Yunkong, why hasn't Kakashi come out yet? Obito whispered anxiously, as 20 minutes had passed since Kakashi entered the examination room without a sound. This silence unsettled Obito. Could it be that Kakashi was struggling with the exam? He felt that since awakening his Sharingan, he might not be significantly weaker than Kakashi. Do not fret, Yunkong replied nonchalantly. It's likely just a complicated test. With Kakashi's abilities, a bit of practical training would suffice for him to participate in the Chunin exams without issue. The current Chunin exams are far less formal than they will be in the future. Obito, here is some advice. Use your Sharingan sparingly in the future. Unless it's a matter of life and death, Yunkong cautioned. The Sharingan is merely a tool, much like the kunai in our hands. Ultimately, we must rely on our own strength. Of course, that excludes training. Yunkong earnestly advised Obito, understanding that an excessive reliance on the Sharingan was not just Obito's tendency, but a prevailing inclination within the Uchiha clan. Under Yunkong's serious gaze, Obito found himself nodding unconsciously, I promise you. Though he did not fully grasp Yunkong's reasoning, it did not hinder him from agreeing. Over the past 6 months, a profound friendship had blossomed between Yunkong and Obito, to the extent that Obito had developed a habit of relying on Yunkong. Just as they were engaging in casual conversation, Kakashi emerged from the examination room with an expressionless demeanor. It seems that Kakashi has always maintained an expressionless demeanor, after all, with his mask in place. Even if he were to display an emotion, others would be unable to discern it. So how did it go? Were you successful? Obito eagerly inquired as he approached. Is it not evident from the forehead protector on Kakashi's head? Must I really clarify? Yunkong remarked from behind Obito. Congratulations. Yunkong offered his felicitations to Kakashi. From this day forth, you are recognized as a fully fledged ninja. A pronounced arc formed on Kakashi's mask, revealing a hint of his smile. Indeed, congratulations. Obito quickly chimed in, extending his own congratulations to Kakashi. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. No need for congratulations. Once you pass, I will return the favor. He cast a glance at Obito, indicating that a Chunin instructor had arrived to summon them. Obito nodded and stepped forward willingly. Did they not say you only needed to engage in combat for 5 minutes? Why were you inside for nearly 20? After Obito left, Yunkong curiously asked Kakashi. The requirement for this graduation exam was indeed to battle a Chunin instructor for 5 minutes. And to pass, one must not be defeated within that time frame. Upon learning this news, Yunkong found himself cursing the current leadership of Konoha countless times in his mind. It finally became clear why each generation of ninjas seemed to decline. The applicants for the exam were predominantly around 7 or 8 years old. Yet the examination content involved combat against Chunin instructors. In contrast, during Naruto's generation, not only did they graduate at the age of 12, but their examination merely entailed a simple clone technique. Kakashi offered a shy smile, and Yunkong was surprised to see Kakashi genuinely smiling. The reason I spent more time is that I managed to defeat the Chunin instructor I faced. Yunkong raised an eyebrow in disbelief, giving Kakashi a sidelong glance, before exclaiming, Impressive. You are remarkable, and your entire family must be as well. The unexpected praise caused Kakashi to furrow his brow, a look of exasperation crossing his face. After engaging in casual conversation with Kakashi for a while, they then observed Obito bursting forth, brimming with excitement. Yunkong, Kakashi, guess what? I passed. And I didn't even use my Sharingan this time. Obito exclaimed, bounding toward them. What a pointless question. Yunkong and Kakashi simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. With your obvious enthusiasm, how could you have possibly failed? They exchanged glances and replied in unison, You did not pass. Ah, you are mistaken, Obito declared, revealing his ninja forehead protector and waving it before Yunkong and Kakashi. Hurry, congratulate me. From this day forth, I too am a fully fledged ninja, Obito proclaimed. Congratulations, indeed, Yunkong said, patting Obito's shoulder with feigned sincerity. Without allowing Obito to respond, Yunkong turned to the Chunin instructor who had come to summon them once more. Upon entering the examination room, it was not the wooden structure reminiscent of Naruto's examination, but rather resembled the stone buildings used during the Chunin exams. However, there was no indication of this difference visible from outside the room. Yunkong surveyed the room, noting its smaller size compared to the venue of Naruto's Chunin exam. In the center of the room, his mentor, Yamada, awaited him. On the viewing platform, besides several teachers from the academy, A few jonin from Konohagakure were present. Among them was the renowned Minato Namikaze. Had this group of ninjas arrived so early to evaluate the students? Yinkong pondered, discerning their intentions. They were there to observe his students' abilities during the battle, while simultaneously selecting potential disciples for themselves. Yinkong waved at Minato on the platform, not out of a desire to curry favor, but rather because he felt it prudent to involve these jonin in the proceedings. After all, it was not in his nature to allow them to merely spectate while he exerted himself in combat. "Is this the genius you mentioned?" A jonin, unfamiliar with Yinkong, remarked to Minato upon noticing Yinkong's gesture. Meeting him in person is indeed different from hearing about him. At that moment, Yinkong appeared rather foolish, embodying a harmless demeanor that led several interested ninjas to question his suitability as a ninja. The Chunin exam rules were clear. The use of explosive tags and similar weapons was prohibited, and enduring 5 minutes against a Chunin instructor constituted success. The Chunin instructor who had brought Yinkong explained, "This is akin to actual combat. The ban on explosive tags is to ensure fairness, as this is not a true battlefield where one must resort to any means to win. The primary objective of the exam is to assess your abilities." Seeing Yinkong's momentary confusion, the instructor elaborated that the prohibition against explosive tags was a new addition, not aimed solely at him, as it had not been included in prior announcements regarding the exam. Yinkong nodded in understanding. The instructor acknowledged his comprehension and declared, "Let us begin." As Yinkong approached Yamada, the instructor gestured, and with a body flicker technique, he vanished from between Yinkong and Yamada. "Let us commence, Teacher Yamada," Yinkong proclaimed, reaching into his ninja tool pouch. "Very well. I too am eager to see how much Yinkong-kun has developed," Yamada replied, brandishing a kunai in defense. Aware of his role as the instructor, Yamada refrained from initiating an attack, granting Yinkong the opportunity to strike first. Yinkong seized the moment without hesitation, casting a glance towards the Jonin-S position before swiftly launching 2 shurikens. The shuriken launched by Yinkong did not directly target Yamada, as 2 shuriken were thrown high into the air. With a crisp sound, the 2 shuriken collided mid-air, one descending towards Yamada while the other, whether by intention or accident, soared straight towards the position of the several elite shinobi gathered near Minato. Yinkong swiftly formed hand seals, completing his technique just as the shuriken were released. Utilizing the shadow shuriken technique, a single falling shuriken instantly multiplied into 2, then 4. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire room, simultaneously assaulting Yamada and the unsuspecting elite shinobi. Yamada's reflexes were commendable. In an instant, he formed hand seals, invoking the water release, water barrier. At the same moment, a voice echoed from the viewing platform. True to their elite status, the shinobi effortlessly deflected Yinkong's surprise attack despite being caught off guard. The flurry of shuriken clashed against the protective wall of water, producing a sound reminiscent of pebbles splashing into a stream. Embracing his aggressive nature, Yinkong unleashed a lightning release attack after witnessing Yamada's water defense. Tendrils of lightning surged from the ground towards Yamada, accompanied by a brilliant arc of blue light targeting the group of elite shinobi. If the earlier shuriken could have been deemed an accident, both Minato and the other shinobi now understood that this was a deliberate assault by Yinkong. Wind release, great breakthrough. Minato stepped forward, unleashing a gust of wind that dissipated the incoming lightning. The fierce wind did not relent. After dispersing the lightning, the residual force surged towards Yinkong. Yamada, unable to employ the wind release to shield himself from the lightning, retreated swiftly, dodging the strikes while the water barrier he had summoned disintegrated, allowing the shuriken to fall to the floor. In that very moment, Yinkong made his move. Taking advantage of the wind technique released by Minato, Yinkong's speed became alarmingly rapid, appearing before Yamada in the blink of an eye. With a kunai gripped in hand, he executed a powerful downward strike, as if wielding a blade. Yamada swiftly pivoted his kunai, deflecting Yinkong's assault while his other hand reached out to grasp Yinkong. In turn, Yinkong's other hand sought to seize Yamada as well. In an instant, their arms intertwined, each gripping their kunai, clashing together while simultaneously pulling against one another. Just as Yinkong and Yamada were locked in a fierce struggle, another Yinkong emerged from behind. Leaping high, he unleashed the fire release, fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 3 meters descended, engulfing both the clone and Yamada. How swift! When did he form the shadow clone seals? An elite shinobi on the viewing platform narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The speed at which Yinkong had executed the seals was so rapid, or perhaps so concealed, that he had failed to notice. As the fireball descended, even within the sturdy confines of the room, the ground was rent asunder, creating a massive pit, 1/2 meter deep and 3 to 4 meters wide. From the explosion of flames, Yamada was enveloped by water chakra as he burst forth from the fireball. Despite his timely execution of the water release technique, he could not entirely evade the flames. He marveled at how, in just a year, the boy who had once painstakingly escaped from him had matured to such an extent. When did he master the shadow clone technique in actual combat? I was completely oblivious. Yamada set aside his underestimation. He no longer viewed the boy as merely a student, but rather as an equal adversary. Yamada became serious, though he pondered whether it was a bit too late to do so. It might be a tad late, whispered Minato. Just as Yamada resolved to take the matter seriously, Yinkong suddenly reappeared behind him. Teacher Yamada, what exactly are you looking at? Yamada, startled, turned to see Yinkong had appeared behind him without his notice. And the one in front of me. Yamada glanced with urgency at the figure before him, the one who had just unleashed the fire release technique, smiling at him. This is bad. The one in front was a decoy. How careless of me. Yamada thought to himself. Yinkong's kunai effortlessly pierced Yamada's body, yet Yinkong showed no sign of excitement as the real Yamada transformed into a puff of smoke. A substitution technique. I never expected I would force you to use it, teacher. The place where Yamada had stood erupted with sounds as 7 or 8 clones of Yinkong encircled him. I thought I had given you enough respect. Yet I still underestimated you. Yamada's expression bore no signs of disappointment. Instead, he felt a sense of pride. This is all thanks to your teachings, teacher. Although they were still in combat, Yinkong earnestly bowed in response. Yamada nodded, pleased with Yinkong's respect for his mentor. At this stage, there is no need to continue this battle, Yamada declared. Congratulations, you have graduated. Yamada formally congratulated Yinkong. His meaning was clear. Having reached this level, Yinkong had already demonstrated the strength of a competent ninja. With a sudden burst, Yinkong's shadow clone dissipated into smoke. As the battle concluded, Yinkong released his technique. Thank you, teacher. Yinkong bowed deeply to Yamada once more. From this moment on, you are no longer a child, but a ninja capable of standing on your own in the Hidden Leaf Village, Yamada proclaimed, handing Yinkong a headband from the village. Yinkong accepted it, feeling a bittersweet pang as he reflected on his year in school. However, that sadness quickly faded, replaced by boundless ambition for the future. Yinkong accepted the headband. He had graduated, and from now on, he could be called a ninja. However, this fleeting sorrow was soon overshadowed by an overwhelming zeal for the future. At last, I have become a ninja, thought Yinkong. Remember to arrive on time for the graduation ceremony tomorrow. It is of utmost importance. Do not dare to be late or absent. Yamada stressed. He knew Yinkong all too well. Without his repeated reminders, he could only imagine the chaos Yinkong might unleash. In Yamada's eyes, Yinkong was the quintessential delinquent, often tardy, frequently absent, and perpetually embroiled in mischief. Yet, Yinkong was undeniably talented, and even Yamada begrudgingly acknowledged that Yinkong's future accomplishments would far surpass his own. Yinkong nodded, knowing that beyond the graduation ceremony, the most significant event was the division into smaller classes, emphasizing the focused training by the upper ninjas. Suddenly, figures appeared, swiftly approaching from the stands. Congratulations, Yinkong-kun. From this moment on, you are a ninja who can stand alone, Minato said first. Thank you, Yinkong replied, his humility evident. Although the simplicity of the occasion did not evoke any joy within him. Quite an impressive talent, achieving this level at the tender age of 6. And it seems you have reserves to spare. How about a friendly match between us? One of the upper ninjas remarked, keen to assess Yinkong's abilities firsthand. The abrupt halt of Yamada during their earlier sparring seemed to leave this upper ninja wanting more, eager to gauge Yinkong's prowess. Damn, Yinkong thought, bewildered. Is the strength of a ninja not supposed to be confidential? Why should I allow you to assess me when we are mere strangers? Itachi's complete domination over Orochimaru stemmed not only from his Sharingan, but also from the asymmetric knowledge of their abilities. Itachi was fully aware of Orochimaru's techniques, while the latter knew nothing of Itachi's. In comparison, it would indeed be remarkable if Orochimaru could emerge victorious. Though Yinkong felt a surge of indignation within, his exterior remained composed. Very well, he replied confidently. The other ninjas exchanged knowing smiles, perceiving a hint of arrogance in the boy. Did he truly believe he could hold his ground against a Chunin and remain unafraid of an upper ninja? It is essential to temper this youth. It shall greatly benefit him in his future endeavors. Upon concluding his response, Yinkong swiftly leaped backward, creating distance from the upper ninjas. Not all ninjas would engage, but given their proximity, he had little choice. Yinkong thought to himself, deftly producing a small ball from his hand. With a calculated retreat, he launched his attack, not shuriken, but a flashbang. The device erupted in a dazzling brilliance mid-air, illuminating the entire space. Despite the upper ninjas' rapid reactions, shielding their eyes or turning away, the intense light momentarily disoriented them. How on earth does this brat have flashbangs? The group of ninjas cursed inwardly. The Watergate was acutely aware that although flash bombs were quite precious to ordinary genin, it was hardly surprising for Yinkong, who hailed from a family of weapons merchants, to possess such an item. As he unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, a blinding light erupted, followed by a massive fireball that surged toward all the jonin in the room. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, one of the jonin regained consciousness just in time to cast an earth technique, erecting an earthen wall to shield against the engulfing flames. The inferno collided with the earthen barrier, producing a far more devastating effect than if it had struck water. Debris scattered in all directions, enveloping the distinguished jonin in a cloud of dust and rubble. When the flames subsided, the jonin were left covered in fragments, while Yinkong had long since vanished from sight. Seizing the opportunity during this brief moment, Yinkong had stealthily exited the room. The jonin, surveying their disheveled appearances and those of their comrades, felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. This audacious boy had made quite an impression among them, albeit an unfavorable one. Just look at our unfortunate teacher who has the honor of mentoring this rascal, lamented one jonin who had previously proposed teaching Yinkong a lesson. No one could have anticipated Yinkong's audacity, as he displayed a blatant disregard for the respect typically afforded to these revered jonin by the villagers. Yinkong now understood why Kakashi remained inside for such an extended period. It was likely due to the relentless insistence of these jonin that prevented the Chunin instructor from stepping back. Consequently, Kakashi was compelled to endure a prolonged battle, ultimately overcoming his Chunin instructor. Otherwise, knowing the nature of his mentor, if he sensed he could not best a student he had taught for an entire year, he would surely conclude the fight with the dignity of a swift retreat, much like Yamada. Yinkong speculated that Yamada's hasty resolution of the combat was a result of learning from past experiences. As Yinkong exited the testing room, both Obito and Kakashi approached him from either side. Sensing that Kakashi and Obito were about to speak, Yinkong promptly interjected, "All right, no need for congratulations. I'll treat everyone to lunch today. Kakashi, you're picking up the tab." Upon hearing Yinkong's invitation, Kakashi, who had just been smiling, suddenly wore a crestfallen expression at the latter part of Yinkong's statement. It was evident that this was not the first time he had encountered such a request. "Why is it always me?" Kakashi protested, exasperated, as he felt the urge to slap himself. Clearly, he had uttered this complaint countless times before, only to be met with Yinkong's relentless retort, "You have money." Although Kakashi's family was renowned, being the son of the illustrious Konoha White Fang, he lamented, "That is my father's money. The allowance he gives me is limited, you know." Ironically, despite Yinkong's father being a prosperous merchant with finances not inferior to Kakashi's, and despite his father's excessive doting on him, Yinkong was, without a doubt, the wealthiest among the three. Yet, regrettably, the responsibility of treating others during meals invariably fell upon Kakashi. Yinkong's primary expenditures consisted of equipping all three with ninja tools, including training equipment, combat gear, and an array of explosive tags and flash bombs. As for Obito, everyone is aware of his struggles. He relies solely on his grandmother. Consequently, within their small trio, Obito invariably shoulders the most arduous and laborious tasks. Thus, whenever it comes to treating others during meals, it is typically Yinkong who delegates the responsibility to Kakashi. The bulk of Yinkong's expenses is attributed to the trio's ninja tools. Given that each of the three contributes in their own way, coupled with Yinkong's mediating role, their little team has become increasingly cohesive and unbreakable. I wonder how our class division will turn out this time. It would be wonderful if we could all be placed in the same class, Obito remarked. Unfortunately, class assignments must balance the academic performance of each group. If the three of us were in the same class, wouldn't we end up with the last and second to last ranks? Kakashi responded with a smile. Without a doubt. Yukong would be the last, while our future boss, Uchiha Obito, would naturally take the second to last position. It should be noted that had Obito taken the exam seriously, he would certainly rank among the top, thanks to Yukong's guidance, which has significantly improved his abilities. However, regrettably, this guidance has also led Obito astray. The once well-behaved Obito has transformed, under Yukong's noble tutelage, into a delinquent who arrives late, leaves early, skips classes, engages in fights, and even sets fires. Typically, after Kakashi's jibe, Obito would immediately retaliate, leading to a back-and-forth exchange that escalates into a brawl, disregarding the setting, location, and time. Generally, Obito would end up resembling a pig's head, while Kakashi would look like a panda, only to be subdued together by Yukong. However, today's situation was somewhat unusual. Obito surprisingly refrained from any retorts, leaving both Yukong and even Kakashi astonished at this change in his demeanor. A couple of days ago, I was summoned back by my clan. They mentioned that I might need to return to the Konoha Guard for development, which means I won't be able to take on missions as casually as before. Hence, I'm uncertain if we will even be placed in the same class. Obito said with a hint of dejection. Since awakening his Sharingan, Obito has garnered increased attention from his clan, with both gains and losses, the primary loss being his freedom. Likely due to protective considerations, Obito will typically complete missions under the Uchiha's guardianship and will no longer have the liberty to decide his own actions as Yukong does. In the original timeline, Obito became Minato's apprentice perhaps because he was the underperformer abandoned by the Uchiha clan. In this timeline, having awakened the Sharingan and gained the Uchiha clan's attention, will Obito still have the opportunity to become Minato's disciple? This thought momentarily troubled Yukong. Stop overthinking it. The three-person class division system was established by the second Hokage. Even the Uchiha clan must adhere to the village's decisions, Kakashi stated coldly, pulling the two who had fallen into a dead end out of their reverie. Indeed, even the genius of the Uchiha clan must comply with the village's decisions, right? Even the Uchiha clan, despite their desire to protect Obito, would merely look after him during missions. Realizing this, Yukong inwardly chastised himself for his own foolishness. Indeed, there was no need for such unfounded thoughts. He patted Obito on the shoulder, assuring him that even if they were assigned to different classes, it didn't mean that the three of them would be apart. Upon receiving Yukong's comforting words, Obito's spirits began to lift, prompting Yukong to cast a flirtatious glance at Kakashi, surprised by how eloquently Kakashi spoke. However, Kakashi merely responded with a dramatic eye roll. As the trio laughed and linked arms on their way to lunch, they stumbled upon a narrow alley where four boys had a girl cornered in the middle. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be classmates of Yukong and the others. The four boys shoved the girl down, hurling insults at her. Although Yukong initially intended to avoid intervening, he felt compelled to approach under Obito's heroic influence. Within moments, Yukong discerned the cause of the confrontation. The girl had unexpectedly passed the graduation exam today, while the four boys had failed. Envious of her seemingly delicate demeanor, they had decided to teach her a lesson. A chance to be a hero lay right before him. But wait, he mused. Let me first see how beautiful this girl truly is before deciding whether to save her myself or let Obito and Kakashi take the lead. She appears quite ordinary. But wait, why does she seem so familiar? Oh no, she's the girl Obito would later harbor feelings for. That's right, the one Kakashi had defeated, Noara Rin. Yukong thought to himself, what a surprise it is to encounter Noara Rin here, the future Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Should he intervene or not? It could be said that Rin was a significant factor in Obito's eventual descent into darkness. Should he allow Obito to interact with Rin? This past year, under Yukong's influence, Rin had not had any significant connection with Obito, which left Yukong somewhat perplexed. However, Yukong's moment of hesitation was fleeting, having recognized Rin. He could not simply turn a blind eye. With a commanding shout, he exclaimed, "Release that girl and let me handle this." His bold declaration undoubtedly drew the attention of the four boys, as well as that of Obito and Kakashi. Little did he know, he had underestimated the audacity of Yukong. Not only Obito but also Kakashi thought the same. Who could so boldly proclaim such a thing in front of a bullied girl? However, Yukong's intentions would not unfold as he wished. No sooner had he shouted than the two boys surrounding Rin turned to face Yukong and his companions, a menacing look on their faces. "We warn you to mind your own business," they snarled, cracking their knuckles ominously. How naive these boys were, still trying to intimidate others with such antics. Yin Kong exchanged glances with Obito and Kakashi, ready to confront the situation. Yin Kong suddenly stepped forward, delivering a direct blow to the abdomen of the young man, who immediately curled up like a shrimp and collapsed to the ground. Before the other youth could react, Yin Kong swiftly darted to his side, delivering a precise chop that rendered him unconscious. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi appeared beside the other two youths, colliding their heads together, causing them to fall to the ground in a daze. Yin Kong took a step forward once more, landing a punch squarely on the abdomen of another youth, who likewise bent over and fell. Without waiting for a response from his companion, Yin Kong rapidly moved to the other boy, executing a clean strike that knocked him out. Just then, Kakashi emerged beside the remaining two youths, striking their heads together, leading them to collapse instantly. Obito approached Lin Noera, extending a hand to help her up from the ground. Lin Noera's innocent and radiant visage reflected in Obito's eyes, momentarily entrancing him. It was a peculiar sensation, like a turtle gazing into a green bean. Yin Kong thought to himself, recognizing Obito's moment of stupor. "Thank you," Lin Noera whispered, attempting to withdraw her hands from Obito's grasp, oblivious to the fact that he was still tightly holding her hands. Obito only realized it when Lin Noera struggled to free herself. He quickly released her, scratching his head bashfully and offering a sheepish smile. "I apologize. I was suddenly lost in thought." "It's nothing, thank you," Lin Noera replied, her head lowered, her cheeks slightly flushed, having witnessed Obito's awkwardness. The mature young ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village were well aware of the reason behind Obito's distraction. "What on earth is going on here? Are you students of the Ninja Academy?" Yin Kong inquired, gesturing toward the youth who had just been knocked down. Although he had already pieced together the circumstances leading to this encounter, he asked nonetheless, perhaps to facilitate Obito's introduction to Lin Noera. In an instant, Yin Kong concluded that he need not deliberately alter history. He could simply let events unfold naturally. His inquiry about Lin Noera being a student stemmed from noticing the Leaf Village headband tied around her brow. "My name is Lin Noera, and I am a student of Class 2. She introduced herself to Yin Kong and his companions. Yin Kong let out a quiet sigh of relief, pondering why Lin Noera was not in the same class as Obito and Kakashi, and how they would eventually form a ninja team together. Could it be that my arrival has altered the course of history? He mused. These thoughts flashed through Yin Kong's mind in an instant. "Hello. I am Yin Kong from Class 3, he replied, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Noera's introduction. "Class 3, Kakashi Hitaki." Kakashi chimed in, stepping forward from behind to introduce himself beside Yin Kong. Yin Kong jolted the distracted Obito awake with a kick, softly introducing himself by whispering in Obito's ear. "Huh. Oh, I am Obito, Uchiha Obito." Obito quickly regained his composure and introduced himself. However, Yin Kong interrupted him before he could continue. "What is the situation? With your strength, you should have easily graduated, so these few boys cannot possibly be your rivals." Yin Kong inquired. "It's merely a trivial conflict among classmates," Rin Noera replied. As for why Rin did not retaliate, apart from Yin Kong's knowledge that Rin specialized in medical ninjutsu, it was likely due to his overly gentle personality. "Enduring such matters will not resolve the troubles," Kakashi advised, joining the conversation. Rin nodded in acknowledgement, casting a grateful glance at Kakashi. "Are you alone? We are planning to celebrate. How about joining us?" Obito suddenly extended an invitation to Rin. "Be careful on your own. Take care." Yin Kong held back his words as Obito's unexpected invitation interrupted him. "Damn, Obito, you truly are a scoundrel," Yin Kong thought to himself, and Kakashi turned his head, seemingly sharing the same sentiment. The following day marked the class assignment day, as well as the official announcement of Yin Kong and his companions as ninjas. Yin Kong and Kakashi regarded Obito with disdain. Under Obito's insistence the previous day, Yin Kong and Kakashi had feigned a warm invitation for Rin to join their trio's gathering. Now, Obito's gaze remained fixated on the delicate Rin. In this classroom, everyone present had passed the examination, meaning that the occupants were not only from Yin Kong's class, but also included students from other grades. For now, the graduation rate was not nearly as high as when Naruto graduated. Those who managed to graduate were either prodigies of Yin Kong's generation or slightly older than Yin Kong and his peers. An unfamiliar Chunin instructor delivered a heartfelt and profound graduation speech. "Now, we will proceed with class assignments," the instructor announced. Yin Kong felt a jolt of excitement. The moment of revelation was finally at hand, and he wondered how the class assignments would unfold with his unexpected presence. As Yunkong pondered, the instructor slowly began to call out names. Class 4. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Kiba Inuzuka. Yunkong was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated encountering the son of the third Hokage today. Is this future tragic uncle still a charming young lad? Yunkong mused. As for Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, they were familiar names, while Kiba Inuzuka was someone he had merely heard of, though he must be no ordinary individual, as only the shameless would bear such a name. Yunkong entertained himself with these thoughts. Class 6. Yuro Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Yunkong. What on earth is happening? As the tumultuous thoughts in my mind were abruptly interrupted by the calling of names, my gaze instinctively shifted towards the two individuals who reciprocated the glance. A male and a female, easily recognizable. The male undoubtedly belonged to the shameless Inuzuka clan. No, rather, to the menacingly sharp-toothed ones, as evidenced by the small dog cradled in his arms. The female, with eyes reminiscent of the pallor associated with leukemia, was Hinata Ayam, fairly attractive, though her name left much to be desired. I could only wonder about her temperament. I took the initiative to nod at them, and the three of us promptly diverted our stares. Obito, equally astonished, directed his gaze towards me, contemplating our unfortunate luck. Were we really separated into different teams? He pondered whether he could adapt to the absence of my presence, having grown accustomed to relying on me. The Jonin instructor remained oblivious to our subtle exchanges, uninterested in our inner musings, and continued in his steady cadence. Team 7. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin. To my surprise, I exhaled a sigh of relief. The inertia of the original timeline proved not so easily altered. It appeared we were still grouped together. Although I was left in suspense regarding the identity of our Jonin instructor, would it still be Minato Namikaze? The exchanged glances among Obito and Rin indicated an acceptance of our new trio, despite my absence, as Rin was a favorable presence for Obito. Regarding the other ninja teams, aside from Team 9, which comprised the renowned trio of Ino Shikicho, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, there were few I paid attention to. Their notoriety in this generation warranted my notice, as they were completely unheard of in the original narrative. Other teams, such as the likes of Might Guy and his band of side characters like Nara Shikaku, scarcely registered in my awareness. Perhaps they were not graduating this year, I mused. After 10 minutes, the class assignments were complete, and the Jonin instructor closed the roster, instructing us to wait a moment for our teacher to arrive. With that, he hastily exited the room, and the atmosphere among the youthful shinobi became instantly chaotic. The newly formed teams congregated, eager to familiarize themselves, as some members were previously unacquainted. The instructor's departure had seemingly provided us with a precious window for interaction. I never imagined it would come to pass. Kakashi. We indeed did not end up in the same team, I remarked, rising to perch upon the table, addressing Kakashi. It was curious, or perhaps not so curious. The grouping phenomenon this year diverged from the previous year's arrangements, which had favored those with exceptional talents like Naruto. Instead, the teams were constructed with a balanced consideration of each individual's abilities. Aside from Ino Shikicho, it was unlikely that they would be dispersed, as their collective strength could only be fully realized when united. In the case of Class 4, Inuzuka Kiba excels in close combat techniques, Yuhi Kurenai is proficient in Jinjutsu, and Sarutobi Asuma specializes in ninjutsu, perfectly balancing their capabilities. This year's groupings have predominantly adhered to this pattern. To put it bluntly, should the three of us form a team, it would indeed be a squander of talent. Grouping must ultimately consider the greater good, Kakashi asserted candidly, stating that it is improbable for all three of them, being elite, to be placed in the same group. However, Kakashi, being a true genius, faced no rebuttal for his words. Is your arm all right? Yunko inquired of Kakashi. After a celebration the previous day, Yunko and Kakashi had successfully completed the development of Chidori. Within 3 days, Minato had greatly assisted Yunko, helping him finalize the last step of Rasengan and also complete the Chidori that Yunko had previously been working on with Kakashi. Kakashi flexed his bandaged hand, assuring, "It's fine now. I've recovered. And you, make haste to master Rasengan. Such a powerful ninjutsu is simple yet practical, making it the best close combat technique for someone like you without lightning attributes. Don't think that just because we're not in the same group, you can slack off," Yunko said with a mock seriousness, noticing the slightly dejected expression on Obito's face. Obito nodded, his mood lifting slightly from Yunko's words. Indeed, Just because they were not in the same group did not mean they could not see each other. Let us get acquainted with our teammates. Who would have thought you two would be so fated, having just performed a hero's rescue yesterday, and today finding yourselves in the same group? Yunko teased Obito. All right, enough of this. I shall go familiarize myself with my teammates, Yunko declared, turning away before Obito could respond, heading towards Hyuga Hanabi and Yamanaka Ino. As most of the classmates in the classroom were engaging in lively chatter and mutual flattery, a sun-kissed, golden-haired, blue-eyed ninja made an entrance. It was none other than Namikaze Minato. His arrival plunged the classroom into silence, with all eyes fixated upon him. Yunko also turned his gaze towards Minato, wondering if, like in the original story, Minato would choose Kakashi and the others as his disciples. Minato smiled gently, proclaiming, Class 7, follow me. Without hesitation, he exited the classroom. Leading the way, Class 7, comprising Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, rose to follow Minato's lead. Observing this scene, Yunko couldn't help but sigh. As expected, Minato's disciples are still Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Does this signify the extent of the changes my little butterfly effect has wrought? At least now. Konoha's White Fang still lives, and Kakashi has not yet morphed into the infamous deadpan expression of the future. Just as Kakashi and the others departed, a yellow-haired ninja sporting a small braid appeared in the classroom. Class 6, follow me. Before anyone could respond, this ninja vanished from sight. The image of a yellow-haired, braided figure revealed that their guiding jonin was none other than Yamanaka Inoichi, the future father of Yamanaka Ino, who would later become one of Konoha's 12 elite. At this age, he was comparable to Minato, a true prodigy among the trio of boar, deer, and butterfly. Yinkong and his companions swiftly exited the classroom, just in time to catch sight of Yamazaki Hachi awaiting them at the far end of the corridor. The clamorous classroom faded into the background, along with the simple, innocent, and beautiful memories of times past. Under Yamazaki Hachi's guidance, the group traversed through winding paths until they arrived at a secluded rooftop. With a countenance that had remained serious until now, Yamazaki Hachi finally spoke. Please, sit comfortably. Let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves with one another. As he uttered these words, he settled down cross-legged. Following his lead, Yinkong and his companions also positioned themselves in front of him, sitting in a similar manner. First and foremost, I extend my congratulations to you for officially becoming ninjas. However, whether you can stand on your own merits remains a matter for discussion, Yamazaki Hachi declared, eager to impart his thoughts after ensuring the trio was seated before him. At this moment, you possess merely the qualification to be ninjas. Whether you can truly become independent ninjas will depend on your own efforts, he continued succinctly. Very well, Yinkong mused inwardly, acknowledging that Yamazaki Hachi indeed resembled his portrayal in the original narrative. Serious, yet somewhat blunt. Is such a teacher truly suited for me? He could not help but ponder. Let us proceed with introductions, as is customary. Yamazaki Hachi promptly shifted the topic, providing no time for the trio's embarrassment after his earlier admonition. This also conveniently spared Yinkong and his companions from any awkwardness. Introductions? In what regard? Hinata Yuru inquired. Your names, interests, favorite foods, skills, and cherished companions, among other things. It is essential that we gain some understanding of one another. After all, we shall spend a considerable amount of time together in the days to come. We may become partners who care for and support one another, and even fight side by side. Thus, it is necessary for us to have some basic knowledge about each other, Yamazaki Hachi replied. Exchanging glances with Hinata Yuru and Yonushiyu, Yinkong suggested. Why don't you start with your introduction, sensei? Yamazaki Hachi glanced at his clever disciples, and rather than refuse, he acknowledged that Yinkong and the others were not merely his subordinates, but would also be his comrades in the face of life and death. My name is Hachi, a member of the Yamada clan. I specialize in genjutsu and sensory techniques. My hobbies include gardening, and I have a fondness for various foods such as pudding, pork belly, and sashimi. The companions I cherish most are the other two members of the Ino Shikicho trio, he stated directly without embellishment. Observing Yamazaki Hachi's straightforward self-introduction, Yinkong and his companions felt compelled to follow suit. After a brief exchange of looks, Hinata Yuru took the initiative to introduce herself. I am Hinata Yuru, a branch member of the Hyuga clan. With a fondness for illustration and a penchant for sweet delicacies, my aspiration is to become a formidable ninja. It is well known that the Hyuga clan excels in gentle techniques, thus making close combat my forte. After Hinata Yuru expressed her thoughts, Yamanaka Kaichi was the first to applaud, offering encouragement for her willingness to speak up. Following Hinata Yuru, Yamanaka Kaichi turned his gaze towards Yuya Shiyu, who introduced himself. I am Yuya Shiyu, a member of the Yuya clan. My interests lie in insects, and I possess a talent for nurturing them. I enjoy vegetables and wintermelon, but I abhor foods with strong flavors. After Yuya Shiyu spoke, Yamanaka Kaichi shifted his attention to the boy named Yunkong, who was frequently praised by Minato. Kaichi was curious about what made this commoner worthy of such attention. Under the scrutiny of the three, Yunkong pretended to cough lightly and introduced himself. I am Yunkong. The character Yun means sky. I have many likes and dislikes, and numerous interests as well. As for my strengths, I am uncertain. Regarding my future aspirations, I shall ponder them more thoroughly before sharing. This segment echoed a line from Kakashi in the original text, a statement brimming with arrogance that once ignited a considerable sensation. Is that all? We know your name, but nothing else. Yuya Shiyu exclaimed, his voice loud enough for all to hear, even though it was intended as a soliloquy. Yunkong cast a sidelong glance at Yuya Shiyu, perceiving the lack of any change in his expression. Taking a deep breath, Yunkong thought to himself, forget it. It is well known that the Yuya clan possesses high intelligence, but little emotional acumen. I shall graciously pretend I did not hear such bluntness. Reflecting on this, Yunkong felt rather noble, distancing himself from base trivialities. Surprisingly, the discontent he felt earlier began to dissipate, replaced by a slight sense of pride. Well then, having acquainted ourselves with one another, let us meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the 6th training ground, Yamanaka Kaichi declared after listening to the introductions, his expression remaining unchanged despite Yunkong's smooth demeanor. With a command, he vanished from their sight. Becoming a ninja doesn't seem too bad after all, Yunkong mused, realizing that, for the time being, his teacher appeared to prefer solitude over company. He had not anticipated that becoming a ninja would lead to a sense of ease. Farewell. I shall take my leave, Yunkong announced, rising to bid goodbye to Yuya Shiyu and Hinata Yuru before preparing to depart. Wait, Yuya Shiyu called out, halting Yunkong's exit. What is it? Do you need something? Yunkong inquired, puzzled, for they seemed to have little in common. I believe we should deepen our understanding of one another, Yuya Shiyu suggested, adjusting his small glasses that nearly obscured his entire face. And what does that entail? Yunkong replied, you aren't suggesting a duel, are you? To his surprise, Yunkong noted Yuya Shiyu's astonished expression, realizing that his casual remark had inadvertently hit the mark. Are you genuinely considering a fight with me? Yunkong asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. The young oil woman Shiyu does not appear to be the type of combative individual one would expect from a warrior like Might Guy. Yet, upon our initial acquaintance, he boldly proposed the notion of a duel. Shiyu nodded resolutely, revealing that after graduation, our supervising jonin would conduct another assessment. With a mere 67% pass rate, this implies that 1/3 of the candidates would face elimination. I am unaware of your strengths, and it seems you have no intention of divulging your information. To better understand you, I believe a sparring match between us would be most beneficial, Shiyu explained. Yunkong nodded in agreement, not in acquiescence to Shiyu's proposition, but rather in recognition of the rationality inherent in the Oil Woman clan's approach. Nevertheless, Yunkong had no intention of engaging in combat with Shiyu. The Oil Woman clan's method of manipulating insects in battle is utterly repulsive to him. He has no desire to fight such an opponent. Imagine facing an adversary who commands a swarm of insects. For every one you eliminate, another emerges, akin to an endless cycle of swatting flies. Moreover, these insects are particularly adept at ambushes, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Furthermore, should Yunkong inadvertently incinerate all the insects that Shiyu nurtures, it would surely provoke Shiyu's wrath. Thus, Yunkong chuckled softly, deeming it unnecessary to engage in such a confrontation. After all, if a battle were to unfold tomorrow, we would undoubtedly face it together. In that case, we would clearly see each other's strengths and virtues. I will strike first, so be cautious, Yunkong announced, though these words proved utterly ineffectual as Shiyu issued a warning and stepped forward, delivering a direct punch aimed at Yunkong's left cheek. It was evident that Shiyu was not a specialist in close combat. Perhaps this punch was merely a test. Despite its swiftness and unexpected nature, Yunkong perceived numerous openings within Shiyu's attack. With a gentle push of his palm, he deftly intercepted Shiyu's punch, seizing his fist in the process. Let us leave it at that, Yunkong remarked. Known for his reserved demeanor and aversion to conflict, he would typically flee from opportunities to spar, even when encouraged by a jonin. Consequently, Shiyu's challenge was regarded by Yunkong as an unwelcome complication. Unleash your full potential. Let us engage in a proper contest. Shiyu was clearly not one to concede easily. With another fist thrown from an awkward angle, he aimed for Yunkong's abdomen. Yunkong, exasperated, thought it peculiar that a member of the rational oil woman clan would exhibit such a combative spirit. He grasped Shiyu's fist and pushed it aside, while simultaneously bending backward to evade Shiyu's other punch. Yunkong leaped backward, creating a distance of 4 to 5 meters between himself and Shiyu. In the realm of close combat, Yun Jiyu's skills pale in comparison to those of Yunkong, as his 2 attempts at attack were effortlessly neutralized. Furthermore, Yun Jiyu is not particularly adept at hand-to-hand combat. I too joined the fray, cautioning Yunkong to be wary. Perhaps due to Yun Jiyu's glaring inadequacy in close-range fighting, which posed no threat to Yunkong, Hinata Yuro, who had been observing from the sidelines, also entered the conflict. Regrettably, her intervention was not to assist, but rather to complicate matters. Upon joining, Hinata Yuro swiftly outpaced Yun Jiyu, rushing towards Yunkong and initiating her gentle fist technique with a palm strike aimed at him. Though the punch appeared slow and simple, Yunkong was far from dismissive, for the reputation of the Hinata clan's gentle fist was formidable. He could not believe that Hinata Yuro would merely deliver a straightforward strike without any follow-up. Yunkong, opting for offense over defense, deflected her palm strike. Before she could mount a counterattack, he leapt backward, descending from the rooftop. Below the school roof lay a forest outside the school grounds. Yunkong intended to lose both Hinata Yuro and Yun Jiyu amidst the trees. However, he underestimated Yun Jiyu's determination to engage him in battle. Following closely behind, Yun Jiyu jumped off the rooftop in pursuit of Yunkong, with Hinata Yuro trailing behind him. Upon entering the forest, Yunkong's figure had vanished from their sight. Byakugan. The lagging Hinata Yuro decisively activated her Byakugan to track Yunkong's movements. There, Yunkong, concealed within the canopy of a large tree, cursed under his breath upon witnessing her use of Byakugan. Am I a fool? Who are these 2 following me? If we include the Inuzuka clan, this is essentially Konoha's special tracking team. How could I have been foolish enough to try hiding from them? Yunkong promptly leaped from the treetop and plunged into the dense foliage. Found you. At that moment, as Yunkong emerged, Hinata Yuro exclaimed. Following her call, several shurikens lodged themselves into the space where Yunkong had just been. Shadow clone technique. As Yunkong dove into the thicket, a series of soft thuds echoed, and 5 clones of Yunkong materialized beside him. Scatter, he commanded, and the 6 Yunkongs immediately dispersed in different directions. Secret technique. Parasitic insects. Yun Jiyu, refusing to be outdone, summoned a swarm of insects that surged over the treetops. Even as Yunkong exerted all his effort to escape, he was tragically encircled by Yun Jiyu's parasitic insects in the face of the duo's tracking prowess. The 5 clones and the original Yunkong formed a circle, gazing at the ominous swarm above, feeling a headache wash over him. I truly detest battling against ninja who employ such tactics. With a series of thuds, the shadow clones beside Yunkong began to vanish one by one. Realizing escape was futile, Yunkong decided to confront his opponents instead, confident that his abilities would suffice against Yun Jiyu and Hinata Yuro. However, when it came to combat experience, he was acutely aware that he was at a disadvantage. Jiyu, I shall reiterate, if you do not clear the way, I shall not hold back, Yunkong declared. I already told you not to hold back. Make your move. Yun Jiyu retorted from his perch on a nearby branch. Yun Jiyu adhered to the principle of preemptive action. Although she urged Yunkong to make his move, she did not wait for him to respond. With clenched fists, she unleashed the secret technique, the spindle technique. In an instant, the swarming insects in the sky coalesced into an arrow-like weapon, hurtling towards Yunkong. He swiftly retreated, leaping sideways from the trunk of a tree to evade the incoming projectile. The black insect arrow whizzed past him, coming to a halt before the tree, where the insect spun and gradually formed a vortex-like swarm, advancing towards Yunkong. With no retreat left, Shiyu, you have forced my hand. After a series of evasions, Yunkong resolved to no longer dodge. He deftly completed the hand seals for the fire release technique in an instant. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fiery sphere, 3 meters in diameter, surged forth from Yunkong, colliding with the approaching swarm of insects. The vibrant flames clashed against the dark tide of insects, brightening the sky. Boom. The flames engulfed the swarm, and the sound of insects being incinerated echoed through the air. In the periphery, some insects caught in the searing heat fell to the ground, charred, while at the center, the previously buzzing swarm was reduced to mere ashes in an instant. The flames cast a crimson hue upon Yunkong's visage, and a gaping hole opened in the gloomy sky, as if the sunlight had pierced through the dark clouds of the insect swarm. The burnt insects rained down like droplets. Plop, plop. The falling insects created a curtain between Yunkong and Yun Shiyu. Suddenly, a figure approached Yunkong with great speed, Hinata Yuru, wielding the gentle fist. She materialized before Yunkong, her palm glowing with a faint blue chakra, striking towards him. Yunkong sidestepped, evading her oncoming attack. However, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was not as easily countered as Yunkong had anticipated. Yuru abruptly halted her advance, spinning her body to deliver another palm strike towards Yunkong. At the same time, Yunkong stepped forward. As if calculated, he perfectly sidestepped Yuru's strike. In one fluid motion, Yunkong countered with a palm strike of his own. Crack! His hand met Yuru's, disrupting her momentum. Forced off course by Yunkong's force, Yuru found herself at a distance once more. How could this be? How could he be so familiar with the gentle fist? Yuru gazed at Yunkong in astonishment. If during their first encounter, Yunkong had managed to create distance in an instant, she had not thought much of it. However, the second time, Yunkong effortlessly thwarted her attack, leaving Yuru utterly shocked. It was as if Yunkong possessed a deeper understanding of the gentle fist than she did, making it so easy for him to evade her. Otherwise, once a member of the Hyuga clan closed in, how could anyone easily create distance under the onslaught of the gentle fist? Little did she know, the technique of using softness to overcome strength bore similarities to the Tai Chi that Yunkong had once studied. Yunkong was fortunate to grasp the essence of Tai Chi's force application, employing softness to overcome hardness. Yet softness, too, is a form of strength. Otherwise, how could it prevail over rigidity? As Yunkong distanced himself from Hinata Yuru and the others, Oil Girl Shiyu executed yet another ninjutsu. Secret technique, insect summon. A swarm of insects surged forth from Shiyu, compensating for the losses incurred from Yunkong's fire techniques. Secret technique, insect wave. The insects cascaded towards Yunkong like torrents of water unleashed by a water-style jutsu, entirely obscuring Shiyu and leaving Yunkong at a loss on how to execute his intended beheading. How does one combat this? Such shamelessness. If these insects can regenerate through chakra, by the time I eliminate them all, I shall be utterly exhausted. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, seething with intensity, surged towards the approaching wave of insects. In this dire situation, Yunkong had no choice but to strike back with force. He yearned for close combat to eliminate Shiyu. Yet the relentless swarm of insects provided an impenetrable defense, rendering him powerless to act. This time, Yunkong seemed to concede. As the flames surged towards the insect wave, Shiyu deftly split her hands, commanding the swarm to divide as if an extension of her will, evading the oncoming inferno. Incredible. Yunkong was at a loss for words. He retreated swiftly, aware that the large-scale gathering of insects would diminish their flight speed. In prior battles, he had discerned this phenomenon. Perhaps it was a weakness inherent to the Oil Girl clan's combat style. Indeed, as Yunkong hastily withdrew, he gradually increased the distance between himself and the insect wave. In a desperate maneuver, Shiyu directed the swarm to separate into numerous smaller groups, charging towards Yunkong with newfound speed. Yunkong leaped, sprinting along the tree trunks with the agility honed through extensive training in climbing. Enough of this evasive strategy, it was too vexing. He halted, his gaze fixed intently on the encroaching insect wave, along with the ever-watchful Hinata Yuru nearby. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. With a shift in focus, Yunkong resolved to target not the cloud of insects, but their controller, Oil Girl Shiyu. Onward, he urged himself, propelling off the tree trunk like a cannonball aimed at Shiyu. Sensing his intent, Shiyu swiftly orchestrated the swarm to form a protective barrier before her, while smaller clusters of insects charged towards Yunkong like projectiles. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As he advanced, Yunkong deftly formed hand seals, unleashing fireballs the size of heads from various angles towards the approaching swarm. The fireballs struck with astonishing precision, igniting the airborne insects, which exploded like vibrant fireworks, their charred remains falling to the ground. With his exceptional taijutsu, Yun Kong broke through the encirclement of insects, carving a path towards Oil Girl Shiyu. Secret technique, insect barrier. In the sky, the insects, under the command of Yun Shiyu, flowed like water, forming a formidable wall before her. Almost simultaneously, Yun Kong charged forward. And with a swift motion, several shurikens were launched from the side towards him. Due to Yun Kong's rapid advance, Hinata Yuru, who was meant to provide support from behind, found herself left far behind. Consequently, she could only symbolically fire a few shurikens, attempting to delay Yun Kong's onslaught. Shadow clone technique. As Yun Kong formed seals in midair, a clone materialized beside him with a resounding poof, intertwining kunai before him to create a barrier. The shurikens were deflected by the clone, which then moved to confront the approaching Hinata Yuru. Fire release. Fireball. A 4-meter-wide column of fire surged forth, crashing towards the insect-formed wall. After using his shadow clone to fend off Hinata Yuru, Yun Kong wasted no time, channeling the remnants of his chakra into the fire release technique. The categorization of fire ninjutsu has always been nebulous. An elite ninja wielding a C-rank technique can unleash a far greater force than a lower-ranking ninja executing an A-rank fire jutsu. The vital element lies not in the technique itself, but in the wielder's prowess. At that moment, this seemingly ordinary fire technique transformed under Yun Kong's unwavering commitment. The crimson flames took on a rich, purplish hue. The insects that constituted the wall crumbled layer by layer into ashes under the relentless assault of the flames. Boom! A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped both Yun Kong and Yun Jiyu. As the smoke dissipated, Yun Kong found himself half kneeling on the ground, fatigued, gazing at the land ravaged by the fire technique. A vast, dark pit lay before him, blanketed with a thick layer of ash. Yun Jiyu was equally disheveled. The fire's ferocity had not been entirely mitigated by the insect's protection, leaving her with varying degrees of burns. It seemed this was the end. Yun Kong struggled to rise, while the clone confronting Hinata Yuru vanished with a sudden poof. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A cluster of surviving insects emerged behind Yun Jiyu, gradually enveloping Yun Kong. In the original narrative, Yun Jiyu had dispatched countless ninjas with this very technique. Once covered by the insects, the battle was essentially declared over. The scattered swarm approached Yun Kong, yet lacked the overwhelming force they had previously exhibited. Yield. Yun Jiyu declared with a cold expression, although the outcome was somewhat grim. She believed she had come to a clear understanding of Yun Kong's capabilities. At this moment, Yun Jiyu no longer pressed Yun Kong to take action, but rather sought to conclude this conflict gracefully by having him concede. Ninjutsu. Yun Kong sighed and remarked, "It seems I have long since wished to surrender." Such a combative disposition is certainly not characteristic of the Yun clan. Even Yun Jiyu felt a slight blush at Yun Kong's words. However, it was understandable. After all, who among the youth has not experienced moments of fierce rivalry? "All right, I concede," Yun Kong declared, raising his hand in rare submission as he beheld the swarm of insects approaching. Yun Jiyu promptly recalled her flying insects, which had not survived Yun Kong's recent fire technique, as it had obliterated all the creatures she had nurtured. These remaining insects were merely the last remnants of her chakra. In truth, Yun Jiyu had reached her limits. Should their battle continue, it would devolve into a mere contest of willpower. "You are quite formidable," Yun Jiyu remarked. The customary exchange would typically involve her complimenting Yun Kong and offering apologies, followed by a reconciliation between the two. However, Yun Kong, utterly exhausted, was not in a position to hear Yun Jiyu's humble praises. With a puff, Yun Kong transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing before Yun Jiyu and Hinata Yuru. A shadow clone. The expressions of both Hinata Yuru and Yun Jiyu instantly became animated. The Yun Kong they had just barely defeated turned out to be but a mere shadow clone. "When did this happen?" Hinata Yuru exclaimed in astonishment. "I was keenly observing him with my Byakugan. There is no way his use of shadow clones could have eluded me. Unless he utilized a shadow clone before entering the forest, luring us away from his true self," Yun Jiyu elaborated. The moment Yun Kong had slipped away was but a fleeting instant, and it was easy for them to deduce when he had employed the shadow clone technique. "That scoundrel!" Yun Jiyu cursed. For anyone who had just triumphed over an adversary only to discover it was merely a clone would inevitably feel a brief surge of indignation. Yet, being a member of the Yun clan and influenced by its teachings, Yun Jiyu's anger was momentary. After all, He had gained significant insight into Yun Kong's strength and combat style, which was a substantial benefit in itself. As for whether the battle was a true victory, he was less concerned. His earlier frustration stemmed from feeling toyed with. Not a simple opponent. Young Xiu murmured. Hinata Yuru nodded in agreement. Equally intrigued by how Yun Kong had become so well-versed in the gentle fist technique, as she had gained no advantage in their skirmish. It appeared that Yun Kong's understanding of the gentle fist surpassed her own. As Yun Kong's shadow clone dissipated, the real Yun Kong, now back home, hesitated momentarily during his training. Although he was accustomed to instantly receiving feedback from his clones, this typically occurred when both his true self and the clone occupied the same space. For a brief moment, Yun Kong felt a twinge of headache and fatigue, but these sensations swiftly faded away. Yun Kong gently shook his head, pushing aside the chaotic thoughts, and paused his cultivation to slowly sort through the information relayed by his shadow clones. The following morning, although it was termed early, it was already nearing 9 o'clock. Since Yun Kong had set his sights on becoming a ninja, his daily routine had become utterly disordered. Due to the demands of ninja training, Yun Kong's body had adapted to endure longer periods of practice and could withstand more strenuous exercise. With his rudimentary medical ninjutsu, he gradually began to devise a schedule that suited him. After all, everyone is unique. Merely following popular trends is not necessarily beneficial. What is most suitable for oneself is paramount. Yun Kong yawned as he arrived at the 6th training ground. Much like Naruto, who was also undergoing Kakashi's scrutiny, 3 conspicuous wooden stakes stood at the entrance of the training area. Unexpectedly, Yun Kong turned out to be the last person to appear in the arena. Unlike Kakashi's laid-back demeanor, Yamashiro Kaya was renowned for his serious and earnest nature. Thus, both Yamashiro Kaya and his companions, Yun Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, stood before the wooden stakes, awaiting Yun Kong, who had arrived even later than the instructor. "Good morning, everyone," Yun Kong declared, completely devoid of any sense of shame for his tardiness. Yawning and shedding a few tears as he greeted the trio, Yamashiro Kaya nodded, not reprimanding Yun Kong. It was still before 9 o'clock, and he had not truly arrived late. Given that Yun Kong was not late, Yamashiro Kaya's nature would never allow him to criticize him. Serious and somewhat rigid, that was the essence of Yamashiro Kaya. "Now that you are all present, I shall announce today's task." Once Yun Kong, Yun Shiyu, and Hinata Yuru were in position, Yamashiro Kaya retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. "Oh, the dreaded bells," Yun Kong thought to himself, having once harbored a glimmer of hope. It now seemed that since the establishment of the Leaf Village Ninja Academy, nothing had truly changed. "Your task is to seize the bells from my hand within 1 hour. Those who fail to obtain a bell will be deemed unqualified," Yamashiro Kaya stated. As he spoke, he inadvertently jingled the bells, producing a clear, ringing sound. "Why are there 2 bells?" Hinata Yuru inquired. The meticulous nature of girls was evident, and Yun Kong knew that had he not been previously aware of such tests, he would not have scrutinized the number of bells carefully. Hearing this, Yamashiro Kaya smiled, for with only 2 bells, it was inevitable that one among them would be deemed unqualified. He appeared as though he had successfully played a trick, grinning mischievously. "How unimaginative." Yun Kong cursed inwardly. "Could you not introduce some innovation? For instance, using rock, paper, scissors. Winners qualify. Losers do not. Wouldn't that be better?" However, neither Yamashiro Kaya nor the higher-ups of the Leaf Village were privy to Yun Kong's silent criticisms. "And what are the consequences of being unqualified?" Yun Shiyu asked. "Indeed, those from the Oil Girl clan exhibit remarkable composure and, one might say, an unsettling degree of rationality. Rather than fixating on the mere prospect of failure, it is the consequential ramifications of such an outcome that Yun Kong and his companions ought to ponder earnestly. A failure would signify the collapse of your mission, or perhaps imply that you are ill-suited to the path of a ninja. Thus, your most favorable outcome would be a return to the academy," replied Yamanaka Kaido. Upon Yamanaka Kaido's response, Yun Kong sensed a shift in the demeanor of Oil Girl Shiyu and Hyuga Yuro, their gazes turning decidedly hostile. "Could it be," he mused bitterly, "that I have inadvertently offended you? Why the animosity directed towards me?" Little did Yun Kong know, following yesterday's trials, Shiyu and Yuro had concluded that neither could stand against him in isolation. Consequently, under the looming threat posed by Yun Kong, and with only 2 passing slots available, they were compelled to unite against him. Yet, even if Yun Kong were privy to their thoughts, he would likely find them perplexing. "If I am indeed superior to both of you, it stands to reason that I shall secure one of the bells." Given this, our interests should align rather than oppose each other. Such reasoning would be far more sensible. Alas, the scenario he envisioned did not materialize. Perhaps only one among you will falter, or it may be that all three shall fail. Yamanaka Kaido secured the bell to his waist, asserting that even the use of shuriken was permissible, but one must possess the resolve to claim the bell, devoid of any intent to eliminate me. Suddenly, Yamanaka Kaido's expression darkened, and he callously suggested to Yun Kong and the others, "You need not articulate the obvious. I am well aware." Yun Kong retorted with an eye roll, recalling a prior sparring session with Obito that had devolved into a chaotic flurry of shuriken. "It seems the instructor still perceives us as children. Now, upon my command, unleash your attacks. 3 of you contend for but 2 bells. How will you choose?" Yamanaka Kaido declared. Just as he prepared to signal the commencement, Yun Kong stepped forward with determination. "It appears you are ready," Yamanaka Kaido remarked, "and thus, let the contest begin." He directed his gaze towards Yun Kong and gestured for the match to commence. In a flash, Yun Kong reached for the ninja tool pouch at his back, while behind him, Shiyu and Yuro swiftly assumed their offensive stances. Sharing a glance, they resolved to first exhaust Yamanaka Kaido's stamina before seizing the advantage for themselves. The dilemma of 3 contenders vying for 2 bells inherently undermined the possibility of collaboration among them. And the true aim of this assessment was not only to gauge their individual prowess, but to instill the significance of teamwork. With a melodious chime, the sound of bells echoed, not from Yamanaka Kaido's waist, but from Yun Kong's hand. To their astonishment, what Yun Kong retrieved from his pouch was not shuriken, but 3 identical bells, mirroring those held by Yamanaka Kaido. The clear, crisp sound of the bells rang out, resonating with the gentle breeze, capturing everyone's attention with its enchanting allure. Amidst the gaze of Sanjong Hai, Oil Girl Shiyu, and Hinata Yuru, Yun Kong spoke with a compassionate demeanor. Why engage in conflict over 2 mere bells? As he spoke, he extended the 2 bells in his hands to Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, saying, "Here, 1 for each of you. This way, there is no need for strife." Regarding the 2 bells that the teacher held, he suggested, "Let the teacher keep them for himself. After all, it's his privilege as our instructor." After distributing the bells, Yun Kong earnestly advised the trio, "We are all good friends. So why let something as trivial as 2 bells disrupt our harmony?" He turned to Sanjong Hai, asking sincerely, "Isn't that right? Isn't that right? You're out of your mind." Sanjong Hai fumed inwardly. "Do you think we're so idle that we would fight to the death over 2 bells? Today's task is to seize the bells, not to share them." With gritted teeth, he glared at Yun Kong, insisting, "Throw away the bells in your hand." Sanjong Hai's expression darkened, and without a doubt, if Yun Kong dared to provoke him further, he would certainly demonstrate the terror of a jonin. "Just toss them if you must. Why get so worked up? Don't you know that anger can be harmful? Take care, or you might burst along." Yun Kong thought to himself. However, seeing Sanjong Hai on the verge of an outburst, he chose not to further provoke him. It was not that Yun Kong sought trouble. Rather, he was weary. After a confrontation with Oil Girl Shiyu the previous day, it seemed he was destined for another fight today, one that he was certain to lose. He secretly hoped that Sanjong Hai would become so enraged that he would simply expel him. However, judging by Sanjong Hai's demeanor, it seemed more likely that he would receive a thrashing instead. When Yun Kong obediently discarded the bells from his hands, Sanjong Hai's expression softened slightly. "Very well, let us commence. Your task is to seize the bells from my possession. Within this training ground, no matter the method you choose, as long as you can obtain the bells, you shall be deemed successful." As Sanjong Hai concluded his instructions, Yun Kong, along with the unorthodox Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, swiftly vanished from his sight. The 6th training ground was sufficiently vast, and the trio almost immediately found suitable hiding spots for themselves. "Not bad," Sanjong Hai silently praised. Although under his perceptive abilities, Yun Kong and the others were not truly concealed, their efforts at disguise were commendable for their rank. Which one to begin with? He mused to himself. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise, for Yun Kong, who had just hidden, stood directly behind him. "Are you an imbecile?" Sanjong Hai inquired. "Or do you believe your strength is sufficient to surpass mine?" He was genuinely curious about Yun Kong's audacity. The latter did not strike him as a fool. Shouldn't one resort to ambush tactics when outmatched in strength? Yun Kong shook his head, clearly not a fool. Nor was he arrogant enough to believe he could triumph over you. "I am genuinely curious about your motives," Sanjong Hai inquired. "It's quite simple. The Shanzhong family excels in illusion and perception, does it not? I doubt my rudimentary concealment could deceive you, Yin Kong replied. To know oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. If I cannot even procure this minimal intelligence, then what is the point? Yin Kong mused internally. Oh, I see. It seems you've put in considerable effort as well. Your intelligence gathering is commendable. Did Watergate inform you? Shan Zhonghai remarked. Perceiving Yin Kong's source of information to be Watergate, who had frequently praised Yin Kong's talent in front of Zhu, Liu, and Dai. However, your brazen emergence is rather unwise, Shan Zhonghai added with a smile. I too find it unwise, yet not everyone assumes you will unleash your full strength against us. Rather, they anticipate a mutual destruction between us, or at least that I might deplete some of your stamina, Yin Kong responded. Thus, it is their folly. Yet I remain puzzled as to why you would reveal yourself. Knowing they intend to exploit you, what confidence do you possess to step forward? Shan Zhonghai's eyes narrowed, his mental prowess meticulously scanning the surroundings, confirming no hidden ambushes nearby. Recently, I have developed a new ninjutsu. Though I have yet to find the right conditions to employ it, I believe my teacher might be a suitable candidate, Yin Kong declared. Shadow clone technique. Yin Kong formed the necessary hand seals, and 6 clones of himself appeared, shielding his true self. Teacher, I shall only use this one technique today. Should you withstand it, I will concede defeat, Yin Kong stated, while the 6 clones positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Please, do not be careless, or should you perish, I shall bear no responsibility, Yin Kong warned, as the 6 clones unleashed shuriken towards Shan Zhonghai. It appears you have yet to fully develop this ninjutsu, Shan Zhonghai observed, recognizing Yin Kong's tactic of buying time with shadow clones. You seem quite confident in your technique. Alas, I am not so arrogant as to allow you to wield it so easily, Shan Zhonghai declared, swiftly maneuvering in a large semicircle to evade the oncoming shuriken. Closing the distance to Yin Kong, the 6 clones promptly pursued, attempting to intercept Shan Zhonghai. One of the clones executed a sweeping kick to halt Shan Zhonghai's advance, while 2 others followed up with shuriken. Shan Zhonghai sidestepped the incoming projectiles and seized the sweeping leg of the clone, using it to propel himself away. With a resounding thud, the clone that had confronted Shan Zhonghai dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The clones, whose chakra had been evenly distributed, proved inadequate against the serious resolve of Shan Zhonghai. In the mountains, Hachi had resolved to impart a lesson to the somewhat arrogant youth. Indeed, Yin Kong's demeanor appeared as hubris before Hachi. Despite having gathered ample intelligence, he lacked the patience to persuade his comrades, thereby failing to maximize the potential of the information at his disposal. Hachi attributed this predicament to Yin Kong's inflated ego, and thus he planned to thoroughly educate him, intending to confront Yin Kong with full vigor from the outset. As one shadow clone vanished, 4 of Yin Kong's clones surged simultaneously toward Hachi, unleashing shurikens and kunai in a chaotic barrage. The 4 clones aimed to entangle themselves with Hachi, hoping to delay his counterattack. With a swift combination of punches and kicks, Hachi effortlessly evaded the flurry of projectiles. Amidst the assault from Yin Kong's 4 clones, he executed a simple yet effective series of strikes, swiftly dispatching the clones without even a moment's delay. At that moment, the last remaining shadow clone of Yin Kong unleashed a powerful shout, fire release, great fireball technique. Yin Kong's strategy was to coordinate an all-out assault with his clones, reminiscent of Kakashi's method of attacking Itachi, which had become a staple in Yin Kong's repertoire. Regrettably, the 4 clones dissipated too quickly. Nevertheless, in that instant, a 3-meter-wide inferno engulfed Hachi, shattering the earth and rock beneath the intense heat, creating a massive pit filled with roaring flames. Regardless of whether it struck Hachi, it at least succeeded in halting his advance. The clone that executed the fire technique perished in a puff of smoke. As the flames dissipated into the air, Hachi appeared beside the vast pit, acknowledging the potency of the fire technique. Impressive power for one of your age, he remarked. The disparity between the two was stark. Had Yin Kong managed to obliterate Hachi with a mere fire technique, it would have been truly astonishing. However, during this brief interval of distraction, Yin Kong successfully completed his jutsu, lightning release, 1,000 birds. Standing resolutely, Yin Kong raised his left hand, visibly charged with lightning chakra that emitted the sound of birds chirping. The crescendo of thunder grew, culminating in a symphony akin to hundreds or thousands of birds calling out in unison. This original jutsu of Kakashi's now manifested in Yunkong's grasp. As lightning crackled violently, Yunkong's left hand formed into a claw-like shape, surrounded by arcs of electricity, resembling a divine retribution. "Careful, Hachi-sensei," Yunkong cautioned, leaning forward as he prepared to strike. Hachi gazed in astonishment at the visible lightning chakra in Yunkong's hand. What manner of jutsu was this, where chakra was so vividly apparent? At this point, Hachi had entirely shed any notions of underestimating his opponent. Yunkong is not merely boasting. Even a momentary lapse in concentration amidst such a dense concentration of chakra could lead to his demise. Yamashita Kai fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Yunkong, channeling his mental energy to the utmost in order to perceive every subtle movement of Yunkong. For the time being, he was unable to attend to the presence of Yun Jiyu and Hinata Uro. This was precisely why Yunkong had chosen to experiment with ninjutsu on Yamashita Kai. With Kai's heightened perception, he could react defensively or evade before Yunkong launched his attack. "Chidori!" Yunkong exclaimed, his speed amplified by the surge of lightning, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. His left hand, hanging low, glided across the ground, effortlessly carving a path as if it were made of tofu. In the blink of an eye, Yunkong appeared before Yamashita Kai, with a sudden thrust of his left hand. Thunder roared as Yunkong and the earth beneath Yamashita Kai shattered into fragments. Dust swirled around them, obscuring their forms in a haze. Is this truly the extent of Yunkong's power? Yun Jiyu felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, realizing that Yunkong had not exerted his full strength during their sparring session of the previous day. The speed and force of such ninjutsu left him feeling utterly defenseless. With Byakugan activated, Hinata Uro also felt a bead of perspiration on her forehead. This is the true Yunkong, she mused, astonished that such potent ninjutsu could be wielded by a mere genin. As the dust began to settle, the silhouettes of the two adversaries emerged from the haze. Yamashita Kai, perspiring, had been taken aback. Had he not anticipated Yunkong's speed, he believed even his jounin prowess would have been caught off guard. As the dust cleared, Yunkong's left palm was grasped firmly by Yamashita Kai. Despite the formidable power of Chidori, it could not entirely mask the disparity in strength between them. With lightning speed, Yamashita Kai seized Yunkong's left hand, redirecting the force of Chidori elsewhere. What a powerful ninjutsu! It nearly inflicted serious injury upon me, Yamashita Kai remarked appreciatively, holding Yunkong's left hand. To develop such potent ninjutsu at such a young age is indeed commendable. Even Yamashita Kai could not help but acknowledge Yunkong as a rare talent. Suddenly, Yunkong was unwilling to remain passive. He leaped into the air, driving his right knee horizontally toward Yamashita Kai. Kai was taken aback by Yunkong's tenacity. Witnessing his ninjutsu being countered without a hint of hesitation, he immediately commenced the next phase of his assault. However, to Yamashita Kai, such an attack seemed trivial. He effortlessly raised his left arm to block Yunkong's strike. At that moment, Yunkong's right hand came crashing down toward Yamashita Kai's head at a fierce angle. In a split second, Kai tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding Yunkong's punch. Yunkong's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, he was reveling in the moment. With a sudden and unexpected motion, Yunkong transformed his fist into an open palm, aiming to seize the bell affixed to Yamazaki Haichi's waist rather than harboring any malicious intent. His inspiration stemmed from the legendary encounter between Sasuke and Kakashi over the bells. However, Yunkong was determined not to falter like Sasuke did. As his right hand lunged towards the bell, Yamazaki Haichi, in a moment of reflex, turned his left hand and grasped Yunkong's wrist. It was then that Yamazaki realized Yunkong's true intention, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet, Yunkong had no intention of allowing Yamazaki's escape. With a sudden pull on Yamazaki's wrist, he caught the two bells from his waist before Yamazaki could react. As Yamazaki broke free from Yunkong's grip, his expression darkened, realizing that his moment of carelessness led to the loss of his hard-earned wisdom, all due to a single lapse in vigilance against a mere genin. How could he possibly instill a sense of teamwork in his students after being outmaneuvered in such a manner? "Thank you, Teacher Haichi," Yunkong exclaimed, raising the two bells in his hand as a gesture towards Yamazaki. Disregarding Yamazaki's increasingly grim demeanor, Yunkong shook the bells vigorously and called out, "Have you two seen enough? Come before me, first come, first served." He continued, "Teacher Haichi has declared that anyone who fails will be sent back to the Ninja Academy for a redo, and that would be quite the embarrassment." No sooner had Yun Kong finished speaking than he observed Yun Yushiyu and Hinata Yuru emerging from the woods. However, to Yun Kong's astonishment, the two did not engage in a bout against one another. Instead, they directed their hostile gazes towards him. What is going on here? This isn't how the story is supposed to unfold. Yun Kong mused, taken aback by their piercing stares. Now that there's only one bell left. Your animosity towards me seems rather futile, he remarked, waving the bell in the direction of Yamazaki and Hinata. Hurry and battle it out among yourselves so I can enjoy the show. Come on, he urged internally. Unfortunately, Yun Kong's wishes went unfulfilled. Yun Yushiyu coldly responded. Naturally, we are no match for Teacher Haichi, but we are quite confident in our ability to snatch the bell from you. Her chilling words completely extinguished Yun Kong's whimsical thoughts. Are you two conspiring against me? Do you possess some form of mind-reading technique to discern my thoughts? Yun Kong speculated. Yet, it was clear that he was overthinking. Even the current head of the Yamazaki clan could not possess such an ability to divine the thoughts of another. With a chuckle, Yun Kong faced the approaching Yunu Jiyu and Hinata Yuru, a smile playing on his lips. Are you truly naive or just foolish? Do you genuinely believe that I am benevolent and easily intimidated? He declared, since you are so obstinate. I shall take it upon myself to teach you both a lesson on behalf of Teacher Yai. With that, he casually tossed the bell to the ground. Observing Yun Kong's reckless disregard for the bell, which he had fought hard to obtain, Yunu Jiyu and Hinata Yuru felt a surge of urgency. It was evident that Yun Kong was infuriated, yet whether his anger was directed at them specifically was open to debate. You seem to have become serious as well. Come, Yun Kong. Let us settle this matter openly. Yunu Jiyu exclaimed, a buzzing sound emanating from him as countless insects surged forth, swirling in the air. A ninja's true strength lies in their discretion. Foolishness has no place in their ranks. Yun Kong, seasoned in battle, sensed that Yunu Jiyu's demeanor was uncharacteristic of the Oil Clan, known for their calm and composed nature. Why was there no trace of such steadiness in him? Moreover, this young man dared to utter words of open challenge. Without uttering a word, Yun Kong lunged forward, his hand forming a spear as he thrust it towards Yunu Jiyu. The latter retreated, acutely aware that in close combat, he was no match for Yun Kong. In a moment of urgency, Hinata Yuru rushed to Yunu Jiyu's aid. No one anticipated Yun Kong's speed to be so formidable. Moments ago, he had not possessed such terrifying swiftness. Hinata Yuru gazed at Yun Kong in astonishment. However, despite her surprise, she stood resolutely in front of Yunu Jiyu. As comrades, she could not abandon him in the face of a powerful foe. Years of ninja training had transformed the gentle girl into a resilient kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf Village. With a swift motion, Hinata Yuru struck Yun Kong's hand away, freeing Yunu Jiyu from impending danger. Before she could fully execute her gentle fist technique, Yun Kong's left hand swept through the air, unleashing a barrage of punches that appeared almost instantaneously before her. 8 trigrams palms, return heaven. Hinata Yuru spun urgently, employing the absolute defense of the Hinata clan to shield herself from Yun Kong's assault. The rapidly rotating form of Hinata Yuru was enveloped in a pale blue chakra sphere that effectively blocked Yun Kong's advance. It was well known that the Hinata clan's return heaven technique was a formidable blend of offense and defense. Behind Hinata Yuru, Yunu Jiyu finally seized the opportunity to catch his breath, thanks to her intervention. He pointed a finger skyward, invoking the secret technique of insect swarm. Thousands of insects buzzed ominously, resembling a dark cloud descending upon Yun Kong. In an instant, the battle between Yun Kong, Yunu Jiyu, and Hinata Yuru erupted. Yet, their mentor, Yamanaka Yai, remained unperturbed as he picked up the bell that Yun Kong had carelessly discarded. Still too inexperienced, Yamanaka Yai mused inwardly, lamenting the fact that a petty rivalry had caused them to jeopardize the fruits of their hard work. As time slipped away unnoticed, with just 5 minutes remaining, Yamanaka Yai finally rose from his seat, ready to intervene. You have 5 minutes remaining. Should you fail to seize the bell from my grasp within this time frame, the 3 of you shall receive failing marks. Yamamoto Hachi gestured towards the clock perched upon the wooden post, which now indicated 55 minutes, signaling that the test he had set for Yun Kong and his companions would conclude in mere moments. The fate of Yun Kong's success now hinged upon these final 5 minutes. Yamamoto Hachi observed the ongoing struggle among the 3 participants, his expression imbued with a smile, particularly directed at Yun Kong. What will you do next? My expectation is that you will manage to capture the bell. Once you have done so, as your instructor, I would neither reclaim it nor consider it beneath me to intervene. However, the circumstances would differ were it to be thrown away. Yamamoto Hachi chuckled, his eyes narrowing almost to slits with anticipation for Yunkong's performance. Notably, both Yun Yushiyu and Hinata Yuru paused, visibly taken aback upon hearing Yamamoto Hachi's announcement that only 5 minutes remained, while Yunkong appeared to be entirely unfazed, as though he had foreseen the unfolding events. Regrettably, the expression on Yunkong's face did not reflect the outcome Yamamoto Hachi had hoped to witness. Ignoring Yamamoto Hachi's playful gestures, Yunkong approached Hinata Yuru and Yun Yushiyu. Tell me, what have you learned from today's events? If you can satisfy me, as your leader, I might just take a loss and assist you in reclaiming the bell. Yunkong crossed his legs, unexpectedly sitting beside Hinata Yuru and Yun Yushiyu, resembling a teacher more than a student. What have we learned? Are you suggesting that our internal discord provided Yamamoto Hachi-sensei an opportunity? Yun Yushiyu inquired, clearly aware of the significance of teamwork. Otherwise, he would not have involved Hinata Yuru in his confrontations with Yunkong. And then, Yunkong prompted, "Is there anything more?" Yun Yushiyu questioned in confusion. The primary purpose of this test, aside from assessing the ninja's abilities, was to instill the importance of collaboration among the budding talents of Konoha. Through the years, while the simple act of seizing the bell had yet to be fully comprehended, the essence of the test remained to teach these nascent ninjas the value of unity. And what else? Even Yamamoto Hachi brimmed with curiosity, eager to discern what further insights Yunkong might articulate. There is indeed much more to convey. For instance, you foolish ones. I provided the bell to incite your conflict, thereby granting Yamamoto Hachi-sensei an opportunity to educate you. Yet, what do? You unite against me in a display of folly. Secondly, never allow personal rivalries to obscure your objectives. When has a ninja ever commenced an open conflict without just cause? If ninjas truly engaged in open battles, it would be laughable. Indeed, there was much to be said, much more. For instance, you foolish ones. I provided the bell to instigate your conflict, thus granting Yamamoto Hachi-sensei the opportunity to educate you. Yet, what did you do? How foolish it is to join forces against me. Furthermore, one must never lose sight of their objectives due to personal disputes. For instance, when has a ninja ever openly declared a challenge? If one were to believe that a ninja had indeed begun a fair contest, it would be utterly ridiculous. Yunkong remarked disdainfully, his words laced with contempt, causing oil girl Shiyu to wish for a hole to hide in. Moreover, there is a crucial point that the two of you have failed to comprehend, Yunkong continued. What is it? Oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru in unison inquired. You are simply not my adversaries. Even if the two of you united, you would still fall short, Yunkong declared with a wicked smile, his tone dripping with disdain, inciting a wave of anger within both oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru. However, their rage had yet to manifest when suddenly, a loud thud resonated as another Yunkong erupted from beneath their feet. With a powerful punch, Yunkong struck oil girl Shiyu squarely on the jaw. Shiyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, followed by an onslaught of pain. Yet Yunkong showed no signs of relent, propelling Shiyu into the air with another blow, and then swiftly delivering a kick to her abdomen. With a piercing scream, Shiyu was sent hurtling over 10 meters, crashing into the trunk of a large tree. Yunkong's rapid assault left no opportunity for Hinata Yuru to intervene. However, Yuru managed to shake off her initial panic and charged towards Yunkong, palm extended. Regrettably, Yunkong was not inclined to grant her an opportunity to attack. He needed to establish his dominance and solidify his absolute authority. As Yuru lunged at him, Yunkong extended one hand, conjuring a swirling sphere of chakra that transformed into a blue orb. Rasengan. Yunkong thrust the Rasengan into the ground before the advancing Yuru. In an instant, the tremendous force of the Rasengan split the earth between Yunkong and Yuru, unleashing a tempest of swirling winds and violent chakra that sent Yuru flying backwards. A 2-meter-deep spiral crater materialized between them. At the moment Yunkong unleashed the Rasengan, Yamashiro Haichi's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. Astonished to discover that Yunkong had not only mastered the powerful Chidori technique, but had also acquired a jutsu that required no hand signs. This technique, equally formidable and visible to the naked eye, mirrored the terrifying nature of the Chidori. Fortunately, Yunkong exercised restraint, directing the attack at the ground rather than at Yuru herself. This young man is truly formidable, Yamashiro Haichi mused inwardly, wondering if he had possessed even half of Yunkong's strength at that age. It was unlikely, as the two, Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, attempted to rise. They found kunai poised threateningly at their throats, each held firmly in place before them. Yunkong, unbeknownst to the moment, concealed 3 shadow clones that effortlessly subdued 2 adversaries, his true self never needing to intervene. With a series of soft thuds, Yunkong briefly showcased his prowess before the 3 clones vanished into the ether. The reality was that Yunkong's chakra was dwindling. After all, both the Chidori and the Rasengan were not techniques that conserve chakra. Furthermore, prior to this encounter, Yunkong had engaged in battle not only with Yamashiro Hachi, but also with Yuninja Shiyu and Hyugayuro for an extended period. Yet, who truly noticed this? Even the Byakugan, capable of perceiving the flow of chakra within one's bloodline, could not discern the remnants of Yunkong's chakra. Thus, when I suggested relinquishing a bell for you both to engage in mutual combat, it was, in fact, an opportunity one granted you, Yunkong asserted. Of course, Yunkong was not as formidable as Yamashiro Hachi and his ilk presumed. His ability to momentarily incapacitate Yuninja Shiyu and Hyugayuro was largely due to the element of surprise. Consider how Naruto managed to deliver a decisive blow to Neji under unexpected circumstances. How often in the realm of ninjas does a moment of carelessness lead to overwhelming defeat by an unanticipated foe? Reflect on Naruto's triumph over Neji. For the first time, someone articulated the notion of inciting discord among others and wishing to witness their conflicts with such refreshing eloquence and unwavering conviction. Upon reflection, could Yunkong's verbal prowess rival that of Naruto? The latter's words, however, were imbued with positivity and vigor. Since you both failed to seize the opportunity, I regret to inform you that this test shall only be passed by me, Yunkong declared. With less than 3 minutes remaining, Yuninja Shiyu struggled to rise, derisively remarking, "Even if I fail, how much better can you possibly fare?" Yuninja Shiyu's sardonic laughter surprisingly evoked a sense of the Yuninja clan in Yunkong. Could this individual also be concealing his true strength, playing the role of the underdog? Enough. I did not expect that, at this critical juncture, you would still engage in infighting, Yamashiro Hachi bellowed, pained more by their internal discord than by Yunkong's impressive display. Given the current state of the 3, it was evident that a lack of cooperation prevailed. I hereby declare all of you unqualified, Yamashiro Hachi announced coldly. Yuninja Shiyu chuckled derisively, while Hyugayuro appeared somewhat at a loss. However, Yunkong, as anticipated by Yamashiro Hachi, turned in indignation towards him. Yunkong, I understand what you wish to convey, but the rules are as they are, Yamashiro Hachi stated, not genuinely intending to expel the trio back to the Ninja Academy. Recognizing that everyone is prone to error, particularly the impetuous youth like Yunkong. Yet, some degree of admonishment was essential. What transpired next took Yamashiro Hachi by surprise. Yunkong retrieved a bell from his ninja tool pouch, presenting it before Yamashiro Hachi. Teacher Hachi, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that the 2 bells in your possession were seized from my hands? Yunkong smiled as he held the bell, swaying gently in the breeze. However, what transpired next took Yamashiro Kaichi by surprise. Yunkong produced another bell from his ninja tool pouch, presenting it before Kaichi. Teacher Kaichi, do you possess any evidence to prove that the 2 bells in your possession were stolen from you by me? Yunkong inquired with a smile, the bell in his hand chiming sweetly in the wind. The clear sound resonated as a light breeze caressed it. Yamashiro Kaichi's expression darkened. This was the so-called genius mentioned by Minato, yet why did he evoke such an overwhelming urge to strike him down? In a flash, Yamashiro Kaichi executed a body flicker technique to close the distance between them, delivering a forceful palm strike to Yunkong's midsection. Perhaps due to the full force behind Kaichi's attack, Yunkong found himself helplessly knocked to the ground, his bell unceremoniously seized by Kaichi. Frustrated beyond measure, Kaichi disregarded his status and resolved to teach Yunkong a lesson. At that moment, the clock chimed, its sound echoing in the ears of Yunkong and the others. Kaichi casually tossed aside all the bells in his grasp, declaring, unfortunately, you have lost. Yet Yunkong had reason to take pride. He had managed to provoke a jonin into losing face, a testament to his remarkable abilities. As Yuhi Shizune and Hyuga Ayam looked on in astonishment, Kaichi reveled in his triumph, when suddenly, another bell rang from Yunkong's hand. Teacher, it's time now. You can't just take it from me anymore. Yunkong had somehow produced a bell from his ninja tool pouch once more. What followed could only be described as a scene of utter devastation. In his rage, Kaichi unleashed his fury upon Yunkong, who fully experienced what it meant to suffer unbearable pain. However, perhaps due to Yunkong's playful banter, after venting his frustrations, Kaichi surprisingly refrained from further discussing the qualifications of Yunkong and his companions. Astonishingly, Yunkong and his friends passed Kaichi's test. After the examination, Kaichi imparted a few simple instructions to the trio. This scene perplexed Yunkong. Why were the teachers in the world of Naruto so irresponsible? Kakashi's habitual tardiness was attributed to his nostalgia for Obito, yet the instructors Yunkong encountered, whether Yamada or now Kaichi, seemed to vanish immediately after their lessons. Were all the teachers in Naruto so neglectful? This was akin to abandoning their students. Once Kaichi departed, Yunkong intended to leave, only to be halted by Yuhi Shizune and Hugo Ayam. With a wry smile, Yunkong remarked seriously, "After a whole morning of beating me, you two aren't planning to resume the fight, are you?" Given their previous tendencies to gang up on him, Yunkong pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to exercise and flee from his teammates. However, this time, Yuhi Shizune and Hyuga Ayam showed no inclination to engage him further. Hinata Yuyo approached Yunkong, scrutinizing him closely until she noticed a hint of blush on his face. Could this little girl possibly have developed feelings for me? Yunkong pondered to himself. Am I truly that handsome? He unconsciously stroked his chin, ultimately arriving at a self-assured conclusion. What are you thinking about? Hinata Yuyo inquired, observing Yunkong lost in thought. Distracted by her interruption, Yunkong ceased his daydreaming. I know I look quite charming when I smile, but there's no need for you to gaze at me so intently, he retorted, playfully adding, I might just get shy. This earned him an exaggerated eye roll from Hinata Yuyo, whose eyes were already filled with such expressions. Who would have thought you were this formidable? Truly, there are no false heroes beneath a grand reputation. Interestingly, Oil Girl Shiyu spoke in a calm tone, devoid of the earlier hostility, unlike the obstinacy she exhibited moments prior. Yunkong took 2 steps back decisively, wondering if these two had learned the art of flattery in such a brief span of time. The disparity in their attitudes was striking. However, Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuyo paid no heed to Yunkong's wariness. Rest assured, there are no ulterior motives, Oil Girl Shiyu remarked, recognizing Yunkong's apprehension and extending a friendly overture. She approached him without a hint of caution. No ulterior motives? Then why is my eyelid twitching? Yunkong mused internally. Yet, judging by Oil Girl Shiyu's demeanor, she genuinely seemed devoid of deceit. Our previous confrontations, including today's insistence on battling, were merely to assess your strength, or rather, to gauge our own capabilities, Oil Girl Shiyu explained decisively, having noticed Yunkong's skepticism. Naturally, anyone faced with a person who had previously been antagonistic would instinctively suspect ulterior motives upon receiving kindness. Oil Girl Shiyu offered a rationale that, while not entirely convincing, was sufficient to prevent Yunkong from displaying disbelief. She continued, I understand your curiosity regarding our need to evaluate your strength or, in turn, our own. Yunkong nodded, pondering if he was truly that well known. He touched his face, acknowledging his charm but doubting his fame. After all, he wasn't renowned like Orochimaru or Jiraiya. You three are the dominant force at the academy, notorious for your prowess. It's said that several members of the Uchiha clan have been bested by the three of you. Hinata Yuyo clarified to Yunkong. Currently, the Uchiha clan remained the most powerful faction in Konoha village, boasting numerous prodigies. Thus, those like Yunkong, who could effortlessly overpower the Uchiha clan, had inevitably become benchmarks for all the ninjas at the academy. Moreover, despite yesterday's battle, we could not ascertain your true strength, which is why we wish to continue today, Oil Girl Shiyu stated. If you're wondering why, stop. Yunkong interjected. Now that's more like it. This is the demeanor one expects from the Oil Girl clan. How could the ninjas of the Oil Girl clan be so naive? Do you not wish to hear my reasons? Yu Ji said ominously, interrupted by Yunkong, whose abrupt interjection left her countenance rather displeased. It is rumored that individuals of this nature possess a heightened sense of pride, or perhaps an excessive one, thus commanding a particular respect. The foremost among these courtesies is to refrain from disregarding their presence. Yunkong pondered. Do you not wish to hear my reasons? Yu Ji reiterated darkly, her expression soured by Yunkong's interruption. It is said that such individuals are exceedingly proud, demanding a unique form of respect. The primary tenet of this respect is to acknowledge their existence. As Yunkong contemplated, He found himself struggling to swallow, thinking, of course I want to hear. How could I not? He responded decisively. Yet, upon observing the strained expression on Yun Kong's face, Yunuji found herself lacking the desire to elaborate further. As long as Yun Kong's attitude was clear, there was no need to reiterate anything. After all, he was already aware of the reasons. Do you truly not regard this test as significant? Is that appropriate? Yun Kong inquired. However, it soon dawned on him that for ninjas among the common folk, the concept of teamwork necessitated emphasis from their instructors. In contrast, for those from established clans, the importance of collaboration was well understood. Thus, this test served merely to assess the capabilities of his subordinates, a mere formality, to put it bluntly. Well then, the teacher has departed. Let us disband and return to our own homes, Yun Kong declared. Though only 2 brief skirmishes had transpired, an unexpected camaraderie blossomed between Yun Kong, Yunuji, and Hinata Uro. These were to be his future comrades, bound together in life and death. Yun Kong regarded the 2 individuals beside him, based on their current performance. They seemed no less capable than the renowned members of the Konoha 12. How could they remain so obscure? Yun Kong could not fathom it, ultimately attributing the cause to the protagonist's halo. Having concluded these assessments, Yun Kong exchanged farewells with the duo and promptly followed in the footsteps of Yamashiro Aoi, hastening away. Vanishing from the sight of Yunuji and Hinata Uro, the hour had yet to reach noon, and returning home was not an option. However, Yun Kong found himself at a loss for how to occupy his time, as their teacher had been driven away by the 3 of them. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito were presumably still undergoing assessments by Minato. How utterly dull, Yun Kong lamented to himself. He had initially devised a plan, yet now found himself with an unexpected span of free time, unsure of what to do. Perhaps I shall assist at the Konoha hospital, Yun Kong mused. Yet the reality of the situation was evidently beyond his control. Suddenly, a kunai shot from his hand towards the rear, and in an instant, he propelled himself upward, leaping from a branch to the very top of a towering tree. A kunai soared through the forest, deflecting Yun Kong's projectile, and as he perched atop the tree, 4 masked ninjas materialized around him. Yun Kong's gaze narrowed, but he soon relaxed. It was the Konoha Anbu, he realized inwardly. Before him stood 4 ninjas, adorned in the formal attire of the Konoha Anbu, clad in striking black garments, with a purplish-gray vest and a long katana slung across their backs. Their identities were obscured by masks. Yun Kong was aware that the Anbu had once covertly monitored him, yet over the past year, Konoha had seemingly given up on him, or at least ceased their overt surveillance. The sudden appearance of these 4 Anbu ninjas left him pondering their intentions. 4 Anbu members constituted a small ninja team. Surely, such a number was excessive for mere observation. Yun Kong, Lord Danzo has summoned you, one of the Anbu ninjas stated bluntly, halting Yun Kong in his tracks. The moment he relaxed, tension gripped his body again. Danzo, the leader of Root, what could this man want with him? Yun Kong felt a twinge of unease. Generally, such encounters did not bode well. While Yun Kong held no personal bias against Danzo, he certainly preferred to avoid dealings with him. Danzo was a man shrouded in shadows, despised by many, with hands stained in blood, a hidden figure within Konoha's underbelly, a seeker of light amidst darkness. He embodied the dichotomy of good and evil. Perhaps he was a villain, for his hands were sullied and his arms bore the weight of countless sins. His right eye reflected a deep-seated discontent, casting him as a loathed butcher. Light had never graced him. He was a symbol of carnage and slaughter. He operated in the shadows, laying a strong foundation that supported Konoha from beneath. Without roots, how could leaves flourish? For the sake of peace in Konoha, he had taken many lives, those who deserved it and those who did not. It was impossible to judge whether his actions were right or wrong. As the past could not be altered, all that remained were the facts of his deeds, and Konoha thrived as a result. Subjective judgments did not apply to him, for he walked his own path, tirelessly striving for peace, justice, and the light that flickered in the darkness. Yun Kong recalled a passage he had encountered online in his previous life, reflecting on Danzo Shimura. Conscience dictated that Danzo had committed no wrong. Where there is light, shadows must exist. Without darkness, how could the value of light be appreciated? As Danzo once articulated, you are the sunlit Konoha, while I am the root in the darkness. From the perspective of Konoha's prosperity, Danzo's actions could not be deemed erroneous. Indeed, without his efforts, The current flourishing of the village under the third Hokage would not have been achievable. However, the underhanded maneuvers Danzo engaged in following the demise of the fourth Hokage bewildered Yun-Kong. Nevertheless, it could be said that, overall, Danzo's contributions to Konoha outweighed his transgressions. Yet, impartiality was one thing, and being summoned was another. What do you want with me? I have no connection to you, Yun-Kong mused internally. The four root ninjas clearly had no intention of seeking his consent. Their demeanor suggested that whether he complied or not was of no consequence. Shall we proceed? The root ninja gestured towards him, seemingly oblivious to Yun-Kong's predicament. Their manner indicated a disregard for his agreement. Should he refuse, they would forcibly take him. It is quite in line with Danzo's modus operandi. From the perspective of the root ninjas, it was certain that Yun-Kong would not refuse Lord Danzo's request. In the Hidden Leaf Village, even aside from the Hokage, even Orochimaru could not disregard Danzo's authority. Thus, Yun-Kong's refusal exceeded the expectations of the four individuals. My apologies, but I must report a mission to Lord Minato. I will come immediately after my meeting with him, Yun-Kong stated, intending to make his escape amidst the astonished gazes of the root ninjas. However, how could the root ninjas allow Yun-Kong to depart so easily with just those words? Minato was not yet the Hokage. Among the capable individuals Yun-Kong knew in the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from Orochimaru, it was only Minato. The key was that Yun-Kong would rather avoid Orochimaru than dare to approach him. The reason for choosing Minato over Yamashiro Isamu was twofold. Firstly, Minato was tasked with a mission directly associated with the Hokage, being the apprentice of the third Hokage and a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Secondly, Yun-Kong had yet to exit the 6th training ground, while Minato and the others were at the 7th training ground, making Minato the closest to Yun-Kong. The four root ninjas exchanged glances, and simultaneously, they shifted their stances, effectively sealing off Yun-Kong's escape routes. Aside from the apparent leader before him, the other three root ninjas had already drawn their blades. Is such an elaborate display truly necessary? Yun-Kong pondered, surveying his surroundings. He could feel the genuine murderous intent emanating from the four ninjas, cold and devoid of any emotional restraint, showing no signs of leniency simply because Yun-Kong was a ninja from their village. At this juncture, Yun-Kong, as if resigned to his fate, nodded, very well. I shall accompany you to meet Lord Danzo. However, I kindly ask you to deliver this scroll to Lord Minato. He raised one hand to signal his lack of hostility while reaching for his storage pouch with the other. Observing Yun-Kong's demeanor, although the four maintained their stoic expressions, a flicker of amusement could be detected among them as they retracted their oppressive aura of malice. Suddenly, Yun-Kong let out a cry, as if he had accidentally fallen from the treetops. The four root ninjas became alert, but upon witnessing Yun-Kong's descent, the leader of the root couldn't help but think, still young, despite being favored by Lord Danzo, he is evidently unable to maintain his composure in our presence. But can such behavior truly earn him Lord Danzo's esteem? I fear he shall be sorely disappointed. At the very moment Yun-Kong tumbled from the treetop, he swiftly withdrew 4 shurikens from his tool pouch, deftly pinching them between his fingers and launching them towards the four root ninjas. The leader's eyes narrowed, not out of fear of the incoming shurikens, but because Yun-Kong had dared to strike against them. What a bold lad. It is no wonder he has caught Lord Danzo's attention, the leader mused inwardly. However, while the captain of the root ninjas offered his commendation, he would never allow such praise for Yun-Kong to deter him from fulfilling Danzo's mission. The four ninjas wielded their blades, deflecting the shuriken that Yun-Kong had launched. They leapt in unison, akin to ferocious tigers pouncing upon their prey. Yun-Kong, reclining as he fell, faced the onslaught of the four root ninjas with remarkable composure. Devoid of panic, with swift precision, he formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release. Great fireball technique. Yun-Kong shouted, invoking this technique that had been etched into his memory. Such a remarkable boy. The captain of the root ninjas marveled once more, reflecting on whether he had achieved such prowess at the tender age of 7. Setting aside the fact that Yun-Kong could adeptly handle 4 root ninjas, the mere audacity to strike back in their presence was something he doubted he could have accomplished. The 4 root ninjas simultaneously kicked off from a nearby tree trunk, evading the oncoming flames that surged towards them. The fire roared as it sliced through the space between them, its ferocity astounding yet failing to strike its intended targets. Nevertheless, a smile graced Yun-Kong's face. He had never imagined he could escape the encirclement of 4 ninjas. Even in his future as a chunin, he would not possess such capability. Yunkong's intention had always been to send a message to the outside world. He was unafraid of confronting Danzo. But he needed to ensure that others were aware of his meeting with Danzo. Otherwise, falling victim to Danzo's covert schemes would be a tremendous loss. Yunkong was not naive enough to believe that Danzo, being a fellow ninja of Konohagakure, would adhere to any sense of honor or righteousness, unlike himself. From behind the flames, a burst of fireworks erupted from the dissipating blaze. The explosion of fireworks, even in broad daylight, captured the attention of many, including Minato, Kakashi, and Obito at the 7th training ground. The members of Minato's team halted their actions to gaze at the spectacle blooming in the sky. "It's from the 6th training ground. It's Yunkong," Obito suddenly exclaimed, having caught a glimpse of the fire release technique's fleeting moment through his Sharingan. Yunkong was in peril, yet this was the training ground of Konoha, not some isolated stream where he and his companions might be ambushed. How could danger possibly arise here? Obito was perplexed, and Kakashi felt the same way, but this did not hinder their resolve. In unison, Obito and Kakashi dashed toward the location of the fireworks. Just as they moved, Minato appeared before them, blocking their path. "Sensei," Obito exclaimed urgently, clearly imploring Minato not to prevent them from aiding Yunkong. Minato, smiling, waved his hand dismissively. "Yunkong possesses a special kunai that I left with him. If he utilizes my technique, he will reach Yunkong in an instant. So you three should remain here to avoid being caught in the ensuing battle. Additionally, stay vigilant. We cannot predict who might infiltrate our ranks." After issuing these instructions to Kakashi and the others, Minato arranged their positions, then, with 2 fingers aligned before his chest, vanished like a specter before their eyes. Certainly, within the 6th exercise ground, the oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuyo both beheld the fireworks illuminating the sky. It was the direction from which Yunkong had departed. Perhaps they were unaware of the fire release ninjutsu that Yunkong had unleashed, yet the signal of distress represented by the fireworks was unmistakably perceived by all. Observing the situation, Shiyu halted Yuyo's intention to advance. Understanding the circumstances was paramount. Otherwise, if their assailants were too formidable, their attempt to intervene would merely result in their demise. Yuyo nodded, activating her Byakugan. Prominent veins appeared on her forehead, her vision encompassing an expanse of pristine white. Like a long-range telescope, Yunkong's figure materialized before her eyes. Pursued by 4 ninjas. "They are pursuing Yunkong," Yuyo remarked. Shiyu's heart sank at the realization that 4 ninjas were indeed in pursuit of Yunkong. What was the Uchiha clan up to? When had the defenses of Konoha village become so porous? "Is it the Umbu?" Yuyo inquired, oblivious to Shiyu's thoughts. "Umbu?" Shiyu echoed, perplexed as to why the Umbu would target Yunkong. Familiar with Yunkong's background as a native of Konoha, he found it implausible that he could be a spy from another village. "Are you certain it is the Umbu?" Shiyu pressed. Yuyo responded with unwavering conviction, "Yes." After a moment's contemplation, Shiyu concluded that there must be some misunderstanding if it were indeed the Umbu involved. "Let us approach. Hopefully, Yunkong can hold on until we arrive." As both were members of Konoha's ninja clans, even the Umbu would hesitate to act against them without caution. Thus, having ascertained the involvement of Umbu, Shiyu resolutely decided to close the distance. Unbeknownst to them, Yunkong was oblivious to Yuyo and Shiyu having spotted him. After executing his fire-release ninjutsu, Yunkong reclined and grasped a branch mid-fall, regaining his balance. He propelled himself upwards, landing heavily upon the tree trunk, leaving a half-inch deep footprint. Utilizing the force of the rebound, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, breaking free from the encirclement of the 4 ninjas. Impressive. Even the 4 root ninjas, who stood opposed to Yunkong, could not help but silently commend the elegance of his maneuver. Fluid and seamless, Yunkong appeared to effortlessly escape the confines of the ninjas' encirclement. However, had their intent been to eliminate him, such an escape would have been far from feasible. As Yunkong broke free, the 4 root ninjas, either leveraging their hands for stability or executing deft maneuvers to regain their footing, swiftly altered their direction and resumed the chase. Just as Yunkong had successfully evaded the Umbu's grasp, Yuyo exclaimed to Shiyu as they rushed towards the scene. "He has broken through the encirclement?" The oil woman Shiyu inquired with astonishment. Surrounded by 4 Umbu ninjas, it was remarkable that Yunkong managed to break free from their encirclement in just a few minutes. How did he achieve such a feat? Shiyu was not only surprised but also intrigued, curious about Yunkong's true abilities. he hadn't intended to come our way. Instead, he headed towards the 7th training ground, as Hinata Yuro remarked. Shiyu, remaining calm, nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in Yunkong's decision. He believed that even with the two of us, escape would be impossible and might only endanger us further, hence his rush to the 7th training ground. The instructor there was said to be Lord Minato, a direct disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, Shiyu elucidated. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yunkong. It was Lord Minato. Hinata Yuro halted abruptly, stating this observation. After breaking through the encirclement of the 4 root ninjas, Yunkong hastily made his way toward the 7th training ground. However, as a mere subordinate, he found himself gradually closing the distance with the pursuing ninjas. At that moment, a ninja materialized beside Yunkong, seizing him and swiftly transporting him to a branch of a large tree. The newcomer was none other than the Yellow Flash, Minato, who had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Yunkong. However, at this point, Minato had yet to earn the title of the Yellow Flash. Minato's sudden appearance startled the 4 root ninjas, though they quickly regained their composure. They halted their pursuit, standing before Minato. Lord Minato, Yunkong, still reeling from the abrupt turn of events, began to comprehend his new surroundings. It became evident that Minato's strength far surpassed Yunkong's, as the latter would be easily overwhelmed in a direct confrontation. The root ninjas, taken aback by Minato's presence, recognized the formidable prowess of Jiraiya's disciple, understanding that even they would find him a challenging opponent. Lord Minato, the 4 root ninjas respectfully greeted him. We come at the behest of Lord Danzo, requesting that Yunkong accompany us to the root. Minato nodded, casting a glance at Yunkong, perplexed by the situation, as it was clear these individuals were from the village. Yunkong finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, "You are here at Lord Danzo's behest. Why did you not say so earlier? I thought you were outsiders." The captain of the root ninjas, visibly irate, seemed to believe that their initial greeting had clearly conveyed their purpose. Yet, Yunkong's misunderstanding appeared to be merely an excuse. Nevertheless, the root ninjas, steadfast in their resolve, paid no heed to Yunkong's protest. At the very least, the 3 of them understood that Minato would not prevent Yunkong from meeting with Danzo. As anticipated, Minato regarded the 4 ninjas, then leaned in to whisper to Yunkong. "You can trust them. I will inform the Hokage about this matter." It is evident that Watergate discerned Yunkong's distrust towards Danzo, and thus offered him words of comfort. Yunkong nodded. He was acutely aware that Watergate's esteemed reputation could not simply shield him from Danzo's influence. If it were Jiraiya, Watergate's mentor, or one of the other 2 legendary Sannin, it might have been a different matter. However, Yunkong's intention was never to have Watergate confront Danzo on his behalf. The reason he did not accompany the 4 root ninjas to meet Danzo was that he wished to avoid an inconspicuous encounter with him. For both his safety and future, Yunkong did not want to find himself unwittingly coerced into joining the root organization, a place that was far from suitable for a normal individual. By conveying the information of his meeting with Danzo, he ensured that Danzo could no longer openly threaten him, nor could he compel Yunkong into actions against his will. This arrangement afforded Yunkong a measure of maneuverability. Watergate glanced at the 4 ninjas before lowering his head and softly reassuring Yunkong, "Rest assured, follow them. I shall report this matter to the Hokage." Clearly, Watergate recognized Yunkong's apprehension towards Danzo and sought to alleviate his concerns. Having achieved his objective, Yunkong smiled at Watergate and replied, "I appreciate your assistance, Lord Watergate." He bowed in gratitude. Watergate immediately understood that Yunkong was not afraid of meeting Danzo, but rather wished to avoid a secretive encounter. As long as someone was aware that Yunkong had been summoned by Danzo, their meeting would be placed in the public eye. Regardless of Danzo's character, he could not act against Yunkong in plain sight. The village would not harbor a ninja who would harm its own citizens. This was the reason why all of Orochimaru's past contributions to Konoha were disregarded following the exposure of his deeds. Watergate initially intended to inform the Hokage about this matter, hoping the Hokage would exert pressure on Danzo to ensure Yunkong's safety. However, it now appeared unnecessary. As long as the 3rd Hokage was made aware that Yunkong had been taken by Danzo, his safety would be assured. "Let us depart," Yunkong said, taking the initiative to step away from Watergate and addressing the 4 root ninjas. Understanding Yunkong's intentions, Watergate made no effort to impede him. Under Watergate's watchful gaze, Yunkong vanished alongside the 4 Umbu ninjas. Yunkong has left with the 4 Umbu ninjas, Hinata Yuru exclaimed as she abruptly halted before Yamanaka Shiyu. What? Lord Watergate did not intervene? Yamanaka Shiyu inquired. The response came from Hinata Yuru with a slight shake of her head. Could it be that the Hokage invited him? And Yun Kong asked Lord Watergate to verify the identities of these four ninjas? Yamanaka Shiyu speculated. Given their current status as members of ninja clans, they had no access to the intelligence of the Root organization. Unbeknownst to Yun Kong, he remained oblivious to the doubts harbored by Yamanaka Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, as well as Watergate's explanations to the restless Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. At that moment, standing before Yun Kong was a formidable ninja, the feared leader of the Root organization, Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Danzo Shimura exhibited none of the cunning that often accompanies old age, despite the palpable aura of menace that surrounded him. Clad in the attire of an Umbu ninja, Danzo's right eye was enveloped in thick white bandages, nearly obscuring the right side of his face. Was the Sharingan concealed beneath that bandage? Had Danzo already undergone the transplantation of the Sharingan? Such thoughts raced through the mind of Yun Kong. Was it possible that Kakashi was not the first to receive such an eye? After all, it was because Kakashi had transplanted Obito's Sharingan that the infamous Obito had embarked on a path of stealing others' bloodline limits. Yet, upon reflection, Yun Kong realized that given Obito's current status as merely an ordinary ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, he lacked the qualifications to approach Danzo or to be privy to his secrets. Thus, Yun Kong stood there, somewhat dazed, before Danzo. After a prolonged silence, Danzo spoke. You are the first person, aside from the third Hokage, to let your mind wander in my presence. Danzo's words jolted Yun Kong back from his reverie. Oh, you flatter me, Yun Kong replied politely, having not fully grasped Danzo's statement, but sensing that the tone was somewhat complimentary. However, his courteous response was interpreted by Danzo as a display of impoliteness. Yet, Danzo chose not to dwell on such trivialities. His esteemed position rendered it unnecessary to chastise Yun Kong over a minor matter. I have heard that you have been reluctant to meet with me, Danzo inquired. Reluctant indeed. Yun Kong mused internally. Who would want to meet with someone like you, the head of the Umbu? You are hardly a great beauty. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he could not voice them, unless he intended to forfeit his standing within the village. One must bow to authority when lacking strength. Firmly shaking his head, Yun Kong asserted, How could I refuse an invitation from you, Lord Danzo? He intended to address Danzo with deference, for in the world of Naruto, one must adopt a subordinate stance when one's status falls short of another's. However, he soon realized that such a response might not be wise. Should Danzo take advantage of the situation and pull him into the Root organization, he might find himself in a predicament with no avenue for escape. Thus, after much contemplation, Yun Kong simply responded. Nevertheless, this again was perceived by Danzo as evidence of Yun Kong's discourtesy. So, you dare not decline? Danzo remarked. Internally, Yun Kong cursed. What the hell? You are a high-ranking official in the village. Is it your intention to nitpick at a mere nobody like me? Can you not exhibit some magnanimity? With no other recourse, Yun Kong fell silent, choosing not to respond to Danzo's probing. However, it was evident that Danzo was not inclined to let Yun Kong evade this encounter so easily. He felt it necessary to instill a sense of reverence in Yun Kong towards the Root organization, to make him feel proud of potentially joining its ranks. Yet, from Danzo's perspective, it appeared that Yun Kong regarded the Root with disdain, as though it were a plague, his countenance betraying a sentiment that anyone who encountered it would be doomed. Under Danzo's scrutinizing gaze, Yun Kong felt utterly helpless. It appears that Danzo has no intention of providing a reasonable explanation, and thus he intends to fixate on Yun Kong until the latter succumbs to madness. Presently, Yun Kong feels on the verge of losing his sanity. He remains still, resigning himself to the situation, for what more could he do than simply gaze into space? Initially, Yun Kong planned to maintain his silence. However, whenever his mind began to wander, Danzo's gaze pierced through him like a sharp blade, penetrating his very heart. It was akin to the sensation of being called upon by a teacher just as one begins to daydream during class. After enduring this discomfort twice, Yun Kong mused that it would surely induce a heart attack. It seems that unless he offers Danzo a plausible explanation, the latter has no intention of letting him go. Reluctantly, Yun Kong spoke with utmost respect. The reason for my hesitation lies in my profound reverence for the Root. After a brief pause, sufficient to capture Danzo's attention, he continued. My admiration for you, sir, flows like an unending river, relentless and overwhelming. akin to a flood that cannot be contained. Initially, Yin Kong had intended to liken it to the Yellow River, but upon reflection, he realized that such a river does not exist in the world of shinobi. Thankfully, he swiftly altered his words. Thus, for a figure of your stature, a person of such renown who commands respect across the 5 great nations, I hold you in the highest esteem. Naturally, this reverence compels me to keep my distance. The unfamiliar breeds fear, and fear, in turn, breeds caution. Yin Kong's response was nothing short of nonsensical, skillfully sidestepping Danzou's inquiry. Although Danzou was aware that Yin Kong's words were mere fabrications, he calmly replied, "You may leave." His tone betrayed no anger, unfazed by Yin Kong's evasion. "What?" Yin Kong instinctively questioned upon hearing Danzou's words. "You want me to leave? Do you wish to stay? Shall I invite you to dine with me?" Danzou humorously interjected, delivering a joke that was surprisingly unexpected from his lips. No, there's no need for such extravagance. Please, do not see me out," Yin Kong affirmed, and upon realizing that Danzou had issued an order for his departure, he bounded out with great haste. The foundation of Konoha truly resembled the roots of a mighty tree. The core lay directly beneath the very room Yin Kong had just vacated, yet given his current standing, entry was utterly unattainable. As he departed the Roots building, he cast a seemingly casual glance around. The Root? I wonder when I might visit this place, Yin Kong pondered. As Yin Kong cheerfully exited the building, a flicker of a smile appeared on Danzou's otherwise grim visage. Such poor acting. Do you think I would let you off so easily? He mused to himself. Regrettably, the Root is not a place one can simply choose to forego joining. Unbeknownst to Yin Kong, Danzou's thoughts were far removed from his own. Bursting forth from the Root's edifice, Yin Kong basked in the warmth of the sun, its rays enveloping him. He instinctively squinted his eyes and exhaled deeply. Indeed, the Root was a ghastly place, as chilling as a realm inhabited by specters. After standing under the sun for a while, feeling a warm glow enveloping him, Yin Kong straightened his posture and vanished into the bustling crowd. The journey to the Roots took no more than 10 minutes, most of which was spent in silence. Glancing at the time, Yin Kong resolved to head to the Konoha Ninja Hospital. Were the teachers of Konoha Village truly so irresponsible? One by one, they hurried off after class. And it seemed that only Yin Kong's instructor was so unreliable. Thus, after residing in this world for 7 years, Yin Kong found himself, for a fleeting moment, uncertain of his desires. However, this brief confusion was swiftly cast aside. Last night, he had managed to revive a suffocating fish. He wondered what medical ninjutsu he would encounter today. Muttering to himself, Yin Kong ambled toward the hospital, stopping for a leisurely lunch at a restaurant. It had been a long time since he had wandered aimlessly like this, and he relished the tranquility of the moment. Yet, this leisurely interlude came to an abrupt end upon his arrival at the Konoha Ninja Hospital. Inside, he was met with the sight of over a dozen severely injured individuals, alongside dozens of lightly wounded middle-aged men awaiting treatment. Had the third ninja war commenced? Yin Kong pondered, hastening to approach a lightly injured middle-aged man to inquire, "Sir, what transpired?" The man, sporting a gash on his arm crudely bandaged with a strip of torn cloth, initially seemed reluctant to engage with Yin Kong. However, upon noticing the forehead protector adorning Yin Kong's brow, his demeanor shifted. A ninja's worth cannot be judged by age. Since Yin Kong was indeed a ninja, he deserved a different regard. The merchant caravan encountered bandits near Blackstone Mountain on their return. The man began, but before he could elaborate further, a nurse from the hospital called him away. Yin Kong, eager to unravel the unfolding events, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Nurse, your timing couldn't be more impeccable," he muttered inwardly. With so many injured, Yin Kong gleaned enough from the snippets of conversation to understand that the caravan had been inexplicably attacked by a band of robbers while traversing Blackstone Mountain. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the world of ninjas. Being robbed was a rather typical affair. Moreover, bandits generally sought riches without regard for life. Yet, to his astonishment, one reckless youth from the caravan, overestimating his own prowess, had audaciously attempted to take on the bandits single-handedly. This youth, a mere apprentice of a fallen samurai, had unwittingly dragged the entire caravan into peril. After managing to defeat 2 of the bandits, he was soon overwhelmed by the rest. Were it not for the desperate efforts of his fellow caravan members to rescue him, the best outcome would likely have been to be discarded atop a desolate hill. Sighing, Yin Kong lamented the presence of such brash individuals devoid of true strength, who only complicate matters further. Indeed, today seemed to be fraught with misfortune. Observing the bustling activity within the hospital, it became apparent that his medical instructor was preoccupied and unable to devote time to him. As Yun Kong rose to depart, he fortuitously encountered his instructor, who was in need of assistance. His medical teacher, a middle-aged man with small eyes named Chuan Zhongzhido, appeared unassuming. Clad in the standard attire of a medical ninja from Konohagakure, he was, in essence, an ordinary medical ninja, indistinguishable among many. Yun Kong, your timing is impeccable. I have a critically injured patient. Please assist me in extracting the blade lodged in his chest, Chuan Zhongzhido instructed. The instructor appeared to have been laboring diligently, beads of perspiration visible upon his brow. Yun Kong nodded, recognizing that he had little else to occupy his time, and decided to accompany him. Despite his lack of imposing appearance, Yun Kong's teacher possessed commendable medical ninjutsu skills. While proficient, he had not yet reached the extraordinary levels of renowned figures such as Tsunade or Orochimaru. Following Chuan Zhongzhido's lead, Yun Kong navigated through the corridors until they arrived at an operating room, where a young man, no older than 17 or 18, lay partially reclined on a bed. The reason for his position was evident. A long blade had pierced through his chest. The fact that he had sustained such a severe injury and yet remained alive was remarkable. Upon first glance, Yun Kong was struck by the alarming sight of the wound. However, as he drew closer, he realized the situation was not as dire as it appeared. The blade had narrowly avoided all vital organs, penetrating through the gaps between the ribs. Despite the gruesome exterior, the young man's injury had received preliminary treatment, and his bleeding had been staunched. An intravenous needle was still inserted into his arm, indicating that once the blade was removed, he would likely survive. Yun Kong, I will manage the bleeding. You must carefully extract the blade from this man's chest, Chuan Zhongzhido commanded, positioning himself at the patient's side. Relax, this injury is not as severe as it looks. Once we remove the blade, he will be fine. With a reassuring smile, he comforted the young man. Yun Kong nodded, thinking to himself that it was merely a matter of extracting a blade. Rest assured, I will complete this in the blink of an eye, he declared, his hand already gripping the hilt of the knife. Yet, before he could withdraw the blade, the young man trembled violently, as if struck by an unseen force. Your trembling makes it difficult for me to pull the blade out. Relax, my movements are swift, almost imperceptible, Yun Kong reassured him. I'm not afraid. I'm in pain, the youth replied, beads of sweat forming on his pale forehead. Pain? Chuan Zhongzhido inquired, and the young man nodded vigorously in response. In the air, Yun Kong produced a kunai, swiftly slicing away the boy's garments before him. With a single glance, Yun Kong discerned the gravity of the situation. The youth was indeed fortunate. Had the blade deviated even slightly, it could have severed the boy's spinal nerves. Even if he were to survive, he would likely find himself bound to a wheelchair in the future. However, the predicament also posed a challenge for treatment. A moment's inattention while extracting the blade could mean that the boy, having escaped the clutches of the robbers, would instead succumb to Yun Kong's hand. Yun Kong, you attend to his bleeding while I extract the knife, declared Chuan Zhongzhiren decisively, having just encountered the hilt of the boy's blade. There was no time to seek alternative assistance. Yun Kong had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding resolutely as he exchanged positions with Chuan Zhongzhiren. Perhaps he never anticipated that after saving a fish the previous day, he would be called upon to save a life today. His prior healing endeavors for Kakashi and Obito had merely involved promoting blood circulation and alleviating bruises. I shall begin, Chuan Zhongzhiren stated gravely, his hand gently grasping the hilt embedded in the boy's chest. Meanwhile, Yun Kong enveloped his hands in green chakra, commencing the treatment of the youth's wounds. If it hurts, do not hesitate to speak, Chuan Zhongzhiren instructed, his efforts unwavering as he gradually withdrew the blade. The long knife was slowly extracted, and although the sword grazed the boy's chest, causing blood to seep intermittently, Yun Kong's healing promptly stemmed the flow. Thus, the blade was gradually drawn out. But when only about 1/10 remained, Chuan Zhongzhiren's hand abruptly halted. What is the matter? Yun Kong immediately noticed the unusual stillness and inquired softly. It has deviated from the expected trajectory. If I continue to pull, I risk severing a major artery near the cervical spine, Chuan Zhongzhiren replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Kong fell into contemplative silence. An artery, such a frightening prospect. If the bleeding were to become uncontrollable, the outcome would be dire. It was said that Kato Dan, The beloved of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, perished due to a ruptured artery from internal injuries. Even Tsunade, a princess among the Sannin, found such situations to be exceedingly troublesome. One could only imagine the challenge it posed for Yun Kong, who was merely a novice in medical ninjutsu. There is another method to extract it. Yun Kong's mind raced rapidly. If the injury to the artery could not be avoided, perhaps sacrificing a pawn to save the king was the only recourse. Paralysis was certainly preferable to death. There is another way, he murmured. What? Before Chuan Zhongjiren could pose his question, the youth, filled with urgency, interjected. First, we must preserve life, Yun Kong replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, both Chuan Zhongjiren, Yun Kong's medical mentor, and the youth understood his intent. Yun Kong gazed intently at the young man, awaiting his response. He was never one to shy away from difficult circumstances, as he believed that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of lacking firewood. In the face of such a dilemma, Yun Kong would invariably prioritize survival. Healing completely would be ideal, but one must first secure their life. After all, who could predict what miracles might unfold in the future? Yet, without life, nothing else would matter. Regrettably, this youth was not of such a disposition. He pondered briefly and declared that if he were to be bettered for life, he would prefer death. His countenance was pale, yet his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Yun Kong exchanged a glance with Chuan Zhongjiren, acknowledging, "Very well, we shall respect your decision. However, rest assured that the situation may not be as dire as you perceive." Yun Kong's words were comforting, and it must be said that while he was not typically of such a temperament, this steadfastness was undeniably admirable. Upon concluding his statement, and while the youth and Chuan Zhongjiren remained unaware, Yun Kong deftly grasped the hilt of the long blade with 2 fingers and gently extracted the last remaining fragment. A brilliant azure light enveloped his hand, thoroughly cloaking the youth's wound. Once these actions were completed, Chuan Zhongjiren and the youth finally came to realize what had transpired. However, blood rapidly surged forth from the youth's chest, no longer merely trickling but rather gushing forth, indicating that the artery had indeed been severed. "Teacher, please regulate his blood flow. I will endeavor to mend his vessels," Yun Kong instructed, placing his other hand upon the youth's chest. Under Yun Kong's intense focus, the flow of blood began to diminish. "Hurry," Yun Kong urged, feeling his chakra waning. The fierce battles earlier that day, employing techniques such as Chidori, Rasengan, and Shadow Clone, had not allowed him to fully recuperate. At this moment, the youth had already lost consciousness. Chuan Zhongjiren inhaled deeply, torn between lamenting Yun Kong's impulsiveness and admiring his decisiveness. Yet, he rushed to the youth's side, a sphere of verdant light appearing behind him as he began to administer aid following Yun Kong's method. With Chuan Zhongjiren's intervention, it became evident that the flow of blood from the youth's wound was slowing. "Be swift. I cannot sustain this for long," Chuan Zhongjiren remarked. As it was a formidable challenge to maintain the youth's vital signs while simultaneously reducing his blood flow, Yun Kong nodded, silently urging himself to be more meticulous. Observing closely, one could see that the green light in Yun Kong's hands resembled delicate threads weaving around the youth's chest, initiating the closure of the wound. In an instant, the green glow appeared as countless threads threading through the injury, visibly accelerating the healing process, particularly with the artery that Yun Kong had lacerated, now gradually beginning to seal under his ministrations. "Hurry," Yun Kong implored, beads of sweat forming upon his brow as a slight tremor coursed through his body. The task of employing medical ninjutsu to address such a wound was proving exceedingly arduous for him at that moment. "Please, be prompt," Chuan Zhongjiren urged once more. At this moment, the artery torn by the clouds bore a wound scarcely measuring a few micrometers. Yet, this minuscule injury presented a far greater challenge than all prior wounds combined. As the wound diminished, even with the blood flow of the unconscious youth under the control of Nakagawa Naoto, the pressure at the site gradually intensified. With the remnants of the wound barely sustaining its original form, Yun Kong reflected, "I can maintain this state for no more than 5 minutes." Half an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. However, under Yun Kong's treatment, the wound remained at a mere few micrometers. Nakagawa Naoto remarked, his complexion mirroring that of the young man, his medical attire soaked with perspiration. Yun Kong, too, was drenched in sweat. "Damn it," Yun Kong cursed inwardly. The wound he had patched was on the verge of being torn apart by the tumultuous blood flow, rendering his efforts futile. Unless he could seal the wound instantaneously and then reinforce it, It was akin to blocking a flood. One must first stem the tide before gradually fortifying the dam to control the raging waters. Yet, Yunkong's medical prowess was insufficient to close all the youth's wounds in an instant. Was he to surrender so easily? Observing the profound fatigue etched on the young man's face, Yunkong instinctively muttered, perhaps ending it here wouldn't be such a bad choice. The healing beam he was wielding began to wane. I have done my best, Yunkong thought. Watching as the wounds he could no longer control began to worsen, his heart sinking deeper into despair. Yunkong! A thunderous shout jolted him back to reality, reminding him of his medical ethics. You must never give up on your patient until the very end. Are you truly going to abandon this life entrusted to you? Nakagawa Naoto's voice resonated with urgency. The sorrow in Yunkong's eyes was palpable, evident to all and keenly observed by Nakagawa Naoto. The principles of a physician struck Yunkong like a sudden revelation. He paused, noting the pallor of his mentor's face. It seemed Nakagawa was nearing his limits as well. Yet how could he treat the youth? Yunkong hastily intensified his efforts, though it appeared to be a desperate struggle. If only Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, were here, she might be able to save this young man's life, Yunkong mused. Suddenly, it felt as though a profound realization struck him. Tsunade, cellular activation. The thought of Tsunade conjured these words in his mind. Yes, since external forces could not aid in healing the wounds, why not seek a solution from within? Much like Tsunade's creation rebirth technique. With this epiphany, it was as if a door had swung open in Yunkong's mind. Teacher, hold on a little longer. I will make one final attempt, Yunkong declared. After receiving Nakagawa Naoto's affirmation, Yunkong began to form hand seals with one hand, much to Nakagawa's astonishment. This was Yunkong's first attempt at one-handed seals. Though he had tried before, it had always been with a nonchalant attitude regarding the outcome. In this critical moment, Yunkong could only succeed. Failure was not an option, for the dire consequences would mean the demise of the young man lying on the bed. The seals, Shen Shun Zi, Yucho Si Zhu Wei Shun, were swiftly executed by Yunkong's hands. Visible to the naked eye, strands of lightning began to emerge from his right hand. The only method left for Yunkong to activate cellular vitality was through the stimulation of electricity. The situation, however, was evidently more complex than he had anticipated. Upon completing the thousand-bird seal, a searing pain shot through his right hand, accompanied by a surge of electricity. In an instant, Yunkong's previously rosy complexion turned pallid, beads of sweat rapidly accumulating on his brow before cascading down his cheeks. The excruciating pain in his right hand rendered his consciousness increasingly blurred. Fortunately, Yunkong did not intend to execute the thousand-bird seal with one hand. He merely sought to convert his chakra into lightning attributes to revive the cells at the young man's chest wound. The crackling sound of electricity emanated from Yunkong's hand, accompanied by the tremors of pain coursing through his body. Yet, enduring pain was never the sole objective for Yunkong. While maintaining the lightning attribute chakra, he also had to mitigate its destructive capacity. The effort to weaken the chakra's destructive force proved far more exhausting than simply enduring the pain it inflicted. Through his arduous endeavor, the thunderous chakra in his right hand gradually stabilized, transforming into mere flickers of lightning, the cacophony of its roar fading into silence. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Yunkong thought to himself, casting a knowing glance at Chuanzhong Jiren. The green radiance in Chuanzhong Jiren's hands intensified once more, and Yunkong sensed a slight reduction in the flow of blood from the young man's chest. Good, Yunkong mused, as the lightning attribute chakra combined with medical ninjutsu was applied to the young man's chest. A muffled groan escaped the unconscious youth, but he did not awaken. Instead, overwhelming pain elicited an involuntary cry. Had Yunkong possessed the Sharingan, he would have witnessed the cells in the young man's arterial vessels rapidly separating under the electric stimulus, their DNA swiftly unraveling, transitioning from the inner phase to the mitotic phase. In a mere blink, the swiftly dividing cells sealed the last remnants of the wound in the young man's arteries. With no outlet for the blood to burst forth, it could only circulate anew through the body's vessels. Although Yunkong had yet to awaken the Sharingan, he could distinctly perceive the changes occurring in the young man lying on the bed. The blood from his chest no longer flowed forth. With a thud, Yunkong collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. At this moment, his right hand felt utterly drained, as if it had been overexerted, leaving him without the strength to lift it. Behind him, Nakato Chihito, who controlled the flow of blood, cast a glance at Yunkong, who nodded slightly with a relaxed expression. Nakato swiftly moved to the front of the young man, meticulously examining his wounds. With a smile, Nakato nodded and placed his hands back on the young man's chest. Having already sealed the arterial wound, the treatment of this penetrating injury before him was trivial by comparison. Once again, Nakato's gaze returned to Yunkong, astonished by the unexpected talent of this child of his colleague. The wound that had just been treated was something even he might have struggled to heal. Could it be that this young ninja, who had barely studied medical ninjutsu for less than a year, had truly accomplished such a feat? Seeing Yunkong, utterly fatigued, Nakato began to suspect that he might be concealing his true capabilities. Under Nakato's care, the young man's penetrating wound was swiftly addressed. Who would have thought that such a challenging task would be accomplished by you? After confirming the young man's safety, Nakato, without regard for his image, plopped down onto the ground beside Yunkong. Observing his teacher in a state of disarray and drenched in sweat, Yunkong felt a rare pang of guilt. Had he not recklessly pressed the knife's handle against the young man's wound, his teacher would not have had to face such challenges alongside a novice medical ninja. Yunkong pondered the importance of caution in all future endeavors. Otherwise, he risked endangering either others' lives or his own. Teacher, I should have been more careful. If not for my recklessness, this young man might not have come so close to losing his life, Yunkong admitted. Deeply remorseful, he was not the cold-hearted person he might seem. If his actions had led to the young man's demise, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. In truth, you performed admirably. Not only you, but even I did not anticipate the peril of this young man's injury, Nakato reassured Yunkong. Ultimately, it was my oversight. Had I examined the wound more thoroughly, this situation could have been avoided. However, your method just now was truly remarkable. Such a severe injury healed in an instant. Nakato expressed with admiration. He was curious to know more about the technique, but as Yunkong's teacher, he felt too proud to stoop to stealing his student's ninjutsu. Yunkong, being astute, sensed the longing in his teacher's tone, akin to a martial artist yearning for a legendary martial arts manual. As a medical ninja, Nakato naturally aspired to learn an effective healing technique. It's not some novel method. It's the cellular activation I mentioned before. Previously, it was merely a theory, but I lacked the means to implement it, Yunkong revealed. This time, utilizing lightning for the electric shock was ultimately a matter of fortune. Surviving it was merely due to luck. Yunkong, without reservation, elucidated this to his mentor, Chuanzhong Naoto. As Yunkong's instructor in medical ninjutsu, Chuanzhong Naoto was well aware of the concept of cellular activation that Yunkong frequently mentioned. However, this issue was reportedly under investigation by one of the current 3 legendary ninjas, Tsunade, although he had previously endeavored to explore various methodologies for cellular activation. Missteps often led to cellular death, yielding no practical results. It was unexpected for Yunkong to successfully apply it in practice. Nonetheless, Chuanzhong Naoto understood that Yunkong's assertion of relying entirely on luck was indeed accurate. Cellular activation itself is simple as stimulating it. The challenge lies in controlling the degree of activation. If the activation is too minimal, it may have negligible effects, yet if it is excessively high, it could cause abnormalities in organs or tissues. Therefore, employing cellular activation in medical ninjutsu is merely feasible in theory. Once Chuanzhong Naoto grasped this reasoning, he realized that Yunkong was not intentionally concealing anything from him. With his discerning eye, he could not be mistaken. And the burn on the young man's chest was unmistakable. It was a result of Yunkong's excessively potent electrical stimulation scorching some cells. At that moment, the young man lying on the bed let out a soft groan and slowly opened his eyes. Am I dead? His voice was somewhat hoarse, likely due to the pain from his recent outcry injuring his throat. Before the youth could wallow in self-pity, reminiscing about the beauty of his past life, Yunkong interjected. It seems not. You are still here with us. The young man turned his gaze toward Yunkong. Did you save me? He asked, his voice dry. His look conveyed gratitude mingled with an ineffable emotion. Yunkong cleared his throat twice. He hesitated to claim the title of savior. Had it not been for his reckless decision to restrain the blade, the young man might not have faced such perilous circumstances. Thus, he found it difficult to accept the grateful gaze directed at him. However, the young man harbored no such reservations. He struggled to rise, intending to express his thanks to Yunkong, only to be gently pressed back onto the bed. Observing the youth's appreciative demeanor, Yunkong felt rather uncomfortable taking credit for the outcome and instead pointed to Chuanzhong Naoto standing beside him. In truth, the credit belongs to my teacher. Had it not been for his stabilization of your vital functions, you wouldn't have endured until I bandaged your wounds. Upon hearing Yinkong's words, the young man hastily attempted to rise again to thank Chuanzhong Naoto. No need for formality, Chuanzhong Naoto remarked, patting his hands together. This is merely our duty. He spoke humbly. Although your wounds have largely healed, the treatment process has still taken a toll on your vitality. It seems you will need to remain in the hospital for over a week. Nakamura Naoto advised the young man on what to do during his hospitalization, prompting Yinkong to escort the youth to the ward. Yinkong nodded, feeling utterly exhausted and relieved that he would not have to do anything else today. In his thoughts, Yinkong collaborated with Nakamura Naoto to lift the young man onto the stretcher, wheeling him out of the medical room. After stretching his stiff shoulders, Nakamura returned to his office. Today, Yinkong had utilized cellular revitalization therapy to treat this young man, which he must document as a case study to submit to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Since Yinkong had become Tsunade's apprentice to learn medical ninjutsu, she had sent someone to ensure that every detail of Yinkong's learning process was meticulously recorded and reported back to her. Such a significant topic as cellular revitalization, especially a successful case, undoubtedly warranted documentation, even if the success was 99.9% reliant on luck. Unbeknownst to Yinkong, Nakamura Naoto was involved in clandestine matters. As Yinkong conversed with the young man, he learned that his name was Joan. However, the name Joan bore no resemblance to the youth's appearance, who was in his 20s. During their casual chat, Yinkong also discovered that this young man was indeed the instigator of the brawl, the cause of which surprisingly revolved around the daughter of the merchant leading the caravan. Yinkong, however, swiftly redirected the conversation, showing no interest in tales of a lowly man enamored with a woman of grace, only to have bandits forcefully seize her. But, considering your grave injuries, why hasn't that affluent merchant's daughter come to see you? Yinkong inquired. Admittedly, Yinkong was not particularly adept at conversation. Such curiosities should remain unvoiced. Fortunately, Joan did not mind, merely chuckling softly and deftly changing the subject. The hospital was small, especially the distance between the ward and the medical room, which was generally not far apart. After settling Joan in, Yinkong planned to leave, as this chaotic day had drained his energy, and he longed for a restful sleep. Wait a moment, Brother Yinkong. Joan called out just as Yinkong was about to exit the room. Brother Yinkong, I'm only 7 years old. You, a youth in your 20s. Calling me brother feels quite strange. With no time to dwell on this, Joan reached for a scroll from his waist. You saved my life, and I have nothing to repay you with. By chance, I acquired a ninjutsu technique, but since I am not a ninja, I would like to pass it on to you. You must be a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, right? Joan remarked, extending the scroll towards Yinkong. Yinkong paused briefly, then replied, All right, thank you. He accepted the scroll politely, not overly concerned, for a wandering warrior like this youth might indeed possess something of great power. Thank you, Yinkong said. Joan nodded slightly, addressing Yinkong. Should you fail to master this ninjutsu, I hope you find a worthy successor to carry on its legacy, lest it perish with me. Exhausted, Joan reclined on the bed once more. Yinkong, observing the gravity of Joan's expression, pondered whether this truly was an advanced ninjutsu. Otherwise, such a demeanor would be unwarranted. With a solemn heart, he expressed his gratitude, assuring Joan, Rest assured, I will not allow this ninjutsu to fade into obscurity. Joan offered a faint nod, and after Yinkong closed the door to the room, tears streamed down his cheeks. Father, I lack the strength to uphold this ninjutsu's legacy. The burden of our family's mission weighs heavily upon me. After facing death once, I have gained clarity. Father, I am surrendering. You will not blame me, will you? Joan whispered, though Yinkong had already exited the room and could not hear his words. Yinkong casually tucked the scroll into his ninja gear pouch. Exhaustion enveloped him. He lacked the energy to investigate the nature of the ninjutsu further, opting to set it aside for the time being. He greeted Chuanzhong Rahido, noticing that he was still preoccupied with some task. Not wishing to intrude, Yinkong refrained from interrupting, especially as he felt too drained to study medical ninjutsu that day. With fatigue etched across his face, he returned home and acknowledged his father, who was tending to the store, before retiring to his room to rest. When Yinkong next awoke, the dawn sky was dimly lit, and he languidly stretched, wiping away the remnants of sleep from his eyes. since the previous afternoon. Shortly after 3, he felt his spirit had been entirely rejuvenated. However, his stomach betrayed him with an insistent growl. Yet, Yun Kong remained in bed. Breakfast was not yet prepared, and even if he were to rise, it would merely result in his parents enlisting him to assist in the morning meal. Given Yun Kong's nature, he preferred to indulge in another brief slumber. However, he soon realized that such hopes were futile after sleeping for so long. Rest would not come easily. Sitting up, he decided to retrieve the scroll Jiuan had entrusted to him. It contained only a simple sealing technique, the method for its activation having been imparted to him by Jiuan the prior day. Like every ninja's essential jutsu, it was safeguarded by a sealing mechanism designed to obliterate the scroll should it fall into the wrong hands during a forceful attempt at activation. This precaution was akin to the handling of crucial intelligence scrolls. With a gentle touch, Yun Kong erased the seal from the scroll and unfurled it before him. At the beginning of the scroll, the name of a jutsu astounded Yun Kong, despite the fact that he was not wearing glasses. The words technique of transformation were boldly inscribed across the entire top of the scroll. Yun Kong murmured the name to himself. Was this not a jutsu exclusive to the Rinnegan? Just these initial characters captured his interest, for the technique of transformation was extraordinarily formidable. Akin to an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique, but not merely an upgrade, rather a superlative enhancement. Upon activation, the technique of transformation allowed others to assume the appearance of a specific individual and to wield all the techniques that individual possessed, including bloodline limits. However, this came at the cost of only 30% of the original's abilities, with actions dictated by the original, resulting in a complete loss of self-awareness. When the chakra was depleted, the controlled entity would perish, reverting to its original form upon death. For the recipient, this was undoubtedly a cruel jutsu, yet for the original, it was an immensely advantageous technique. In the original narrative, when Kakashi and Naruto sought to rescue Gaara, the distant Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki employed this very technique to appear instantaneously before Kakashi and his companions. The technique of transformation, as a variant of a puppet technique, differed from conventional puppet mastery. While it superficially resembled the puppetry of Sasori, which relied on chakra threads for control, the technique of transformation was governed by the will of the practitioner. This was a terrifying aspect, as long as the will persisted. One could engage in combat without needing to be physically present on the battlefield, allowing for a calm observation of the situation without external interference. Particularly in reconnaissance or sabotage missions, one could easily fall into an endless trap. However, with the technique of transformation, such predicaments could be entirely evaded. From an individual perspective, it was merely a technique for self-preservation, yet for a village, it could significantly mitigate unnecessary losses in combat strength, accumulated over time. This could lead to a village possessing overwhelming power. Unfortunately, Yun Kong had no intention of sharing this jutsu with the village. Should it fall into the hands of the Umbu, particularly the Root Division, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue in his life. With a rapid glance, Yun Kong greedily absorbed the information contained within the scroll. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he engraved all the details into his mind within half an hour. Closing his eyes, he pondered deeply. The technique of transformation was not particularly difficult, yet it was undeniably cruel. Jutsu that required the sacrifice of a living person as a prerequisite were fundamentally harsh. Moreover, this technique bore a striking resemblance to the Edo Tensei. Both involved one person's spirit, or will, occupying another's body to manipulate it for action. However, the technique of transformation forcibly imposed the practitioner's will onto the body of the recipient, whereas Edo Tensei coerced the body of the recipient with the will of a deceased ninja, while simultaneously embedding a seal to control the deceased's intentions. The sacrifice of a living person could be considered the prerequisite for the technique of transformation. Yun Kong glanced at the scroll's description, momentarily lost in contemplation. However, Yun Kong was not contemplating whether to utilize this forbidden technique. In this chaotic world of ninjas, life is as insignificant as grass. It has never been mere rhetoric. Yun Kong has never harbored thoughts of sparing even the smallest creatures or cherishing delicate moths drawn to the lamp. Ever since fate cast him into the realm of Naruto, he has prepared himself to confront the brutal laws of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. What occupied his thoughts was whether Orochimaru had improved the Edo Tensei technique. It is worth noting that one of the two forbidden techniques Yun Kong most wished to learn upon entering this world was indeed Edo Tensei. This technique, capable of influencing the entire world from the seclusion of a cave, was perfectly suited for someone like Yun Kong, who preferred to lurk in the shadows and engage in mischief. However, being an Ultra S-rank forbidden technique of Konoha, it was utterly unattainable for someone of Yun Kong's current abilities. Sighing deeply, Yun Kong resolved to cast aside his worries. He would face whatever challenges arose in due time. He raised his gaze to the brightening sky, unconsciously stifling a yawn before rising and descending the stairs, clutching the scroll in his hand. This technique was not only beneficial for Yun Kong, but also for his father, a retired ninja of the Konoha clan. In his plans, it was crucial to have someone else take the lead, an individual completely unrelated to Yun Kong. Blood runs thicker than water, even if he wished otherwise. He had to acknowledge that some matters would require his father's involvement. Undoubtedly, this technique could ensure his father's safety while preserving Yun Kong's secrecy. Stretching languidly, he exited his room. Half an hour later, Yun Kong stepped out of his home, brimming with energy. The technique in his hand astonished his father, who had never encountered such an extraordinary ninjutsu, even in his vast experience. His father remarked that its value was undoubtedly on par with the Edo Tensei developed by the second Hokage. To this, Yun Kong merely smiled. While the value of the transformation technique might rival that of the second Hokage's Edo Tensei, compared to the improved version by Orochimaru and the one later employed by Kabuto, the current transformation technique still had numerous flaws. It was only 7:30, and their meeting was scheduled for 8:30, leaving Yun Kong with an hour to spare. He intended to visit the hospital to see the youth named Jio, and Yun Kong was unaware of how Jio and had acquired this ninjutsu, nor did he have any interest in discovering it. However, since Jio had bestowed upon him such a valuable technique, Yun Kong felt compelled to express his gratitude. Leisurely, he strolled toward the Konoha hospital, for even this rare moment of relaxation was precious to him. It was during such times that he could clear his mind of troubling thoughts and quietly drift into contemplation, allowing his imagination to wander freely. Yet reality evidently does not allow Yun Kong to be so leisurely. Unbeknownst to him, Obito, having emerged from an unexpected corner, chanced upon Yun Kong, who was lost in thought. With decisive agility, Obito swiftly concealed himself at one end of the alley where Yun Kong was about to appear. Yun Kong's vigilance was commendable. However, it was predicated on the assumption that the other party bore hostility or even occasionally murderous intent. Obito, however, harbored no such intentions, not even pausing for a fleeting glance at Yun Kong. Oblivious, Yun Kong ambled along, his mind preoccupied with devising a method to procure the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei from Orochimaru. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding enveloped him, an instinctive warning that something unfavorable loomed on the horizon. In an instant, Yun Kong snapped back to reality, only to be met with the sight of a massive sweep aimed directly at him. He shuddered, a reflex triggered by the gust created by Obito's sweeping leg. Before Yun Kong could employ a substitution technique, Obito's kick had already closed in menacingly. In a split second, Yun Kong shifted his feet, retreating nimbly while leaning back, narrowly evading the incoming strike. With the tips of his toes barely grazing the ground, he propelled himself backward, simultaneously raising his hand to unleash a flurry of shuriken towards his assailant. As he raised his gaze, he was astonished to discover that his attacker was none other than Obito. Armed with kunai, Yun Kong danced them defensively before him, but Obito deftly deflected each one, sending them scattering. Obito, what's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? Yun Kong exclaimed, recognizing that Obito, with his penchant for mischief, was up to his old tricks. Clearly, Yun Kong's momentary distraction had been interrupted by Obito, leaving him quite irked. Yet, this irritation was merely a fleeting annoyance, as Yun Kong had admonished Obito countless times before. Unfortunately, given the current state of their relationship, no amount of emphasis or prohibition from Yun Kong could sway Obito from his whims. All right, let it go, Yun Kong muttered to himself as Obito approached, draping an arm over his shoulder with a grin. This was a gesture once characteristic of Yun Kong himself. However, in the shadow of his influence, Obito had, to a certain extent, become a reflection of him. Where are you headed? Yun Kong inquired, intending to visit the hospital, yet uncertain if Minato had assigned Obito any tasks. Thus, he posed the question first. Me? Obito paused momentarily before realization dawned upon him. When he had casually rested his arm on Yun Kong, He clearly inherited some of Yun Kong's admirable qualities, promptly drifting into his own thoughts. Today, our teacher instructed us to rendezvous at the Konoha hospital. It seems we're to protect the daughter of a wealthy merchant. For the past couple of days, we've simply been safeguarding her within the village. Essentially serving as her tour guide and bodyguards, Obito replied nonchalantly. By convention, missions were meant to be kept confidential. However, given the nature of this D-rank task and the fact that it involved Yun Kong, Obito exhibited no inclination towards secrecy. Good grief, is this the disparity we face? Yun Kong pondered aloud after absorbing Obito's words, a sigh escaping him. Is it not said that after becoming a ninja, the tasks typically involve trivial duties such as weeding, walking dogs, or perhaps locating a mischievous kitten? Why, then, do Obito and his companions immediately engage in high-stakes assignments akin to that of bodyguards? Such tasks are generally classified as C-rank, are they not? However, if deemed D-rank, this might indeed be the finest among them, Yun Kong mused. Could it be attributed to their instructor? Yun Kong found himself perplexed, unaware that the essence of Obito's mission was essentially that of a tour guide. As for bodyguard duties, what peril could they possibly encounter in the village of Konohagakure? Even should danger arise, the likelihood of requiring the assistance of freshly graduated genin would be scant. Yun Kong bantered with Obito as they approached the hospital in Konoha. Upon reaching the entrance, Obito suddenly halted and inquired, Yun Kong, what brings you here? Yun Kong was taken aback, exclaiming, after walking all this way, you only just think to ask me that? Obito, how oblivious can you be? Internally bemused, he replied, I'm here to visit a friend who is hospitalized. I wanted to check on him today. Come along, follow me, Yun Kong urged, based on the information Obito provided. And through his own analysis, Yun Kong speculated that the target of their inaugural mission was likely the same individual as Jio-en's love interest, the young lady of the merchant caravan. Where are you going? I still have a task to complete. Obito protested. Yet, despite his words, his feet faithfully trailed behind Yun Kong. With a smile, Yun Kong remarked, the friend I met yesterday is likely connected to your mission's target. Since he summoned you to the hospital, I surmise he is here to visit my friend. Therefore, you might as well accompany me to meet this individual. Ignoring Obito's bewildered expression, he added, just follow me. What could your slight frame possibly fetch in the market? Rest assured, I have no intention of selling you. As Obito's confusion deepened, Yun Kong deftly redirected the conversation. The hospital where Jio-en was admitted was conveniently nearby. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at his room. However, standing at the entrance of the modest room were 4 burly men, alongside a visibly displeased Kakashi and the somewhat unfamiliar Rin Noera. Kakashi's irritation stemmed not from any other cause, but rather from Obito's tardiness. They had agreed to convene at the Hokage building at 5 o'clock in the morning, yet now the clock neared 8. Obito, Kakashi exclaimed, forcefully grasping Obito's collar. What on earth have you been up to? True to form, Obito, with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, stammered, I encountered a black cat on the way. It seemed lost, so I returned it home. That black cat you mentioned wouldn't happen to be from Yun Kong's house, would it? Kakashi asked, casting a knowing glance at Yun Kong, who stood nearby, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. My family does not keep cats, so it could not possibly be from my home. Yun Kong replied, why must the flames of the city gate's misfortune be diverted upon me? He thought, swiftly extinguishing the notion that he might be implicated in any wrongdoing. That black cat you mentioned wouldn't be from Yun Kong's place, would it? Kakashi cast a glance at the obviously curious and emotionally invested Yun Kong beside him and remarked, I do not own a cat, so it is certainly not mine. Yun Kong replied, why should the fire at the city gate implicate me, an innocent bystander? With resolute determination, Yun Kong extinguished the possibility of the flames of conflict reaching him. His implication was clear. Should the two of you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle, please proceed without dragging me into it. I have no interest in such matters. However, this was clearly a one-sided sentiment from Yun Kong, for in the chaos of the city gates burning, no bystander could remain entirely uninvolved. I did not assert that this black cat belongs to you. Rather, I meant that this black cat is you, Kakashi remarked, turning his gaze toward Yun Kong. His silence conveyed a message. Yun Kong, you are hardly virtuous. All of Tobi's undesirable traits are your teachings, and I too have been corrupted by your influence. Yun Kong remained speechless. It was evident that Tobi was not a good person, so how could it be said that he had been taught poorly by Yun Kong? Furthermore, Kakashi had never been a paragon of virtue himself, yet he had the audacity to point fingers. Of course, none of this was articulated aloud. It all transpired in the unspoken exchange between Yunkong and Kakashi. Kakashi released Tobi's collar, observing the defiance etched upon Tobi's face, which seemed to challenge Kakashi to a fight. Yunkong sensed Kakashi's ire as well. In the past, although Tobi had been tardy, he had always accepted criticism with humility. Now, however, he appeared to believe that his lateness was a quirk to be admired by Kakashi and others. Yunkong was resolute in his refusal to acknowledge that Tobi's current shamelessness was a result of his influence. By the way, Yunkong, what brings you here? Are you involved in our mission? Kakashi inquired, releasing Tobi and directing his gaze toward Yunkong. Could it be that the daughter of this wealthy merchant possesses such significance that 2 teams are required for her protection? Kakashi's eyes flicked toward the entrance. I am a friend of the injured person inside, but it seems my visit is ill-timed, Yunkong replied with a hint of self-mockery. Isn't it said that the matter isn't even on the horizon yet? Why does it appear otherwise now? A solitary man and woman alone in a room. Well, it seems this fellow has no time to meet with me. In that case, I shall take my leave. Please let him know I stopped by. As Yunkong gathered Tobi and Kakashi into an embrace, forming a compact trio, he whispered to them, if you find yourselves free tonight, come to my home. I have a remarkable ninjutsu to teach you both. Before Kakashi and Tobi could voice their curiosity, Yunkong patted their shoulders and turned to depart. What remarkable ninjutsu? The mystery lingered in the air as Tobi and Kakashi watched Yunkong's retreating figure, their hearts brimming with anticipation. With the sun shining brightly and the scenery splendid, Yunkong lamented that such a beautiful day should be spent engaging in philosophical discussions with a little girl about life and aspirations, rather than hurrying to the assembly point for their mission at the 6th training ground. Alas, as a proud otaku from a prosperous land, finding myself in this chaotic world of war is truly disheartening. Suddenly, he spotted a petite girl with purple hair ahead, her figure quite appealing for one so young. Wait a moment, how did she notice me as she turned around? Yunkong beheld a young girl before him, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. To his astonishment, as the girl turned her head, he nearly lost his balance and fell from the tree. Goodness, he thought, why is fate playing tricks on me? To his surprise, the person before him was none other than his teammate, Hinata Yuro. How had he not noticed before the allure of her figure? Despite having only met her 2 days prior, disturbing thoughts surged through Yunkong's mind. Were all the girls from the Hinata family so captivating? He recalled that Hinata Hanabi, the eldest daughter of the Hinata household, also possessed an admirable physique. Clearing his throat, he pondered whether his earlier clumsiness had gone unnoticed, considering his acute observational skills. Suddenly, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, worrying that Hinata Yuro had witnessed his earlier indiscretions. After all, the gaze he had cast was undoubtedly deserving of the label lecherous. Fortunately, it remained unclear whether Hinata Yuro had noticed or deliberately overlooked his behavior. She paused before him, waiting expectantly. Good morning. Yunkong hesitated. His cheeks flushed as he greeted her. Hinata Yuro took a moment, glancing up at the sky and questioning whether it was indeed still morning. To alleviate any awkwardness, she gently responded with a soft good morning of her own. Her voice is quite pleasant, Yunkong mused. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. What was going on with him today? Ever since he had exited the hospital, he felt an unusual surge of hormones. Yunkong. As he pondered his state, Hinata Yuro's voice broke through his reverie. Oh, he snapped back to reality. I apologize for zoning out. I was lost in thought. No worries, she replied, shaking her head lightly. I wanted to apologize for my actions with Yunyu Shiyu yesterday. We didn't mean to target you. Oh, that matter? It's nothing. We already cleared it up, right? He forgave her easily, feeling a sense of reluctance to complicate things with someone who appeared so delicate, especially since she was destined to be his teammate. It was wise to maintain a cordial relationship, as he might someday require her assistance. He contemplated how he would react if this incident had been orchestrated by that rascal Obito. He vowed to give him a piece of his mind. The same went for Kakashi. Yunkong, I find you quite easy to get along with, contrary to the rumors circulating at school. Perhaps Yunkong's magnanimity had endeared him to Hinata Yuro, for she gradually began to engage him in conversation. Wait, there are legends about me at school? He thought, amused. It seemed he was not an ordinary individual after all. He imagined regaling his juniors in the future with tales of his exploits, while I was away from school. Legends of my deeds were still whispered. The very thought was exhilarating. It appears that your class has produced 3 bullies, particularly one named Yunkong, who is notorious for his tardiness, early departures, and involvement in fights. Indeed, all the negative influences within the school seem to be connected to him. Notably, he harbors a deep disdain for the Uchiha clan, and it is rumored that he often targets the youths of that lineage. Hinata Yuro, with her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, remarked with a cheerful smile, "Is this truly how your class is spoken of?" Yunkong questioned, somewhat incredulously. "Indeed," Hinata Yuro replied with a smile, undeterred by his presence. "I have heard that this sentiment originates from 2 Uchiha youths in your class, one of whom is said to be named Uchiha Lu. The rumors suggest that you intend to challenge the Uchiha clan alone. However," as she continued, a hint of concern crept into her voice, "Yunkong, you must exercise caution. The Uchiha clan is regarded as the strongest in Konoha, and even we Hyuga have a considerable gap when compared to them. Why should I be cautious? I never intended to take on the Uchiha clan single-handedly." Yunkong thought to himself, though he sincerely expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Yuro. I harbor no ill will towards the Uchiha. It is merely that those few scoundrels are so inept, yet dare to provoke me. Thus, their words hold little weight. Nonetheless, I appreciate your warning. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Speaking too much about certain matters can indeed provoke the Uchiha's hostility. I will be more vigilant in the future." Yunkong replied earnestly, to which Hinata Yuro responded with her ever-present smile. "What a gentle soul she is," Yunkong mused. After exchanging a few casual words with Hinata Yuro, they arrived at their meeting point, a grand temple gate, where Aburame Shiyu was already waiting. Despite their brief conversation, Yunkong felt that his relationship with Hinata Yuro had deepened, the previous sense of distance had dissipated. Just as Yunkong had surmised, Hinata Yuro was indeed a remarkably gentle girl. Engaging with her was exceedingly pleasant, as if she possessed an innate charm that drew him closer. Perhaps it is the allure of beautiful and gentle girls, even at such a tender age of 7 or 8, he contemplated. "You've arrived." Aburame Shiyu greeted upon seeing Yunkong and Hinata Yuro. "The Aburame family certainly demonstrates commendable upbringing," Yunkong remarked appreciatively. "Good morning," he responded, recognizing the importance of fostering camaraderie among companions, for one never knows when they might save your life. On the head of oil woman Shiyu, an awkward black line appeared, mirroring the recent actions of Hinata Yuro. She glanced up at the sun, which had long been suspended in the sky. With a heavy heart, oil woman Shiyu remarked, "It's not early at all." The previous statement, which suggested the oil woman family was well-mannered, was to be disregarded. Yunkong thought to himself, "The people from the oil woman family truly lack conversational skills. It is no wonder they are often overlooked. Your peculiar way of conversing might easily lead to a lack of friends." Yet Yunkong, being magnanimous, chose not to hold this against Shiyu. As long as it was not yet noon, it was still early. Moreover, the teacher had not yet arrived, so naturally, "We are early." To alleviate the awkwardness of the scene, Yunkong decisively engaged in some clever reasoning. Fortunately, it seemed that oil woman Shiyu recognized the awkwardness of her prior statement, merely nodding in silence without further contesting Yunkong. "Did your parents never teach you not to speak ill of others behind their backs?" A chilling voice emerged from behind Yunkong, who was certain that only Hinata Yuro had been standing there moments ago. Unfortunately, the individual now behind him was none other than his teacher, Yamamoto Kaichi. "Where did I speak ill of you? I was merely stating facts," Yunkong thought, though he could not voice such thoughts aloud, keenly aware that he did not wish to provoke a confrontation. Thus, he nodded and uttered a statement that would surely invite further ire. "My parents did tell me not to speak ill of others behind their backs." His emphasis made it clear whom he was referring to. Without hesitation, Yamamoto Kaichi delivered a sharp slap to Yunkong's head, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Do you find your teacher too gentle?" Sensing Yamamoto's chilling aura, Yunkong felt a wave of regret wash over him. "How could I forget that my teacher is the stern Yamamoto Kaichi, the most formidable of the boar, deer, and butterfly trio?" Yunkong lamented internally. "Minato, why did you not choose me as your student?" In comparison to the golden radiance of a beaming smile, he felt completely mismatched with the perpetually serious Yamamoto Kaichi. Yamamoto, of course, did not take offense at Yunkong's slight disrespect. Moreover, respect is not merely a matter of words. The bonds between teachers and students in Konoha Village resemble friendships more than anything else, akin to the third Hokage with the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya with Naruto, and Orochimaru with Sasuke, though perhaps we should not dwell on that. "All right, Yamamoto Kaichi said, releasing Yunkong, who had been shaking his head in protest. Now, let me explain your task for today. Upon hearing this, both Oil Woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuru instinctively straightened their postures. Even the carefree Yunkong stood serious before Yamamoto Kaichi, awaiting the announcement of their mission. Yunkong was no fool. He understood well when to jest and when to be earnest. Your task today is to clean the temple behind you and fill the 18 large jars within the temple with water, Yamamoto Kaichi instructed. After Yamashita Hachi announced the mission, a disdainful voice immediately followed, reverberating in the air. What's the matter, Yunkong? Do you have any objections? Yamashita Hachi shot a disapproving glance at Yunkong. Teacher, do you lack status in front of the Hokage? This is unacceptable. You must make a more prominent impression before the Hokage to secure a favorable standing with your superiors. Only then can you expect promotions, increased salaries, ascend to the position of general manager, become a CEO, win the affection of a beautiful and wealthy partner, and ultimately reach the pinnacle of success. Listening to Yunkong's words, Yamashita Hachi's brows twitched. He struggled to suppress the impulse to throttle Yunkong. Although he did not comprehend what Yunkong meant by CEO or a beautiful and wealthy partner, it was evident from Yunkong's expression that he was speaking ill of him. Yunkong, what exactly are you trying to convey? Yamashita Hachi glared at Yunkong, his meaning unmistakably clear, silently warning him to behave, or he would face dire consequences. Teacher, I meant no offense. Yunkong quickly capitulated. Challenging Yamashita Hachi with his current strength would undoubtedly lead to a regrettable outcome. Speak quickly. Yamashita Hachi was determined not to let Yunkong off the hook so easily. He believed that this troublesome brat needed a thorough reprimanding. Yunkong was the type who only behaved after being properly disciplined. What I wanted to ask was, why did Obito and the others receive high-level tasks like bodyguard duties, while we are stuck with these menial assignments? Yunkong inquired. Teacher, do you particularly lack status in front of Lord Hokage? He weakly probed. Yunkong had already made his point quite clear, and this final query about Yamashita Hachi's status before the Hokage served as a devastating conclusion, akin to an ultimate technique's damage. The words echoed in Yamashita Hachi's ears like a song on repeat. His expression darkened, becoming increasingly stormy. Amid the sympathetic gazes from Hinata Yuru and Aburame Shiyu, Yamashita Hachi demonstrated the terrifying prowess of a jonin. It remained uncertain whether their sympathy was directed toward Yunkong or Yamashita Hachi. In a mere 10 minutes, Yamashita Hachi transformed Yunkong from a delicate young lad into a rather unfortunate sight. Bearing the thick shadows of exhaustion beneath his eyes, Yunkong trailed behind Yamashita Hachi, every part of his body aching, yet curiously devoid of any visible bruises. Such was the prowess of a jonin. Even in combat, their skills were unparalleled. In the vastness of the sky, Yunkong couldn't help but reflect, dutifully trailing behind Yamashong Hai. Indeed, I possess the innate potential to be a well-behaved child. Slowly, Yunkong maintained his steady pace, eyes fixed forward, mirroring the footsteps of Yamashong Hai. This temple is quite substantial, he mused, noting the considerable number of monks within. From the entrance to this very spot, he had encountered no fewer than 10 monks. As Yunkong obediently followed Yamashong Hai, the latter suddenly paused to bow before a senior monk who appeared to be in charge. This elder monk gestured around, indicating that the overgrown grass in the courtyard needed to be cleared, the gilded Buddha statues required cleaning, and the large vat in the yard needed filling, among other tasks. The monk spoke passionately for a good 10 minutes. One might have mistakenly thought he was rallying the troops with fervent rhetoric. Once the elder monk concluded, Yamashong Hai turned to address the 3 astonished individuals, stating, "You all heard that, correct? Let us commence our tasks." With that, he bowed once more to the senior monk, preparing to supervise the trio as they undertook their assignments, a role he, as a high-ranking ninja, would not directly engage in. The workload was considerable. If they did not act swiftly, they might not complete it before nightfall. Unexpectedly, before Yamashong Hai could fully turn around, he sensed an abrupt shift in atmosphere. A surge of indignation. Without a doubt, the source of this discontent was Yunkong. As the 2 young women, Yunu Jiyu and Hinata Yuro, prepared to begin their work, the obedient child, Yunkong, naturally stepped forward, one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusatorily at the elder monk before Yamashong Hai. "Hey, you bald donkey." The moment those words escaped his lips, the jovial expression on Yamashong Hai's face darkened significantly. "Yunkong, are you here to cause trouble?" Yamazhong Hai thought, bewildered by the audacity of pointing at a monk and shouting such a phrase within the temple walls. It appeared that Yun Kong was indeed seeking a confrontation. That bald donkey, he continued, I must ask you, why is it that your temple, filled with able-bodied individuals, does not employ them for labor? Why should I, an esteemed elder, assist you? Are you aware of the value of my time? Every action and stillness is a form of cultivation. What purpose does it serve to hide away in a temple reciting scriptures? It seemed Yun Kong did not intend to provoke for mere sport. His words bore a certain logic, prompting Yamazhong Hai and the others to ponder. This young benefactor undoubtedly possesses wisdom, the elder monk mused, unfazed by Yun Kong's brashness and apparent disrespect. With a calm demeanor, he acknowledged Yun Kong's insight and explained, naturally, I understand that every action is part of cultivation. However, he paused dramatically, allowing the tension to build, before continuing, our temple is financially secure. Given our prosperity, why should we engage in such menial tasks? Reciting scriptures suffices. These trivial matters are best left to ninjas. Yun Kong's thoughts raced. So, this band of indolent monks, thriving on the villagers' offerings, dares to be so brazen? Is this an opportunity for me to champion justice? He stroked his chin, eyeing the elder monk with an unmistakable glint of mischief. How arrogant you are, flaunting your wealth. Is having riches an excuse to be so capricious? I too possess wealth. Soon, I shall exchange all my currency for steel bars, ready to crush you, you little wretch. Yet, master, your candor is rather surprising. Should not a monk exhibit a touch of subtlety? Are you not concerned that flaunting your riches may attract thieves? After hearing the great monk's response, Yun Kong, filled with exuberance, proclaimed, Great monk, you are commendable. From this day forth, I shall provide protection for you all. And the tribute shall be minimal. Merely 80% each year will suffice. Yun Kong gestured grandly, illustrating his point to the monk. Before Yun Kong could bask in his self-satisfaction, Shanzhong Hai could no longer endure the sight. Just as Yun Kong believed himself to be at his most dashing, Shanzhong Hai struck him down to the ground with a swift blow, subjecting him once more to merciless torment. 10 minutes elapsed, during which Shanzhong Hai employed the same method to thoroughly humiliate Yun Kong again. Throughout this time, the great monk maintained a serene smile, his expression unchanged except when he boasted of his wealth. You scoundrel, get up at once and apologize to Master Zhan, commanded Shanzhong Hai, punctuating his orders with kicks to Yun Kong. Mark my words, Shanzhong Hai, I shall remember you. When I gain strength, I will follow the path of Orochimaru and Sasuke, exacting vengeance upon my mentor. Yun Kong howled in his heart, knowing that voicing such thoughts would invite even graver retribution. Enduring excruciating pain, Yun Kong rose, declaring, And you, bald donkey, do you think I cannot best Shanzhong Hai? If you dare to mock me, I shall make you regret it. With great devotion, he approached the great monk, bowing respectfully. Master, I was rash, and I sincerely apologize. After another deep bow, he clasped his hands together, standing before the monk. To an outsider, he might appear as a devout follower. Master, I have a question I wish to pose. With his hands together, he observed the monk's smiling visage, which clearly indicated a lack of intent to engage with him. Looking up to the heavens, filled with a sense of weariness, he spoke. Master, should you answer my query, I am willing to offer 500,000 taels as an offering. I, disciple Yun Kong, earnestly seek your wisdom and hope you can enlighten me. In the astonished gaze of Shanzhong Hai and others, Yun Kong calmly produced a check from the pouch at his waist, respectfully placing it before the great monk. The amount of 500,000 taels was clearly inscribed on the check. Shanzhong Hai was taken aback, never anticipating that Yun Kong possessed such wealth. This sum would more than suffice for an S-rank mission. The venerable monk was evidently taken aback, having initially assumed that Yun Kong was merely jesting. To his astonishment, Yun Kong indeed presented a sum of 5 million taels. The monk instinctively reached for the check in Yun Kong's hand, yet Yun Kong deftly evaded his grasp. The smile on the monk's face now bore hints of supplication, pondering what inquiry the benefactor might pose. Much like a ninja serving his master, the monk had long since cast aside Yun Kong's former identity, recognizing him merely as an affluent patron. The question I wished to pose was quite simple. Which came first, the egg or the chicken? Yun Kong tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, his tousled bangs dancing in the gentle breeze. Yet this did little to diminish his imposing presence. A flicker of melancholic confusion shone in his eyes. transforming him in that moment from a mere youth into a sage weathered by the trials of life. Even the monk, in a fleeting moment of distraction, found it hard to reconcile the current Yun Kong with the one he had just defeated in combat. Yun Kong exuded an aura of nobility, an innate superiority that conveyed a sense of lofty responsibility, as if he were a sage bearing the weight of the world. Regrettably, the age-old debate of whether the egg or the chicken came first, a topic that has sparked discourse for millennia in our great nation, was hardly one that a simple monk could hope to resolve. This question encompassed a myriad of philosophical, psychological, and biological complexities, far beyond the grasp of such a humble and uninformed monk. Several times, the monk attempted to articulate a response, but under the pressure of Yun Kong's formidable presence, his own theories seemed utterly trivial. He even contemplated using the 5 million taels to sway Yun Kong, yet found that his usual profound musings felt embarrassingly inadequate in the face of this young man. Finally, Yun Kong's aura of wisdom and his sorrowful gaze towards the heavens dissipated, and he posed his question devoid of any earthly concerns. Indeed, it was a question, and Yun Kong now emanated the essence of a celestial being, surveying the masses, invoking an involuntary sense of reverence in those who beheld him. "Do you know?" Yun Kong softly inquired, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Strangely, this disdain evoked not anger in the monk, but rather an overwhelming sense of shame. "Do you know? Do you know?" Each repetition of this phrase deepened the monk's embarrassment. At last, as the monk's shame approached the point of wishing to retreat into his own garments, Yun Kong suddenly stepped back, swiftly retracting the check, causing his sage-like aura to vanish in an instant. "I knew you wouldn't know," Yun Kong taunted. "You're so foolish that even when I offer you money, it feels inappropriate for you to accept it." Alas, with a mocking tone, he sighed compassionately. The monk's complexion shifted from red to purple, finally darkening to a deep hue. It was evident even to the monk that this impudent young man was simply toying with him. Observing the clouds, Yun Kong displayed an enticing demeanor, as if beckoning, which ultimately tested the patience of the monk. "Get back to work," he declared tersely before turning away. This provoked a surge of indignation within Yun Kong, who muttered under his breath, prompting the monk to quicken his pace. He resolved to blacklist this individual for future assignments. As he walked, thoughts of the abrupt turn of events filled his mind. Those in the mountains, including Hai, had yet to comprehend the situation before the monk had already departed. Just moments ago, they had been immersed in Yun Kong's noble sentiments of concern for the nation and its people, but now he reverted to his previous, mischievous self, leaving Hai and the others bewildered as to which persona was the true Yun Kong. Fortunately, such matters were not of utmost significance. Hai cleared his throat. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us focus on our tasks." He cast a particularly stern glance at Yun Kong, a clear warning to behave and avoid causing trouble. "How dare you insinuate that I would create trouble when I am being so obedient?" Yun Kong thought, though his thoughts paled in comparison to the confusion of Hai and the others, assuming they were privy to his inner musings. "Enough with the chatter, get to work. We have a heavy workload and must complete it before nightfall," Hai reiterated. In truth, tidying the courtyard was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in the dense thicket behind it, which would take an eternity to clear if left to Yun Kong and his companions. "You two go and clean the great Buddha in the temple and tidy the courtyard. I shall handle the grass and fetch water," Yun Kong proclaimed. The most time-consuming task was clearing the thicket, while the most laborious involved hauling water, filling 18 large vats. Each vat stood nearly 2 meters high, and given the capacity of the buckets they could manage, it required 20 trips to fill one. Remarkably, Yun Kong chose the 2 most arduous tasks while delegating the simpler ones to Hinata Yuru and Yunu Jiyu. "Is this lad truly full of energy?" Hai pondered. "Can you manage it alone?" Hinata Yuru inquired, her concern evident. Her kind-hearted nature made her uneasy about Yun Kong's self-assigned workload. "Have no worries." Yun Kong had yet to respond when Yunu Jiyu interjected. "Yun Kong is not impulsive. If he has made a promise, he shall fulfill it. Who are you to claim that I can handle this?" Yun Kong thought, yet the affirmation from Yunu Jiyu felt as sweet as honey to him. Indeed, flattery is universally appreciated. "Rest assured, I can accomplish it in no time," he assured Yunu Jiyu with a nod before earnestly addressing Hinata Yuru. With that, Yun Kong swiftly approached the expansive thicket, estimating its size to be a staggering 10 acres. Moreover, This patch of grass has long exceeded the confines of the temple grounds. Yun Kong gestured to Yamashita Hachi, asking, "Is this truly the area in question?" In response to Yun Kong's gaze, Yamashita Hachi shamelessly nodded. However, what Yamashita Hachi did not disclose to Yun Kong was that as long as the interior of the courtyard was cleared, the area beyond its boundaries could be disregarded. Yun Kong was blissfully unaware. Upon witnessing such an expanse of grassland, he merely sighed, not sensing any impending consequence. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yun Kong formed hand seals, conjuring a fireball of 3 meters in diameter, which carved a vast void before him. Yet, in comparison to the 10 acres of wild grass, the fireball appeared diminutive. Fortunately, Yun Kong never presumed that a single fireball technique would eradicate all the overgrown vegetation. At present, he was merely igniting spots here and there. The wild grass had grown far too densely, and he did not intend to laboriously till the land with ninjutsu, methodically clearing the area. With such a thick growth of foliage, it sufficed to ignite a few points, allowing the flames to consume the grass on their own. Such excellent material would certainly burn. Like a specter, Yun Kong traversed the periphery of the grassland, launching fireballs into the underbrush. Regrettably, the grass was merely unruly and not dry. Otherwise, he could have bypassed the fire release technique altogether and simply run around the area with a torch. The efficacy of Yun Kong's fire release technique was undeniable. In less than half an hour, he returned to his starting point. Though slightly breathless, the entire expanse of wild grass was now engulfed in roaring flames. Accompanying the fire was a billowing cloud of black smoke. What lay hidden within the grass remained a mystery, perhaps due to the dampness of the vegetation. Yun Kong paid little heed, for his task was merely to incinerate the wild grass. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he circled the vast area, employing the fire release technique repeatedly, which left him feeling somewhat fatigued. "Not bad," Yamashita Hachi remarked simply, observing the inferno that had erupted throughout the wild grass. "But how do you intend to extinguish the fire later? If it leads to a conflagration, you'll be in dire straits. Remember, most of the buildings in Konoha are made of wood." Yamashita Hachi inquired, perhaps as a casual jest or a subtle challenge to Yun Kong's seemingly effortless approach. Oblivious to the arduous nature of the tasks he had assigned them. "I won't." Setting aside the fact that this patch of wild grass is isolated from any village or shop, considering the manner in which I ignited the fire. Unless some force majeure occurs, there should be no cause for concern as you worry, Yun Kong explained. He had intentionally commenced the ignition from the outer edges of the wild grass to mitigate any risk of the flames spreading and causing unnecessary disaster. As for unforeseen circumstances, such as a sudden gale force wind sweeping through and directing the flames toward the heart of the village, it was highly improbable, both due to the current weather and the geographical positioning of Konoha. Perceiving the casualness in Yamashita Hachi's words, Yun Kong understood that his inquiry was merely a passing thought. Yun Kong smiled faintly, offering no reply. "Teacher, do not be disheartened. These tasks yield little in terms of learning. Are you attempting to teach us the art of disguise? Or are you seeking to strengthen our physiques through these activities?" Shanzhong Hai remained silent, acknowledging that Yun Kong had touched upon a pertinent point. However, Shanzhong Hai too harbored doubts. If Yun Kong was aware of the true purpose behind these tasks, why not execute them diligently? These disguises seemed futile. Do ninjas truly concern themselves with civilian casualties during their battles? Teacher, you possess the perceptive abilities of a ninja. Do you believe these disguises can elude your senses? Yun Kong appeared to read Shanzhong Hai's thoughts and explained, "A ninja is a ninja. No amount of subterfuge can obscure the unique essence of a ninja. Rather than expending energy on concealing our identities, it would be wiser to hone our ninjutsu skills." Yun Kong continued, "As for physical training, it remains merely a pastime. We should focus on completing these tasks promptly, engaging in more practical training that aligns with reality." Before them, flames roared fiercely, having engulfed the overgrown grasslands entirely. The fire illuminated Yun Kong's face, casting it in a vivid crimson hue, revealing an indescribable expression that was particularly pronounced in the glow of the flames. Shanzhong Hai placed a hand atop Yun Kong's head. "Is this your rationale for carelessly incinerating this patch of wilderness?" His gaze was complex. It was undeniable that Yun Kong's assertions held a degree of truth. Yet, in light of Yun Kong's actions, that truth appeared rather sordid. Ultimately, Shanzhong Hai refrained from further chastising Yun Kong. "Since you possess such convoluted reasoning, hastened to fulfill the water-fetching task. In half an hour, Jiyu and Yuro will finish cleaning the Great Buddha. If you can complete your task punctually, we shall forego those trivial assignments this afternoon, and I will conduct specialized training for you. There is no denying that Yunkong's argument bore some merit. Ninjas must conceal their forms, lurking in the shadows to strike. However, the sort of disguise Yunkong proposed was utterly contrived, capable only of deceiving those who were not ninjas, appearing as glaring as flames in the darkness to those who were. Nonetheless, this does not imply that such disguises are entirely unnecessary. After all, the enemies faced by the common folk typically consist of bandits. And encounters with ninjas are rare, provided that large-scale warfare does not erupt. Although Shan Zhonghai sensed an unsettling atmosphere within the ninja world, he was unaware that the Third Great Ninja War was indeed on the brink of eruption. This year marks the 41st year of Konoha, and Yunkong recalls that the impending outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War is anticipated around the 45th year of Konoha, perhaps a bit earlier or later. Yet, even if it were to extend to the 46th year, only 5 years would remain. In 5 years, Yunkong will be 12 years old. Will the 12-year-old Yunkong shine brilliantly in the Third War? He does not know. The Third War is the battlefield that brought Minato fame. Yunkong is uncertain of his potential for greatness. What he does know is that his foremost task is to survive, to strive with all his might to continue living, ideally ensuring the names of Kakashi, Obito, and others are preserved. Yes, Master Hachi. Yunkong nodded, his toes touching the ground as he leaped onto the rooftop. The temple is situated in an advantageous location, with a small waterfall cascading not far ahead, from which the temple draws its water. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Yunkong's proficiency in water release is not as adept as his fire release, and unlike the aggressive nature of fire release, this water release requires a greater degree of control. With a powerful tremor beneath him, a colossal water dragon slowly ascends behind Yunkong, coiling majestically as it stretches its claws. In the light of the flames and the sun, the water dragon glimmers resplendently. The immense dragon measures 10 meters in length, its tail still connected to the waterfall. Let us begin, Yunkong murmured to himself, altering his hand seals. The water dragon did not plunge into the courtyard. Although he had just ignited a fire in the overgrown grass surrounding the temple, Yunkong had not descended into madness to unleash another water release upon the temple. As Yunkong adjusted his hand seals, the water dragon issued a silent roar, its maw opening wide as a massive column of water cascaded downwards, aimed directly at one of the 18 large barrels. Boom! The resounding crash echoed, causing Hachi, situated within the mountains, to feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. The descending column of water struck the barrel, creating an enormous splash. Fortunately, these barrels are made of copper, robust enough to withstand the impact. Had they been porcelain, Yunkong was certain they would have shattered into fragments. Even so, under the onslaught of the water, the barrels were visibly pushed down into the earth. To prevent the sturdy stone slab beneath the barrels from fracturing, they sank a full 10 centimeters. Yamanaka Shiyu and Hyuga Ayuru had already leapt from their room onto the rooftop, observing Yunkong as he performed the water release technique. The sunlight bathed the scene perfectly, the water dragon majestic, framing Yunkong as if he were a divine being descending from the heavens. In less than a minute, Yunkong filled all 18 barrels with water using his water release technique. However, this feat was a testament to his current limitations, as maintaining such a large volume of water for more than 10 minutes would be beyond his capability. Moreover, Yunkong had cleverly utilized the connection to the waterfall, never allowing the water dragon to detach entirely. Otherwise, given his current skills, sustaining it for even 15 seconds would have been an extraordinary achievement. In the original story, Kakashi controlled a similar water release technique with his Sharingan on Mikazuki Island. Although immensely powerful, the exertion left him bedridden for an entire week, with the pressure from the Sharingan accounting for 90% of the strain. Yet, this illustrates the formidable power and impact of controlling such ninjutsu. As a result, the gaze of Hinata Ayuru towards Yunkong was filled with twinkling stars. After filling 18 large basins, the water dragon behind Yunkong let out a silent roar, transforming into a cascade of water that fell from the sky. Yunkong knelt on the rooftop, his complexion somewhat pale. The exertion of such a water-based ninjutsu had completely drained his chakra, leaving him feeling as though even the slightest movement of a finger was beyond his capability. As he remained quietly crouched atop the roof, the monks within the temple were utterly bewildered. In that fleeting moment, they believed Yunkong was about to annihilate their sanctuary. Fortunately, Yamamoto Kaido stood steadfast within the temple, or else these monks would have scattered in terror. The falling water, carried by a gentle breeze, drifted into the temple, creating an illusion of a gentle rain, enveloping the entire sanctuary in a mist of fine droplets. It is likely that these monks would never forget the young ninja they once employed, who had ignited a fire in their backyard and subsequently showered them with rain in front of their temple. Yamamoto Kaido's gaze was complex, yet it was undeniable that Yunkong was indeed a prodigy. However, the question lingered in his mind. Was he capable of teaching such a genius? Doubt began to creep into Yamamoto Kaido's heart. At merely 7 years of age, Yunkong had already harnessed 2 chakra natures, achieving feats reserved for seasoned jonin. This was both remarkable and troubling for a boy of his age. In that instant, Yamamoto Kaido found himself at a loss on how to instruct his student. Unbeknownst to Yunkong, who wore a proud smile on his face, he approached Yamamoto Kaido and declared, "Teacher, I've handled it." He leaped down from the rooftop, standing beside Yamamoto Kaido, completely oblivious to the latter's disapproving gaze. Kaido's inner fury simmered. He thought, this kind of handling is hardly better than doing nothing at all. Yet, Yunkong was correct. He had fulfilled the task assigned by Yamamoto Kaido. The overgrown weeds had been set ablaze, and the 18 2-meter-deep basins now brimmed with water, albeit through rather straightforward and forceful methods. "Shall we go?" Yunkong inquired tentatively, for what he yearned for most was to enhance his strength. Time had never seemed sufficient since his reincarnation into the world of Naruto. Tasks that merely squandered time felt unnecessary to him. Yunkong had always thought this way, imagining that by revealing the future of this world, he could instigate significant changes in Konohagakure. However, Yamamoto Kaido was not the kind of person to indulge in such reckless notions. A task is a task, and even the most rudimentary of duties must be executed with utmost seriousness. "Yunkong, do you know what a ninja is?" inquired Yamashiro Kaichi. Yunkong found himself perplexed by Yamashiro's question. The term ninja had circulated among those who wielded chakra since the days of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, when pressed to define what a ninja truly is, Yunkong was at a loss. Thus, he resorted to the simplest of interpretations, responding, "A ninja is one who can utilize ninjutsu." Upon hearing Yunkong's answer, Yamashiro Kaichi offered a non-committal smile. While it seemed flawless at first glance, a deeper contemplation revealed that Yunkong had not truly addressed Yamashiro's inquiry. Each individual's understanding of a ninja reflects, to some extent, their own path of endurance. Just as Jiraiya articulated in the original work, a ninja is one who excels in patience. This statement reveals Jiraiya's own philosophy, while Yunkong's response merely scratched the surface. He resembled a hedgehog, carefully concealing his true self beneath a facade of nonchalance, even in the presence of the seasoned jonin, Yamashiro Kaichi. Yamashiro nodded slightly, acknowledging Yunkong's response. "Yunkong, I hope you remember that tasks cannot be approached with negligence," Yamashiro imparted earnestly. Yunkong, in his mind, thought, "But I've already completed it. Should I pour out the water, extinguish the fire, and start anew?" Of course, Yamashiro's intent was not to imply such a thing. He merely sought to caution Yunkong. "I understand your fervent desire to grow stronger. In the future, I will tailor my teachings according to your performance on tasks." To Yunkong's surprise, Yamashiro reached out and affectionately ruffled his hair, akin to a benevolent elder showing fondness for a younger relative. This gesture momentarily astonished Yunkong, as no one had ever treated him with such warmth before. In that fleeting moment, he found himself acknowledging the seemingly stern teacher. However, soon after, Yunkong vowed to himself to act as if he had said nothing. Yamashiro, this kind-hearted mentor, approached the recently reappeared monk, his smile tinged with an unmistakable air of obsequiousness, bordering on the slightly inappropriate. Is the life of a ninja truly so devoid of dignity? Yunkong mused, feeling a sudden aversion to the idea of being a ninja. It was unclear what agreement Yamashiro and the monk had reached, but when Yamashiro returned, he wore a smile. "Come, Yunkong. Did you not wish for me to provide you with formal training?" He called to Yunkong, and then summoned oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, leading them away from the temple, despite Yunkong's bewildered expression. Though this mission had ended in less than favorable circumstances due to Yunkong's interference, Yamashiro graciously invited Yunkong and the others to indulge in a hearty meal at a small restaurant. Due to the anticipated rigor of the afternoon training session under Yamashiro Hachi's guidance, Yunkong and his two companions arrived once more at the 6th training ground, the same venue they had previously utilized for their performance. The trio stood respectfully before Yamashiro Hachi, awaiting his instructions. Among you three, only Yunkong is not a member of a ninja clan from Konoha, Yamashiro Hachi remarked. His opening statement unexpectedly delved into a rather awkward topic, showcasing conversational skills that rivaled those of Yamanaka Shiyu. You need not regard me with such unusual eyes. While it is true that within Konoha, status is ostensibly equal among those of similar standing, it cannot be denied that the ninjas from clans tend to garner greater recognition than those from civilian families. In fact, clan ninjas possess a significantly higher survival rate on the battlefield compared to their civilian counterparts. As Yamashiro Hachi continued, the three of them instinctively nodded in agreement. If the number of clan ninjas in Konoha were to be 100, the proficiency of civilian ninjas would be at least 1,000. However, among the elite shinobi who can truly sway the tide of war, the ratio of clan ninjas to civilian ninjas stands at 1 to 2. This indicates that even with tenfold the numbers, civilian ninjas yield only half the elite shinobi that clan ninjas do, revealing the harsh reality of their situation. Of course, these figures were merely Yunkong's conjecture, as evidenced by the original work, which shows that apart from Might Guy, all other elite shinobi in Konoha are from ninja clans. Thus, apart from Yunkong, what you two are learning from me is merely the experience of being a ninja. I have faith in the depth of your clans. Whether it be in secret techniques or other matters, they are not inferior to what I can offer, Yamashiro Hachi expounded. Yunkong's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he remarked, Teacher, after such a lengthy discourse, even touching upon the sensitive subject of clan versus civilian ninjas, is your ultimate intention to suggest that Yamanaka Shiyu and Hyuga Yuru should refrain from following your teachings and instead learn from their clans? Naturally, Yamashiro Hachi's words were far from simplistic. He had no need to veer off on such a tangent. It was clear that his intent was more nuanced than that. Teacher, are you suggesting that we should follow the methods laid out by our clan elders for our self-improvement, while you will only address our practical issues without interfering in our developmental direction? Yamanaka Shiyu responded, grasping the essence of Yamashiro Hachi's message. Upon hearing this, Yunkong understood immediately. For a ninja, the path that suits one best is indeed the most potent, much like Naruto, who, under Jiraiya's mentorship, discovered his unique path to growth, resulting in a remarkable surge in strength. However, the once preeminent Sasuke, who had always outshone Naruto, found himself gradually overtaken by him due to an inability to discover a path suited to his unique talents. Despite Sasuke's prowess being comparable to that of Kyumo, he was slowly being eclipsed by Naruto. Yamashiro Kahii aimed to convey that Oil Girl Shiyu and Hyuga Yuru should not be easily swayed by Kyumo's influence. To any observer, Kyumo could undoubtedly be regarded as a genius. With such a formidable teammate, both Shiyu and Yuru would instinctively begin to emulate Kyumo. Thus, Yamashiro Kahii delineated the distinction between clan ninjas and common ninjas, intending to enlighten Shiyu and Yuru that their families' training methods had evolved over generations, ultimately becoming the most suitable path for their growth. They should not alter their training approach simply because of Kyumo's strength. Of course, this sentiment could not be expressed bluntly. Yamashiro Kahii could only gently advise Shiyu and Yuru against changing their training methods due to Kyumo's influence, as such a shift could result in a significant setback for them. Since you have all resolved to endure rigorous training, allow me to first assess your strengths and weaknesses, Yamashiro Kahii stated, decisively shifting the topic without dwelling on the matter of self-identity. Brief mentions were sufficient. Excessive emphasis might lead Shiyu and Yuru to uncover something amiss. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Kyumo and his companions, who were about to introduce their strengths. After spending a few days together, he had already discerned Kyumo's abilities. As for Yuru and Shiyu, their strengths primarily lay in the combat styles of the Hyuga and Oil Girl clans, knowledge that he possessed more thoroughly than they did. What I need to understand now is not merely what you believe to be your strengths, but also the aspects of your abilities that you are unaware of, as well as the shortcomings you have yet to identify, Yamashiro Kahii continued. The three nodded in agreement, recognizing that one of the most crucial conditions for enhancing their abilities was to attain self-awareness. Now, you three shall engage in combat, allowing me to observe your respective strengths and weaknesses, he commanded. The trio exchanged glances, pondering how to conduct their matches. Before they could deliberate on the order, Yamashiro Kahii promptly assigned, Kyumo, You shall first battle Yuru, restricted to taijutsu. He emphasized this point. As for Shiyu, remain by my side and observe what you can learn. The taijutsu of the Oil Girl clan is generally lacking, and I hope you can glean something useful from it. Upon hearing Yamashiro Kahiai's words, Kyumo and his companions nodded earnestly in response. They quickly separated, with Kyumo and Hyuga Yuru stepping back to assume their battle stances. Since this was a friendly spar rather than a life-or-death struggle, Kyumo had no intention of launching a surprise attack to secure victory. Meanwhile, Oil Girl Shiyu sat beside Yamashiro Kahiai, attentively watching the exchange between Kyumo and Hyuga Yuru. He had to concede that both Yuyo Hinata and Kyumo Kuu possessed superior taijutsu compared to him. Observing such a battle proved exceedingly beneficial for enhancing his own martial skills. After establishing some distance, Yuyo Hinata graciously bowed to Kyumo Kuu, requesting his guidance. As she spoke, she assumed a combat stance, an archetypal initial posture, with one hand extended forward and the other guarding her chest. Kyumo Kuu mirrored her, raising 2 fingers in a gesture of etiquette customary among sparring partners. In a rather hasty and embarrassing manner, he clutched a kunai in his hand. Yuyo Hinata's eyes widened slightly, taken aback by Kyumo Kuu's action. Yamashita Hachi also coughed heavily a couple of times. As Kyumo Kuu stood in bewilderment, Yamashita Hachi whispered, "Kyumo, this is a taijutsu spar." Realizing his mistake, Kyumo Kuu quickly stowed the kunai away. During his previous sparring sessions with Kakashi and Obito, he had grown accustomed to wielding kunai. Yet traditional taijutsu is fundamentally a discipline of unarmed combat, thus his use of weapons was somewhat against the rules. At last, after Kyumo Kuu had sheathed the kunai and offered an explanation to Yuyo Hinata, he urged her, "Hinata, come at me with all you've got. Be careful, Kyumo." Yuyo Hinata cautioned, her toes pressing against the ground as she swiftly advanced towards him, initiating a proper gentle fist stance and striking at Kyumo Kuu. He tilted his body slightly, but did not entirely evade her palm strike. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist is renowned for its relentless barrage. Kyumo Kuu understood that any attempt to dodge would place him at a disadvantage, as Yuyo Hinata had countless follow-up techniques ready to counter his evasion. Consequently, he merely leaned his body slightly, positioning himself to generate optimal force. Kyumo Kuu met Yuyo Hinata's palm with his own. The impact was not as he had envisioned. Instead of a firm resistance, he angled his hand to allow the force of her strike to dissipate in the direction he evaded. As they crossed paths, Kyumo Kuu shaped his other hand like a blade and executed a horizontal strike towards Yuyo Hinata. "Gentle fist?" Oil Woman Shiyu murmured, astonished as Kyumo Kuu demonstrated the same gentle fist technique as Yuyo Hinata. Equally surprised, Yuyo Hinata thought, how could someone without the Byakugan employ the gentle fist? Despite her astonishment, as a practitioner of the gentle fist, she maintained her composure. Even with her back turned to Kyumo Kuu due to his guidance, she utilized the momentum to step forward, narrowly avoiding his knife-like hand strike. "Do you know the gentle fist?" Hinata Ayuru deftly evaded Kyumo's attack and turned to face him. Kyumo sighed, realizing that such sparring was indeed ill-suited for him. Just moments ago, as Hinata Ayuru stepped forward to dodge Kyumo's strike, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to launch a shuriken in retaliation. No. Kyumo shook his head, questioning when he had become proficient in gentle fist techniques. He merely recalled fragments of his past training in Tai Chi. The similarities between Tai Chi and the Hinata clan's gentle fist techniques were evident, particularly in the principle of overcoming strength with gentleness. "Be careful," Kyumo warned, refraining from further chatter. Suddenly, chakra surged beneath his feet, propelling him to unparalleled speed, creating afterimages in his wake. In an instant, he appeared before Hinata Ayuru, hand poised like a blade, delivering a powerful downward strike aimed at her. Veins bulged on Ayuru's forehead as her Byakugan flared to its utmost potential. As Kyumo initiated his attack, she instinctively assumed a defensive posture, having been forewarned. However, merely adopting a defensive stance did not guarantee protection against Kyumo's onslaught. Emulating Kyumo's earlier blocking technique, Ayuru angled her body slightly, her right hand attempting to deflect Kyumo's arm to the side. Alas, the essence of the Konoha sword technique was not so easily thwarted. Even the future heads of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, would find it challenging. Kyumo's descending arm suddenly exerted force, accelerating just enough to evade Ayuru's defensive hand and strike towards her shoulder. As this was merely a spar, Kyumo had no intention of inflicting serious harm. When his arm neared Ayuru, he deliberately slowed his speed. Nevertheless, the gentle techniques of the Hinata clan were not so simplistic. Although one of Ayuru's hands was rendered ineffective, her other hand immediately launched a counterattack, forming a secondary line of defense. Simultaneously, the fingers of her first hand rose, aiming for Kumo's chest chakra points. With a thud, Kumo's arm collided with Ayuru's second arm, the tremendous impact sending her reeling 3 to 4 meters away, rendering her attack ineffective. In a flash, Kumo vanished, and when he reappeared, a hand rested lightly on Ayuru's shoulder. "You have lost," he murmured. Ayuru's expression was one of astonishment. Her Byakugan had remained active. Yet in that fleeting moment, she completely lost sight of Kumo. Despite his victory over her, Kumo harbored no disdain for Ayuru. Her response to his strike had been nothing short of exemplary, calm under pressure, combining offense with defense. However, Kumo's extensive training with exceptional opponents like Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha had endowed him with combat experience far beyond what Ayuru could contend with. Removing his hand from her shoulder, Kumo softly suggested, "Now, you shall attack, and I will defend." He retreated 2 steps, creating distance between them. On the other side, Yamashita Kai nodded slightly, signaling for Yunkong and Hinata Yuro to continue. The objective of today was not to determine a victor, but rather to experience and reflect upon the battle, accumulating wisdom along the way. Hinata Yuro quickly adjusted her mindset, letting out a soft exhale before advancing swiftly towards Yunkong, delivering a palm strike. Although the reputation of the soft fist was considerable, its attack methods were admittedly rather singular. However, Yunkong did not remain stationary. Instead, he retreated a couple of steps, pivoting his body to evade Hinata Yuro's assault. In response, she executed a spinning kick, perfectly obstructing Yunkong's path of retreat. Indeed, Yunkong marveled at the prowess of the soft fist, which had been honed over generations. His earlier evasion had merely bought him a moment, and he now found himself at a disadvantage. The adage that the best offense is a good defense rang true, as Yunkong's prior attack had effectively curtailed the soft fist's potential before it could manifest. He bent low, dodging Hinata Yuro's sweeping strike. As she swiftly turned, both palms thrusting forward toward his chest, he found himself at a critical juncture. With his body upright, Yunkong was momentarily blind to her impending strike. It was not just Hinata Yuro who sensed an opportunity. Even the observer, Shiyu, recognized the favorable moment. Yet, the disparity in strength between Yunkong and Hinata Yuro was glaringly apparent. Without glancing back, Yunkong retreated a step, deftly sidestepping her direct charge. Before she could recalibrate her attack, he swiftly reversed his hand, landing a strike upon her shoulder. Under the force of Yunkong's blow, Hinata Yuro wobbled, and at that moment, Yunkong reappeared at her side. Seizing the opportunity while she was off balance, he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her into his embrace. It was important to clarify that Yunkong harbored no ulterior motives, reminiscent of Kakashi's swift defeat of the Ghost Brothers in the original tale. He secured her neck with one hand, while positioning a kunai threateningly at her throat with the other. At this stage, there was no longer any need for sparring. Each time Yunkong exerted himself, it was akin to delivering a decisive blow to Hinata Yuro. Setting aside their difference in strength, her lack of combat experience rendered her no match for Yunkong. "That will be enough for now," he declared as he released Hinata Yuro. Once they resumed their fighting stances, Yamashita Kai rose and spoke. "Come here, both of you," he beckoned, inviting Yunkong and Hinata Yuro to approach. "Shiyu, please share your insights." In the secluded mountains, Yamamoto Hachiro gestured for Yunkong and Hinata Yuro to kneel before him, forming a small circle of 4. Without preamble, Yamamoto posed a direct question. "Let me share my insights regarding Yuru's martial arts," stated oil woman Shiyu, nodding as she began to articulate her thoughts. "Although the efficacy of the gentle fist cannot be underestimated, I perceive a certain rigidity in Yuru's approach. Furthermore, Yunkong possesses an innate familiarity with the gentle fist that renders his every movement seemingly anticipatory of Yuru's techniques. For instance, during their inaugural confrontation, Yunkong interrupted Yuru's rhythm before she could fully unleash her gentle fist, drawing her into his own tempo. He adeptly capitalized on his speed advantage, even through Yuru's Byakugan. It was challenging to discern Yunkong's movements in that fleeting moment, which often proves to be the decisive factor in battle. Oil woman Shiyu elucidated as she adjusted her glasses. "Thus, I have distilled a few essential considerations for combat. First, one must not become overly fixated on form. Whether one employs a black cat or a white cat, what matters is the ability to catch the mouse, teaching us to apply our knowledge flexibly. Second, one should maintain constant vigilance on the opponent. Even the slightest movement carries significance and must not be overlooked, as a moment's neglect could lead to demise. Thirdly, experience is invaluable, whether we acknowledge it or not. Combat experience is a treasure that deserves utmost regard. As for Yun Kong, I must admit, I discern no weaknesses in his martial skills, though his techniques may lack structure. Both his offensive and defensive maneuvers appear flawless in my eyes. Timing and rhythm, often seemingly mundane actions, frequently yield unexpected outcomes, Oil Woman Shiyu remarked. Even Yun Kong, known for his audacity, felt a twinge of embarrassment, having never received such unabashed praise before. Yun Kong, where did you learn your martial arts? Yamamoto Hachiro inquired, shifting the focus to him after Shiyu's exposition. Momentarily perplexed by Yamamoto's intent, Yun Kong nonetheless replied, I have not undergone systematic training in martial arts. I've merely learned a few offensive and defensive techniques. Then, did you develop the application of these techniques yourself? Yamamoto pressed. While the basics of defense and offense are easily taught in ninja academies, their application in combat necessitates countless repetitions and reflections. Such combat skills are rarely imparted lightly, even among the closest of allies. Not entirely. Some techniques I learned from Kakashi Hitaki, while others were gleaned from Obito Uchiha. Lord Kakashi has also provided guidance on a few occasions, Yun Kong responded, acknowledging the influence of his mentors. Despite his genius and the countless skirmishes shared with Kakashi and Obito, it would be implausible for him to have developed such a wealth of practical techniques solely on his own. As for the esteemed Lord Hitaki mentioned later, it is not Kakashi that is referred to, but rather Kakashi's father, the Leaf's white fang, Hitaki Tsukumo. No wonder I discerned the fighting style of the Uchiha clan within your taijutsu, alongside the shadows of Hitaki's swordsmanship, said Yamamoto Hachi. The combat techniques of the Uchiha clan bear a striking resemblance to those of Yun Kong, or rather, Yun Kong's methods echo those of the Uchiha clan. Both styles employ a broad field of vision, allowing one to discern the trajectory of an opponent's attack and respond with preemptive strikes. However, unlike the Uchiha clan, which utilizes the Sharingan to perceive the enemy's movements, Yun Kong relies more on instinct in battle. After all, it is improbable for Yun Kong to possess a Sharingan. Yamamoto Hachi, of course, was unaware that Yun Kong belonged to the Uchiha clan and could not fathom Yun Kong's latent potential to awaken the Sharingan. Thus, Yun Kong, in the future, you shall hone the taijutsu of Hinata Yuru and Yoinu Shiyu as representatives of our team, Yamamoto Hachi instructed. Yun Kong felt a sense of detachment. This development was unexpected. Are you not our teacher? Typically, does not a teacher assume the role of a meat shield? Much like the second Hokage who attracted enemy fire to allow the third Hokage and others to escape. And what am my role? Yun Kong inquired. As for the matter of being a meat shield, Yun Kong resolutely buried it deep within, for who knows, before becoming a shield, he might first become a mere punching bag. In the future, your taijutsu will be entrusted to me for refinement, Yamamoto Hachi stated. I see, this merely confirms my position as the leader of this small team. I must say, Teacher Hachi, you are rather subtle in your approach, Yun Kong mused internally. However, you two are quite different. On the day when Yun Kong is no longer capable of refining your techniques, I shall personally step in. Yamamoto Hachi was not lacking in conversational skills, unlike Yoinu Shiyu. A hint of discouragement appeared on the faces of Hinata Yuru and Yoinu Shiyu, who immediately glared at Yun Kong, wishing to assert their dominance. Yun Kong-kun, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Hinata Yuru said, bowing respectfully to Yun Kong. Oh no, how could I, a lecherous uncle, refuse such a sincere request from this adorable girl? Thus, Yun Kong nodded graciously towards Hinata Yuru, gently responding in kind. As for Yoinu Shiyu, he simply nodded at Yun Kong. There was no need for excessive words between men. Although Yun Kong perceived that currently, Hinata Yuru could easily overpower Yoinu Shiyu with her taijutsu, given that Yoinu Shiyu was not a close combat ninja. Now, let us proceed to a ninjutsu duel. Yun Kong, you shall bear the burden once more and engage in a ninjutsu confrontation with Yoinu Shiyu, Yamamoto Hachi announced. What? Yun Kong wore a mournful expression. While he had heard of taijutsu duels, what on earth was a ninjutsu duel? Was it simply trading ninjutsu attacks back and forth in a mutual assault? How does one even conduct a ninjutsu duel? Yun Kong hesitantly inquired. Now, let us proceed to a ninjutsu duel. Yun Kong, You shall bear the burden once more and engage in a ninjutsu confrontation with Yoinishiyu, Yamamoto Hachi reiterated. In a moment of frustration, Yunkong wore an expression of deep discontent. He had heard of physical technique duels, but what was this nonsense about ninjutsu battles? Was it merely a contest of casting techniques at one another? What kind of duel was that? Hesitantly, he inquired, how exactly does one engage in a ninjutsu duel? It is a free-for-all duel. Are you suggesting that you two will simply exchange jests with your techniques and call it a day? Yamamoto Kaiji replied coldly. Seriously, if you don't explain clearly, how am I to know what you mean? I thought that was what you were implying. Yunkong grumbled inwardly. Let us begin, commanded Yamamoto Kaiji. Oil woman Shiyu promptly rose to her feet, leaping backwards for over 10 meters, executing 2 consecutive jumps, thus creating distance and providing Yunkong with the necessary space for combat. Under Yamamoto Kaiji's watchful gaze, Yunkong reluctantly stood up, feeling like a foolish donkey conscripted against his will, unable even to voice a protest. He had hoped for some special training from Yamamoto Kaiji, whether it be illusion techniques or sensory ninjutsu, both of which he craved. However, the outcome was far from ideal. Yamamoto Kaiji had disregarded his wishes, unceremoniously assigning him the tasks he was supposed to handle himself. Suddenly, a smile crept across Yunkong's lips as he stood, only to slowly sink back down. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 figures. With a puff of smoke, Obito emerged, his demeanor anything but subtle, brandishing a kunai poised threateningly against Yunkong's neck. Kakashi, standing behind him, wore an exasperated expression, unable to resist commenting on Obito's rather conspicuous assassination technique. Such a flamboyant entrance, and you think you can stealthily eliminate someone? Do you take us for fools? Kakashi was certain Yunkong had already detected their presence. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such peculiar behavior of rising and then sitting back down. Yunkong casually brushed Obito's kunai away, pondering. Doesn't he realize how sharp that kunai is? Is it really safe to play around with? This is my esteemed teacher, the Jonin Yamamoto Kaiji. My teammates Hinata Yuru and Oil Woman Shiyu, Yunkong stated, pulling Obito closer after pushing his arm aside, introducing him and Kakashi to his mentor and comrades. Obito quickly sheathed his kunai and bowed respectfully to Yamamoto Kaiji, with Kakashi following suit, acknowledging the Jonin with deference. Despite their pride, it was evident that they held deep respect for any Jonin within the village. This is Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi. After introducing his teacher and teammates, Yunkong reciprocated by introducing Obito and Kakashi to his mentor and comrades. Although the introductions were straightforward, they required a deft and thoughtful approach. By introducing his teacher and teammates first, Yunkong demonstrated respect for them. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi, having forged a bond akin to brotherhood over the past year, were unbothered by such formalities. As Obito and Kakashi arrived, the exuberant oil girl Shizu and Hinata Yuru bowed slightly to them in acknowledgement. Aren't you two supposed to be on a mission? How did it end so quickly? Yunkong inquired, perplexed. He did not comprehend how Obito and Kakashi, entrusted with such significant tasks, could possibly be free, even during intimate moments with their loved ones. Although, at present, Kakashi's mission target, the wealthy heiress, did not yet have a husband. I don't know. She sent us out as soon as we got home. Regardless, there shouldn't be any major issues in Konoha. We were bored, so we decided to find you, Obito replied. Yunkong was aware that their superior Jonin was Minato, who was perpetually busy and seldom seen. Naturally, Minato wouldn't be constantly monitoring Obito and Kakashi. Moreover, Yunkong was acutely aware that Obito and Kakashi were not truly bored. They were undoubtedly eager to discuss the remarkable jutsu that Yunkong had mentioned in the morning. However, with others present, they would refrain from bringing it up. Obito, you're just in time. My teammate wishes to engage in a jutsu duel, and since you're full of energy, why don't you battle him? Yunkong said, glancing at the somewhat impatient Shizu, who was already nudging him forward. The Oil Clan despised being overlooked, and Obito's arrival conveniently interrupted the brewing conflict between Yunkong and Shizu. Thus, before Shizu could unleash her fury, Yunkong pushed Obito forward to alleviate her irritation. Obito, still trying to grasp the situation, was propelled forward by Yunkong. Shizu stepped back, granting them the space to engage in combat. Though momentarily flustered, Obito quickly readied himself for battle. Like Yunkong, he summoned a kunai to his hand. A member of the Uchiha clan? Yamashiro Kai thought to himself, uncertain of his capabilities. Before Kai could ponder further, Obito was already engaged with Shizu. With a swift motion, two kunai were launched towards her. While it was widely acknowledged that such direct attacks usually proved ineffective under Yunkong's influence, both Obito and Kakashi had grown accustomed to using shuriken to gauge their opponent's strength. Shizu swiftly evaded the incoming kunai. Before she could mount a counterattack, Obito dashed forward, closing the distance between them. After throwing a kunai, he propelled himself forward with incredible speed, fueled by a surge of chakra that caused the ground beneath him to shatter. In an instant, he stood before Shizu. Decisively, Obito delivered a straightforward punch, sending Shizu flying. The impact created a cloud of dust as she tumbled across the ground. Yunkong nodded in approval. Finally, under his guidance, Obito had learned to harness and utilize chakra effectively, enhancing both his strength and speed at will. Although this task could be effortlessly accomplished by any Chunin, particularly for Obito, who possesses the Sharingan, the control of chakra is rendered almost trivial. Yet, it brings Yunkong great solace that, under his patient guidance, Obito has made remarkable strides in speed. Obito clenched his fist, perhaps to gauge the power of his recent strike. Before the recently struck Shiyu could rise, another kunai materialized in Obito's hand, swiftly aimed at Shiyu's throat. As Shiyu lay on the ground, a swarm of insects suddenly emerged, enveloping the kunai shot by Obito. The moment it entered the swarm, the kunai lost its trajectory, becoming powerless. Gradually, Shiyu rose from the ground, insects erupting from his neck and clothing, forming swirling clouds that danced around him. The true battle has only just commenced. Shiyu appeared unscathed, his head bowed as he spoke coldly. As Shiyu's words lingered, the kunai that Obito had shot ricocheted back like a flying arrow from amidst the swarm of insects. Now this is interesting. A faint smile played on Obito's lips. Without a visible movement, a shuriken shot forth from Obito's hand, deflecting the returning kunai. With a leap, he charged once more toward Shiyu. How could I possibly stumble into the same pit twice? Shiyu scoffed inwardly. If it hadn't been for the insects that surged from his body at a critical moment, Obito's punch would have undoubtedly injured him. Therefore, this time, Shiyu would not grant Obito the opportunity to close the distance. In Obito's path, the insects surrounding Shiyu divided into several clusters the size of heads, encircling him from all sides. Compared to Obito's taijutsu, Shiyu's weakest attribute was indeed his physical prowess. Just moments ago, he had nearly fallen victim to Obito's sudden advance. This time, Shiyu was resolute not to repeat such an error, directing the swarm to pursue and corner Obito, vowing not to make the same mistake again. A mass of insects suddenly appeared before Obito, resembling a fireball hurtling towards him, obstructing his direct path. Obito swiftly dodged, but before he could shake off the swarm, the remaining clusters rushed towards him, encircling him completely. The buzzing intensified as the swarms began to rotate around Obito, gradually increasing in speed, with several clusters seeming to merge together. I've got you now. Let's see how you escape. Shiyu sneered coldly, suddenly shifting hand signs. The insects surrounding Obito coalesced into a singular mass, spinning faster and faster as they lunged toward him. It was over for Obito. This boy had grown too complacent. Yunkong remarked, as he watched Obito, that he should have decisively employed the fire release technique when the swarm of insects approached, incinerating the horde. Regrettably, due to Obito's momentary hesitation, he had now found himself ensnared in a tight encirclement. At this juncture, even if he were to unleash the fire release technique, it would be uncertain whether he could eliminate all the insects surrounding him, and there was a grave risk of being inadvertently swept into the conflagration himself. However, Yunkong suddenly recalled that the Obito he had trained was not so foolish. Thus, the figure enveloped by the swarm was likely a mere substitute. With this thought, Yunkong relaxed, convinced that Obito could not possibly be so naive. The more he observed the situation, the more suspicious he became. As the swarm contracted, Obito was ultimately submerged by the tide of insects. Approximately 30 seconds later, the howling swarm, under the command of Yunu Shiyu, soared into the sky. After all, this was merely a spar and not a life-and-death struggle. As the swarm dispersed, just as Yunkong had anticipated, the entity cocooned within the insects was not the true Obito, but rather a hapless wooden stump. Substitute? Yunu Shiyu exclaimed in shock, hastily scanning the surroundings for any trace of Obito. Meanwhile, a multitude of insects soared overhead, enveloping Yunu Shiyu entirely. Where? As 1 minute turned into 2, then 5, time slipped away unnoticed. while swarms of small insects scoured the nearby woods in search of Yunu Shiyu's whereabouts. Indeed, the prowess of the Uchiha clan was evident, despite his youth. Obito's application of ninjutsu and character were exemplary. Observing the increasingly flustered Yunu Shiyu, Yamashita Hachi remarked on the situation. Clearly, Obito's ruse was utterly transparent before the perceptive eyes of a seasoned shinobi like Yamashita Hachi. As time inexorably passed, just as Yunu Shiyu was on the brink of despair, a hand suddenly emerged from beneath the ground, grasping his ankle. Earth release, decapitation technique. A deep voice resonated from the depths. As the earth beneath Yunu Shiyu shattered like a fragile ice block, entombing him beneath the surface, leaving only his head exposed. You have lost, Obito proclaimed as he emerged from the earth, standing before Yunu Shiyu. Is this what you taught him? Yinkong inquired of Kakashi. Having recognized that the decapitation technique had been Kakashi's own ninjutsu, yet here was Obito executing it with such fluidity. Yinkong couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of earth-based chakra, realizing how swiftly one could master earth release techniques. Regrettably, lacking the earth chakra affinity himself, he had only managed to learn a rudimentary digging technique over the course of a year, and even a simple technique like earth flow wall was a struggle for him. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging Yinkong's question. Obito is in danger. Does this boy not understand the importance of being decisive? Dallying before Yunu Shiyu for even a moment might have allowed him to devise a counter-strategy. Turning to Yinkong, Kakashi added, "This tendency to show off is something he learned from you. Obito should have picked up something better while being in your company." Yinkong's expression darkened, wishing he would not be burdened with such undeserved blame. Yinkong stubbornly refuses to acknowledge that he has ever taught Obito such arrogance. In his previous life, Yinkong had witnessed countless instances where formidable villains, after capturing the protagonist, had fallen victim to their own verbose dialogue, allowing the protagonist to turn the tables. Could it be that the philosophy of being a serpent, which I have relentlessly instilled in Obito, has been distorted by him? Observing Obito's audacious demeanor, Yinkong felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few punishing kicks. Buzzing, buried deep underground, Yunu Shiyu transformed into a swarm of insects at the moment of Obito's arrogance, turning to charge at him. Emerging from behind Obito, Yunu Shiyu appeared amidst the cover of the insect horde. Is this truly entertaining? Obito, with a smile, turned to glance back at Yunu Shiyu. In an instant, the smiling Obito dissipated into a cloud of smoke, vanishing before the swarm could strike. Damn it, witnessing this, both Yinkong and Kakashi mentally gave Obito an obscene gesture. Yinkong's disdain for Obito had yet to fade when Kakashi, seated opposite him, audibly mirrored Yinkong's sentiment with an exaggerated gesture. What are you doing? Yinkong retorted. I am but an honest child and have never taught Obito to be so arrogant. However, this was not the crux of the matter, and Kakashi turned away, dismissive of Yinkong's protests. When did you realize I was not my true self? Yunu Shiyu inquired, surrounded by the buzzing swarm that made him appear as a giant. Obito did not respond. His pitch-black pupils suddenly turned crimson, the double tomo of his Sharingan clearly visible. Yunu Shiyu nodded, understanding now that Obito's revealing of the Sharingan had answered his question. The Sharingan is an eye that can discern the true form, easily penetrating Yunu Shiyu's technique of substitution. Yet, the Sharingan is not infallible. Yunu Shiyu thought to himself, abruptly charging at Obito. Despite being unaccustomed to close combat, Yunu Shiyu took the initiative, closing in on Obito. However, Obito did not await the inevitable. Yinkong had always taught him that the aggressor dictates the terms. Slowly raising his hand, for shuriken materialized in Obito's clean grasp. With a swift motion, he launched the shuriken in 4 distinct arcs toward Yunu Shiyu. After releasing the first set, he immediately produced more, the shuriken raining down in a relentless barrage, sealing off Yunu Shiyu's escape routes from all directions. Secret technique. Insect barrier, Yunu Shiyu declared, forming hand seals. The insects swirling around him began to coalesce, creating a massive insect cocoon before him. The shuriken embedded themselves into the swarm without causing even a ripple. Though the assault proved ineffective, Obito remained unconcerned, observing that Yunu Shiyu had enveloped himself with the insects. A smirk crept across Obito's lips. With a fluid motion, he executed several hand seals. Z, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In. And a large mass of chakra began to coalesce at his chest. Fire release, great fireball technique. A 3-meter-sized fireball surged towards the swarm of insects. The incessant hissing of the scorched bugs filled the air as black smoke from the flames engulfed the swarm. Suddenly, a gap formed in the smoke, and Yu stumbled out, covered in charred insects. It was these very insects that had shielded her from the onslaught of flames. Initially, Obito's intention in using shuriken was to gather the swarming insects in the mountains and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Clearly, Obito's scheme had succeeded. He first attacked Yu with shuriken, forcing her, lacking in physical prowess, to rely on the insects for defense. Thus, Obito achieved his first objective, concentrating his formidable fire release technique on a single target. Yu had completely fallen into Obito's tactical trap. As a result, she found herself in dire straits. The multitude of insects that once darkened the sky had dwindled to mere clusters, now aimlessly hovering. Just as she burst forth from the black mist, Obito, wielding a kunai, swiftly positioned himself before her, his gaze fixed menacingly on her. Desperate, Yu resorted to her secret technique, insect jutsu. She had no choice but to utilize the few remaining insects to deter Obito's advance. The insects coalesced into several clusters, resembling the size of a head, and plummeted towards Obito like lead balls. However, given Obito's physical capabilities, the descending insects were as inconsequential as feathers. Obito nimbly maneuvered through the swarm, closing in on Yu with alarming speed. With a commanding shout, she stood firm, fingers poised, beckoning the scattered insects to regroup and swarm towards Obito. In that moment, advancing offered a glimmer of hope, while retreat meant certain demise. Obito decisively opted to press forward, embodying the adage that the best offense is indeed the best defense. "You shall not approach me so easily," Yu proclaimed defiantly. The scant insects before her united, forming a barrier aimed at Obito, who was met by the rapidly encroaching swarm from behind. It seemed he intended to seal Obito's fate as he had before. Yet, Obito would not allow himself to be so easily trapped. "Fire release," Obito shouted. And within the insect-laden mass, a violent explosion erupted, sending thick black smoke billowing forth. The swarm dispersed. Amidst the explosive haze, Obito charged towards Yu, the scent of scorched flesh clinging to him. He halted mere inches from her, a fist poised before her forehead. Yu's eyes widened in shock, her sunglasses failing to conceal her astonishment as beads of sweat trickled down her face. "You have lost," Obito said softly. "No, I have not lost," Yu retorted, though her anxiety was palpable, revealing the unnerving calmness typical of her clan. At that moment, a kunai pressed against Obito's chest. Held firmly in Yu's grasp, a slight exertion would drive it through him. Certainly, as he thrusts forward, Obito's fist would undoubtedly shatter his skull. "Well then, let us call it a draw." Obito's voice echoed from a distance near Yunkong. Oil girl Shiyu turned to look, spotting Obito waving innocently beside Yunkong. "Are you a shadow clone?" Shiyu inquired. The response came in the form of a resounding bang. The Obito before him transformed into a cloud of smoke. "Indeed, it is a shadow clone," Shiyu mused softly to himself. With a nimble leap, Shiyu returned to Yunkong and the others. Bowing in defeat to the Obito kneeling beside Yunkong, "I concede." Shiyu possessed enough magnanimity to accept his loss. Losing was merely a stepping stone, and he could always reclaim victory another time. Truly, a worthy ninja of the Uchiha clan, Yamashiro Haichi reflected inwardly, though he only admired quietly, for after all, Obito had bested his own disciple. To overtly praise Obito would be akin to publicly slapping Shiyu in the face. "Now, let me witness the prowess of the three of you," Yamashiro Haichi declared, rising to address Yunkong, Obito, and Kakashi. He had heard that Yunkong and his companions had recently defeated a special jonin from the Sand Village, and as Yunkong's mentor, Yamashiro Haichi was eager to see the extent of Yunkong's combat capabilities in conjunction with his partners. As Obito had just settled down, he sprang back up, his attire brimming with eagerness, while Kakashi slowly rose as well, unconsciously stroking the short blade at his back. Two warriors, Yunkong thought to himself, involuntarily assessing Obito and Kakashi. "Perhaps we should refrain, Teacher Haichi." Yunkong stood up and politely declined. While it might seem absurd to refuse a jonin, for most ninjas only encounter such guidance once in a lifetime, aside from their own mentors. Yamashiro Haichi appeared momentarily taken aback. It was rare for someone to refuse him, especially a student. This was an unexpected turn of events, as both Obito and Kakashi looked at Yunkong in astonishment, puzzled by his rejection of Yamashiro Haichi's mentorship. These two have tasks to complete tomorrow. I wish to avoid them feigning illness in bed and passing the burden on to us. Yinkong provided an excuse that seemed plausible. Yamashiro Haichi had no intention of pressing further. Since Yinkong opted not to accept guidance at this moment, there must have been a reason behind it. And he merely smiled at the excuse, dismissing it as unconvincing. Why refuse? Obito quietly nudged Yinkong and whispered. He too was skeptical of Yinkong's rationale. Yet with a familiarity between them, Obito felt no reservations. Do you know what type of ninja teacher Haichi is? Yinkong replied in a hushed tone. Fortunately, I am uncertain whether it is the influence of the clouds, but Obito has undergone significant changes compared to his portrayal in the original narrative. Or perhaps one could say he has become considerably more astute. It goes without saying that the ninjas of the Yamashiro clan are predominantly skilled in Jinjutsu and sensory techniques. Thus, it is unlikely that Master Hai would differ greatly in this regard, Obito remarked. Knowing that Master Hai specializes in Jinjutsu, why would you still rush to approach him? Do you believe your Sharingan can nullify Master Hai's illusions, or do you think that Kakashi and I excel in Jinjutsu? Obito spoke softly. Naturally, whether it be Yinkong, Kakashi, or Obito himself, none have profound expertise in the realm of Jinjutsu. In combat against a Jinjutsu specialist like Yamashiro Hai, a single illusion could easily incapacitate the three of them. Hence, it is only logical that Yinkong, possessing wisdom, would decline Master Hai's guidance. In both Obito's recent skirmish and Yinkong's prior encounters, their mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu is commendable. Even if Master Hai's guidance would merely impart some experiential wisdom from the battlefield. In contrast, neither Obito nor Yinkong has ever employed Jinjutsu in their confrontations. Given that Yamashiro Hai is precisely a Jinjutsu specialist, Yinkong cannot afford to be careless. While having a Jonin instructor is undoubtedly advantageous, being subjected to rigorous training by one is another matter entirely, leaving Yinkong with a wry chuckle. These words were perhaps more intended for Master Hai's ears than Obito's. For the feeble excuse just uttered was rather insincere and served merely as a pretext. Although this response was not entirely appropriate, Yinkong found himself at a loss for a better justification in his haste. Thus, let us conclude our gathering for today. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock by the bridge to the east of the village. Now, disperse, Master Hai commanded. Yinkong nodded, exchanged pleasantries, and departed first. At last, Yinkong was able to leave before his teacher for the first time. He pondered whether Master Hai had given any additional instructions to the girls, Shiyu and Hinata Yuro. As he hurried home with Kakashi and Obito, the technique of transformation, learning it a day sooner could lead to its application a day sooner, potentially saving one's life one day. Yinkong mused. Especially for Obito, with the third great ninja war looming not far ahead, they needed to be well prepared. Yinkong desperately wished to alter the course of events concerning Hokage, at the very least to preserve Obito's name. As for whether the future would unfold with a butterfly effect due to Obito's influence, that was presently beyond Yinkong's contemplation. While they were on their way, Obito suddenly approached Yinkong and asked, "Why did you reject such a splendid opportunity for guidance? Goodness, if it weren't for you, would I dare to offend a Jonin? Especially my own instructor, by declining such an offer?" Yinkong replied with irritation. For us? Clearly, Obito failed to grasp the implications of that statement. Have you forgotten what I mentioned this morning? Yinkong snapped. Come to my home tonight, and I will teach you both a truly remarkable ninjutsu. It is only now that Obito recalls the urgent purpose behind his hurried journey with Kakashi to seek Yinkong, namely, to learn the extraordinary ninjutsu spoken of by Yinkong. One cannot help but admire Obito's obliviousness. Upon realizing this, he exuberantly called out, "Hurry, Yinkong," and dashed ahead, positioning himself before Yinkong and Kakashi. With Obito's reckless determination, the trio sped back to Yinkong's residence in record time. Yinkong retrieved the scroll from his father and, along with Obito and Kakashi, retreated into Obito's room. Yinkong's father exhibited no surprise. He had witnessed this scene far too many times over the past year. As soon as they entered the room, before the door was even closed, Yinkong tossed the scroll to the eager Obito. Kakashi quickly joined him, each grasping an end of the scroll, unrolling it to reveal the title, Secret Technique, Transformation Technique. The bold characters captivated the eyes of both Obito and Kakashi.